Cui Chingy stood at the gate of Cui's residence, quietly lowering her eyes as she looked at the tightly closed door. She had just been driven out by her husband's family, taking only her one remaining dowry maidservant and a simple blue cloth bundle back to her family home. An hour had passed since then, and the noonday sun was so hot that she felt dizzy, yet the big gate of Cui's house remained shut tight, with not even a crack opened. Behind her, the maid, Ju Rong, sniffled with a choked voice and cautiously suggested, "Miss, I will go knock again. It must be that the servants are not paying attention. If Madam knows you are back, she will surely come out to see you." Cui Chingy said nothing. In her heart, she had already guessed this would be the outcome, but facing it in person still made her feel cold and sad. She was originally a lonely soul from 1,000 years in the future, who, for some unknown reason, was reborn into Madame Cui's belly. Over the years of being the eldest daughter of the Cui family, she believed she had done nothing wrong as a daughter, yet she was abandoned by her husband's family. Her own family, who should have protected her, had made such a harsh decision. Ju Rong told herself to ignore the curious and strange looks around her. She took a step forward to knock on the red lacquered door, but was stopped by Cui Chingy. Ju Rong stomped her foot and said, "Miss, I will go knock again. Madam cares for you. She will not refuse you if she knows you are back." Though she said this, her heavy nasal voice revealed her lack of confidence. Cui Chingy sighed, looked up at her former home, and took a deep breath. "Let's go, Ju Rong. Let's first find an inn to stay in. I need to think carefully about what to do next." Ju Rong didn't want to leave. Her young lady had suffered so much at the Qin family's place, and now she had been abandoned again. She had hoped to return to Madame's side. Even if it meant a bad reputation, at least life would be easier. But now they couldn't even get through the gate. How could Madame be so heartless? Cui Chingy tugged at Ju Rong but saw that the girl's feet seemed nailed to the ground. She didn't argue at the door but turned and left on her own. She had traveled by boat for 2 days and was just now being turned away again by her mother. She was exhausted in both body and mind. At this moment, she had no strength left to argue with Ju Rong. She believed she would follow her soon enough. Sure enough, after a few steps, Ju Rong hurried to catch up, reaching out to support Cui Chingy. The two of them headed toward the inn together. Inside Cui's house, Madame Cui looked at her wife, who had a sour face from early morning. She carefully handed over a cup of warm, just right tea and said, "Madam, the young lady has already left." When talking about Cui Chingy, Lady Cui's long-held anger suddenly flared up. She angrily threw her fragrant tea onto the ground, and the teacup shattered into pieces. Tiny porcelain shards cut Lady Cui's hand, and blood beads appeared, but she paid no attention. She simply pressed a handkerchief against her wound to stop the bleeding. Lady Cui, furious, said, "How did I give birth to such an unworthy child? I found her a good family to marry into, but she doesn't know how to manage it. Instead, she should support her younger brother. Now she's been divorced by her husband's family. How am I supposed to show my face? What will happen to Wenxiu in the future at the academy? Get out of here. Go as far as you can. Such a useless girl." In the backyard, Lady Cui usually appeared gentle and generous, especially to her servants. No one had ever seen her so angry before. Everyone fell silent, afraid she might take her anger out on them. Lady Cui's maid, seeing her mistress so upset, felt helpless. She had long suspected that the marriage of the young lady was not a good idea. Although their family's head was surnamed Cui, they didn't even know which way the main gate of the Cui family's estate faced. The marriage with the Qin family was arranged by chance. Years ago, the Qin family wanted to cancel the engagement, but Lady Cui insisted on marrying her daughter to the Qin family. Her goal was to build a connection that might help Wenxiu in the future. Cui's maid also believed that if her young lady could establish herself in the Qin family, Wenxiu's future exams, money, and connections could be supported by the Qin family. But fate was not on their side. After the marriage, the young lady was not liked by her husband or mother-in-law and remained unproductive. Now that she was divorced and no longer part of the family, it was expected. When the lady returned home, as a mother, she couldn't just ignore her daughter's situation. If word got out, people might say she was harsh. Chui's maid exchanged a glance with a young maidservant nearby. Having served in Lady Chui's room for many years, she immediately went to fetch a new cup of tea. After feeling the temperature, she handed it to Mrs. Yuan. "Madam, please calm down. You still have Winshu to take care of. Don't let your anger harm your health," she said. Thinking of her beloved son, Mrs. Yuan's expression softened. She took the teacup, took a few sips, and the warm tea eased her anger. Mrs. Chui has served Yuan for many years and has long understood her lady's personality. Now she lowered her voice and said, "Madam, I know you're worried that Mrs.'s situation might affect young master, but right now, we can't let Miss stay outside like this. If any trouble happens, the people in the back courtyard might become unruly." Yuan thought for a moment, then covered her forehead and said, "I know someone is always waiting to see me fail, but Chingy's personality needs to be shaped properly. Let's give her some time to understand how hard it is for a woman to live outside. In the future, she will be more obedient."
MRS, cui nodded.
Seeing Yuan frown, she quickly stepped forward and skillfully massaged her lady's temples. Chui Chingy moved into an inn with her konjac. The innkeeper saw that two young women were staying alone and arranged a quiet room in the corner of the second floor. Konjac took out some loose silver to pay for the room, glancing at the little money left in her purse and pursing her lips. They went upstairs to the room. The room was shaded, just cleaned, with a breeze coming through the open window. Chui Chingy took off her hat and let out a long sigh. It was hot now, and although she was in good health, standing outside in the blazing sun for so long was tiring. Konjac looked around inside and outside the room. Seeing that Chui Chingy was uncomfortable from the heat, she hurriedly poured a glass of cold water and handed it over. Watching her lady breathe out, she suddenly remembered how her lady was before she got married. Her family married her off quickly to the Qin family to improve their status. She was only just of age, and after entering the Qin family, she hadn't had many easy days. Not only did she often make loud exhaling sounds, but even her laughter was sometimes too loud and was scolded by the maidservants sent by her mother-in-law. Over the years, her lady had almost forgotten how to smile. Maybe leaving the Qin family wouldn't be a bad thing. Konjac suddenly had an idea. But she quickly shook her head, thinking that her lady and she only had 20 taels of silver left in total, and her heart sank. Chui Chingy was drinking water with her head lowered, but her peripheral vision caught Konjac's every move. She didn't speak to comfort her. Yuan was such a person, with a strong desire to control her children. Every word and action of hers followed her own wishes. To Chui Chingy, Yuan was not raising a child but was raising a puppet that she could manipulate at will. Fortunately, Chui Wenyu had not been born yet, and Yuan thought that when she grew old, she might have to rely on her daughter. After punishing her, she still kept Chui Wenyu close. Chui Chingy was not someone who did good deeds anonymously. After punishing Chui Wenyu, she made sure she knew why. From then on, Chui Wenyu only had her as her master, obeying her in everything. Chui Chingy was satisfied with this. Otherwise, when she married out of Chui's household, she wouldn't have insisted on taking only Chui Wenyu as her maid. However, the girl had one flaw. She often held unrealistic hopes about some people she met. Like now, she probably still thought Yuan would soon send someone to take them back. Chui Chingy's visit was just a formality, meant for outsiders to see. She was sure Yuan would not agree for her to return to Chui's household because of her only son, Chui Wenyu. Even if Yuan was willing, Chui Chingy had no intention of going back. She knew very well what awaited her if she re-entered Chui's household. Yuan would quickly find someone for her to marry, which might be okay, but she feared Yuan would send her to be a concubine. Although Chui's household had rules forbidding women from becoming concubines, Yuan would do anything for her son Chui Wenyu. So even if Yuan wanted to bring her back now, Chui Chingy had to find a way to prevent her from having that idea. Thinking this, Chui Chingy felt much better. The servant and she washed up, ate, and then lay down to rest. After drifting on the boat for 2 days, they finally lay on soft bedding, and Cui Qingyi quickly fell asleep. She slept straight through until early Hosher hour. Suddenly, she was startled awake by knocking on the door. Cui Wenyu was more alert. When Cui Qingyi opened her eyes, she saw her standing at the door, pressing her hand against it, asking who was outside. Cui Wenyu, it's me, Cui Mama, the lady's servant, she replied. Hearing Cui Mama's voice, Cui Wenyu's face lit up with joy, but she remembered Cui Qingyi's instructions and did not open the door immediately. Instead, she waited for Cui Qingyi to speak. Cui Qingyi had slept deeply and was suddenly awakened, her heart pounding. Although the Jin dynasty was safe, it was not as secure as her previous era. 2 women outside had to be cautious, and being suddenly startled naturally made her afraid. Calming her mind, Cui Qingyi's previously misty, water-filled eyes quickly darkened, showing a look of sadness. She appeared to be a woman who had endured much hardship. She nodded slightly, signaling Ju Ruo to open the door. Cui Mama waited outside, a little anxious, worried about being seen and talked about by others in the household. She had quietly gone out when everyone else was resting. Although the inn looked peaceful, she was afraid of staying outside too long and meeting someone she shouldn't. Ju Ruo opened the door and saw Cui Mama, dressed in a cloak, smiling happily. Mama Cui, it's really you. Come in quickly. Cui Mama adjusted her hood and stepped inside. She bypassed the screen in the room and saw Cui Qingyi sitting on the bed in a light pink inner garment. Cui Mama's eyes brightened at first, then furrowed her brows. She thought to herself, it's been 4 years. Miss has grown up and looks even better. But her appearance doesn't quite match the gentle and obedient image women are supposed to have nowadays. Miss's face is small and delicate, but too lively, especially those eyes, like a cat. Miss, you've suffered. Let Mama Cui take a look, she said with genuine concern. Cui Qingyi didn't bother to question how much of her concern was real or fake. If she wanted to act, she would. Over the years, whether at Cui's house or Chen's house, she had played her part well. Mama Cui, did my mother send you to bring me back? Cui Qingyi's tears started to fall before she even spoke. She quickly grabbed Mama Cui's hand, looking very anxious. Hearing this, Mama Cui's movements paused slightly. Miss, you've truly suffered. That Chen family is really terrible. They did things so ruthlessly. When the lady received the letter, she was so angry she fainted. She's been better than these days, but she worries about you all the time. Cui Qingyi looked up, her big, round eyes filling with tears. What? Mother is ill? It's all my fault for being unfilial. I'll go back immediately to take care of her. Seeing Cui Qingyi struggling to get off the bed, Mama Cui, in a panic, didn't care if she hurt her and pressed her down with force. Miss, don't worry, don't worry. Let me tell you everything properly, she said. Mama Cui was pleased with Cui Qingyi's attitude and didn't beat around the bush. She quickly explained what Yuan Shi had told her. Miss, you know, besides you and the young master, the old master has other children. There are many eyes in the backyard watching, hoping the lady makes a mistake. Since we found out you were abandoned by the Qin family, not only has the old master been scolding the lady for her poor parenting, but even some of the concubines dare to openly mock her. You said that you married someone, and just 4 years of having no children is enough for your family to be unhappy. Now you have become a divorced wife, and if you return to the mansion, it might cause trouble for your unmarried sisters. The lady is ill and worried about you. I have watched you grow up, and I dare to speak a few more words. The lady raised you, and over the years, she has worked hard without expecting any reward, only wishing for you to live a good life. But you should also think about the lady and young Master Wenxiu. The quiet girl nearby, Konjac, widened her eyes. The situation seemed very different from what she imagined. Cui Mama's words sounded like they were for the lady's good, but every sentence was implying that the young lady was selfish and unfilial. Konjac turned to look at Cui Qingyi. She saw her young lady with a pale face, trembling lips, and asked, So, Mama, what do you think I should do? Cui Mama replied, Young lady, Do you really think there's no hope for you and the young master? I believe the young master isn't someone cold-hearted. If a woman can't have children, she's at fault. Otherwise, you could write a letter, and I would send someone to deliver it to the young master. Please, considering the years you've been together, ask him to take you back. Even if you can't become the official wife, you could be a secondary wife, and you'd have someone to rely on in the future. Cui Qingyi almost couldn't help but laugh. Who in a decent family would take a secondary wife? It was obvious she was being asked to beg Qinlinen to take her as a concubine. Unfortunately, as soon as she left, the Qin family eagerly welcomed a new person into the house. Now they were very close, and Qinlinen wouldn't let her go back and interfere with his happiness. They only hoped that Cui Qingyi could stay in the Qin family, preferably because her husband still felt some guilt towards the eldest daughter, and that he would help plan more for the young master at home. As for the fact that she went from being the primary wife to a minor concubine, Cui Qingyi and her mother never considered how she would live in the Chen household's back courtyard. Cui Qingyi covered her eyes with a handkerchief, tears falling more fiercely. Mother Cui, does my mother really want me to go back and become a concubine? But it's already too late. I just left the Qin family, and soon after, they welcomed a new person. I'm afraid they won't accept me as the former wife. Cui Qingyi openly expressed her mother Yuan's plan. Cui's mother looked embarrassed. She had thought about it herself, but saying it out loud was another matter. Moreover, the Qin family was truly cold-hearted. Just after forcing out the wife they disliked, they immediately welcomed a new person. It was very cruel. Before coming out, Cui's mother thought her young lady was usually indecisive. She planned to first use the lady's illness to suppress her, then say some heartfelt words to comfort her. But the Qin family had gone so far as to cut off their options, making it too late to change plans now. Cui Qingyi's big, bright eyes were red and swollen from crying. She reached out and grabbed her mother's hand, pleading earnestly, "Mother, it's my fault for worrying you. Please wait for me. I will pack up and go back with you to serve my mother. From now on, I will stay by your side to show filial piety and help take care of Brother Wenxiu." When Cui Qingyi mentioned going back to serve her mother, Cui's mother felt annoyed. She secretly thought, the lady said before she felt the eldest daughter had changed a lot after 4 years of marriage, no longer as easy to handle as before. But she still looks as foolish as before, completely unable to understand what people mean. Naturally, she can't be brought back. As for how to arrange her, I still need to ask the madam for instructions. Thinking this, Cui's mother quickly pulled away from Cui Qingyi's hand, apologizing. "Miss, your father doesn't know you're back yet. You know his temper. Why don't you stay here for now? When he calms down, I will come to take you back." Cui Qingyi didn't speak, only kept crying, looking pitiful and unlucky. Mrs. Cui stood up but didn't rush to leave. She turned and brought up another matter. "Young lady, you know our family situation. Our lady has a hard time living in the house, and now we also have to pay for the young master's studies at the academy. It's really tight financially. When you got married, didn't your mother-in-law give you 2 shops as dowry? Do you still have the deed to those shops? Since it's inconvenient for you to show your face openly, why not hand the deed to your mother-in-law? She can arrange for someone to manage it, which might make your life easier." Konjac, who was nearby, was already stunned and had tears in her eyes like her mistress. That night, she finally understood that this family not only didn't want to take her young lady back, but also wanted to take back the shops from her. Konjac felt her chest about to burst with anger. Even her own mother wouldn't bully her like this. With strong hands, Konjac pushed Mrs. Cui, who was looking down at her, causing her to stumble. She placed her hands on her hips and scolded loudly. "Bah! A family full of heartless people. First, you tricked my young lady into going back to that dangerous place for your benefit, and now you want to steal her shops? Dream on. Who cares about being a mother? You're worse than a wicked stepmother.
Get out.
Hurry up and leave, or I'll hit you." She waved her fists threateningly and stared fiercely at Mrs. Cui, as if she was ready to fight if she didn't leave soon. Mrs. Cui, who had lived many years, had only felt powerless when Yuan Shi hadn't given birth to a son. Over the years, No one dared to point at her and scold her. Now, she was so angry her face turned red and she was breathing heavily. But she didn't dare confront Konjac directly because she knew Konjac was strong. Back when she was in the Chui family, she had even fought with people because of her. She turned to look at Chui Qingyi and said, "Young lady, I've raised you myself. How can you let a little girl like her scold me like that?" Chui Qingyi thought Konjac's insults still weren't harsh enough. "Mrs. Chui, I am useless. The two shops I married into were pawned a year after I married into the Qin family to buy wedding gifts for Qin linen. Now I only have less than 10 taels of silver left." Not only Mrs. Chui, but even Konjac, who had just looked fierce, suddenly weakened. She remembered her young lady's dowry shops had already been sold. Now, she and her young lady were truly at a dead end. Mrs. Chui's lips moved as if to speak, but no words came out. She clenched her teeth and, trembling, put on her cloak and turned to leave the inn. After causing this fuss, Chui Qingyi was completely awake. She stood up, walked to the window, and watched the small carriage from Chui's residence go away. Konjac, looking tired and listless, was lying on the table. The confident attitude she had faced Chui's mother with earlier had disappeared, and her voice was now tinged with confusion. "Miss, is the madam not coming to pick us up anymore?" Chui Qingyi turned around, leaning against the window frame. The night breeze was a bit cool, making her feel as if her pores were opening up comfortably. Instead of answering, she asked back, "If Madame Chui comes to take us home, I might soon be sent to some household to be a concubine. Then you wouldn't be able to stay with me. Would you still want to go back?" Konjac shivered at the thought of being separated from the miss. No, I don't want to go back. "Miss, let's run away instead." Konjac was straightforward and knew right from wrong. The people at Chui's residence thought she was gentle and easy to control, but she had caused quite a few troubles over the years. Yet, as long as the miss was with her, she was never truly punished. Even in the Qin family, no one dared to do anything to her. She was determined not to be separated from the miss. Chui Qingyi showed a smile on her face. She had a shallow dimples on her cheeks. When she wasn't smiling, they were hardly visible, but when she smiled, the dimples made her look quite playful. Chui Qingyi was not considered a top beauty. She didn't fit the traditional standards of beauty that people often admired. But every time she looked in a bronze mirror, she was very pleased with her face. Her big, bright lychee-shaped eyes, her lively and playful oval face, all radiated a lively spirit. She liked her appearance. Yuan, her mother, was not satisfied with her face and always tried to make up for it in other ways. Since she was young, Chui Qingyi had been learning manners from various tutors. At first, she thought Yuan loved her very much and paid close attention to her upbringing. But she had lived long enough, and Yuan didn't hide her feelings. Gradually, she saw through her mother's intentions. Especially after Yuan endured great hardships to give birth to Chui Wenxiu, her only son, she lost patience with her own daughter, who had almost no chance of having children herself. Chui Qingyi still remembered when Chui Wenxiu was born. Yuan, weak and exhausted, dragged herself to her bedside and repeatedly told her that she owed Chui Wenxiu and Yuan. She said that when she grew up, she should always put her younger brother Chui Wenxiu first. The bond between mother and daughter slowly faded away amid Yuan's constant nagging until it disappeared completely. Chui Qingyi was very annoyed with both Yuan and Chui Wenxiu. If Chui Wenxiu had been a good person, Chui Qingyi wouldn't have hesitated to help him within her ability, hoping that in the future, they could rely on each other as siblings. But Chui Wenxiu, under Yuan's influence, had become extremely selfish and self-centered. In his eyes, she was more like a servant bound by a contract than his sister, and he deserved to be exploited forever. Such a person, Chui Qingyi knew she couldn't count on him to help her in difficult times. Yuan was not very clever. She had the idea of sending Chui Qingyi back to be a concubine for Qin linen. Since Chui Qingyi no longer had her shop to rely on, Yuan would soon find other ways to drain her remaining value. It seemed she had to stir things up a bit more. Yuan didn't really understand Chui Qingyi, but Chui Qingyi knew Yuan very well. Her weakness was obvious. Yuan's comment about her being sick was just a careless remark, meant to make Cui Qingyi feel guilty and soft-hearted. But Cui Qingyi's mother went back and told the whole story. When Yuan heard that the 2 shops she had set aside as dowry were gone, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and couldn't sleep all night. When she prepared Cui Qingyi's dowry, she only made it look nice on the surface. In reality, it was worth little and was just clutter. If Cui Laoyi hadn't been so proud, insisting she take 2 shops from her own property to add to the dowry, she would never have given the shops to Cui Qingyi. She had planned to leave those shops for Wenqiu's future use. Now both shops that made money were gone. She was angry all night. The next morning, Yuan's head was pounding and she felt terrible. Cui Qingyi's mother also didn't sleep well. Though she was a servant, she was Yuan's dowry, and Yuan's well-being depended on her. Cui Wenqiu was also their shared hope. Seeing Cui Wenqiu's belongings gone made her very distressed. "Madam, what do you think we should do about the young lady?" Yuan, hearing Cui Qingyi's name, felt a headache and impatiently waved her hand. "Don't bother with her. Just let her stay outside. That girl has become more unruly after marriage. Take this chance to let her learn a lesson." Yuan also realized that Cui Qingyi was still a daughter of the Cui family. No matter what she did, it would affect Cui Wenqiu's reputation in the future. Since that was the case, she would choose the path that maximized her benefit. Cui Qingyi is 19 this year, almost 20, and cannot have children. It's unlikely she'll find a family of similar age and good background. However, older men who have lost their wives might choose her to be a concubine. At worst, she could find a noble family and try to become a concubine there, which might also help Wenqiu in the future. Once she understood this, Yuan's family no longer hurried. They thought that Cui's mother mentioned that the servant and her only had 10 taels of silver left, and once they suffered hardships outside, they could return to Cui's house and be controlled. The mother and daughter reaching this point was truly heartbreaking. Cui Qingyi did not stay quietly at the inn. Before her marriage, she had some friends here, and now that she was back, she naturally sent invitations to notify them. Ju held a stack of invitations, hesitating. "Miss, those people probably don't want to see the servant." Cui Qingyi heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. "When did you learn to speak so roundabout? My status is indeed awkward now. It's normal if they don't want to see me. Just go deliver the invitations, no need to worry about anything else." Seeing her young lady's indifferent attitude, Ju felt relieved. She was indifferent, just worried her young lady would feel sad. Ju went out for half a day, only delivering 3 invitations. Cui Qingyi had expected this. Seeing Ju's angry face, she smiled and told her to wash up and prepare for lunch. In the next few days, they had many things to do. Within a day, news spread throughout the city that Cui's eldest daughter in the west part of the city was abandoned by her husband and refused entry back into Cui's house. After another day or 2, old Master Cui, who was attending a gathering with friends, was asked about this and looked confused. A close friend kindly advised him, "Brother Cui, although your daughter was sent back, she is still your biological child. You shouldn't be too harsh on her. Just give her a few words of advice. How could she not come home?" Old Master Cui was shocked and filled with anger towards Cui Qingyi. Compared to his own daughter, he preferred Chen Linen because she made him look good.
But now,
Old Master Cui was too angry to drink. He hurried back to the house and went straight to Yuan's courtyard. When the people in the main house saw his angry face, they knew the 2 ladies would argue again today and listened carefully to the sounds inside. Yuan was being served medicine by Cui's mother, and the bitter medicine made her frown. When she saw old Master Cui storm in, she understood what had happened. But she didn't care at all. She had a son and support from her family, so she was very confident. "I ask you, did the eldest daughter really get divorced? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Mrs. Yuan glanced at him coldly and ignored him. Mama Cui explained nearby, "The lady sent people to find you several times, but the master was always busy and couldn't meet with the people from our courtyard, so he didn't inform you." Old Master Chui choked, and his previously high spirits immediately deflated. A few days ago, he sold a rare ancient book he owned at a high price to a wealthy merchant from the capital. After earning a lot of silver, he became eager and took in a new concubine. The new concubine was beautiful and youthful, with fresh, tender skin. He was so captivated that he stayed in her courtyard for half a month, naturally ignoring his wife's courtyard. So now, when Mama Chui said that, he felt guilty. But men tend to be the same. If they are wrong, they still try to argue. Old Master Chui sat down on a chair, fanning himself and continuing to complain. I carry the responsibility of supporting this family. I am busy outside every day. Don't you know to send people to ask a few times? If I had known about the eldest daughter's situation earlier, I would have written to the Chin family to see if there was any hope. Now, she's already been divorced and sent back home. Isn't that embarrassing for our Chui family? As he spoke, he felt more justified and his tone grew more confident. Mrs. Yuan just thought he was talking nonsense and paid no attention. When she was young, she also saw her husband as her support, hoping he would love and protect her. They were a happy couple. But less than half a year after their marriage, she saw how cold he could be. Chui's wife treated her son as her own treasure, worrying about everything in the house and asking detailed questions about every water call at night, annoying her to death. When she and her mother-in-law fought, Chui paid no attention, and she didn't hold grudges against him for the conflicts with his wife. Later, she became pregnant with Chui Qingyi. Because of a difficult childbirth, she was injured, and the doctor said she might not be able to have children again. Chui only came to her room symbolically on the 1st and 15th of each month. The children were born one after another in the backyard. Over time, she understood that no matter what kind of man a woman married, only a son could be her hope for the future. Later, with her family's help, she found a secret medicine that could help women have children. She successfully gave birth to Chui Wenxiu. After that, she completely forgot about Chui Jin. Her mother-in-law also passed away. She focused on managing the Chui family's backyard, making sure that in the future, all the family's assets belonged to her son. In recent years, her family's business also improved. Only when people have money do they feel confident. Even Chui Jin sometimes had to listen to her. Master says we carry the burden of supporting the family. So, what about this month's household expenses? There are so many mouths to feed at home. Why doesn't he take out some money? Yuan Shi's words were full of clear sarcasm. Chui Jin saw it, but chose to ignore it. You usually stay in the backyard, so you don't know how hard it is to work outside. I have some money, but I need to save it for socializing with the officials. If I build good relationships with the officials, when she goes out, there will be people to support him. When she mentioned Chui Wenxiu, Yuan Shi's attitude immediately improved. Wenxiu is your son. You've paved the way for him, and it will bring honor to your family. Hearing this, Chui Jin knew Yuan Shi was no longer thinking about taking his money. He relaxed and completely forgot his original purpose for coming to the main courtyard. I understand that. I have a dinner appointment with colleagues tonight, so I won't join you for dinner. After saying this, Chui Jin waved his sleeve and left directly, just like when he arrived. Inside the house, Yuan Shi let out a cold snort. She watched him leave, unsure what he was going to do. Mother Chui, tomorrow you should go find out about the eldest daughter. We need to settle her matters quickly. While Brother Su doesn't know, we should send her away. Yuan Shi was also thinking to herself that she needed to return to her family tomorrow. Her brother and sister-in-law were doing well in business, and they often visited the capital. They probably knew many officials and noble people. Although Chui Qingyi was a second wife, she still carried the Chui surname and could gain some advantages. If the eldest daughter was lucky enough to marry into the capital, whether as a concubine or a secondary wife, it would be a good thing. As for whether this news would cause trouble for the Chui family, Yuan Shi didn't care. Over the years, they hadn't taken much advantage of the Chui family, so it was unlikely the Chui family would interfere in her family's affairs. Early the next morning, Yuan Shi took a sedan back to her family home. Outside the Yuan family's large residence, the guards saw who was inside the sedan and immediately hurried back to the inn. Jujube, taking a few small silver coins from her purse, handed them over. Watching the small person clutch the coins and run away made her feel a little sad. She and the young lady stayed at the inn every day, and it was clear they were running low on money. They had spent a lot, but when she thought about the information she gained, she felt it was worth it. Besides her, no one was useful around the young lady. If she didn't spend money to find out more, they could only be like the young lady said, blind and waiting for others to scheme against them. Cui Qingyi sipped her tea while looking out the window at the scenery. The great Jin dynasty was strong, and although it had gone through 100 years, the government was still peaceful and people's lives were stable. Of course, that was just her own feeling. She didn't understand the deeper things and didn't bother to find out. She was just a common person. Only in places like Chui's family and Chen's family did she need to plan her daily life carefully. In the vast Jin dynasty, she was just a tiny speck of dust. Who would care about her? So, while she was alive, she wanted to enjoy the beauty of this era and live this rare life to the fullest. When Konjac entered, she saw her young lady looking at the street below with a dreamy expression. She really didn't understand what was so interesting. It was just people and shops. After a few days, she was already tired of watching it. "Miss, just as you thought, the madam has returned to Yuan's house." Cui Qingyi heard this and withdrew her gaze from outside, her expression returning to calm. Looks like mother has already made her decision. Cui Qingyi had expected this. Yuan's family was her maternal family. She had those powerful methods, but they could only be used against Chui's family's concubines and children in the backyard. Those methods wouldn't work outside. So if Yuan's family wanted to find someone with a higher status for her, they would have to ask Yuan's family to do it. Although Yuan's family was her maternal family, Cui Qingyi had enjoyed visiting her maternal home when she was young. But ever since she saw her eldest uncle send his daughter, who was not yet 13, to another family to be a concubine, she felt disgusted with that family. A 13-year-old girl was still a child, and no decent family would take such a young girl as a concubine. She understood this clearly, but surprisingly, no one in Yuan's family objected. She once thought she was lucky not to be born into Yuan's family, but after marrying once, she realized she was still connected to them. Although she had expected it, she still felt it was unlucky. Konjac watched her young lady change her expression about 10 times in a short while and found it a bit funny. Seeing that she left the Qin family not because she was sad about being dismissed, but instead lived more freely each day, she increasingly thought that leaving the Qin family was a great thing. Otherwise, she fears that in a few more years, the Qin family will have worked her servants and herself to death. "Miss Liang has responded." Hearing Cui Qingyi ask, the servant quickly replied, "No reply yet." It was her mother who came directly to pass the message, saying she wants to meet you at the restaurant tomorrow. Cui Qingyi nodded upon hearing this. That day, she had the servant deliver several invitation cards, many of which were to her close friends, but only Liang Yuan responded. It seems childhood friendship isn't very reliable. Interests often get in the way, and long-lasting relationships require mutual benefit. Otherwise, after a long time apart, communication becomes difficult, and even the best friendships tend to fade. The servant was a bit confused. "Miss, I remember Liang Miss wasn't very familiar with us before. When we return this time, others try to stay away, so why is Liang Miss willing to come out and see you?" At this point, Cui Qingyi felt there was no need to hide anything. "Do you remember when we visited the Liang family before I came of age? I happened to help Liang Miss with something back then. Perhaps she still remembers my kindness. As for the specific favor, Cui Qingyi didn't say. Some things are better kept to herself." The servant nodded. After experiencing the coldness and warmth of people these days, she sighed. "Liang Miss is quite nice, much better than some others." Seeing her tendency to think everyone is good, Cui Qingyi didn't rush to correct her. She believed that with more contact, her views would gradually change. Right now, her main goal was to solve the urgent problem in front of her and quickly find a way out. Qinghe City is the largest prefecture in the eastern part of the Great Jin Dynasty, with many counties under its jurisdiction, and each county divided into several towns. Chui's residence is in Linshui County, which is quite prosperous within Qinghe City. The local county magistrate trusts Liang, and it's said he has influential relatives in the capital. After serving in Linshui for a few years, he is likely to be promoted. Cui Qingyi doesn't know if Magistrate Liang will be promoted higher, nor does she care much about his future. But the wife of Magistrate Liang also has the surname Cui, which is very important to her. Linshui is a small place, and most of Cui's clan members here are somewhat distant from the main family. If they had good connections, they could send talented children to the main family's academy to learn from great scholars. But even after Yuan's family had been active for so many years, they hadn't managed to send Cui Wenqi there. Cui Qingyi knew this was not an easy task. However, Liang Yuan's younger brother, Liang Jin, who is 15, has been studying at the Bailu Pavilion Academy run by Cui for 2 or 3 years. This shows that Liang's wife and Cui's family have a close relationship. The layout of Linshui County is square and orderly, with colorful shops along the 4 main streets, east, south, west, and north. Liang Yuan was expecting Cui Qingyi to meet her at the Lico Inn on the North Street. Cui Qingyi guessed that this inn was probably Mrs. Liang's private property. Liang Yuan sat by the window on the 2nd floor, watching as Cui Qingyi and her 2 maids arrived on foot. She immediately frowned, thinking that the Cui lady she had seen before seemed kind and gentle, so she couldn't understand why she treated her daughter so harshly. Then she remembered that this woman had been hurriedly married off right after her coming-of-age ceremony, so she no longer found it strange. When she saw Cui Qingyi and her maid enter, Liang Yuan stopped looking outside and waited quietly for her to come upstairs. She and Cui Qingyi were not very close and had little contact over the years. However, when she was 15 and came of age, her relatives had schemed against her. If Cui Qingyi hadn't helped her, she might have had to accept her aunt's dirty plans for the sake of her parents and younger brother. In a way, Cui Qingyi hadn't just saved her once that day, but had saved her life for the future. While reminiscing about those past events, Cui Qingyi carried a jar of konjac and went upstairs. She immediately saw Liang Yuan sitting by the window. Their statuses were different, and Cui Qingyi had no intention of pretending to be close. She politely bowed and greeted Miss Liang. Liang Yuan responded more warmly. It's been years. Cui is even more beautiful now. Come, sit with me. Today, let's have a good chat like sisters. The maid serving Liang Yuan glanced curiously at Cui Qingyi. She was chosen by Mrs. Liang before her marriage, so she didn't know much about Liang Yuan's past. She wondered why her mistress was so friendly to someone who seemed of a lower status. Thank you, Sister Liang, for remembering me. With my current status, I shouldn't trouble you, Cui Qingyi said politely. Liang Yuan waved her hand. You're too polite. I don't care about those things. Cui Qingyi smiled politely. She knew these words were just politeness. She shouldn't take them too seriously, or she might embarrass herself. Though Liang Yuan said this, Cui Qingyi knew she should keep her boundaries. After taking a sip of tea, she brought up her reason for visiting today. If I had no other choice, I wouldn't bother Sister Liang. When I was young, I thought marriage was arranged by my parents and matchmakers. I married into Qinghe City right after my coming of age. But once I arrived at the Qin residence, I learned that Qin Linen had a childhood sweetheart, her little cousin, who grew up with her and was very close. They hated that I disrupted their relationship. They had been married a few years, but their feelings were strained, and her mother-in-law was unhappy. Now she has been dismissed, and I have nothing to say about it. I always thought that after returning to Linshui, I would have my parents and family to rely on. Only after I truly came back did I realize that once a daughter is married out, she is like water spilled. There is no place for me in the Cui family anymore. These are the facts that happened to Cui Qingyi. There's nothing to make up beyond her sadness. Perhaps because we are both women, Liang Yuan also feels a bit sad when she looks at her. She tentatively asked, I sympathize with your situation, but I can't really help you with these matters. Is there anything else you need me to do? After Liang Yuan asked, Cui Qingyi replied, Yes, I came today because I need Sister Liang's help. My mother wants to find a noble family to send me as a concubine. Liang Yuan stared at Cui Qingyi with wide eyes. After a moment, she said, "As far as I know, the Cui family has an ancestral rule that no woman in the family is to become a concubine. Are you sure your mother wants to do this?" Cui Qingyi nodded with tears in her eyes. If Liang Yuan or Lady Liang interfered in Cui family's marriage affairs, even with their past kindness, Liang Yuan would definitely refuse. But since it involves the Cui family's ancestral rules, Liang Yuan might be able to intervene. Liang Yuan lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. "I will go home later and tell my mother the truth. I can't promise she will care, but whether it succeeds or not, the debt of gratitude I owe you will be cleared. Are you willing?" "Of course." Cui Qingyi nodded with a smile. She wasn't a greedy person. Whether gratitude is valuable depends on whether others acknowledge it. Liang Yuan had already been very kind. After saying what needed to be said, Cui Qingyi stood up to leave, and Liang Yuan didn't stop her. Liang Yuan sat quietly, watching Cui Qingyi and her maid gradually disappear around the street corner, just as when she arrived. The maid serving Liang Yuan finally spoke. "Miss, are you really going to help Miss Cui?" Liang Yuan picked up her cooled teacup and took a sip, then asked back, "Why? Do you think I shouldn't help?" Chunxiu thought for a moment. Although she knew her lady had her principles, she still expressed her thoughts. "I also think Miss Cui is very pitiful, but this is someone else's family matter. If we interfere, it might seem inappropriate." Liang Yuan smiled. "There are some things you don't know.
I should help her this time."
Liang Yuan's words sounded strange, but Chunxiu didn't press further. Her lady wasn't a fool. Since she said she would help Miss Cui, there must be a good reason. Chunxiu had been with Liang Yuan for a while, and over time, she could guess some things. In a large family, the maids around the young ladies are trained from a young age. When a girl gets married, she usually brings her familiar maid along. Only those like Miss who change their maids just before marriage are often facing some trouble, which is usually linked to bloodshed and death. Now Liang Yuan is staying with her husband at his post. This time, they happen to pass through Lin Shui County, so she stayed at her parents' house for a few days. Even Chun Xiu remarks that Miss Cui is quite lucky. After growing up, women must follow many rules at both their husbands' and their parents' homes. Liang Yuan also wants to enjoy her time outside before returning home. Lady Liang has been waiting early. When the gatekeeper reports that the young lady has returned, she quickly urges her servants to set out the cooling items. As soon as Liang Yuan enters the house, she feels a refreshing breeze. She sighs comfortably, though outside is nice. Summer days are really hot and uncomfortable. "Don't stand in front of the basin of ice. Come sit here," Lady Liang scolds gently. "You're already a mother, yet you're still so careless." Liang Yuan walks over and sits beside her mother. "I could have 10 or 8 children. After all, they're all your children." Seeing her daughter close to her, Lady Liang complains outwardly but feels pleased inside. Once a girl is married, she becomes part of another family, and even mother and daughter can't see each other often. They sit and eat fruit, chatting casually. Then Liang Yuan mentions her visit to Cui Qingyi today. Hearing the name Cui Qingyi, Lady Liang waves her hand, signaling the servants to leave. She didn't marry to Qingyi. She returned to her parents' home. Lady Liang, who usually handles household affairs, hadn't heard much about outside matters. Since she's her own mother, Liang Yuan shares what she asked Cui Qingyi to do. Lady Liang frowns after hearing this. "Did she threaten you with that matter?" Liang Yuan quickly waves her hand. "No, she's not that kind of person. Otherwise, she would have taken advantage of her kindness long ago. I think she's probably forced into a corner. Mother, I'd appreciate it if you could help her out, just for my sake. Then I can handle her properly in the future without worry." Seeing her daughter's understanding, Lady Liang realizes she's aware of the situation. She thinks for a moment and smiles. This matter is indeed troublesome for her, but since it involves the Cui family's ancestral rules, your mother and I can really help. Recently, your younger brother wrote that some teachers at the academy have opinions about the Cui clan, and the head family also wants to restore their reputation. Unfortunately, they lack a good reason. Your mother and I can set up a stage for this. They exchange smiles, confident in their plan. On the other side, Yuan woke up from her nap, and just then, someone from the Yuan family delivered a message. After reading it, her face couldn't hide her smile. "Go back and tell Big Brother that in a few days, I will send the eldest daughter over. Let him bring her along to the capital." Her servant responded quickly and went to deliver the reply. Nearby, Grandma Chui was also very happy. "Our uncle is really reliable in his work. He found a suitable family so quickly. Big Brother has traveled all over the south and north these years, so he knows a lot. Naturally, he's trustworthy. I wonder what kind of family uncle found for the eldest daughter." When talking about the family Uncle Chui was arranging for Chui Qingyi, Yuan Shi's lips curled up again. Big Brother said it's a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Revenue in the capital. Because he has some friendship with Big Brother, he's willing to take the girl into his household. If she behaves well after going, she can not only help Big Brother in the future, but also look after Wen-Su once he passes the exam and moves to the capital. But when she leaves, she must be carefully advised not to openly show her relationship with Wen-Su, so that Wen-Su's reputation stays intact. Grandma Chui, hearing this, also smiled and agreed. The two of them happily imagined how splendid Chui Wen-Su would be once he passed the exam and arrived in the capital. As for Chui Qingyi, the sister who had become a concubine, she only needed to secretly help support her younger brother. She absolutely couldn't have any connection with Chui Wen-Su publicly. Yuan Shi, thinking of making Chui Qingyi suffer a bit so she would obediently listen in the future, didn't rush to bring her back to the house. The day before the Yuan family caravan was set to depart, Grandma Chui came to the inn, but was told that Chui Qingyi and her maid had already checked out and left. The innkeeper didn't know where they had gone. Originally confident, Grandma Chui was stunned and couldn't figure out where a weak girl like Chui Qingyi and her maid could have gone. Finally, a broad-shouldered, stout woman behind her suggested, "Chui's sister. Maybe the eldest daughter has gone back to the house?" Grandma Chui thought this made sense. Since the eldest daughter had no silver or money and had been staying at the inn for a few days, she probably had spent all her savings. Let's quickly go back and check." Today, Chui Jin, who just finished his shift, was about to leave for a gathering with friends when he was stopped by a servant of the county magistrate. "Chui Chief Clerk, the magistrate requests your presence." When Chui Jin was called, he felt a bit guilty and quickly tried to recall if he had delayed any important official business these days. Otherwise, why would the magistrate suddenly want to see him? But Chui Jin was often confused, and he couldn't immediately guess what mistake he might have made that caught the magistrate's attention. Chui Jin didn't dare to ask questions aloud. He could only follow the servants quietly as they moved toward the back courtyard of the county office. When they reached the study, he heard voices talking inside. He sensed that the county magistrate was in a good mood, and his own tense feelings eased a little. When Chui Jin entered, the conversation softened. Magistrate Liang looked at the person opposite with a cold expression and wisely said nothing. Chui Zhe, noticing Chui Jin's displeased face, also kept silent. Chui Jin disliked Chui Zhe immediately. He was overweight, lacked the dignity of a Chui family member, and his appearance showed he was a pleasure seeker. No wonder he dared to break the Chui family's ancestral rules by sending his daughter to be a concubine. Luckily, this matter was not settled yet. Otherwise, the Chui family's reputation would be severely damaged. Chui Jin did not know Chui Zhe personally. He only felt that Chui Zhe's gaze was strange, somewhat like how his father looked at him when he was alive, full of disappointment and anger. Thinking of his late father, Chui Jin felt a sting in his face. Magistrate Liang shook his head slightly at Chui Jin's reaction. This was why he hadn't promoted Chui Jin over the years. His talent was lacking, and he lacked good judgment. As a member of the Chui family, how could he not recognize the family's jade pendant? "Master Chui, this is Chui Zhe, Mr. Chui from Hingyang," Liang said. Hingyang was the main base of the Chui family, where their ancestral home was located, along with the famous Bailu Cave Academy. Hearing Liang's respectful tone toward Chui Zhe, Chui Jin realized that Chui Zhe was probably a teacher at Bailu Cave Academy. Thinking of his only legitimate son, Chui Wenxiu, studying at Linshui Academy, Chui Jin felt pleased. Maybe this was a good chance for Wenxiu to show his talents in front of the family elders. If the fifth master saw Wenqi's abilities, the Cui family at Linshui would rise in status. Ah, so you're a relative from our family. Jean, I didn't recognize you at first. Please don't take offense. Cui Jean quickly began flattering Cui Zhe. Cui Zhe looked at Cui Jean with increasing disdain, unable to understand his flattery. Magistrate Liang saw Cui Zhe's cold expression and kindly suggested that Cui Jean sit down first. Cui Zhe's visit was ordered by the family elders to inspect the clan members in Qinghe. The Cui family was large and influential, with members all across the south and north. If someone from the Cui family became a high official, the family would rise again and shine for hundreds of years. So, the head family had ordered strict discipline among the clan members to prevent any mistakes. As Cui Zhe traveled along this path, he was mostly satisfied with the performance of the Cui family in Qinghe, except for not finding many talented scholars among them. People can be not very clever, but they must not be self-deceiving. Just as he was thinking of returning home, he received news from Lady Liang. Cui Zhe thought that Lady Liang's father and brothers were also highly respected in the family, so he decided to give her face and make this trip. Now, seeing that the Cui family truly had someone like Cui Jean, who was quite foolish, he felt coming here was the right decision. Did I hear that your family plans to send your daughter to the capital to be a concubine? Is that true? Cui Jean still wore a flattering smile, but was confused by Cui Zhe's words. He hurriedly denied. No. Where did you hear that? That's impossible. Cui Zhe was too lazy to listen to the fool's words. Is Cui Qingyi your daughter? Cui Jin's face twitched. Yes, she is my daughter. Then there's no mistake. Our Cui family has an ancestral rule that no woman in the family is allowed to become a concubine. How bold of you to disobey this rule openly. Do you want to be expelled from the Cui clan? Cui Jin's lips trembled slightly. He was a simple man, and over the years, he had learned to hide when trouble arose in the county office. The other party's status and power were much higher than his, and just raising his voice slightly could make him panic. Fifth Master, please calm down. This must be a misunderstanding. I will go home and find out the truth right away. Cui Jean wanted to leave first and ask Yuan what was really going on. Cui Zhe sneered on his left side. Forget it. Since the victim is here, let's face each other. County Magistrate Liang clapped his hands, and the servant outside the door, who had been standing guard, responded and left. Sweat appeared on Cui Jin's forehead. A few days ago, he had gone to confront Yuan and was driven out after being scolded and beaten. He then turned around and went to his wife's room, pushing Cui Qingyi's matter to the back of his mind. Now, thinking that it might really involve his eldest daughter, he felt extremely uneasy. Soon, footsteps sounded outside the door. The servant lifted the bamboo curtain, and Lady Liang stepped in first, followed by a slender, pretty figure. Cui Qingyi had already received news from Liang Yuan and came to Liang's residence. Although Liang Yuan said she was not the kind of person to take revenge, her mother, Lady Liang, still wanted to give Cui Qingyi some advice. After meeting, she said everything she needed to say, and Lady Liang agreed with Liang Yuan's view. She thought Cui Qingyi was clear-headed, and her words and actions were somewhat to her liking. Since it was a matter of repaying kindness, she decided to help her a little. County Magistrate Liang saw that his wife personally brought the girl, so he also started to consider things carefully. Husband, fifth brother, this girl is Cui Qingyi. Following Lady Liang's advice, Cui Qingyi stepped forward politely and bowed to the county magistrate and Cui Zhe. Then she bowed to Cui Jinfu, who looked at her with displeasure. Cui Zhe watched Cui Qingyi's actions and felt a bit more inclined toward her. This girl seemed more like a Cui family member than her father did. Cui Jinfu, seeing his daughter after several years, showed no warmth or affection. Instead, he scolded her harshly. You good-for-nothing, who told you to come out and embarrass us? Magistrate Mr. Wu, I am truly sorry. I will take this unfilial daughter home and discipline her properly. However, no one paid attention to him. Cui Zhe softened his tone and looked at Cui Qingyi standing alone in the middle. You say your parents want to send you to the capital to become a concubine. Do you have any proof? Cui Qingyi wasn't sure if her actions today would achieve her goal, but she knew she might not get such a perfect opportunity again. She had waited 14 years for this moment, so no matter the outcome, she had to try. I have a handwritten letter from my mother as proof. Qingyi has read the family teachings of the Cui clan since she was young. Unfortunately, as a girl, I haven't had the chance to attend a school and listen to the teachers. But I have never forgotten my responsibility as a descendant of the Cui family. I kindly ask uncle to speak up for me. Lady Liang watched nearby, noticing Cui's eyes light up with a smile. She felt that the girl's request had a 50-50 chance of success. The servants took the envelope from Cui Qingyi and handed it to Cuizhe. He read it quickly. As he looked further, his breathing grew heavier. Finally, he slammed the letter down and snorted coldly. Cui Jinfu, you and your wife are so bold. Cui Jinfu didn't care about anything else. He stood up and grabbed the letter from Cuizhe, but as he looked at it, his vision blurred and he nearly fainted. Inside, he cursed silently. Stupid woman, stupid woman. In the letter, Mrs. Yuan praised herself for finding a good family for Cui Qingyi, emphasizing how difficult her own position was. She also urged Cui Qingyi to enter a noble household in the capital and not forget her maternal uncles and younger brothers. Though she spoke kindly, her true intention was clear. She was selling her daughter for fame. The Cui family was known for their scholarly tradition. Over the years, they carefully managed their influence at court. Now, they were just one step away from reaching the top of the political world. But if Cui Qingyi married into a minor official's family, it could become a weapon for enemies to attack the Cui family. No matter how high this person's status is in the Cui family, her being a Cui clan member and having the surname Cui gives the family's enemies plenty of room to criticize. At this moment, Cuizhe is truly grateful to Lady Liang. If it weren't for her, once Cui Jin's family confirms this matter, and if there's any mistake when he gets promoted in the future, even he would be caught in the scandal. The Liang couple are clever and exchange subtle glances. Previously, Cuizhe only wanted to scold Cui Jin and settle the matter quietly. Now, he plans to handle this strictly, using this incident to tighten control over the Cui branch in Qinghe. Suppressing his anger, Cuizhe strokes his beard and looks at Cui Qingyi, the victim of this incident, and asks, "Since you are the victim, please tell us how you want this to be handled." Cui Qingyi loosens her grip on her sleeve, knowing her request has been granted. She kneels before Cuizhe, bows 3 times sincerely, then lifts her head and looks directly at him. Qingyi has no other requests, but I ask Mr. Wu to decide. Please allow me to sever ties with the Cui family in Lin Shui from now on. From this day forward, I am just Qingyi. I ask Mr. Cui to forgive me. As soon as Cui Qingyi finishes speaking, the study falls into brief silence. Cuizhe did not expect her to make such a demand. As the saying goes, no parents are perfect. Cui Qingyi's act of accusing her parents was already rebellious, and now she wants to cut all ties with the Cui family. No matter how fair Cuizhe tries to be, he cannot fully agree. His tone turns colder. Are you sure? Even if your parents have many faults, they raised you. Your actions are unfilial. Cui Qingyi doesn't want to explain much. Since she has made this choice today, she's prepared for the possibility of being criticized behind her back. She responds with a question instead. Sir, may I ask if your family has a daughter? Cuizhe replies, of course. Cui Qingyi then asks, is your daughter married off right after coming of age? Do you and your wife know her fiancé has flaws, yet still married her without proper matchmaking, solely for his family status? And after she is abandoned by her husband, will you refuse to let her back home? Do you also covet her dowry? Would you send your battered daughter to be mistreated just to help your son succeed? Sir, the White Deer Cave Academy is famous across the land for teaching young men the way of a gentleman. Do the wise books contain such principles, that one must step on women to rise? Cui Qingyi's eyes were red, clearly in extreme pain, but she forced herself not to cry. Her stubborn look made Cuizhe tremble all over. Usually, women in the Jin Dynasty married at 17 and were considered of age at 15, but the Cui family had no tradition of marrying off daughters at 15. Chuizha, respected teacher at the White Deer Cave Academy, had never faced anyone openly questioning him. But after Cui Qingyi spoke, no matter what he said, it seemed wrong. Cui Jin, standing nearby, looked at his daughter as if he didn't recognize her. In his memory, Cui Qingyi was well-educated and considerate, always thinking of her mother and brother. But now, she looked different. Her face, apart from having grown, was almost the same as when she married at 15. Suddenly, a soft sigh sounded. Lady Liang, with a look of sadness and pity, said, "Girls face many hardships. Since you have married once, your bond with your parents is now fulfilled. Mr. Wu, the Cui couple truly cannot be good parents. Cui Qingyi, being divorced now, is free to choose her own path. If she does not wish to return to the Cui family, she is free. Let her decide her future. How she lives after leaving the Cui family depends on her luck." After she finished, Lord Liang nodded in agreement. Cui Jin wanted to say something but held back when he saw Chuizha's cold face. "As you wish," Chuizha said. "But after leaving the Cui family, you cannot claim to be part of the Cui clan outside. As for Cui Jin, today I decide, allow Cui Qingyi to leave the Cui family. From now on, you have no ties to the Cui family. Do you agree?" Cui Jin certainly did not want to disown his daughter. No parent would willingly do so. Just as he was about to speak, Chuizha continued, "If you refuse, the Cui family has no such disobedient members. You may take your family and leave the clan yourself. From now on, you will have no connection with the Cui family." Hearing he would be expelled, Cui Jin closed his mouth. The next steps became much simpler. With the witness of Magistrate Liang, Cui Jin personally wrote a document, signed, sealed, and handed it to Cui Qingyi. From then on, she completely severed ties with the Cui family. Outside the county office, Cui Qingyi felt a long-lost sense of relief. After planning for so long, everything was finally resolved. She felt light, as if she could fly. Following Cui Qingyi, the young girl felt only a sense of uncertainty about the future. There are women who live alone after being widowed or divorced, but only if they have money. She and the young lady have nothing, no silver, no wealth. They are poor. The girl has started to think about going out to find work like washing clothes to earn some coins. Meanwhile, Chui's mother hurried back to Chui's residence and asked the gatekeeper if the young lady had returned. She stomped her foot and quickly went to report to Madame Yuan. Madame Yuan was about to send her servants to look for her when a thin young boy burst in crying. Mother, I don't want to go to the academy anymore," said Cui Wenxiu, Madame Yuan's beloved 15-year-old son. Perhaps because he didn't get enough nutrition in the womb, he was born very thin, like a small cat. Madame Yuan had spent years trying to raise him, but he remained skinny and hadn't grown much taller. Because he was so thin, his face was sharp and pointed, making him look very different from his two half-brothers. But Madame Yuan didn't mind at all. As the saying goes, a mother's child is her heart. She wished she could give her own flesh to nourish him. Seeing her son crying so hard, she forgot to ask why he had run home before his rest day. "Tell me, who bullied you? I will stand up for you," she said. Although the 15-year-old boy from the great Jin Dynasty was almost a scholar, he still cried like a child. No one in the family thought this was strange. Someone insulted him at the academy, calling him a sellout to seek fame, a heartless brat. Even the teacher asked if it was true. "Mother, my sister didn't marry into Qinghe and become a concubine, right?" "That can't be true." Madame Yuan was stunned by her son's question. She never expected that the plans she made with her family would reach the academy. Thinking about how this might affect her son, she panicked. She forgot to send someone to find Cui Qingyi and focused only on her son. "My son, it's not true. Your sister has married out, so she's no longer part of our family. I won't let her affect you. Don't cry anymore. It breaks my heart." Madame Yuan spoiled her son, who was quick to cause trouble when upset. He was not good at studying and often scolded by his teachers. He was tired of the restrictions at the academy, but Madame Yuan was very strict about his studies. She didn't allow him to skip classes or slack off. Now that there is a valid reason, he stubbornly insists on staying home for a few more days. Mrs. Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. All right, the holiday is coming soon. My son has been studying hard, so I'll ask the kitchen to prepare more delicious food to nourish him. When she heard that Cui Wenxiu, this mischievous troublemaker, wanted to stay at home longer, the maid hiding behind Mrs. Cui silently rolled her eyes. Cui Wenxiu is already 15 years old. He hasn't read many serious books at the academy, but he is quite knowledgeable about romantic matters. Whenever he sees a pretty girl in the mansion, he wants to flirt with her, which is very annoying. Unfortunately, there aren't many young girls his age in the Cui household, so his two maids are often bothered whenever Cui Wenxiu returns. But Mrs. Yuan simply doesn't care about this. Once she has comforted Cui Wenxiu, she starts thinking about going out to play. She quickly suggests going back to study, and Mrs. Yuan happily agrees to let him go. Throughout the whole conversation, neither mother nor son mentions Cui Qingyi, as if she has nothing to do with them. Even the maid, who has been close to Mrs. Yuan and knows she favors the young master, finds her to be cold and distant. Some clever maids had previously thought about subtly persuading Cui Wenxiu to accept her, hoping to become her mistress in the future. But seeing how the mother and son treat Cui Qingyi now, they lose that idea. They fear not only losing their good days but also their lives. Cui Qingyi left Liang's mansion, and the servant and her master headed straight to the passenger dock. They exchanged their boat tickets with the boatman and sat in the reserved room. Only then did Cui Qingyi let out a long sigh of relief. Konjac, confused, followed her young lady onto the boat and tentatively asked, "Miss, have you forgotten? We don't have any money left. The boat fare isn't cheap, right?" When they returned from Qinghe, they traveled in a large shared berth for 10 people. Although crowded and with a not-so-pleasant smell, it was cheap, only 50 coins per person from Qinghe to Linshui. Seeing that the boat was about to set sail, with the crew calling everyone to their positions, Cui Qingyi finally relaxed. She reached into her clothes and took out a 50-tael silver note, handing it to Konjac, who said, "We have no money. Your young lady has plenty of silver. When we arrive at Dongping County, we can buy a house and a shop. From now on, it'll just be the two of us, and we can live however we want." Konjac was completely stunned. She grabbed the silver note, looked at it repeatedly, then examined it carefully in the sunlight, and finally exclaimed happily, "Miss, this is real. It's a real silver note." Cui Qingyi looked at her with a smile, glad she remembered to speak softly. A faint dimple appeared at the corner of Cui Qingyi's mouth. "Of course it's true. Miss, do you think I would lie to you?" The girl was worried mainly because they had no money and, after leaving the Cui family, they wouldn't be able to survive. Seeing that Cui Qingyi still had some silver, her worries eased completely. "Miss, you said those 2 shops were sold. Where did you get the money?" Watching the boat drift farther from the shore, Cui Qingyi was no longer worried about the girl hiding her words. She told her everything honestly. When she got married, just as the wedding sedan entered the Qin family's house, she learned that Qin Linen had a childhood friend who was a cousin. If not for her, the young mistress of the Qin family would have been that girl. She knew nothing about it but was blamed for breaking up a happy couple. From the moment she entered, she was given a big disappointment.
Kuikinji feltunapi.
Although she was a soul from thousands of years later, she was not ambitious. She just wanted to live a simple life. She didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to the Cui family. She married following her parents' wishes, hoping to have a real home of her own. She once dreamed of living happily with Qin Linen. But Qin Linen's actions were truly disgusting. Knowing he had a marriage contract, he still flirted with his cousin. He didn't want to marry her, but stayed silent for years. She lacked the courage to oppose her parents and instead directed her anger at her innocent self. In Cui Qingyi's view, such a man was not a real man. From that moment, she lost all hope for her husband, whom she had only met a few times. On their wedding night, Qin Linen was drunk and looked unhappy, as if he was protecting her chastity, but also as if he was being forced to undress and share a bed with her. This made Cui Qingyi feel sick. Someone so irresponsible was not worth trusting. She no longer wanted to have children with him. With such a confused father, Having kids would only be a burden. Moreover, Cui Qingyi had just come of age at 15, and her body was not fully developed. She had planned to discuss things with Chun Linen at night, wait a couple of years until they were more prepared for marriage. But now there was no need. Chun Linen was still young. Cui Qingyi only mentioned the girl to him, and he got angry and stormed out, clutching his bedding. From now on, whenever Chun Linen couldn't handle the pressure and came to her room, she would always bring up the matter of that cousin's daughter to disgust him. Over time, the two of them grew to dislike each other. Plus, that cousin's daughter would occasionally stir trouble. Eventually, they separated, but Cui Qingyi remained pure and untouched. As for the 2 shops she brought as dowry, when Chen's mother secretly asked her to hand them over for management, she found ways to sell them to prevent thieves from taking an interest. She saved the hundreds of taels from selling the shops. In the past few years, the main expenses for the servant and her were paid with the monthly allowance from the Chen family and silver brought from the Cui family. Ju Ruo, after hearing all this, widened her eyes in shock. She had been living with the young lady in the Chen family every day and had no idea about these things. Seeing Ju Ruo's eyes turn red, Cui Qingyi changed the topic. So, tell me, would you rather live in the Chen family or the Cui family, or would you prefer to follow me and enjoy a freer life? Cui Qingyi stared steadily at Ju Ruo. She was a cold person, and if Ju Ruo still longed for the good days in the Chen or Cui families, she would definitely find a way to send her away once they reached Dongping County. She couldn't keep someone around who had a second mind. Ju Ruo didn't notice Cui Qingyi's unusual expression. She thought for a moment and, just imagining staying alone in the Chen or Cui family, shivered fiercely. No, I definitely want to follow the young lady. Ju Ruo's reaction was exactly what Cui Qingyi expected. After all, Ju Ruo had grown up with her since childhood and was somewhat influenced by her. She couldn't stay in the environment of the Cui or Chen families, so Ju Ruo naturally couldn't stay either. Seeing Cui Qingyi's constant smile and knowing she and the young lady weren't poor, they wouldn't be forced to live on the streets anytime soon, Ju Ruo's mood lifted. This was a private room on a passenger ship, with no prying eyes around. Ju Ruo initially wanted to ask Cui Qingyi why she insisted on making the relationship with the Cui family so tense, but that thought only flashed through her mind briefly before she understood it herself. Yuan sure only cared about her son Cui Wenxiu, treating the young lady as a commodity to exchange benefits. If the young lady hadn't been prepared, they wouldn't have been able to leave Lin Shui smoothly. Now, both the master and servant might be sold out. Yuan sure, being the young lady's biological mother, wouldn't care if she didn't want to, and the authorities wouldn't interfere in such matters. If the young lady didn't openly resolve this issue, Yuan Shi's schemes would fail this time, but there would be a next time. When that happens, they might not be so lucky again, and there would be nowhere to turn for justice. Understanding the key points, Cui Qingyi broke out in a cold sweat on her back, but felt very lucky about her good fortune this time. The room Cui Qingyi rented was by the window. Opening it let in a gentle, moist breeze. In her previous life, she lived far inland, where during spring and summer, yellow dust filled the sky, and it often went 2 or 3 months without rain. She never expected that in this life, her home would have many rivers and, if she traveled a bit further, she could see the sea. Outside the room, she could occasionally hear the sounds of guests and boatmen, which didn't seem noisy, but rather lively. Inside, the master and servant occasionally exchanged words, and soon the sun set. Recently, because she was afraid Yuan's family would notice her spending money freely, Cui Qingyi had been eating simple meals at the inn. Now, hearing the crew calling out about fresh fish for sale, her appetite was suddenly stirred. She looked at the person sitting opposite her, Jelly, whose face had become thinner after these days of living modestly. Just then, a young waiter asked about dinner, and Cui Qingyi ordered a freshly caught fish. The fish, just out of the water, only needed simple steaming to be delicious, paired with a few cold vegetables, and they ate their fill. Cui Qingyi happily rubbed her stomach. She had grown up here until she was 19. Back home, Yuan's family only fed her enough to keep her slender, even for her favorite dishes. If she ate more than a few bites at the table, she would be scolded for greed. Things weren't much better after she moved to the Qin family. Thinking about it, Cui Qingyi felt sorry for herself. Probably no one else in the world had a worse life after crossing over. The passenger boat was flowing downstream along the river. Their destination was Dongping County, at the southern edge of Qinghe City's territory, which took 3 days by boat. Cui Jin from Cui's family had suffered a lot at Cui's place. Not only did he lose face, but he almost got expelled from the clan. When he left the county office, he saw that Magistrate Liang was not as respectful as before. Filled with anger, Cui Jin returned home and saw Cui Wenyu, who should have been studying at the academy, running around the yard chasing some young girls. Cui Wenyu was dressed in pink, with a cloth covering his eyes, waving his arms and searching, shouting, "Sisters, don't run. Young master is coming now." Cui Jin was a flirt, but this kind of flirtatious behavior in his son was very obvious. Thinking about the huge trouble he had today and still trying to recommend Cui Wenyu to the 5th master, Cui Jin's anger grew even more. Cui Wenxu's servant noticed early on when Cui Jin entered. Just as he was about to tell Cui Wenxu to stop, he was frozen in place by Cui Jin's fierce glare. Although he was assigned to Cui Wenxu by the Yuan family, he was still a servant. Servants are owned by their masters, and offending the master means a bad time ahead. Several maids also saw Cui Jin's intimidating look and quickly hid aside. Only Cui Wenxu in the center of the scene remained unaware. He suddenly hugged the person in front of him with both arms, but when he got closer, he sensed something was wrong. There were no such strong maids in his courtyard. Without proper reason to take advantage, Cui Wenxu was unhappy and pulled off the blindfold. Just as he was about to scold, someone who was careless enough to tease him slapped him hard on the face. Cui Wenxu, being thin and fragile, was hit so hard that he spun around 3 times and then fell to the ground with a thud. A gasp sounded around him. Cui Wenxu stared blankly, spitting out 2 bloody teeth. Then, a loud cry of grief erupted from the Cui residents, startling even the cats and dogs passing by, who raised their fur in alarm. Birds resting in the trees fluttered away in panic. In the backyard, some women from the concubines' quarters came out with sewing baskets to watch the scene. The Cui estate was small. Only Madame Yuan had her own separate courtyard. The other concubines lived close together. Usually, Cui Jin's antics made everyone anxious, but at this moment, they managed to exchange a few words. "Look, there's another good show today. Yes, judging by the crying, it's probably serious." Meanwhile, Cui Wenxu was beaten in the front yard. Madame Yuan quickly received the news. She didn't bother to tidy herself up and rushed over with her hair loose. Seeing Cui Wenxu sitting on the ground with some blood in front of him, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Forgetting her dignity as the head lady, she hurried forward, grabbing Cui Wenxu and shouting repeatedly, "My son, what happened to you? Tell mother where it hurts." Seeing her own mother, Cui Wenxu knew that his supporter had arrived, and he cried even louder. The scene between mother and son looked as if they had lost their real parent, which made Cui Jin's forehead veins bulge with anger. Over the years, Madame Yuan had treated Cui Jin like her own eye, and Cui Jin remembered that Madame Yuan had taught Cui Qingyi well-educated, gentle, and composed. He thought that although Madame Yuan's temper was bad, she was still the head lady and knew how to educate children. So, he trusted her to take care of Cui Wenxu. In the past, Madame Yuan also said Cui Wenxu was sensible and a good student. Today, seeing Cui Wenxu's behavior, he clearly acts like a spoiled young master, not someone who can succeed. Yuan and Cui Jin had a big fight at home. Yuan is a stubborn person, and after Cui Wenxu was slapped, the couple argued physically. The servants and maids had never seen their masters behave so badly. When they tried to stop the fight, Cui Jin's face was scratched with several bloody marks, and Yuan was slapped several times, with blood at the corner of her mouth. When they were separated, Yuan was shouting that she would go to Magistrate Liang and Cui to seek justice. Cui Jin covered his face, grimacing in pain. Hearing Yuan shouting loudly, He snorted coldly. Go ahead, complain to the magistrate and let everyone in Linshui know that you and your family are colluding to send your daughter to be a concubine for others. I want to see what face you have after that. Yuan was pulled by a maid and maidservant. She snorted coldly. My daughter came from my own body. I can do as I please. Others have no right to interfere. Cui Jin listened to her, not only unrepentant but also shouting louder and louder, getting more and more excited. He remembered the strange look in Cui Shi's eyes when they left the county office, which made him truly angry. Yes, your daughter was born and raised by you. Then you go ahead and shout about it. With such a cruel mother like you, I don't see how Winshu can have a good future. Don't forget, Winshu's future depends on Lord Liang to vouch for him. You might as well offend him. After speaking, Cui Jin ignored the chaos and turned away coldly from Cui Mansion. Yuan was choked with anger, but held it back. She thought she had controlled Cui Jin all these years, and everyone in Cui Mansion was under her control. But she knew deep down that, as a woman inside the house, her influence was limited to this small space. She wanted Cui Winshu to succeed in the imperial exams, but she also knew that he couldn't do it alone. The Yuan family was too poor to put all their wealth into supporting their nephew. Cui Jin was useless, but sometimes she had to rely on him. Yet, Cui Jin, this useless person, also tightly controlled her because her son was surnamed Cui. As for Cui Qingyi, she dared to plan to send her to another family as a concubine because she was sure Cui Qingyi lacked her own opinions. Since Cui Winshu was born, she kept reminding Cui Qingyi that everything should revolve around Cui Winshu. Cui Qingyi's life was meant to sacrifice for Cui Winshu. Over the years, Cui Qingyi had always acted this way, but why was this time different? Yuan thought that everything today was caused by Cui Qingyi causing trouble. Her teeth clenched tightly, showing her frustration. Indeed, once a daughter is married, she is like water that has been spilled. After the fuss with her parents, Cui Winshu no longer dared to shout. When they fought, he didn't dare to step in to stop them. Only after Cui Jin left did he dare to approach Yuan and say, Mother, it's all because of my bad son. Winshu was tired, so he was playing in the yard to rest. I didn't expect it to make Dad angry. It's all my fault. His face was swollen on one side, looking both funny and pitiful. Cui's mind quickly shifted to him. She grabbed Cui Winshu's hand, hair disheveled, acting like a madwoman. My son, from now on, I will rely on you. You must give me some face. Cui Winshu, afraid of Yuan's scolding, hurriedly swore. Mother, don't worry. I will study hard, and in the future, I will earn a noble title for you. If my older sister makes you angry, I will help you teach her a lesson. Cui Winshu knew exactly what Yuan liked to hear. A few words made her smile happily, and she took Cui Winshu back to apply medicine. The boat left for 3 days and finally arrived at the dock of Dongping County at noon 3 days later. Although not seasick, Cui Qingyi still felt weak and sore when she got off with the help of a helper. Dongping County is located in the southernmost part of Qinghe City. Besides many rivers, a few kilometers south, there is a bay. With such good geographical conditions, as long as the local officials are not greedy, people's lives are decent. Having seen so much, the common people's spirits are lively. On the small dock, vendors and stalls are everywhere, calling out continuously, very lively. Miss, do you want to see fresh river fish? You can fry them for a tasty meal. Freshly caught small crucian carp, 15 coins per jean. Pick your own. Besides river fish, many farmers with vegetables are selling their produce. When they saw Cui Qingyi looking over, they quickly greeted her. Although there are many vendors, the streets are very clean. Cui Qingyi nodded to herself. She had originally decided to settle in Dongping County after hearing from her old maid when she was at the Chen residence. She had always wanted to come here if she ever had the chance. Standing on the street, the helper looked around and said, Miss, shall we find an inn to stay in first? After resting, I will go find the tooth puller to look at the house. During the 3 days on the boat, Cui Qingyi had already shared her plans with the helper. The helper had been with Cui Qingyi since childhood and had no thoughts about her own future. She was used to listening to Cui Qingyi's arrangements. Previously, her constant worry was mainly about their future life together. But after a few days on the boat, she learned that Cui Qingyi had already made plans for their future, and she felt more confident. "All right, once we're rested, let's take a walk around the town," she said. The master and servant followed behind the crowd heading into the city. Actually, Cui Qingyi herself wasn't entirely sure about everything, even though she had past experience. This was a feudal era from thousands of years ago. She had lived here for 19 years, but had rarely gone out. So she and her servant were both feeling their way forward, unsure of what to expect. The city gate of Dongping County was about 3 zhang high, guarded by soldiers in armor. Cui Qingyi and her servant watched for a while. The entrance and exit paths were separate. Entering the city required paying a fee of 5 coins. Cui Qingyi observed that local residents didn't have to pay, but outsiders or visitors from nearby villages had to. Visitors from outside also needed to show their household registration, like a travel permit. Cui Qingyi didn't mind this. She could see that the city was well managed, and the soldiers guarding the gate moved in an orderly manner, not like rough thugs. Her servant, Konjac, didn't know what her lady was looking at, but she kept quiet. Seeing that everyone entering the city had to pay, she took a few coins in her hand. The process of entering the city went smoothly. The checking soldiers saw they were 2 young women and kindly said, "Once inside, head east. There are many inns there, close to the county office. The county officials patrol regularly, so it's very safe." Cui Qingyi nodded through her veil in thanks. The soldier waved her to pass quickly. Konjac quietly followed behind her, and only after leaving the city gate did she lower her voice and say softly, "Miss, Dongping County is pretty good." Cui Qingyi nodded, feeling pleased. Her initial worries, which she couldn't show openly, eased a little. Following the soldier's advice, they headed east. Fortunately, Dongping County wasn't large, and soon they saw several inns scattered around, all 2-story buildings. Now that they were away from the water and no longer worried about their family members demanding money, Cui Qingyi didn't dare to spend silver recklessly. They rented a room together. Since bathing on the boat was inconvenient, Konjac used some silver to ask the innkeeper for hot water. The master and servant happily took a bath, and most of their fatigue disappeared. After sleeping on the boat for several days, they took a hot bath and changed into clean clothes, feeling much more energetic. Thinking about settling down in Dongping County in the future, and if only she and Zhu Ruo live together, they will need to change their old habits of staying indoors and learn to go outside like ordinary women. She decided to put on her outdoor clothes. Cui Qingyi took Zhu Ruo downstairs, and they sat by the window in the hall. The shop assistant, noticing their presence, came over with a smile. "Are you here for lunch? We have fresh fish and shrimp. What would you like to eat?" Cui Qingyi ordered steamed fish and small river shrimp, along with 2 vegetables. While waiting for the food, Cui Qingyi carefully observed the people eating in the shop. There were both men and women. Not many women like her and Zhu Ruo went out together, but some did. Passers-by and street vendors included unmarried women and married women. Cui Qingyi felt a bit relieved. The farther they were from Qinghe City, the more freedom women seemed to have. Coming to Dongping County was a good decision. During the wait, Cui Qingyi struck up a conversation with the shop assistant. "Young man, this is the first time my sister and I are in Dongping County. Do you know who our county magistrate is?" She didn't ask casually, but listened carefully because she overheard some guests at another table mention the county magistrate with respect. The shop assistant's face lit up with a big smile. "Our county magistrate's surname is Zhou. He's a successful scholar from 5 years ago and a very capable man. Since Magistrate Zhou arrived in Dongping County, everyone's life has improved a lot." Hearing this, Cui Qingyi listened attentively. Just as the shop assistant was about to say more, there was a call from the kitchen. He responded loudly and hurriedly said, "Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call me." Having learned what she wanted, Cui Qingyi didn't ask further. Zhu Ruo's eyes sparkled. "Miss, I feel that the people here are quite different from those back home." Cui Qingyi smiled and asked, "How are they different?" Zhu Ruo touched her head, looking a bit troubled. I can't quite explain, but I just feel they are different from the people at Chui's house and the Chen family. After hearing Zhu Ruo's words, Chui Qingyi smiled. Zhu Ruo noticed and then said, "Miss, you're also very different from when you were at Chui's house and the Chen family. You wouldn't smile like this before." Chui Qingyi understood what Zhu Ruo meant. Although her family was somewhat distant from the main Chui family, they were still part of a large, wealthy family. Their ancestors had been rich, and even now, although Chui Jin is only a ninth-grade clerk in the county office, their house, servants, and land are all well-maintained. The Chen family is even better, as Chen Linen's uncle holds an important position in the capital. Such a family is very different from ordinary people in Dongping County. Their daily concerns are not the same, so their mental outlook and attitude are also different. As for herself, Yuan was always thinking of using her to make connections with high officials and prominent people. Every day, she set countless rules and standards for her to follow as a noble young lady. She was not allowed to smile openly like she did earlier, and even a small change in her facial expression could lead to scolding. Over time, she stopped smiling altogether. Dongping County is a lively place, which greatly excites her appetite. Juju watched her young lady eat, still looking elegant and pretty, but she was eating quite a lot. Most of the green vegetables on the table had gone into her stomach. Juju muttered, "Miss, eating too much will make you gain weight." After years of habit, it was not easy to change overnight. When Chui Qingyi felt her stomach slightly bloated, she stopped eating. She urged Juju, "You should eat more too. In the future, when we live outside, we need to take care of each other. If you don't eat more and strengthen your body, how can you do the chores?" Juju thought about it and agreed. When they were at Chui's and Chen's homes, she only needed to take care of the young lady, and maids did the heavy work. But now, there were no maids to command. If she didn't get stronger, would the young lady have to do the chores herself? In the end, they finished all the dishes, and looking at the empty plates, Juju felt a little embarrassed.
It was midsummer now.
After looking at the sun outside, Chui Qingyi gave up on the idea of going out for a walk. She asked the servant to buy some fresh fruit, and the two stayed inside to rest. The next morning, when the weather was cooler, Chui Qingyi finished breakfast and took Juju out. They strolled along the street looking around. Juju asked confusedly, "Miss, can't we go directly to the pawn shop?" Chui Qingyi pointed to the street ahead. "Let's walk along the street first and see how things are here." Every part of Jin has pawn shops, which not only deal with property transactions, but also trade slaves. Whether it's unowned houses or exchanges among common people, they all need to go through pawn shops, and then the pawn shop owners report to the county office. These pawn shop owners are also managed by the county office. The process is a bit complicated, but at least it's official. However, Chui Qingyi didn't plan to rely on just a few hundred taels of silver to live her whole life in Dongping County. Of course, ordinary people might spend only a few hundred taels in their lifetime on food and drink. But Chui Qingyi wanted to enjoy good food, drink, living conditions, and clothing, so these few hundred taels would never be enough. Moreover, there is also a jellied snack vendor nearby. In the future, if the vendor gets married, she will definitely need to prepare some dowry. As for future retirement plans, Chui Qingyi quickly stopped herself. She truly has a hardworking nature. She worked as a beast of burden in her past life, and now she has to continue. She just wants to run a simple business to support her life.
Kuikinji silently thought.
Therefore, whether buying or renting a house, she cannot make a careless decision. Within Dongping County, there is a river running from west to east. The town relies on the river, dividing the two sides. To the north, it backs onto Dongshan Mountain with many houses at the foot of the mountain. The only academy in Dongping County is located halfway up Dongshan Mountain. Chui Qingyi tiptoed to look, only able to see the outline of the academy from afar. She called out to the vendor, "Let's go, let's check out the foot of the mountain." It was just past dawn, and the weather was cool. Chui Qingyi wanted to exercise, so they started walking together. When they finally reached the foot of the mountain, panting, Chui Qingyi deeply understood the saying, "Looking at the mountain makes the horse run to exhaustion." They stared at Dongshan Mountain, walking for more than half an hour. Seeing a tea stall at the foot of the mountain, They supported each other and sat down. Cui Qingyi felt her throat was on fire, and even the vendor was the same. "Shopkeeper, 1 pot of tea to quench our thirst." "All right, please wait a moment." After drinking the warm tea, Cui Qingyi felt like she had been saved. She thought her body wasn't bad. Over the years, whether in the Cui or Qin family, she had deliberately exercised. Whether in summer or winter, she walked around the courtyard several times each day. After more than 10 years of persistence, her foundation was quite good. Living in this era for over 10 years, this was her first time visiting an academy. She looked around curiously. The tea stall had no other customers at the moment. The tea master, an older man, had time to chat with them. "Are you here waiting for your brothers from home to study? You came early. The students won't finish class for another half an hour." The tea master was an old man. Cui Qingyi guessed he had been running the stall for quite some time, so she decided to ask him some questions. "Old sir, how often does the Dongping Academy have holidays? Do students go home every day after classes or only during holidays?" The tea master replied, "Every 10 days, there's a holiday. The academy provides accommodation, but it's not mandatory. Students can choose to stay here or go home." While they were talking, several food stalls began to arrive one after another beside the tea stall. Waiting for the stall to be set up, the jelly probe went to look around. Seeing a few unfamiliar foods and noticing Cui Qingyi and the tea expert still talking, he stood up and went to the stall to take a look. The people of Dongping County are lively and quick-witted. When they arrived at the foot of the Academy Mountain, they were definitely here to do business with the students. It seems that the Dongping Academy is more relaxed in management compared to other places. Cui Qingyi sat for a while longer, feeling fully recovered, then paid for the tea and went to find the jelly. The two of them left the mountain gate before the academy finished classes to avoid unnecessary trouble when the crowd came out. The jelly held 2 green rice cakes, and Cui Qingyi reached out to take one. "Do they still sell green rice cakes at this season?" he asked. The jelly swallowed the cake and thought carefully. "The vendor said they were preserved from spring and sold as something new and interesting, but I think spring green rice cakes taste better." Cui Qingyi took a bite. The flavor was indeed not as rich as in spring. Also, probably because the method was not refined enough, the texture was not as good as that made by the Qin family's cook. "Let's walk around the foot of the mountain and see what's nearby." It was almost noon, and not only at the foot of the Academy Mountain, but the streets of Dongping County seemed lively everywhere. Along the way, there were people carrying vegetable baskets washing vegetables, some sitting by the river pounding clothes, and peddlers with shoulder poles calling out along the street. Very bustling. Cui Qingyi observed as they walked. Almost all the shops nearby were occupied, mostly selling food. She was not very satisfied. She was not someone who loved crowds. She just wanted to do simple small business and live a quiet life. After a whole day of wandering, both master and servant were exhausted. While soaking their feet in the inn room, Cui Qingyi decided, tomorrow morning, we should go to the pawn shop. It's better to ask a professional to help find a house. The jelly nodded heavily, agreeing that going to the pawn shop was a good idea. The pawn shop in Dongping County was located not far from the county office, with a prominent sign outside, easy to spot along the street. When someone entered, the staff hurried to greet them. "Customer, are you looking to see a house or buy a servant?" "I want to buy a house in Dongping County. Do you have any suitable ones?" Hearing that they wanted to buy a house, the staff's smile immediately widened. Compared to when they saw Cui Qingyi and the jelly earlier, their enthusiasm increased. "Of course we do. Our pawn shop is registered with the county office. I have records of all the houses for sale in Dongping County. Just tell me what you want, and I will definitely find a satisfactory house for you." Cui Qingyi understood why the attitude of the tooth traders had changed so much. Although the tooth trade was under the jurisdiction of the county government, the traders' income depended on themselves each month. The more houses and servants they traded, the more silver they would have at the end of the month. Buying houses was more profitable than renting or buying servants. When Cui Qingyi expressed her interest in buying a house, the traders were naturally happy. She explained her conditions to them, and the traders thought for a moment before one clapped his hands and said, You're lucky. A few days ago, we just took back a house on Huaihua Alley in Shida Street. It's in a good neighborhood, perfect for you. But Cui Qingyi was very interested in the house the trader mentioned. Seeing he seemed to have more to say, she asked, "Is there anything wrong with that house?" The trader thought for a moment and then replied honestly, "It's not a big issue, but the previous owner's family wasn't very lively. Many people avoid that, so that was it." Cui Qingyi sighed in relief. People generally have more taboos about such things. After all, who doesn't want a thriving family? But Cui Qingyi didn't mind. If she was to be avoided, it was because her very existence was the biggest taboo in this world. When she was young, she often had to be cautious around the Yuan family, afraid of revealing something that could cause trouble. She worried that Yuan might want to get rid of her because her arrival had hindered her plans to have a son. This wasn't an exaggeration. Yuan wanted a son so badly that she might turn into a monster if she kept talking about it. Cui Qingyi was sure no one dared mention such things in front of her, or Yuan might do something crazy. But she didn't mind sharing this with the traders, so she pretended to be troubled and said, "Please take us to see the house first." The trader nodded, took the keys, and led Cui Qingyi and her servant out. Outside, a carriage was already waiting. To make things easier, the trader had prepared a carriage for the visit. He called out to Cui Qingyi and her servant, "Guests, the carriage is simple but clean. Please get in." The carriage was indeed plain, with a cloth cover, but both Cui Qingyi and her servant were happy. They had been exhausted from walking yesterday, and this morning their legs still ached. Now, with a carriage, they felt much better. The trader had thought carefully and didn't mind. Ju helped Cui Qingyi into the carriage and then climbed onto a small stool to sit down. Those who deal with teeth have sharp eyes. From this observation, I can see that Cui Qingyi appears to dress simply, but she must come from a good family background. Although Cui Qingyi speaks politely without airs, the habits formed over many years of wealth and status are deeply ingrained in her, reflected in her words and actions. Cui Qingyi guessed that after about 15 minutes of riding in the carriage, it stopped. "Guest, carriages can't go into the alley. Please get out and walk a few steps." Cui Qingyi helped the servant out of the carriage, and they saw it stop under a large locust tree that seemed quite old. The roots above ground were thick, and the tree had a tall, lush canopy. The servant casually explained, "This ancient locust tree is over 100 years old. When it blooms, the fragrance fills the entire alley, which is why it's called Locust Flower Alley. Be careful where you step, follow me." Cui Qingyi and the servant followed the servant toward Locust Flower Alley, which runs north-south, with the land slightly higher to the north. The alley, about 2 meters wide, was paved with blue stones, looking very clean. "We have a lot of water here, so there's plenty of rain. If the ground weren't paved with blue stones, it would be muddy every time it rains. With these stones, even heavy rain leaves the ground dry and clean," the servant said. The servant nodded in agreement. "Yes, it looks very clean. Many scholars live in Locust Flower Alley. Over the years, some young men have passed the imperial exams, and everyone says our alley is blessed by the star of literature, a lucky place. If it weren't for the strange things happening in the family of the previous owner of this house, it probably would have been bought long ago." Cui Qingyi didn't respond to this. They passed several houses, and the servant stopped in front of a house with a copper lock. Cui Qingyi quickly noticed the rust on the lock. As the servant unlocked the door and pushed it open, a wave of dust mixed with a damp, moldy smell rushed out. Cough, cough. Cui Qingyi and the servant both covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs. The servant awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling guilty after recalling what he had said earlier at the pawn shop. He cast a sheepish glance at Cui Qingyi. Come in, Cui Qingyi said, stepping inside. She precisely stepped on a patch of green moss growing between the bricks. Unprepared, she slipped and nearly fell to the side. The servant was startled by this sudden turn of events, but luckily, the servant quickly caught her. Both of them were surprised, and the servant looked annoyed at the moss on the ground. Why did it have to grow there? It could have damaged his business. Cui Qingyi stood firm, her expression somewhat unpleasant. She quickly dismissed her previous opinion of the broker in her mind. Surely, brokers in any era have the same nature, always twisting the truth about properties. She looked at the broker and forced a small smile. This house doesn't seem to be empty just a few days, as you said. In her view, it's been vacant for at least over a year. Realizing she had seen through his little trick, the broker awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly began to introduce the house to break the awkwardness. Juju, standing nearby with a serious face, said, "Miss, this house isn't suitable for us. Shall we go back and look elsewhere?" Hearing Juju's words, the broker panicked. Oh, miss, since you're here, why not take a look first? If it really doesn't suit you, I can help you find another one. Chui Chingy showed some reluctance but still gave him face. All right, let's take a look. I'll start the introduction right away. The broker hurriedly pointed to the house, eager to keep his potential clients. Look at this courtyard, spacious and well-built. The materials used are top quality, so it can be well maintained for decades. In front, there's a wood storage and kitchen. Behind are 2 bedrooms, plus a hall and an annex. Perfect for hosting guests without worry. As he spoke, he watched Chui Chingy's face for any reaction, but she remained expressionless. He sighed inwardly. He thought he'd meet 2 easy customers today, but things took a big turn upon entering. Still, he felt there was no choice. Dongping County was small. Anyone interested in buying a house would have heard about the Wang family's property by now. The house had been listed with his broker for over a year. Hardly anyone had come to see it, and over time, the broker lost interest in maintaining the place. Having worked as a broker in Dongping for years, he could tell from their faces that these 2 women weren't locals. He had a fleeting thought. Maybe he could sell the house to outsiders who didn't know its background, solve this long-standing problem, and maybe earn some extra money from his superiors. But if it didn't sell, so be it. Chui Chingy didn't even go into the backyard, just glanced briefly, and then signaled Juju to leave. The broker knew this was a lost cause and could only lead them back to the broker's office. "How much is this house worth?" Chui Chingy asked casually. The broker held up 3 fingers. Juju's eyebrows furrowed, and her tone was unmistakably disdainful. "This house isn't worth 300 taels. The broker is in this business, and upon hearing this, he is not angry. This house has a good location and is almost new, about 70%. If I weren't sure you were serious about buying, I could sell it for 400 taels by just hanging it on my sign and slowly selling it." Chui Chingy dismisses as nonsense. "Honestly, I am not very satisfied with this house. Please help me find others." The broker can only nod helplessly. "All right, I will show you some others." Chui Chingy takes Drew back to the inn. They close the door and sit together, sharing a smile. Jiru grins mischievously. "Miss, how do you think I performed today?" Chui Chingy generously praises her. "Not bad. What do you think of the house we saw today?" In her past life, Chui Chingy traveled alone and rented houses, often suffering because she didn't understand the local ways. Before looking at houses this time, she shared her experiences with Jiru. She knew she must not show her liking or eagerness, or the seller might raise the price. Jiru fiddles with her fingers. "Miss, I think this house is actually pretty good." The broker said there are many scholars living in Huaihua Lane. "Today, when we entered the alley, I even heard reading sounds."
He didn't lie to us about that.
"While you were talking in the front yard, I went to look at the back. There's a water well in the backyard, so in the future, we won't have to go outside to fetch water. There's also a small open space behind, which we can use to grow vegetables and raise a few chickens. As for the moss on the walls and the mold spots inside, I can clean them a few more times. The most important thing is that this house is cheap, so we can save a lot." Chui Chingy is impressed by this girl. She only briefly mentioned her thoughts yesterday, but Jiru came up with so many ideas. Actually, Chui Chingy also thinks this house is good. She has suffered hardships before. This house is definitely not as grand as Chui's or Chen's, but it's quite good for Dongping County. Some small flaws can be fixed gradually once they move in. Perhaps because they are determined to buy the house. That night, the master and servant lie in bed unable to sleep. Jiru curls up under the blanket and looks at Chui Chingy in the dark. "Miss, are we really going to buy the house? I feel like I'm dreaming." We will have our own home in the future, and no one will chase us out again, right? Chui Chingy listens quietly, her eyes welling with tears. She reaches out and pats Jiru's arm exposed outside the blanket, speaking softly but firmly. Yes, we are about to buy the house. From now on, no one can chase us out of our home. With this certainty, Jiru happily falls asleep. Chui Chingy couldn't sleep and reflected on her 19 years in this era. From the Chui family to the Chen family, she watched with a cold eye how unfair this society was to women. They were born as the lowest class, mere accessories to fathers, brothers, and husbands. The men in power demanded women to be obedient, to give selflessly, and to do so willingly. Chui Chingy knew her own worth. She had no desire to fight against this feudal society. She could ignore everyone else, but she had to save herself. After 19 years of cautious planning and fear, she finally succeeded. The servant took Chui Chingy and her maid to look at several houses. Each house had many flaws, and just when the servant thought their efforts were wasted, Chui Chingy suggested that the house on Huaihua Alley was still worth considering. They exchanged money for the house. Seeing the young girl happily holding the key, the servant finally realized that these two had already set their sights on the house in Huaihua Alley, but had tricked him. The servant secretly glared at Chui Chingy and her maid, thinking they looked like wealthy people, but were so cunning. Holding the freshly signed house deed, Chui Chingy and her maid, Jiru, left the pawnshop. After turning a corner, they silently exchanged a hand gesture and then clapped their hands firmly. After so long, Jiru had become used to her young lady's strange actions. From initial surprise to now calmly cooperating, this silent change sometimes surprised her herself. After successfully buying the house and settling in Dongping County, the two stayed one night at an inn before starting to furnish their new home in Huaihua Alley. The innkeeper, hearing that they had settled in Dongping County, guessed they would need many supplies. He kindly recommended some reasonably priced general stores in the city. Chui Chingy took the opportunity to ask a few more questions. She needed to buy many things for her new house, and avoiding unnecessary detours would be best. The maid and her lady left the room and walked to Huaihua Alley. At this time, many elderly women sat under the large locust tree at the alley entrance, chatting and relaxing. When they saw the two young women enter the alley, they looked at them with curiosity. Chui Chingy and her maid smiled kindly at the group of elders and then headed straight to their house inside the alley. Once they left, the crowd under the locust tree became lively. Whose relatives are they? They look unfamiliar. They are indeed strangers. That girl looks delicate and tender, not like someone from a local family. The neighbors in the alley have lived there for many years. Not only do they know each other, but they also have some impressions of the relatives who often visit. When they see someone, they can tell right away that Chui Chingy and Ju Rua are probably not related to anyone nearby. An old woman with drooping eyelids looked into the alley again, as if she remembered something, and suddenly patted her thigh. Oh, I just remembered. A few days ago, the people from the pawnshop came by and took someone to the Wang family's empty house. Maybe those two rented the Wang house. As soon as she said this, the nearby gossip grew louder. Really? Ma Granny, are you sure? Is it really the Wang house? Ma Granny replied, I just happened to pass by and saw it. I'm not sure if it's those two, or maybe some wealthy relatives visiting from somewhere else. Although Chui Chingy and Ju Rua wore simple clothes, their demeanor and aura were different from the others. The old women who often sat under the locust tree were mostly elderly, no longer managing household chores or caring for grandchildren. They spent their days eating or chatting under the tree to pass the time. Even if two strangers suddenly appeared in the alley, or a family's donkey cart was nearby, they could talk about it for a long time. Chui Chingy and Ju Rua stood in the yard of their new home, their hearts full of happiness. They looked at the moss in the corner of the wall and felt it looked better than before. Ju Rua cupped her hands and still found it hard to believe. Miss, is this really going to be our home from now on? Chui Chingy completely understood Ju Rua's feelings because the first time she stood inside her own house, she also felt like she was dreaming. She stepped forward and pinched Ju Rua's cheeks to bring her back to reality. You're not dreaming anymore. This will be our home from now on. To make tonight comfortable, Let's clean up first while there's still some daylight, then go out to buy bedding. Ju-ru nodded heavily and ran straight to the kitchen. She had already checked that most of the basic furniture was there, so they could use it first. Once everything was in order, they could buy new furniture later. Ju-ru was very quick at work. The two of them worked together. She swept, she wiped, and after more than an hour, they had cleaned the entire yard. A house that's empty can look dull and lifeless, but as long as someone lives there, even an old house can look bright and lively. Chui Chingy straightened up and called Ju-ru. All right, the rest can wait until we move in. First, let's go to the street and buy some things. Ju-ru cheerfully agreed. Feeling happy, she didn't feel tired after more than an hour of cleaning and washing. The grocery shop introduced by the innkeeper is indeed very good. It has a complete stock of items, fair prices, and offers home delivery. Chui Chingy bought bedding, rice, oil, salt, needles, and thread all at once from Yaoji grocery shop, then waited comfortably for the shopkeeper to deliver the goods to Huaihua Alley. After Chui Chingy took Konjac to the clothing shop to buy new clothes for both of them, the news that the Wang family house had a new owner spread to every household in Huaihua Alley. When the shopkeeper from Yaoji grocery shop arrived with the goods, there was lively chatter about the new owner of the Wang house. After tidying up the purchased items and boiling some hot water on their new stove, they shared a few bites of the cakes they bought earlier. Today was too tiring. I'll tidy up more tomorrow. Tonight, we'll cook a few dishes at home to make it cozy. Konjac finished eating the cake crumbs in her hand. Yes, I'll get up early tomorrow to buy vegetables. I heard from the shopkeeper that there are fresh fish, shrimp, and vegetables at the morning market. That night, Chui Chingy still didn't sleep well. She lay on the bed, listening to Konjac's breathing, thinking about whether to buy a dog for companionship. Although many families lived in the alley, there was some distance between them. As two single women, they might attract trouble. A dog would not only guard the house, but also keep them company. The new day began with the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. Chui Chingy, feeling drowsy, noticed Konjac getting up to put on her clothes. After the door was closed again, she fell back asleep. Probably because it was already very bright. Knowing no one would come looking for trouble during the day, Chui Chingy slept especially soundly. When she woke up, Konjac had already prepared breakfast and was busy handling the fish and shrimp she bought. Seeing Chui Chingy wake up, she hurried to get water for her to wash her face. Chui Chingy waved her off. You go ahead. I can do it myself. Konjac didn't insist and continued with her chores while chatting with Chui Chingy about what she saw at the morning market. Miss, the vegetables at the market are very fresh and cheap. Eggs are only 5 cents each, and the fish and shrimp are also much cheaper than what we usually buy at home. As she spoke, she inhaled deeply. I stood in front of the stall for a long time but couldn't tell what was different about these vegetables compared to ours, yet they cost so much less. Chui Chingy found it interesting. You even know the prices at the house? When she was at Chui's family, Yuan sure kept the household accounts very tightly. Only she and Chui's mother had access to them, and Chui Chingy didn't bother to care about those details. She didn't expect that Konjac would know about the kitchen's shopping expenses. Konjac shyly said, Hee, Lady Lin in the kitchen. When I have free time, I often go to play with her granddaughter. Hearing this, Chui Chingy understood. In wealthy families, there are dedicated people responsible for shopping. The head of the household usually only looks over the monthly accounts. As for the prices of vegetables, grains, and oil outside, they wouldn't ask themselves. They just listened to what others say. To Chui Chingy, Yuan's woman seemed clever on the surface, but was actually quite clueless. She managed the household accounts, and the important servants in the estate were brought from her family. These people were loyal, but in terms of real interests, everyone was envious. Moreover, the Qin family was a big family in Qinghe City, with several brothers living in one house and many masters. The lady of the house spent most of her energy handling daily social affairs, so she naturally didn't bother to check the outside prices herself. After Chui Chingy married into the Qin family, she quickly discovered that the household accounts were a mess. Fortunately, Chen's mother was very concerned about her niece from her own family and never allowed her daughter-in-law, Chui Chingy, to get involved in managing the household. Chui Chingy preferred to stay out of the family disputes and didn't want to interfere. After hearing Chui Chingy's words, Konjac clicked her tongue. No wonder Lady Chui often complains about the household expenses being high. It turns out everyone is eating eggs laid by golden chickens, costing 20 coins each. Chui Chingy was amused by her words. Yes, they were indeed eggs from golden chickens, but Yuan's woman had her family backing her with wealth and didn't care about these small sums. After breakfast, Chui Chingy rolled up her sleeves and took a small shovel to clear the moss in the courtyard. The courtyard had become overgrown with weeds and moss due to dampness, making it look slippery and uncomfortable, like being near water. Konjac saw this and hurriedly stopped her. "Miss, let me do it." Chui Chingy waved her off casually. "You busy yourself. From now on, it'll just be the two of us living together. With so much work at home, you shouldn't do it all alone. You'll wear yourself out." Konjac didn't think much of it. Before entering Chui's household, she had been pulling weeds in the fields since she was 3. Once in Chui's household, if there wasn't enough help, she was assigned to work. This little task was nothing to her now. But seeing the girl squatting on the ground, working so seriously, she didn't insist. It was better to work hard, then she wouldn't keep thinking about unnecessary things. After tidying up the fish, shrimp, vegetables, and greens, I also took a small spatula to add to the konjac. The two of us spent 15 minutes scraping the moss off the yard, but the ground inevitably left some marks, which looked a bit unsightly. Phew! Chui Chingy looked at the cleaner yard and straightened up, taking a long breath. Living a delicate life for so long, just a little work made her arms and legs ache terribly. After resting for a while, we changed into clean clothes and prepared to go out. Chui Chingy wanted to visit the market to see if they sold puppies. They planned to buy one and bring it home. Just as we finished tidying up, there was suddenly a knocking at the door. Konjac went to open it. Outside stood a woman in gray cloth clothes with a long face. "Oh, someone really is here," the woman, who looked to be in her 30s, said. She looked at us boldly with her eyes. Konjac stepped forward to block her view of Chui Chingy. She looked a bit annoyed and asked, "What do you want?" Whether she was slow to realize or pretending not to notice, the woman didn't seem to see the displeasure on Konjac's face. She spoke casually. "So, you bought the Wong family's house? I heard from the alley folks. I thought they were joking. That Wong house isn't lucky. Did you get tricked by that con man?" Chui Chingy noticed the look of frustration in her eyes when she looked into the yard. She pushed Konjac aside and closed the big gate. "Annie, we're going to buy some things in town."
"We won't invite you in," she said.
The woman's smiling face quickly turned cold. She thought, this young girl really doesn't know manners. She came all this way and didn't even invite her to sit inside. But seeing how clean Chui Chingy and the others looked and that their clothes were fine, plus knowing that the Wong house wasn't cheap to buy, she guessed they must be wealthy. It was better not to offend them.
"All right, then.
You can go.
My house is right next door.
If you have time, come visit us," the woman said, pointing to a small house nearby. "Okay, thank you, Auntie. We'll go now," Chui Chingy replied. As they walked away, the woman spat on the ground and said fiercely, "Bah! 2 ungrateful little girls." When they left the alley, Konjac looked back and saw the woman still standing there, staring at them. She felt uneasy. "Miss, that woman is still in front of her house," she said. Chui Chingy didn't turn around. "Ignore her. Since she's a neighbor, we'll probably see her often. Just keep a good face." Chui Chingy didn't know where to buy a dog, so she asked several people along the way. Finally, a street vendor carrying a basket pointed out a clear path. "Go toward the city gate. There's a mule market set up by the county office, where sometimes people sell their own dogs." After thanking him, they headed toward the mule market. Although called a mule market, it was actually a small area near the city wall where local people traded livestock. There were mules, oxen, and donkeys. The smell was strong on such a hot day. Chui Chingy and Ju Ruo mostly glanced at the animals without stopping to talk. They walked to the back of the market but didn't see any dogs for sale. Chui Chingy wasn't disappointed and decided to come back in a few days. Just as they were about to turn back, Chui Chingy's eyes met those of a quiet black dog lying at the mule's feet. The dog looked fierce, Just one glance made Cui Qingyi's heart jump, but she couldn't help stopping her steps. Ju Ruo looked at the dog and immediately covered her chest, taking a few steps back. She grabbed Cui Qingyi's sleeve and said, "Miss, we should buy a small dog. This one looks too fierce." Cui Qingyi also thought the dog's eyes were too intimidating, not at all friendly. At that moment, the mule owner came over, noticing the two girls staring at the black dog. He waved his hand and said, "You want to buy a dog? This one's no good, too fierce and might bite. If it bites someone, the owner might break its leg. I'd rather buy it for meat." No wonder the dog was lying on the ground. After a quick look, Cui Qingyi turned to leave. The alley was crowded. Having a dog to guard the house was fine, but if it bit someone, it would be a big problem. No one noticed that the black dog with the broken back leg kept staring at Cui Qingyi's departing figure. Only after she disappeared did it bury its face in its paws and go to sleep. Because of the pain in its hind leg, its whole body was trembling. They didn't find the dog they wanted, so they wandered the street a bit more and bought some household items. "Miss, look." Ju Ruo pointed to a large, obvious footprint on their door and said angrily, "Must be that woman." Cui Qingyi looked at the footprint and frowned, feeling upset. It was clear she had targeted their house, knowing only she and Ju Ruo were inside.
Don't worry about it now.
"Let's go in." Cui Qingyi took a deep breath. Not far away, Mrs. Feng was hiding behind her door, watching Cui Qingyi and Ju Ruo through the crack. She snorted coldly. "Those two girls still dare to show me attitude." Mrs. Foam came out from the backyard and immediately saw Foam, who was closing the door during the day. Foam looked like a thief, sticking close to the door. She threw her broom on the ground and scolded coldly, "Foam, if you really have nothing to do, go with the eldest to move goods outside the city." Startled by her mother-in-law's sudden voice, Foam patted her chest and muttered, "Mother, why don't you make any sound when you walk? You scared me." Without waiting for her mother-in-law to reply, she quickly slipped into the kitchen. "My daughter-in-law, I must have done some bad things in my past life to end up with such a lazy and good-for-nothing wife," her mother-in-law said loudly outside. "Foam, I tell you, if you go out and cause trouble again, I won't bother the eldest. I will personally send you back to your family." Hearing the scolding outside, Foam hid in the kitchen, afraid to speak. But she was quite annoyed inside. Since she entered the house, her mother-in-law had been yelling about sending her back home. Yet, years had passed, and her children had grown up. If it weren't for her husband's stubbornness, she would have dealt with this old woman long ago. In the yard, Ju Ruo sat with her lips pouted. The footprints on the door must have been made by that woman. "Let's go find her and ask what she's up to." Cui Qingyi was busy looking at the things she bought yesterday. Today, the woman's visit was a reminder. Since she moved in here, she didn't aim to get along well with the neighbors, but at least she shouldn't make enemies. She planned to make some cakes and visit each household to introduce herself. She did it? You saw her with your own eyes. Ju Ruo hesitated. "I didn't see it myself, but I'm sure it was her." After wiping the basin clean, Cui Qingyi looked at the houses in the alley. She took 3 scoops of flour, added the bought yeast and red sugar, then poured warm water and mixed everything into a batter. She covered it with a white cloth and placed it in the sun to rise. Catch the thief and recover the stolen goods. If you didn't see it yourself, you shouldn't go accusing others. You might even get bitten back, she said wisely. Knowing Cui Qingyi was right, Ju Ruo was a bit upset. When she saw Cui Qingyi carrying a basin, she hurried to help. "Girl, what are you making?" she asked. "We're making some sweet cakes to give to the neighbors and say hello to each household." As for why they didn't buy ready-made cakes from the shop, there were 2 reasons. First, the cakes sold in shops weren't cheap, and ordinary families only ate them once or twice a year. Giving them as gifts might attract attention. Second, since there were many families in the alley, one package of cakes would cost quite a bit of silver, and people might think they were being taken advantage of. Waiting for the dough to finish rising, the 2 began preparing ingredients for the evening meal. The konjak's mood improved immediately, and he pointed to the corner of the yard. "Miss, I see many homes in this alley have trees in their yards. Why don't we plant one too? It can provide shade and fresh fruit." Cui Qingyi agreed. Sure, let's go to the market another day and look. Because of the hot summer, the dough in the basin in the yard was ready in less than an hour. Chui Chingy decided to finish making the sweet cake before dark and deliver it. The sweet cake recipe is simple. Knead the risen dough to release air, then pour it onto a steaming cloth and steam over high heat for about 15 minutes. The red sugar sweet cake is fluffy and soft. Chui Chingy was willing to add red sugar, and with each bite, you could taste the rich red sugar flavor. The konjac took a bite and nodded repeatedly. Very tasty. Chui Chingy, who was obsessed with baking in her previous life, had learned many techniques from online videos. Although here she lacked fancy tools, the ingredients were natural, making the food even more delicious. We like to eat this, so we'll make some more another day. Today, let's send these out first. They divided the cooled sweet cakes into about 10 portions, then carried baskets and went out. In the evening, everyone who was working outside returned home. The women in each household were busy preparing dinner, and the young children played in the yard. Seeing strangers, they hurried to the kitchen to call someone. "Mom, Mom, someone is here," a girl shouted. A simple woman wiped her hands and came out. When she saw two pretty young women standing outside her yard, she paused. "Who are you looking for?" Chui Chingy replied, "Sister-in-law. We are sisters who just moved to Huaihua Lane. We live in the 8th house inside." The woman looked in the direction Chui Chingy pointed and quickly understood. "Oh, you bought the Wang family's house? I heard my mother-in-law say it was sold this morning. So, we will be neighbors now. Come in and sit." The woman warmly invited Chui Chingy and konjac inside. It was dinner time, so no one would be rude enough to visit others' homes without invitation. "Sister-in-law, we just came to introduce ourselves and won't bother you another day. We brought some snacks for the children to enjoy. Please, could you get a bowl?" Konjac opened the basket, revealing about 10 neatly arranged sweet cakes. The sweet aroma of red sugar spread instantly. The woman felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, you came just to visit? Why bring anything?" Seeing Konjac pick up a piece of cake, she hurriedly told her children to bring a bowl. Holding a bowl of sweet cake in her hands, the woman's genuine smile was clearly visible. "Young lady, my husband's family name is Lee. You can call me Sister Lee. Come visit us some other day to chat." "Okay, Sister Lee. We're going to another house now." All right, okay." Afterwards, Chui Chingy and Konjac kept repeating the same words. Most families in the alley were very polite, except at the Fong family's door. Mrs. Fong looked at a piece of sweet cake in her bowl and pointed to the one in the basket. "Young lady, my children are many, and one piece isn't enough. Please give me another one." She reached out to take it herself. "I've never seen someone so shameless," thought Konjac, rolling her eyes and taking a step back. "No, we need to visit other houses. If we give you more, it won't be enough," she said. Seeing she couldn't get her way, Mrs. Fong muttered angrily, "So stingy. It's just a piece of brown sugar cake. Who hasn't seen one before?" She spoke loudly, but didn't return the items she was holding. Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law, busy in the kitchen, thought Mrs. Fong was lazily stealing again. When she saw her reaching into someone else's basket, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Wanting to scold her loudly but afraid of making others laugh, she only called Mrs. Fong back to start the fire. Mrs. Fong, unwilling, quickly bit off a big piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth as if someone was waiting to snatch it away. When Chui Chingy and Konjac arrived with gifts, they carefully looked at all the residents in the alley. They relaxed a little, thinking that besides Mrs. Fong, everyone else seemed normal. After finishing their social visits, they began preparing dinner for the warm house. The rivers in Dongping County are many, and there is nearby sea area with abundant seafood. Konjac woke early and bought only the freshest ingredients. For their first meal in the new home, Chui Chingy decided to cook herself. When she was at Chui's family, she was afraid that Yuan's crazy behavior might reveal her, so she was very cautious and never mentioned anything related to her past life. Now that she had left Chui's family, she could cook freely without worries. Konjac helped Chui Chingy in the kitchen. Watching the dishes with their appealing aroma and appearance come to the table, Konjac sniffed and asked curiously, "Young lady, where did you learn to cook these dishes?" "I've never seen them in the mansion." Chui Chingy handed her the last dish, Fish head tofu soup, casually replying, I saw it in a book. Hearing this, Konjac nodded in understanding. Her girl indeed loved reading, but she couldn't believe there were cookbooks that taught how to make food. Farong shrimp, salt and pepper small shrimp, pan-fried small river fish, fish head tofu soup, and stir-fried vegetables. 4 dishes and 1 soup, fish and shrimp, perfect. 2 people moved chairs and sat in the yard. Chui Chingy used tea instead of wine. I hope Chui Chingy and Konjac will have today every year, and this morning every year. Inspired by the bright light in Chui Chingy's eyes, Konjac also raised his teacup and repeated her words. I hope the young lady and Konjac will have today every year, and this morning every year. They ate a very satisfying meal. Chui Chingy gently rubbed her belly and felt a bit regretful. It's a pity there's no wine and no spicy food. The Dajin dynasty was not part of any history Chui Chingy knew well. It was a completely blank period for her, but many things about this dynasty overlapped with her understanding of ancient times. At first, Chui Chingy tried to understand everything. She wanted to know if the Dajin really existed in Chinese history, or if it was forgotten for some reason. But gradually, she stopped worrying about it. As long as she knew she was here, then it was real enough. Chui Chingy often had some narrow-minded thoughts. If she, who traveled back thousands of years, left something special behind in this era for future generations to find, would people be amazed at how advanced their thoughts were back then? Or would they guess she was a time traveler? Would archaeologists be startled? After the meal, Konjac cleaned the dishes and went to the kitchen. Chui Chingy sat in the yard bathed in bright moonlight, enjoying rare freedom and peace. That night, Chui Chingy did not have insomnia. She slept deeply. When she woke up, the room was dim, and outside, it was drizzling softly. The sound of raindrops on the blue stone slabs was very pleasant. Chui Chingy closed her eyes for a moment, then got up, opened the wooden window, and looked at the rain. Konjac heard the sound and came back from the front kitchen. Young lady, autumn is coming soon. Be careful not to catch a cold in the rain. Is it already autumn? Konjac came in and put a coat on Chui Chingy. Yes, after a few more rains, the weather will get colder. I wonder if the winter in Dongping is cold. Even if it's cold, it won't be colder than the winter in Qinghe City. Chui Chingy said this unconsciously, but Konjac was stunned. Qinghe City's winter was not harsh on the skin, but it seemed to cut to the bone. Suddenly, Konjac realized that her girl had lived a hard life for the past 19 years. But this hardship was like the winter in Qinghe City, not on the skin, but in the heart and bones. Chui Chingy liked rainy days. When it rained, the whole world suddenly became quiet, making those present feel peaceful. Breakfast was plain rice porridge, steamed buns, boiled eggs, and small salted vegetables. Konjac knew Chui Chingy's habits. When she finished breakfast and came out, a table and chairs were already set under the eaves, with a pot of clear tea on the table. Chui Chingy spent the whole morning watching the rain from the corridor. After finishing her chores in the kitchen, Konjac also sat with her under the eaves to watch the rain. When the rain stops, let's buy some flowers and plants to put in the yard. We also need good tea leaves and some snacks, said Konjac. She was a quiet person who couldn't sit still. Her interruption eased Chui Chingy's growing sadness caused by the gentle rain, and she started discussing with her. Maybe we should buy some flowers and plants. The yard feels too empty without life. Suddenly, outside the big door, there was a scratching sound, like an animal trying to get in. Chui Chingy and Konjac looked at each other. Konjac took a stick from the shed and carefully moved toward the door. It seemed that someone or something was near outside because the scratching stopped. Chui Chingy pressed her ear to the door and heard faint breathing. Looking through the crack, she couldn't see what was outside. Konjac reached out to open the door, but Chui Chingy stopped her. Don't open it. It might be a stray dog or something. The door is closed, so it can't come in. Konjac thought so too. If it wasn't a troublemaker from the alley, it was probably fine. Outside, a large, soaking wet black dog with drooping legs lay quietly. When it heard footsteps approaching, it moved to hide in a corner. But the wooden door didn't open as it expected, and the smell that made it want to come closer slowly faded away. Frustrated, It tried to scratch the door again but suddenly stopped, as if thinking of something. It pulled back its paws and curled up in the corner, letting the heavy rain fall on its dry fur. Inside the yard, after lunch, Chui Chingy, feeling sleepy, yawned. Konjac saw this and said, "Miss, go take a nap." "There's nothing urgent to do." Chui Chingy thought it was a good idea. Looking at the basket of sewing tools on Konjac's lap, she said, "You should rest too." Konjac replied casually, "It's fine for me to rest. Sewing isn't tiring. You didn't bring anything when you left the house, and since it's almost autumn and getting colder every day, I'll make you a few warm clothes." As she thought about this, Konjac's inner fire burned brightly, but she didn't want to mention the troublesome Chin family in front of Chui Chingy. Instead, she silently cursed the Chin family in her heart. Her young lady was only 15 when she arrived at the Chin family. Alone and in the messy inner courtyard, she had neither her husband's affection nor her mother-in-law's approval. In the end, she was driven out, unable to take even a warm coat with her. Despite being from a noble family, her relatives were selfish and unkind. Seeing her hang her head, Chui Chingy knew she was sulking. But she didn't plan to comfort her. Their days in Dongping County were peaceful and steady. Over time, everything would gradually be forgotten. After waking up, Chui Chingy noticed the rain was easing. A faint chill filled the air. Suddenly, she craved hot food, like a hot pot, paired with cold wine. Surely a special taste. The young lady was sitting in the yard sewing when she heard a noise inside and stood up to push open the door. "Miss, what would you like for dinner tonight?" "I'll prepare it. I want lamb hot pot, with some cold wine." The young lady thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll go buy some lamb. Buy some lamb bones for soup too." "All right." Chui Chingy watched the young lady carry her basket out. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to start the stove, she heard a sharp cry outside the door. Without bothering to open her umbrella, Chui Chingy put on her shoes and rushed out. "Young lady, what's wrong?" "Miss, don't come out." The young lady had forgotten about the thing that had been scratching at the door earlier. As soon as she opened the big door, she was frightened by a dark mass in the corner and screamed. Covering her chest, she hadn't yet recovered when she saw Chui Chingy run out. She quickly stood in front of the door, her voice trembling as she told Chui Chingy not to get too close. Chui Chingy was blocked, so she looked in the same direction as the young lady and saw a dark patch of fur. She instinctively thought someone in the alley didn't like her and Chui Chingy, and during the rain with few people around, it had come to cause trouble. The dark mass was some kind of animal with black fur. But in the next moment, she saw it moving slightly, alive. Her breath caught. It was even more frightening because it was alive. "Young lady, go inside and get a stick," Chui Chingy said. The young lady didn't notice that the dark mass was alive at first. When she realized, she obediently turned to get a stick from the woodpile. Chui Chingy stretched her arm through the wooden door to probe. The young lady nervously clutched Chui Chingy's clothes, ready to rush forward if anything was wrong. The stick touched the dark fur, but there was no response. Chui Chingy applied more force to poke, and a faint, tiny sound, like a mosquito buzzing, came from the fur. Only then did the young lady realize, "Miss, it's alive." Yes, it was definitely alive. Chui Chingy looked into the tired, drooping eyes of a black dog. She recognized those eyes. "It's the black dog we saw at the mule market yesterday." Hearing this, the girl hurriedly looked and exclaimed, "Really? It escaped from that person." Chui Chingy glanced at the rope around the dog's neck, noticing the uneven break in the cord. It probably bit through the rope when no one was watching and ran off. "It's getting late. You should go buy some lamb meat, and remember to get a few lamb bones too." The girl hesitated, not wanting to go because she saw how fierce the dog was yesterday. "Miss, I should stay at home with you. What if the dog bites someone?" "Bites someone." Chui Chingy extended her stick to poke the dog's head, signaling the girl to look. "It's almost dead, so it doesn't have the strength to bite. You should hurry, it's getting dark and the road is unsafe." The girl, reluctantly, picked up the basket she had dropped and said, "Miss, please lock the door inside so the dog doesn't get in." The owner of the mule from yesterday also said the dog had a broken leg from being beaten. Now it looked like it was close to dying. The girl wasn't afraid of it anymore. She shouted, Go away. Hurry up and leave. If I see you here when I come back, I'll hit you. The black dog, hiding in the corner, closed its eyes and ignored her. When the girl walked away, Cui Chingy looked again at the nearly dead dog and prepared to close the door. She wasn't a kind person. A dog that might bite and was about to die soon wasn't worth trouble. But just as she was about to close the door, a shadow suddenly darted into the yard and quickly slipped into the empty firewood shed. Despite dragging a broken leg, it moved very fast. If she hadn't planned it in advance, Cui Chingy wouldn't believe it. Watching the dog curl up inside the shed, Cui Chingy felt amused. For the first time in her life, she was annoyed by a dog. When people are angry, they become braver. Cui Chingy forgot how she was startled by the dog yesterday. She grabbed a stick from the wall to chase the intruder away. You mangy dog, you dare to bully me? Even you a beast. She held her stick fiercely, but before she got close, the dog inside the shed whimpered and started trembling, soaked by the rain. Cui Chingy stopped a few steps away, tightening and loosening her grip on the stick. Finally, she sighed and muttered, "Forget it. Why should I bother with a dog like you?" Seeing the fierce woman walk away with a stick, the wooden door that kept her out closed again. The black dog, sneaky and cautious, buried its head between its front paws. Ju Rong bought a leg of lamb and a few clean, dry bones at the shop, then hurried home. When she saw the black dog was no longer outside, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid the dog might die at her door. As soon as the door opened, she couldn't wait to share the good news with Cui Chingy. "Miss, the dog finally left. It was so scary." A few moments later, the master and servant stood in the yard. Ju Rong suggested, "Miss, maybe I should go chase it away." Cui Chingy didn't mind, so Ju Rong grabbed a stick and prepared to drive away the uninvited guest. Cui Chingy watched coldly. Before Ju Rong got close, the pretending-to-sleep dog suddenly barked mournfully. Its sad, tragic cry almost made Cui Chingy's usually cold heart feel tears. Sure enough, Ju Rong, who had just been brave enough to try to scare the dog away, stood still. After a while, she turned to look at Cui Chingy, who was watching the scene. "Miss, how about letting it stay in the firewood shed for the night?" Cui Chingy sneered, "Make the food." The lamb hot pot was simple, just boiling soup, which took some time. Together, they put the chopped lamb bones into the pot to cook. Ju Rong washed vegetables and Cui Chingy held the lamb leg slices. The lamb meat for the hot pot needed to be sliced evenly to taste good. After slicing most of the lamb leg and putting it on a plate, the bone broth in the pot started bubbling. They added ginger slices and green onions to simmer, watching the broth turn thick and white. The air was filled with a faint meaty smell and the fresh aroma of lamb. When the soup was ready, they transferred it to a small clay pot. Ju Rong set up the charcoal stove in the yard. The two of them ate lamb hot pot outside that evening. The fragrant smell of lamb made the black dog in the firewood shed almost drool uncontrollably, but it still lay motionless, pretending to be a dead dog. During dinner, Cui Chingy kept glancing at the firewood shed. Seeing how the dog darted into the house, it seemed it wouldn't die easily. The lamb hot pot made Cui Chingy sweat a lot. The cool autumn rain had cleared the chill, and she took a few sips of cold wine, feeling relaxed enough to sigh. "Too bad there's no chili," she said. Ju Rong also drank several glasses. She wasn't good at drinking, so now she was a bit dizzy and didn't care about her lady's spicy words. Since they were at home, even if they didn't wash the dishes after eating, no one would know. They simply cleared the bowls and dishes to the kitchen, then, drunk and happy, went back to their rooms to sleep. After drinking wine and eating so much lamb, Cui Chingy felt she had slept for less than an hour before waking up thirsty. She curled up in her quilt for a while, but didn't bother to call the dog. Instead, she got up and went to the kitchen to get some water. Probably feeling happy after a good rest and full stomach, she remembered the stray dog that refused to leave her house. Out of impulse, Cui Chingy took a candle holder and went to the woodshed. The woodshed was very quiet. Cui Chingy easily heard some heavy breathing. She put down the candle holder. Maybe because she was still a bit drunk, she boldly walked toward the curled-up dog. She kicked it gently and asked, "Are you dead?" The black dog, barely hanging on, couldn't answer, but let out a soft grunt through its nose. In the flickering candlelight, Cui Chingy sighed and said, "Fine, I'll be a good person." She took another candle holder from the stove area, and the shed brightened. She looked through the pile of wood, picked out 2 sticks she liked, and carried them over to the lying dog. "I'm trying to help you. Don't even think about biting me. If you dare, tomorrow I'll cook dog stew." Her tone was fierce, but her grip was gentle. She pushed the dog gently, and it lay flat. Thinking about what the mule seller said, that the dog's hind leg was broken by someone, Cui Chingy moved closer with a candle. The dog's left hind leg was swollen, but the thick fur covered the injury, so she couldn't see clearly. She thought for a moment, then went inside and brought scissors and an old cloth. The dog looked harmless now, but Cui Chingy still remembered what she saw at the mule market. She covered the dog's head with the cloth, and as she looked at its still body, she tied the cloth into a knot. This way, even if the dog got scared and bit, she could hold on. She carefully cut the fur around the dog's leg. The dog, of unknown breed, had very thick fur, even on its legs. Despite her caution, the scissors accidentally touched the injured leg a few times. The dog didn't make a sound or show any signs of aggression. If not for the occasional twitch of its paw, she might have thought it was already dead. After examining the injury, Cui Chingy relaxed. It looked like the bone was dislocated at the joint. She decided to try to put it back in place. "Haha, you're lucky. I do know some basic bone-setting techniques. Hang in there. If you bite me, you're doomed." Bravely holding the deformed dog's leg, Cui Chingy only explored it briefly before applying force, then quickly threw it aside and backed away. Woo-woo. The hurt black dog stopped pretending to be dead, but it didn't suddenly attack as Cui Chingy expected. Instead, it struggled to lift its head and howled twice toward her. Cui Chingy was genuinely surprised now. The dog seemed quite intelligent, as if it understood she was trying to help. Maybe it recognized her kindness, and this made Cui Chingy feel unexpectedly happy. She quickly grabbed 2 sticks and fixed the dog's leg in place, muttering as she worked, "This is a last resort, so don't move around. Whether it heals or not depends on you." The dog responded, seeming to agree. "Good, you understand. I saved you, and once you're better, you'll stay here and watch the house for me. If not, I might sell you to someone who will eat you. Do you understand?" "Woof woof," the dog barked back. "Understanding. You even know how dogs bark. I thought you were a wolf with all that howling." Cui Chingy went into the kitchen, lit the fire, and reheated the leftover mutton soup from the night before. She also took a wooden basin left by the previous owner and poured the warm soup inside, thinking the dog probably hadn't eaten for a while. She tore a biscuit into pieces and threw it in. In the shed, the dazed black dog caught the scent of the mutton soup. It scratched at the ground with its front paws but soon quieted down. Cui Chingy carried the soup over, untied the cloth on the dog's head, and said, "Here, eat." When she returned to bed, she was still thinking that they really should get a fiercer dog. Otherwise, they'd sleep so soundly that they wouldn't notice if a thief came right to their bed. Cui Chingy was awakened early by the sound of the jujube tree being swept. Today was a bright, sunny day. She planned to buy a sapling to plant in the yard and tidy up the backyard. There were some other things to buy for the house too. Once she finished all these tasks, the day would be over. Cui Chingy didn't feel guilty about wasting time. Besides the 200 taels she spent on buying the house, she had also spent 50 taels on furniture in recent days. In total, she still had 500 taels. With this money, she didn't need to save and could spend it freely for many years. Having silver in hand made her feel calm and happy. The morning after the rain was a bit cool, so Cui Chingy put on an extra coat. Jiru had already prepared the washing water. Seeing Cui Chingy get up, Jiru hurried over and said, "Miss, look." Even though they were at home, Jiru spoke in a low voice as if she was sneaking. Cui Chingy looked toward the woodpile and saw a black dog with its head turned this way, lying inside the woodhouse. When it saw her looking, it wagged its tail in a friendly way. Cui Chingy seemed to see a flattering expression on the fluffy dog's face. She smiled and said, "You're really lucky. Old saying goes, cats bring good fortune, dogs bring wealth. Since it's here, let's keep it. When it's ready, it can guard our home." Jinru had no objection and responded loudly, "All right." Our small family, consisting of Chue, Chingy, and Jinru, officially welcomed a third member, the black dog Wankai. Once they confirmed it was now their dog, Jinru felt sad that Wankai had suffered and started boiling a big pot of soup with lamb bones to nourish Wangsai's body. The effect was immediate. Wangsai's once dull fur visibly regained its shine. Wangsai's vitality was very strong. Within a few days, it was able to walk around the yard on 3 legs. Chue Chingy checked its injured leg and made sure the bone wasn't crooked before removing the wooden stick used for support. "Try stepping on it, see if it's still limping." Feeling the back leg loosen, Wankai tentatively pressed its paw on the ground. Chue Chingy didn't pay it any more attention and turned to her own tasks. Out of her sight, the black dog walked a few steps on all fours, then lifted its left hind leg and tried walking again. Chue Chingy and Jinru dug up the backyard, planting some vegetables they bought. They aimed to harvest one more crop before winter, and any new growth would be left in the ground as fertilizer. They added many new things to the house, several flower pots, and a large water tank. Chue Chingy planned to raise some small fish in it, enjoying watching the flowers and feeding the fish in her free time. The small yard didn't take much effort to maintain. After a few days of leisure, Chue Chingy felt a bit bored. She had looked at enough flowers, fed the fish enough, and even combed the dog's fur, removing a layer of hair. She decided to find something to do for herself. Jinru sat in the yard holding a basket of sewing supplies, watching her daughter look like she was about to go moldy from boredom. He suggested, "Girl, why don't you learn to make clothes with me?" Chue Chingy waved her hand. She had been forced to learn embroidery and sewing by Yuan when she was young. Although she learned how to embroider and make clothes, she now felt pain in her eyes and hands whenever she saw needle and thread. "No, you take your time." Taking advantage of the sun not being too hot, she took an umbrella to shade herself and prepared to go to the town's bookstore to browse. Jinru was a bit worried about her going alone. He put down his sewing and warned, "Girl, don't go down to the bottom of East Mountain. Just look at the bookstores in town and come back early. Having lived in Dongping County for over a month, I go out every day." Even the jelly-like creatures have to admit that the safety here is quite good, almost as good as Qinghe City. The county magistrate Zhou, who is praised by the townspeople, is indeed quite capable. Chue Chingy nodded and said, "I know. I won't go far. I'll be back in about an hour." When it comes to her safety, Chue Chingy is never overconfident. Just as she stepped out of the door, the big black dog that had been quietly napping under the eaves suddenly stood up and followed her. Seeing its expression, Chue Chingy smiled and said, "What? You want to come with me?" Wankai wagged his tail vigorously, clearly indicating his desire. Juan grabbed Wangsai's collar and said, "Go where?" "A bookstore might let a dog in, and besides, you're so big, walking on the street might scare people." Juan pulled Wankai back ruthlessly, and Chue Chingy went out alone. Although they had raised Wankai, and he had been well-behaved recently, Chue Chingy still remembered the fierce look she saw in his eyes that day, and the mule seller had said Wankai might bite. It's better to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. Dongping County has produced a few talented scholars and students. Although no one from the local literati has yet achieved great success in the court, the cultural atmosphere here is quite strong. Besides the academy at the foot of Dongshan Mountain, there are many bookstores in the town streets. Chue Chingy casually chose a bookstore to stop at. Looking up, she saw the sign Imo Xiangjai, a good name. Inside, she saw a counter with a young man in his 20s leaning back comfortably in his chair, reading a book. When he saw someone enter, he pointed without looking up at the bookshelves inside and said, "If you want to buy a book, look for it yourself. Be careful not to dirty or damage the books, or you'll have to pay for it." Then he returned his attention to his book. Even though it wasn't a day off for the students at the academy, the bookstore wasn't quiet. Chue Chingy browsed around for a while and found a shelf dedicated to storybooks. In modern times, Chue Chingy always thought that in ancient societies where technology was backward, people's lives must have been very poor. But when she experienced it herself, she realized that the spiritual world of the ancients was not lacking at all. Everything forbidden in the inner chambers was vividly written about by scholars, praised, and passed down. For example, the taboo fire avoidance picture, which was difficult to speak of, was casually placed on the bookshelf in the bookstore. Cui Qingyi had seen the fire avoidance picture when she was 15 and got married. She was still amazed by the artist's superb skill at that time. The types of storybooks are also diverse, including historical tales, hero legends, supernatural stories, and romantic dramas. Cui Qingyi was not interested in romantic stories. She picked up a few historical and mythological tales. Just as she was about to browse further, she was bumped by a scholar dressed in simple clothes walking with his head down. Her books fell to the ground with a loud noise in the quiet bookstore, startling the scholar. He quickly glanced at Cui Qingyi in panic and hurriedly said, Sorry, I was too absorbed and didn't see you." Cui Qingyi raised an eyebrow silently, thinking to herself that this scholar was quite handsome, especially his eyes. The scholar hurriedly gathered the books and returned them to Cui Qingyi, saying, "I'm truly sorry. I was careless." Cui Qingyi took the books back and said casually, "It's okay." Qi Moshuan was deeply engrossed in his reading when the noise in the bookstore interrupted him. He looked up and saw a scholar who had been secretly browsing books in his shop blocking a young lady. Qi Moshuan raised an eyebrow. His bookstore often sold the latest storybooks, making it popular among young ladies from noble families. Over time, some unscrupulous people began to pay attention to it. His honest bookstore had become a place where these bad-minded individuals tried to flirt with decent young ladies. The scholar had been quietly reading there for days. Qi Moshuan thought he was ambitious. Even though he hadn't bought any books, he hadn't been driven out either. But he turned out to be a hypocrite. The young lady he blocked was not very wealthy in dress, but she had an outstanding presence, with elegant manners and confident speech. Such a girl clearly came from a noble family. Qi Moshuan admired her good judgment. He was about to step in to help the girl when he saw her face turn into a half-smile, and she said something. The scholar, who had been pretending to be refined, hurriedly turned and left in a panic. Seeing that the girl was not harmed, Qi Moshuan sat back down. He thought to himself that he needed to find a way to intervene in these situations. Since last year, several romantic affairs between talented scholars and beautiful women had happened in Dongping County, all starting at his ink fragrance pavilion. While others saw this as a good thing, Qi Moshuan believed it was a disaster. If these troublemakers continued, his ink fragrance pavilion would eventually fail. Cui Qingyi came to pay the bill with her storybook. Qi Moshuan tapped his abacus a few times and said, "Total is 8 taels of silver." She was only holding books about historical stories. Qi Moshuan casually promoted, "Our bookstore has the latest storybooks from young master Qingfeng. They are on the front shelf. Would you like to take a look?" Cui Qingyi shook her head. "Just these." She took the wrapped books and asked casually, "Do you need someone to copy books?" She read quickly, finishing these few books in less than 5 or 6 days. She planned to find something else to do to pass the time and earn some small silver coins. Qi Moshuan looked at her with some surprise. This customer had just bought several storybooks for 8 taels of silver without blinking. Clearly, she wasn't short of money. Why was she thinking of copying books? Could her family be in trouble? "Miss, as you can see, there are many readers in Dongping County. We don't lack people to copy books." Cui Qingyi nodded knowingly, took her books, and turned to leave. She thought to herself that having many readers might not be a good thing. There are even people fighting over copying storybooks. Qi Moshuan watched Cui Qingyi leave the door until she was out of sight, then turned to look at the scholar still standing by the bookshelf. He frowned and spoke impatiently, "Young master, our small bookstore is humble. It's better if you go somewhere else to read." This clear dismissal made Gu Erlang, who was already nervous, turn pale instantly. Maybe because he rarely saw sunlight from staying indoors, his complexion was already pale, and now it looked worse. He wanted to explain, but when he opened his mouth, he found he had nothing to say. He had his own secrets. Luckily, the shopkeeper still showed him some respect and didn't openly reveal his unworthy thoughts in front of so many people. Gu Erlang, dressed in a neat scholar's robe carefully maintained by his mother, looked refined and clean, with a faint ink scent from afar. But now, because his inner thoughts had been exposed, his departure from the bookstore looked a bit awkward. Chi Moshwan saw this, but felt little. Having run the bookstore in Dongping County for years, he had seen hundreds of scholars, probably over 1,000. Especially someone like Gu Erling, he could see right through what was in their hearts. Just some scholars who couldn't carry heavy loads or do manual work, with their schemes all about finding a wealthy family to marry into so they could continue studying for the imperial exams. If only those with a conscience could be kind to their loyal wives after achieving success, instead of abandoning them once they become famous. On this day, Cui Qingyi bought some snacks on the street and then headed home. In the yard, Jiru was sewing clothes. She is skilled at making garments, and after a few days, she almost finished a light winter coat. Wang Kai, obedient and well-behaved, was lying under the flowers and grass, eagerly wagging his tail and running over to greet her when she returned. His loyal attitude was very different from his once fierce appearance. Seeing her come back, Jiru quickly poured a cup of water she had left to dry. Cui Qingyi sat under the eaves, took the cup, and drank it all. Usually, seeing her drink so boldly, Jiru would scold her a little, but now her attention was elsewhere. She felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Since the girl left the Qin family, life hasn't been as rich and refined, but her daughter seemed to have a new life. Eating and sleeping well, staying healthy, that's true happiness. Her daughter is truly lucky now. Cui Qingyi didn't know what Jiru was thinking. After finishing her water, she casually asked, "I remember there's a family with the surname Gu in the alley?" Jiru thought for a moment. "Yes, at the very end of the alley, there are several families between us."
Why do you ask about them?
"Did you meet them at the alley entrance?" Although they had visited neighbors with their belongings on the day they moved in, Cui Qingyi and Jiru were not very social and never joined the gossip at the locust tree at the alley entrance, so they weren't very familiar with the neighbors. Cui Qingyi took what she heard at Mo Xiangjai as a joke and mentioned it to Jiru. "Be careful when going in and out in the future, try not to get involved with the Gu family." After hearing this, Jiru frowned and thought for a while about the Gu family, but she couldn't remember anything specific. Cui Qingyi gave her instructions, and she responded straightforwardly. Gu Erling returned home earlier than Cui Qingyi. As soon as he entered, his mother pulled him into the room and asked eagerly, "Did you see anyone?
Did you talk to them?"
What impression did she leave on you?" When her mother asked like this, Gu Erling's fair face instantly turned red. He was a little embarrassed and pulled his sleeve out of his mother's hand, then honestly replied, "Yes, I saw her," and said a few words. "I don't know what she thinks of me." Seeing his appearance, Mother Gu was both angry and amused. She patted Gu Erling's arm and scolded, "What's there to be shy about? Let me tell you, your older brother and sister-in-law really can't stand you anymore. The whole family, including your big brother, all came from me. I can't keep supporting your big brother's family forever. Besides, you're weak and can't carry things. Without your sister-in-law, how can I and your father afford your school expenses? Listen to what I say and take it to heart. Be more careful." Gu Erling lowered his head, feeling confused. Sometimes he thought about the recent arguments at home over his schooling, and other times he thought about what his mother said. He looked down, feeling a bit discouraged. "I understand. I'm going back now." When he opened the door and went to his room, Mother Gu silently sighed. She knew her son well. From his recent behavior, she could tell he liked that young girl. As a woman, she didn't want to interfere with the girl's life, but their family was in a difficult situation. Since he was young, Erling loved to study. When he was 13, he passed the local exam. It wasn't easy for a common family to have a scholar, and her family worked hard to support him. But maybe it was bad luck. Erling failed the exam 3 years in a row. At first, her eldest son still wanted to support his younger brother because of brotherly love and hope that if Erling succeeded, it would be good for the Gu family and future generations. But as years went by and Erling kept failing, their savings ran out. Her eldest son and his wife had children to raise, and over time, they started to complain. Recently, the family had a big argument over small things. The eldest daughter-in-law openly said she didn't want to support Erlang anymore and refused to give her husband's earnings to the family. If her husband didn't want to support Erlang, she would rather leave and remarry than stay and work hard for the Gu family. Naturally, Gu's eldest son didn't want that. He and his wife had been married for 5 years, had a son and a daughter, and loved each other deeply. He was unwilling to give up his wife and children just to support his brother. Gu's parents have been supporting their eldest son's family to help his younger brother study. They feel guilty about neglecting their eldest son. In the past, when the eldest couple argued, they pretended not to notice. But now that things have gotten so bad, pretending not to see would only mean they want to break up the eldest son's family. Even if they favor the younger brother, they can't do that. After thinking carefully, they finally decided to let the eldest son's family move out and live separately. They divided the land and property into 3 parts, one for the eldest son and his family, one for the younger brother, and one for themselves. The eldest son and his family moved out to live on their own. The parents stayed with the younger brother. Besides giving gifts during festivals and providing retirement money, the parents wouldn't interfere with the brother's family anymore. The eldest daughter-in-law was very happy when she heard this. She had wanted to split the family for a long time, but was held back by the parents and her husband. Now her wish came true, so she immediately moved out with her children. Without the noisy troublemakers at home, Gu's mother didn't feel very happy. She and her husband were getting old and couldn't afford the expenses of supporting students. One day, Gu's mother was sewing under a locust tree when she overheard people in the alley talking about the new neighbor, Lady Cui. That young lady seems to have the surname Cui. She looks like she comes from a wealthy family. Since that day, after Cui Qingyi visited door to door with sweet cakes, even though she and her servant rarely went out, everyone in the alley kept talking about her. Whenever someone mentioned the new Lady Cui, others would join in. Yes, I saw her. They don't seem to work at home, but they don't lack food or clothes. Their life looks pretty good. Gu's mother, who had been quietly listening, thought to herself that their life was not just good. In the past month, she passed by Cui's house every day. The kitchen often smelled of cooking meat, and she wondered how they made it so fragrant. Other families in the alley also managed to get by, but none had meat every day like they did. Someone chuckled. Oh, I saw Lady Cui the other day.
She's really pretty.
If anyone marries her, they'll have a good life. The speaker didn't mean to offend, but Gu's mother felt a sudden stir in her heart. She thought that Cui's family probably didn't have many people left. If her son's second son could marry Lady Cui, she wouldn't have to worry about him studying for exams or managing the household. That would solve many of her worries. Her second son, Erlang, is already 20 years old this year. Over the years, his studies and exams delayed his marriage. The more Mother Gu thought about it, the more she believed Cui Qingyi was a good choice. After a few days of thinking, Mother Gu quietly shared her idea with her son. At first, Erlang was reluctant. He didn't want to rush into marriage. In the end, Mother Gu persuaded him with just a few words. Your father and I won't be able to do this much longer. Your older brother is busy with his own small family. Cui's family background is good, and she can help you in the future. So, after thinking for several days, Erlang decided to listen to his mother. He knew that if he didn't continue studying and lost his parents' support, his future might be uncertain. He had seen Cui Qingyi a few times in the alley. She looked quite nice. Today, by chance, he met Cui Qingyi at Mo Xiangzhai, and he boldly approached her. However, Cui Qingyi's reaction was different from the girls he had seen before. Erlang was unsure. Meanwhile, Cui Qingyi didn't know that less than a month after moving to Huaihua Lane, someone had already taken a liking to her. She was holding a small stick, teaching Wang Kai to shake hands with a few pieces of cake, giving simple commands. Zhu Ruo watched from the side. At first, she found it funny. A dog can't understand commands. Giving it treats is just a waste, but after about 15 minutes, Zhu Ruo's eyes widened. She saw Wang Kai, who had been confused and repeatedly asked to sit or stand just moments ago, now skillfully following commands. Her girl gave the command. Wang Kai, lie down. The big black dog, Wang Kai, stretched out its front paws and lay on the ground. After receiving a small piece of cake, it looked a bit smug. Then she said, "Wang Kai, get up." Seeing the obedient dog follow her command, Cui Qingyi felt a bit proud and shot a surprised look at Zhu Ruo. She wasn't sure if the dog was truly intelligent, but it looked at her with a proud glance as if saying, "You're the silly dog." Zhu Ruo stammered, "Miss, this dog might really be clever." Her words earned Wang Kai a subtle side-eye. Cui Qingyi saw this and chuckled. It's not that it's magical. It spends a lot of time with people, so it naturally reacts to certain words. Some smart dogs learn quickly, while others take longer. It's just like humans, nothing strange about it. After Cui Qingyi finished explaining, Zhu Rong also smiled. She pointed at Wang Kai, who looked a bit proud after receiving praise, and said, "So, we still got the better deal. We even found a very clever one." Cui Qingyi laughed happily. She was becoming more relaxed at home and had long forgotten the old rules of hiding her smile. Although Wang Kai wasn't a spirit, it was indeed a smart dog. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged itself to Cui's door with a broken leg just to survive. Seeing Cui Qingyi happy and smiling, Wang Kai knew it had done a good job and was eager to make her even happier. Cui Qingyi spent the afternoon with Wang Kai. That evening, Zhu Rong specially cooked a lamb bone stew for Wang Kai as a reward, making Cui Qingyi feel joyful all day. With ways to pass the time, Cui Qingyi didn't want to go out. She spent her days comfortably sitting under the eaves, drinking tea and reading, or teaching Wang Kai new commands. Life was very pleasant. She didn't know that outside, someone was eagerly waiting for her to go out, almost stretching their neck in anticipation. Previously, Gu Erlang was somewhat resistant to Gu Mu's suggestion, but after meeting Cui Qingyi at Imo Xiangzhai, he no longer had any objections to marrying her. Cui Mu was a beautiful woman, lively and charming, more beautiful than any woman she had seen in Dongping County. Gu Mu watched him sit nervously, feeling both worried and happy. She was worried that after raising her son for so long, he hadn't even offered her a cup of hot water, and now his heart was set on a woman in just a few days. But she was also pleased, thinking her son was not a block of wood. He listened to her words at last. Of course, she also had some secret displeasure she dared not think about. As for whether Cui Qingyi would like Gu Erlang, Gu Mu wasn't worried at all. Her son was good at studying, and even the teachers at the academy said that his failure to succeed in the exams was just bad luck. Several years ago, many people came to propose marriage for him, but she didn't want him to settle down too early, so she didn't accept any of them. Recently, she heard that Cui Mu had moved alone into Huaxiang Lane with a maid, and she hadn't seen any relatives visit. Most likely, her family had faced hardships or other reasons forcing her to live alone. If they were willing to accept her now, what was there to refuse? Gu Mu was satisfied that Cui Qingyi had no close relatives behind her. Without other family members, she could focus entirely on caring for her future husband and their household. Anyway, she and the old man are not the kind of in-laws who would mistreat their daughter-in-law. When Cui's family married in, only good days were ahead. Gu Erlang wore a long gown, neat and tidy from head to toe. "Mother, I want to go to the bookstore." He hoped to meet Cui's wife there. For Gu's mother, studying was a top priority, so she didn't stop him. She happily waved him off. "Go ahead, come back before mealtime." Ever since she thought of asking Gu Erlang to marry Cui's wife, Gu's mother felt much more at ease. Her mood improved greatly. Seeing the eldest daughter-in-law carrying a basket into the house, she didn't show any displeasure. "Where's the child? Why are you here alone?" Seeing her mother-in-law willing to talk to her, big sister-in-law finally relaxed. She seized the chance to argue for splitting the family, so she wouldn't have to support the second son's studies anymore. She was very happy about that. But Gu's second son was different. Once he was happy about being able to manage his own household, he started worrying about his parents and younger brother. He sighed often and was afraid that the in-laws would blame him for splitting the family, so he couldn't visit. He just stayed at home, giving her the cold shoulder. Big sister-in-law was uneducated, but she was wise from experience. She knew that staying like this wasn't good. Her goal was already achieved. After splitting the family, they would be two separate households. The in-laws wouldn't be able to demand that they support the younger uncle anymore. She took the initiative to visit her parents-in-law, giving her husband a way out. She wouldn't suffer any loss. She had prepared for rejection or scolding from her mother-in-law, but surprisingly, she didn't say much. Instead, she asked about the two children. Big sister-in-law was very happy. She didn't want to cause trouble with her mother-in-law either. The children and their father went to the fields. They'll be back before noon. Mother, I brought some greens from my family's land. There are too many to eat, so I'm giving you this basket. Greens weren't rare, especially since the Gu family had land and grew their own. But she brought them as a sign of respect for her in-laws. It was a small gesture, but she was thoughtful. Gu's mother saw the fresh greens and knew that her daughter-in-law wasn't giving her spoiled or rotten vegetables. Her anger eased. She still said it would be better to keep some for the children and the eldest to cook with pork fat. Big sister-in-law's worries finally eased. She hurried over to Gu's mother, quickly took over her laundry, and quietly said some heartfelt words. This finally cleared away the last bit of her mother-in-law's displeasure. Mrs. Gu smiled again, feeling worried that no one had talked about Lady Chui's matter. Now, at least a family member had come. Sister-in-law Gu listened carefully to Mrs. Gu's words, silently sighing. She thought, her mother-in-law is really bold. I've only seen Lady Chui once, but I know she must come from a good family. Her manner looks different from us common folks. Besides, my little brother-in-law is still just a student. Why would she be interested in him? However, she didn't say this out loud. She just nodded in agreement. When Mrs. Gu mentioned wanting to visit Chui's house, she didn't refuse. They picked up the basket of vegetables she had just brought. Sister-in-law Gu thought to herself, she didn't care if her mother-in-law and little brother-in-law's ideas were unrealistic. She just hoped that if things worked out, maybe Lady Chui would like her little brother-in-law. That would be good for the Gu family. Having a wealthy sister-in-law would mean her parents-in-law and little brother-in-law wouldn't have to worry about the main household managing his affairs. If something happened to their family, they would also have someone to help. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chui Qingyi was talking with Jiru about embroidering a few cute cats on her cloak. At first, Jiru disagreed, thinking that embroidered cats looked too informal. But after seeing Chui Qingyi casually sketch several lively, different-shaped cats, she changed her mind. Miss, what kind of cats are these? They look so adorable and charming, Jiru said, holding the paper and eager to embroider them on her young lady's cloak. They're just ordinary cats. You just need to imagine them as human figures while drawing, and you'll be able to create lively animals, Chui Qingyi explained. Jiru didn't fully understand, but loved the drawings. She was about to ask if her young lady could draw other animals when she heard knocking at the door outside. Wang Kai had already run to the front door. He didn't bark or make a sound, just quietly stared outside. Chui Qingyi didn't pay much attention to the visitor. During the day, visitors usually came from the alley. She noticed Wang Sai's loyal attitude and narrowed her eyes. Mrs. Gu and her daughter-in-law stood outside the door. Seeing no response inside, they called out, "Is Lady Chui at home?" Surprised that someone was visiting, Jiru looked at Chui Qingyi for permission before replying, "Yes, she's here. Please wait a moment." Chui Qingyi also called Wang Kai back, who had his back legs tense. "Wang Kai, come back." Wang Kai had long adapted to his new name. When the lady called him, he quickly wagged his tail and ran back. Chui Qingyi grabbed his dog ear and warned, "If you dare to bite anyone without my permission, just wait and see." After saying that, she patted Wang Sai's left hind leg. Even a clever dog like him knew he had been caught. Feeling guilty, Wang Kai turned his head away and dared not look at Chui Qingyi. The vegetable seller opened the door, and the Gu family mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw the clean, tidy yard and the various bright, blooming potted flowers inside. When they had seen this house being sold at the pawn shop before, it looked somewhat worn out. But now it looked better than their own yards that they cleaned every day, which made them feel happy. The mother-in-law from Gu spoke first. "We are from the Gu family in the alley. The sweet cake you gave the children the other day made them very happy. I'm here to ask for the recipe, if it's not a problem." Hearing it was the Gu family from the alley, Chui Vegetable knew who they were. She felt a bit annoyed about them coming in. The old lady's words sounded like an excuse. The sweet cake was given quite a while ago. If the children hadn't eaten enough, they wouldn't be coming back now. But since people from the alley had come, she couldn't stop them from entering. Ah, so your Aunt Gu.
Come in, Kui Said.
The recipe for the sweet cake is simple. I'll tell you, and you can make it at home. The Gu daughter-in-law didn't speak, but just looked at her, feeling uncomfortable. The girl's every move was different from theirs. That meant her master must be someone very important. Thinking this, she suddenly saw someone sitting under the eaves. Gu's daughter-in-law didn't know how to describe what she saw. She only felt dazzled, so bright that it was obvious at a glance that she was not one of them. The woman was dressed in ordinary clothes, but the fabric was better than theirs. She looked more elegant and pleasing to the eye than they did. At that moment, Gu's daughter-in-law realized her mother-in-law's hopes might be disappointed. Even if she was down on her luck, she wouldn't look down on people like them. Why should she? But Chui's mother-in-law didn't think the same. She saw Chui Qingyi sitting under the eaves and also saw the shiny black dog at her feet. Chui Qingyi was unsure what Mother Gu was thinking. She looked at the old and young visitors coming in and felt a bit curious. Having lived in Huaihua Alley for so long, this was the first time someone came to her house as a guest, which was quite rare. Guests are guests. They are neighbors living in the same alley. Even if they don't have deep relationships, there's no need to be unfriendly. Chui Qingyi didn't put on airs. When the two approached, she stood up naturally. Oh, it's Lady Gu and Sister Gu. Please come in and sit. Jujube will prepare some good tea for you. Mother Gu smiled and said, Farmers are busy every day, but today I happen to be free. My little granddaughter has been thinking about the sweet cake you made. I'm here to visit and ask for a recipe. Mother Gu's words sounded polite, but Chui Qingyi thought if she hadn't met Gu Qingxi at Imo Xiangjai that day, she might have believed her. Not to mention she had lived 2 lives, and in this one, she had read many stories. If she still couldn't see through Gu Erlang's schemes, she would be truly ashamed. But she kept a calm face and replied, Simple things, but the child likes them. Later, I'll have Jujube write down the recipe. You can take it home and make it exactly like I did that day. Mother Gu found Chui Qingyi's words a bit sharp. What does she mean by simple things? What does she mean by the child liking them? It sounded awkward. Sister Gu, sitting somewhat nervously on the stool brought out by Jujube, politely said, Thank you very much, Lady Chui. My girl loves sweet things. When I go back, I'll try to make some for her. Jujube carried out the tea tray. Sister Gu's eyes immediately fell on the teacup and teapot on the tray. She secretly thought, Wow, these rich folks are different. Even the cups they use for water are so beautiful. The porcelain was fine and white, with delicate patterns. Such good cups were a pity to use just for water, but she couldn't think of what else they could be used for. Usually, when they visited others, they mostly carried plain bowls of water. Drinking tea from such fine cups was a new experience, making her feel a bit proud and special. Without Chui Qingyi telling her, Jujube went to the kitchen and brought out 2 prepared cakes to go with the tea. Mother Gu looked at this and started to think again. How can a farm family have so many rules for visiting? These cakes look expensive. Nowadays, young ladies really don't know how to live. They waste good things. After arranging the tea set for the guests, Jujube stopped fussing and sat on a small stool next to Chui Qingyi, continuing to do needlework. Mother Gu's eyes shifted from the tea and snacks on the table to Jujube's hands. This time, she couldn't hold back. This fabric is really good, but we've spoiled it by wearing it. Chui Qingyi, following the etiquette of hospitality, was about to invite the Gu family's mother and daughter-in-law to have tea and some snacks, but suddenly she swallowed her words before they could come out. Madame Gu felt very awkward. Her mother-in-law was good in many ways, but a bit petty. She had spent her whole life being careful with money, saving every penny to support her younger son. But what's the point of saying such things at someone else's home? Madame Gu quickly tried to make up for her words. Miss Chui looks so educated and graceful, and she's very beautiful. Wearing this outfit, she must look even better. Hearing this, Madame Gu's mother realized she had spoken too much. They had no real connection with her now. But she didn't mean to offend. She just felt sorry. The fabric looked expensive, probably costing a silver coin per yard. Such precious material, in this place, felt like a waste. Cui Qingyi knew why the mother and daughter-in-law had come today. She had originally thought it was best not to cause trouble with neighbors, but this wife was so annoying. She was already bossy in someone else's house. Cui Qingyi had once been oppressed by the Cui and Qin families, tired of Yuan's and the old lady's controlling ways. Now that she was living on her own, she didn't want to suffer from some strange wife's attitude. She was too tired to pretend to be kind, so she simply looked at her book with a cold face. The little girl, with her hands moving freely, casually said, "What's so good about this fabric? It's only eye-catching here." Madame Gu was a bit upset and wanted to say more, but she was startled by a pair of sharp eyes staring at her. The big black dog lying quietly at Cui Qingyi's feet was now looking at her, making her feel a little nervous. The Gu mother and daughter-in-law felt embarrassed. When they left, Cui Qingyi quickly explained how to make sweet cakes, hoping they wouldn't use that excuse to visit her again. After they left, Cui Qingyi closed the door and spat out, "Bah, a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Cui Qingyi was never timid. Living in Dongping County for so long, she often went out and interacted with people. Her previously suppressed temper was gradually returning. Even when shopping in the street, she dared to argue with others. She thought this change was very good. Sometimes, in this world, people at the same level are not necessarily allies. Others don't see you as kind. Instead, they might see you as weak and easy to bully, which can lead to malice. Do you think Mrs. Gu is a bad person? Cui Qingyi does not think so. She clearly sees her as a caring mother who plans carefully for her children and grandchildren, but she also knows that such a person can come up with schemes to deceive others. Not far away, Mrs. Feng watched as Gu's wife and mother-in-law knocked on Cui's house door. When people came out, she hurried to greet them. "Aunt Gu, are you visiting Miss Cui? It's almost noon. Why didn't you stay for a meal at our place?" She looked back and forth at Gu's wife and mother-in-law with a sharp eye. She was waiting here to see if they brought any good things from Cui's house. Last time, the sweet cake was simple, but tasted very good. Unfortunately, that Cui lady was stingy. She only shared a small piece with each family. Mrs. Feng didn't get to eat much before her mother-in-law took it away to share with the children. It was fine for the boys, but even the girls got a few bites, such a waste. Mrs. Feng's reputation in Huaihua Lane was not good. Usually, Gu's wife didn't bother with her, but now that her son had just caused trouble at Cui's house and made the young women lose face, she found Mrs. Feng annoying. "Eat your meal. How dare you want to keep people here without reason? Do you think I'm shameless and just trying to take advantage?" Gu's mother's voice was loud. Hearing this, Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law hurried out from the kitchen. "Aunt Gu, what's going on?" Gu's mother, still angry, pointed at Mrs. Feng and said, "Old sister-in-law, you need to control your daughter-in-law. She's lazy and greedy, always gossiping about others. With such a mother, don't let it ruin your grandchildren's future." She turned and left before Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law could reply. Mrs. Feng looked at her mother-in-law's angry face and shrank back, but she didn't admit defeat. She muttered towards the direction Gu's wife and mother-in-law had gone, "You're so unreasonable. Why did you split the big family apart?" Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law was almost furious with her daughter-in-law. Because of her, she was often criticized by neighbors all year round. Now she was too embarrassed to go out and chat with neighbors. It was truly a disaster. Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law secretly decided that no matter what her eldest son said, she must drive Mrs. Feng out and have her work with her husband. If she kept her around, it might really affect her grandchildren's marriages, just as Gu's wife had said. When Mrs. Feng saw that her mother-in-law didn't scold her, she felt relieved and patted her chest. But she stubbornly kept going to look at Cui's house. Their family lives very close to the Cui family. Every day, she can smell the fragrance coming from the Cui house. She has long been unable to hold back, but has no excuse to visit. Sister-in-law Gu follows her mother-in-law home, feeling a bit nervous, worried that her mother-in-law might take out her frustration from today's visit to the Cui house on her. She is thinking about what to say to calm her mother-in-law, but unexpectedly, Her mother-in-law is surprisingly calm and asks her, "What do you think of that young lady Chui?" Sister-in-law Gu is speechless. Her mother-in-law hasn't given up yet, but she doesn't want to hurt her feelings. She replies honestly, "I think she's very good, pretty, and wealthy. I just wonder why someone like her lives alone in Dongping County." Hearing this, her mother finally shows a small smile and says, "It doesn't matter if a woman is pretty or not. The important thing is whether she can manage the household and take care of her husband, so the man has no worries." Her mother has one thing she hasn't said. She thinks Chui's appearance isn't very proper, especially her eyes, which are very striking. The same goes for her dog, whose eyes are also quite intense. Sister-in-law Gu agrees, saying, "You're right, mother. Women are mainly here for their men and children, but women also need to live their own lives." Having spent so many years together, sister-in-law Gu knows well what to say to make her mother-in-law happy. In just a few words, she manages to make her smile happily. Her mother-in-law says, "This girl doesn't seem to have a very good temper, and she spends money a bit freely. But it's okay. Once she's in the family, I'll teach her." Sister-in-law Gu responds, "Yes, with you, mother, I've avoided many mistakes." She looks up at the sky, realizing she has achieved her purpose for today and doesn't want to stay here listening to her mother-in-law scheme about her younger brother. She says, "Mother, the eldest son and the children should come back for dinner. I'll go home first and ask the kids to come see you tonight." When her mother-in-law hears that her son and grandson are coming for dinner, she quickly urges her to leave. Waiting for brother Heir to return home, her mother-in-law pulls her aside and carefully advises her, "Today, your sister-in-law and I went to see Chui's family. That Chui lady is indeed a good choice. If you really like her, you should pay more attention." She didn't specify how to pay attention. Her mother-in-law knows her son well. He's not stupid. Brother Heir isn't stupid either. At this point, anyone who has been supported through their education by the family isn't truly foolish. Today, she also inquired about Chui's young daughter-in-law. He was very happy to hear the news. Chui's anew had only arrived in Dongping County a little over a month ago. When she came, she only brought one maid with her. She had stayed there for a long time, but no one else came to look for her. Second young Master Gu decided to take the initiative. He was confident he could win her heart. Chui Qingyi from Chui's house hadn't gone out for several days, and he didn't know that someone was hoping to see her again every day. Jiru looked at Wang Kai, who was complaining to Chui Qingyi, "Miss, I only know this dog is snobbish, but I didn't expect it to be snobbish too. It really wastes my kindness." Jiru found it funny when Chui Qingyi trained Wang Kai to shake hands, so she wanted to try too. But the dog only tricked her into giving it food and drink, and always acted indifferent. Chui Qingyi laughed. She waved her hand to call Wang Kai over, patted its head and warned, "Don't bully Sister Jiru. She's our bread and butter." Wang Kai squinted happily under her touch, and when he heard Chui Qingyi, he immediately wagged his tail at Jiru in a flattering way. The dog's behavior made Jiru laugh a lot, and she no longer got angry with it. "Forget it. Since you're sensible, I'll buy you some meat bones after I sell my handkerchief," Jiru said bravely. She was full of ambition but felt a bit guilty. "Miss, do you really think someone will buy my handkerchief?" That day, Chui Qingyi looked at the lively cat official on her cloak, as if it was about to step off the fabric, and casually said, "Our Jiru's embroidery skills are top-notch. If you sell these at the embroidery shop in town, it could support our whole family." Thinking about her casual remark, Jiru became serious. She begged Chui Qingyi to draw many new patterns, and she embroidered handkerchiefs to sell in the town. But when she was about to leave, Jiru hesitated and lost confidence. She was afraid to take that step. Chui Qingyi understood her feelings. She didn't say comforting words, but instead put on a cloak embroidered with a cat official and looked at Jiru. She said, "How do you know if you don't try? I'll go with you. There's always an embroidery shop that recognizes good work." Seeing that Chui Qingyi wanted to go with her, Jiru's eyes sparkled. With her there, she wasn't afraid anymore. Second young Master Gu was very discouraged. He wanted to get close to Chui's anew, but no matter what methods he tried, she never went out. This made it hard for him to approach her. In the past few days, he even stayed in the bookstore, enduring the shopkeeper's cold looks. just hoping to meet her. But he hadn't seen her for several days. Gu Erling stared at the tightly closed wooden door, thinking he might need to find another way. Just when he was at his wit's end, the big door suddenly opened in front of him, and then a figure he had been longing for appeared from inside. She was wearing a pinkish cloak, making the dull alley brighten up. Without thinking too much, Gu Erling wanted to take this chance to quickly say a word to Cui Qingyi. He was confident that he had left a deep impression on Miss Cui at the bookstore. Cui Qingyi and the little girl from the countryside had no idea that as soon as they stepped out, someone rushed toward them. The little girl tried to block Cui Qingyi, but suddenly a shadow darted out from inside the door. It seemed to jump in place, and the rushing figure fell flat on the ground. Gu Erling fell quite hard, lying on the ground dizzy and confused for a long time before he regained his senses, still not understanding how he ended up on the ground. Struggling to turn his head, he saw a strong black dog baring its teeth and staring at him. The fierce look seemed to be considering where to bite him. Gu Erling was afraid of dogs and chickens, and now being stared down by something he feared, he instinctively wanted to scream, but was scared back by the deep growl from the dog. Seeing this sudden scene unfold before him, neither Gu Erling nor Cui Qingyi and the little girl reacted quickly. When Cui Qingyi snapped out of her shock and recognized that the person lying on the ground was Gu Erling, the one she had bumped into at the bookstore that day, she understood immediately. She reached out to call back Wankai, patted its head as a reward, and said, "Good Wankai." Although Wankai obediently returned to Cui Qingyi's side, it was tense all over, constantly alert to the person on the ground. Cui Qingyi felt a bit relieved. Truly, Wankai was an obedient and protective dog, not wasted her kind-hearted decision to keep it. The little girl from the countryside also reacted. She thought about how the man had just rushed at them when they weren't paying attention, and she wondered what dirty tricks he was planning. Her anger flared up, and she stepped forward to kick Gu Erling several times. "You scoundrel! What are you trying to do in broad daylight? I'll kick you to death." The little girl had trained physically with Cui Qingyi since she was young, so she had some strength. Now, full of anger, she kicked Gu Erling so that he was flustered and uncoordinated. "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Miss Cui, I am Gu Erling from the Gu family in the alley.
We met at the bookstore that day.
Don't you remember?" Seeing that more people had gathered in the alley, Cui Qingyi's face darkened. She thought to herself that these scholars, who should be refined, were no different from ruffians and thugs when they lost their manners. Was he deliberately trying to drag her into trouble? Seeing the crowd gather in the alley to watch the spectacle, Cui Qingyi was not in the mood to play along with Gu Erling's antics. She coldly glanced at the person on the ground and said disdainfully, "Bookstore? What bookstore? Who is Gu Erling? Instead, I see a troublemaker coming to my door in broad daylight. I will go to the county office to report this and see how the officials handle someone like you." After speaking, Cui Qingyi signaled the young man to prepare to leave. Someone in the crowd recognized Gu Erling and, upon hearing Cui Qingyi wanted to report him, hurried to inform the Gu family. Others who were friendly with the Gu family quickly stepped forward to stop Cui Qingyi, saying, Hey, Lady Cui, wait. There must be some misunderstanding. Gu Erling is not that kind of person. He might just be passing by." Some people nearby agreed, "Yes, in this alley all the doors face outward and people come and go. He's just passing through." "Lady Cui, no need to take it so seriously. To these people, Cui Qingyi, a newcomer, had no real ties with them, but the Gu family was different. They had been neighbors for years, and Gu Erling was a scholar. If he ever succeeded in becoming an official, they would support him." Cui Qingyi didn't want to offend her neighbors, but she was not the type to back down when faced with trouble. If she were afraid, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to sever ties with Chen Linen and the Cui family. Although today's incident happened suddenly, it was also a good opportunity. Instead of hiding away and letting others look down on her, she decided to make a scene to show everyone that she was not someone to be easily pushed around. She looked at Gu Erling, who had been helped up, and coldly said, "It's a misunderstanding. I don't believe it's that simple." Of course, words alone are not enough. It's better to go to the magistrate and explain everything clearly, so everyone can see the truth. I trust the magistrate's fairness and won't wrong a good person, ordinary people naturally respected the officials. Even though they lived in the county town, no one would go to the county office for no reason. Now, hearing that someone was determined to go there, they lost interest. Gu Erlang was a little nervous, but quickly calmed down. He hadn't done anything serious. He just wanted to greet Lady Cui. Even if he went to the county office, no one could accuse him of wrongdoing. Just then, Gu's mother hurried over from home, worried when she saw Gu Erlang looking so disheveled. Gu Erlang was her beloved son, and seeing him like this, she was anxious, thinking he looked like he had been beaten. Erlang, what happened? Quickly, tell mother. Gu Erlang was about to speak and say everything was fine when Mother Gu suddenly turned and rushed toward Cui Qingyi. She was an experienced woman who had done many kinds of work over the years. Even though she was older, her build looked much stronger than Cui Qingyi's. Now she was lunging at Cui Qingyi, looking quite intimidating. She was cursing loudly. It must be you, a flirt, trying to seduce my son. Now you're even trying to falsely accuse him and ruin his reputation. I'll fight you. Mother Gu had lived many years and seen a lot. When she heard the messenger's report, she knew things were bad. Hearing that Cui Qingyi might go to the county office over this matter, she understood how important a scholar's reputation was. To protect her son, she decided to act first and ruin Cui Qingyi's good name. At this moment, Cui Qingyi was truly angry. At first, she thought Mother Gu was just a sneaky woman with a bad heart. Now she just wanted to take back her words. This woman was truly terrible. She also deeply understood why women in this era often stayed inside, even if their marriages were unhappy. If they came out, the first ones to attack them would be these kinds of people. Watching Mother Gu rush at Cui Qingyi into the alley, no one stopped her. In fact, everyone was eager to see what would happen next. In rural families, women fighting usually just involved pulling hair, slapping, and tearing at each other. If a young lady of high status was pulled out in the street, people would want to see if she could still hold her proud attitude afterward. A young unmarried lady fighting in the street and showing her body was considered exciting. But things didn't go as they expected. Cui Qingyi quickly dodged Mother Gu's rush. No one saw exactly how she did it, but she suddenly reversed and grabbed Mother Gu's arm, pinning her down. A big black dog growled lowly, guarding her side. The dog looked fierce, as if warning everyone that if anyone dared come closer, it would tear them apart. Cui Qingyi's grip on Mother Gu's arm was firm. She did something that made Mother Gu's eyes spin with pain. Her arms went limp and felt almost like they didn't belong to her anymore. Cui Qingyi had only wanted to scare Mother Gu and her son, but now she had to send them to the county office. If she didn't act strongly today, more trouble would come later. Fortunately, the county office wasn't far away. Cui Qingyi arranged for Zhu Rong to report the incident. The young woman didn't hesitate or fuss. She had some skill, and Wang Kai was watching over her, so nothing serious happened for a while. Of course, if she dawdled a bit longer, things might have turned out differently. Gu Erlang was almost frantic, but he had just hurt his back and was in terrible pain now. He wanted to help his mother, but couldn't move properly. The villagers watching from Huaihua Lane saw that Cui Qingyi really called someone to report to the officials, so they didn't dare make any unnecessary moves, nor did they dare approach and tell Cui Qingyi to let go of Gu's mother. It was enough to speak a few words. Involving the county office was unnecessary. The young woman hurried off, lucky enough to meet a patrol officer on the main street. When someone reported to the officials, they came along and, after understanding the situation, took Gu's mother and son, along with Cui Qingyi, away. No matter how arrogant they had been before, when faced with the officials, even Gu's mother dared not act up and kept shouting her innocence. Gu Erlang couldn't understand why things had become like this. He only wanted to say hello to Miss Cui, but somehow he ended up in court. Recently, Deputy County Magistrate Ji from Dongping County was out inspecting the river, leaving others to handle official duties. This was the first time Cui Qingyi, having lived twice, stood in such a place. Looking at the large characters hanging on the hall's mirror, she felt respectful on the outside but not very afraid inside. She was surprised by Deputy Ji. She had expected an old man with a beard, but he was surprisingly young, probably in his early 20s. Ji Yunji had been managing county affairs lately, mostly dealing with minor disputes, thefts, and neighborhood quarrels. He was already tired of it. Now, when the officer brought someone back and called him to attention, he quickly gathered his spirits. Sitting in the hall, he clapped the wooden block and began asking about the situation. Gu's mother was initially scared. She was just an ordinary woman, and it was frightening enough that she, who usually avoided the county office, was now the defendant in court. But when she saw that the official was young and gentle, not at all like the scary characters from plays, she immediately regained her composure and wanted to speak first, before Cui Qingyi. "Your Honor, I am innocent. It's this young woman who was unfaithful and tried to seduce my son." She was so ashamed she wanted to falsely accuse him. "Please, Your Honor, you must stand up for us. My son is a scholar and will surely pass the imperial exam someday. He will become an official. How can we let others ruin his reputation?" Ji Yunji glanced at the three people below him. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Am I really such a fool?" He didn't interrupt Mother Gu's words but waited quietly until she finished speaking. Then he looked at Gu Erlang, who was kneeling with his head bowed. "Your mother says this young lady deliberately seduced you. Is that true?" Cui Qingyi gave Gu Erlang a cold look, noticing his trembling. She thought, useless guy, not even as steady as his mother, who can't even read or write. Gu Erlang's mind raced, but he didn't dare to follow his mother's words and say otherwise. He responded, "Sir, I am truly ashamed. This is all a misunderstanding." He then secretly glanced at Cui Qingyi, blushing a little.
I like Miss Kui.
"Today I saw her leave and wanted to say hello. Maybe I was too nervous when I saw my crush and accidentally scared her, which caused her dog to bite me. It all happened so fast that I couldn't react. My mother, worried for me, said some nonsense. I am willing to apologize to Miss Cui and ask you to forgive my mother's mistake." Oh. Cui Qingyi was completely surprised by Gu Erlang's words. She thought he would follow his mother's lead and falsely accuse her, clearing himself. But he seemed to understand that the day he bumped into her at Imo Xiangjai, many people saw it. His claim that she seduced him wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Now, if this story spread, it would just be seen as a naive scholar's mistake because he liked a young lady, nothing serious. Scholars can be quite cunning. Gu's family was stunned. They wanted to speak, but Gu Erlang pinched his father's waist, silencing him instantly. Ji Yunji watched happily, thinking that Gu Erlang looked shy when he looked at the girl, but he didn't believe it. Coming from a wealthy background, Ji Yunji had seen many tricks between men and women. He thought this actor's performance was not very good. He looked at Cui Qingyi and asked, "Do you believe what he said?" Cui Qingyi looked at Gu's mother and son and let out a cold snort. "Your Honor, I believe this isn't love, as Gu Erlang claims, but that Gu's family is after money. They want to ruin my reputation and steal my family's wealth. Gu Erlang, a scholar, may speak nicely, but in reality, he's just looking at my lack of family support and trying to take advantage of me." Gu Erlang's first words cut off Cui Qingyi's chance to argue back. Anyway, she wasn't physically harmed in this matter, and the officials at the county office wouldn't punish her and her son over such a small issue. If it had been another woman, she might have developed a good impression of Gu Erlang because of his behavior in court, and perhaps a marriage could have been arranged afterward. But Cui Qingyi didn't want to follow Gu Erlang's words. She decided to speak openly in court to see if Gu Erlang would still have the face to come close to her. Ji Yunji secretly chuckled. This young lady wasn't stupid. If she truly liked Gu Erlang, she might end up being tricked and left with nothing. But sitting in the court, he represented the law, so he couldn't show his true thoughts. Otherwise, when the magistrate returned, he might be sent to guard the riverbank. After a few words of instruction from both sides, the matter was dismissed. Since it was a misunderstanding, let's end it here. You may leave. The hurried arrival at the county office and the hasty conclusion made the scene somewhat abrupt. But Cui Qingyi achieved her goal. She wanted the people who had designs on her in Huaihua Lane to see clearly that she, Cui Xiaonyang, was not someone to be bullied. Don't think she was easy to push around. Gu's family's arrogance disappeared after leaving the county office. They hurriedly left with their son, looking anxious. Gu Erling wanted to say a few words to Cui Qingyi, but it wasn't appropriate here. Jinru waited outside for Cui Qingyi. When she saw her come out, she hurried over. "Miss, are you all right?" Cui Qingyi shook her head. "I'm fine. Let's go to the embroidery workshop." Jinru was too worried to care about embroidery. She was almost scared to death. She wondered why Miss was so calm. In fact, Cui Qingyi felt she hadn't performed well today and was a bit frustrated. She silently told herself that it was her first time and lacked experience. Next time, she would know how to handle such situations better. In the end, they went to the embroidery workshop. Jinru's embroidery skills were guided by a master, and even in Qinghe City, Cui Qingyi had never seen anyone better than Jinru. The embroidery shop was discerning. They carefully examined several handkerchiefs and happily set a price. "This embroidery is very good, with a fresh design and neat, fine stitches. 15 coins for this one." Jinru was prepared for rejection and ready to visit more shops, but surprisingly, the first shop they entered accepted her handkerchief. She instinctively looked at Cui Qingyi. Cui Qingyi nodded, and Jinru happily agreed. "All right, thank you, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper smiled and waved her hand. "No need to thank me. Your embroidery skills are truly excellent. The patterns on this piece are beautiful and interesting. I believe many young ladies here would like it. If you have more, you can bring them to my embroidery shop and I will pay you the same price." The shopkeeper's words gave Ju Rong great encouragement. She immediately smiled happily and agreed. After leaving the embroidery shop, Ju Rong couldn't hold back her excitement. Even though she tried to control herself, her joy showed in her eyes and smile. Cui Qingyi understood this feeling very well. She remembered how she felt when she earned a few hundred coins after coming of age. "Girl, let's go buy some cakes and then buy a few big bones for Wangkai," Cui Qingyi said. They spent all the money they earned today from selling handkerchiefs, over 100 coins. Although they only bought 2 packs of ordinary cakes and 2 big bones, both Ju Rong and Cui Qingyi felt very happy. The sunset stretched their shadows long, and they thought, such days are truly wonderful. That night, Ju Rong cooked the 2 big bones for Wangkai to eat. The big dog seemed to understand why he was getting such a treat today and strutted proudly around the yard. Since earning her first big sum of money, Ju Rong had been focused entirely on embroidery. Cui Qingyi was worried she might strain her eyes and advised her not to rush, but Ju Rong, eager to earn more silver, didn't listen. After a few attempts to persuade her, Cui Qingyi stopped trying, waiting for her enthusiasm to fade naturally. After finishing the storybooks she had borrowed, Cui Qingyi felt that people in this era, perhaps unexposed to modern technology, had a more sincere imagination about the universe, the world, and mythological figures. It was as if those mythic characters were real. Without her storybooks, Cui Qingyi watched Ju Rong busy with her embroidery and finally thought that maybe she should find something to do herself after more than 2 months. Since she took the Gu family mother and son to the county office that time, the people in the alley seemed to have reached some silent agreement, subtly excluding the Cui household from their circle. Although the weather was getting colder, some people still sat under the locust trees chatting. When they saw Cui Qingyi come out, they paused their conversation in agreement. Only after she had walked far enough did they resume talking. Cui Qingyi found this situation amusing. Living in this era, she had developed a more observer's mindset. Even the neighbors' cliques and rivalries seemed interesting to her. Watching the woman in the cloak walk away, the people under the locust tree reluctantly withdrew their gazes. TSK, why doesn't she go to the city to find work? How does she make a living? Isn't she from a wealthy family? She must have a lot of silver. Who knows? Without a man, how would she have silver? The crowd exchanged knowing glances and then smiled knowingly. Sister Lee quickly packed up her sewing basket, stood up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and said, "Ladies, take your time talking. I need to go home and cook." Seeing her leave, the others waved casually. Once she was gone, those who had been discussing Cui Qingyi turned their attention to Sister Lee. She's so proud, pretending to be better than us. Of course she's different. She's the daughter of a scholar. A scholar's daughter who is sold. On her way home, Sisterly glanced at the Chui residence and remembered the two young girls who politely brought her sweet cakes that day. She sighed silently. She knew that once she left, those gossiping women would probably mock her for being the scholar's daughter. But Sisterly was used to it. Her father was indeed a scholar, though a gambling addict. Her 3 sisters from her maternal family were later sold by their gambler father. She was lucky, having been sold into a kind family. Her in-laws treated her well, and her life was peaceful. But her 2 sisters didn't know where they had been sold or what hardships they faced. In her first year married into Huaixiang Lane, she was constantly pointed at. Over the years, she understood that these people were bored and used others' suffering to make themselves feel better when their own lives weren't smooth. But she also saw that those 2 girls weren't weak. They were different from her. She believed they would have good lives. When Cui Qingyi entered Mo Xiangjai, the young shopkeeper didn't read books this time. Instead, he moved a chair and looked across the street with a stern expression. Cui Qingyi thought he was a decent person and looked in the same direction to see what made him look so serious. Qi Mo Xian originally wanted to glare at the person trying to steal his business, but he was caught watching by a customer and felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, what book would you like to buy? Feel free to look around. Cui Qingyi nodded. The bookstore seemed much quieter than last time, with only a few people browsing. After walking around the bookshelf, she couldn't find the book she was looking for. She then headed to the counter and asked, "Shopkeeper, where is the book by Lord Qingfeng?" When she mentioned Lord Qingfeng, Qi Moshuan's expression twisted for a moment. Then he looked discouraged and pointed across the street. "See for yourself. If you're looking for Lord Qingfeng's book, go to the Qixing bookstore on the other side." Cui Qingyi raised an eyebrow and left Moxiang Pavilion, heading towards the Qixing bookstore across the street. Qi Moshuan watched as one of the few customers in his bookstore left for the other shop, feeling a lump in his throat and almost crying. "Come back, I was just saying it casually. Please don't go." Qi Moshuan's mind was very rich, but unfortunately, Cui Qingyi didn't have mind-reading abilities when she traveled through time. She curiously entered the Qixing bookstore. Unlike Moxiang Pavilion, the Qixing bookstore was much busier, with people everywhere choosing and reading books. Seeing a customer, the young clerk, busy at the cash register, casually greeted, "Customer, Lord Qingfeng's scripts are over there. Feel free to look and pick." Cui Qingyi followed the clerk's finger and saw a prominent empty shelf in the Qixing bookstore, with the words, "Lord Qingfeng," clearly marked. This was probably the prototype of future columns, Cui Qingyi thought, marveling at how clever ancient people were. Many young men and women surrounded the area, indicating that Lord Qingfeng was very popular. "Everyone from now on, Lord Qingfeng's books will only be sold at our Qixing bookstore. We hope everyone will support us," the clerk announced happily. Cui Qingyi understood why the owner of Moxiang Pavilion looked so upset earlier. Since Lord Qingfeng's books were so popular, most of the customers at Moxiang Pavilion probably came for him. Now that Lord Qingfeng's books were exclusive to Qixing bookstore, they lost most of their customers, which explained the shopkeeper's gloomy face. After understanding the situation, Cui Qingyi picked out a few scripts by Lord Qingfeng to pay for. Perhaps because she bought so many, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "Customer, next month is Lord Qingfeng's birthday. Our Qixing bookstore will release a new series then. Please come and support us." Cui Qingyi also nodded with a smile, but her heart was not at ease. The ancients were really good at doing business. The 2 remaining customers in Moxiang Pavilion also left. Qi Moshuan, feeling disappointed, sat for a while and then decided it was boring, so he closed the shop and went home. As soon as she got up, she saw the guest who had previously asked about Qingfeng Gentleman's storybook return, carrying a few books in his hand. She recognized that these were Qingfeng Gentleman's latest storybooks. Qi Moshuan felt like crying again. Cui Qingyi smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you accept storybooks here?" Qi Moshuan looked tired and said, "No. Even if you do, it's useless. Who can compare to Qingfeng Gentleman? I think my Mo Xiangjai will close soon." He felt very frustrated inside. He didn't know what kind of place the Qixing bookstore was, but they had made Qingfeng Gentleman's storybooks their exclusive. The customers who used to go to various bookstores in Dongping County now all went to them. What if I can produce better storybooks than Qingfeng Gentleman? What price can you offer me? Writing storybooks was a sudden idea Cui Qingyi had when she saw the Qixing bookstore, also inspired by Zhu Rua's desire to earn money. Her family had only 3 members, and she was often lazy and didn't work hard. This couldn't go on. She was a young woman, but she spoke confidently. Ha-Chi Mashwan sneered and looked at Cui Qingyi seriously, raising an eyebrow. If you can produce better storybooks than Qingfeng Gentleman, I'll share the profits with you, a 60-40 split. His tone was a bit stubborn, showing he was probably upset about being pushed out by the Qixing bookstore. But Cui Qingyi didn't mind. All she needed was the shopkeeper's words. A gentleman's word is hard to take back. Let's agree. I'll bring the storybooks in a few days. Regardless of Qi Mashwan's reaction, Cui Qingyi turned and left. She wasn't confident in other areas, but when it came to writing stories, she believed she had an advantage because she had read so many stories. Qi Mashwan closed the bookstore early, not paying much attention to Cui Qingyi's words. Seeing the business getting worse each day, he felt anxious and confused. His family had 5 members, and they relied on the bookstore to live. Now, with no customers every day if the shop wasn't his, he'd have gone bankrupt long ago. Zhu Rua was surprised when she heard her daughter wanted to write and sell storybooks. In Zhu Rua's mind, only scholars and talented writers could make money from books, like the Cui family. The elder members of the Cui family were famous writers, and it was said that one of their calligraphy works could sell for 1,000 silver coins. Zhu Rua had never seen such beautiful calligraphy or paintings, but she couldn't believe they were worth that much money. But in her heart, she believed that anyone who could casually write a few words and earn 1,000 taels of silver was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if those people shared the same surname as her family's young lady, Cui, they would still be unreachable for her in this lifetime. However, now her young lady said she wanted to write storybooks to make money, and Zhu Rua wondered if that was possible. Still, she didn't want to discourage her girl. After all, when her young lady first started selling embroidery at the embroidery workshop, she was supported unconditionally. Now, she should support her girl as well. Zhu Rua clenched her teeth inwardly and decided to ignore her conscience. Yes, young lady, I believe you can do it. Keep going. From that day on, Cui Qingyi began to plan her own storybook. She had observed carefully when she visited bookstores before. The most popular stories on the market were about talented scholars and beautiful women, but that made the market saturated with similar books. The reason why the storybooks about young Master Qingfeng were so popular was not because his stories were particularly unique, but mainly because his storybooks had been adapted into plays performed in the capital city. The capital city was a place of power and wealth, and after some time, Qingfeng's name spread across the entire Great Jin, from north to south. As a result, his storybooks became very popular. With others setting the trend before her, it was hard for newcomers to copy their success. Cui Qingyi realized she needed to create a new path if she wanted her storybooks to sell well. So she decided to give up writing sad, romantic love stories and focus on detective novels. Detective novels, or crime-solving stories, were a completely blank space in the literary market of Great Jin. Writing such storybooks made her the first person in Jin to do so. As for whether writing these stories might offend some taboos, Cui Qingyi was not worried. She had lived in Jin for 19 years and hadn't been wasting her life. During her 15 years confined at home by the Yuan family, she studied Jin's laws thoroughly. As long as her stories didn't involve royal secrets, she still had a lot of freedom in her writing. Of course, Cui Qingyi knew that to make her stories appealing, she couldn't just write about solving cases. She needed to include complex elements. Romantic and tragic love stories were essential. Throughout history, many famous cases became legendary because they included love stories, which helped them be remembered. As for detective stories, Cui Qingyi's mind was full of ideas. In her previous life, her happiest moments as a child were spent watching the Justice Bao TV series. The intricate cases were frightening but truly exciting. Konjac was doing embroidery while watching her young lady's movements. She saw that the person who was frowning and thinking earlier had now started to write. Konjac was curious about what she was writing but was afraid of disturbing Cui Chingy, so she suppressed her curiosity and focused on her embroidery needle. Qi Xuan had already forgotten what Cui Chingy said that day. He was carefully cleaning the dust off the bookshelf with a feather duster. His face showed no anger from a few days ago. Now he only felt disappointed. When there were many guests, the bookshelf would not gather so much dust. He had been helping his father run the bookstore since he was young, for over 10 years now. Watching the business decline day by day made him feel very sad, but no one could truly understand his feelings. He was considering whether to close the bookstore and sell other things, because he couldn't just wait for the business to fail and lose money. However, making this decision was difficult. Qi Xuan wasn't sure if he had the ability to run other businesses well. Cui Chingy entered quietly, holding a wrapped manuscript. Not seeing anyone, she raised her voice. "Shopkeeper, are you here?" Qi Xuan, feeling sad, was too distracted to greet her properly. He only called out from afar, "If you want to buy Master Qingfeng's books, go to the 7 Stars bookstore across the street." "I don't have any here." For more than half a month, he had gotten used to people coming here because they couldn't find Master Qingfeng's books elsewhere. Cui Chingy said, "Shopkeeper, we agreed before that if I could produce a storybook better than Master Qingfeng's, you would give me exclusive profit sharing. Are you going back on your word?" Qi Xuan peeked out from behind the bookshelf and saw Cui Chingy outside. Suddenly, he remembered what she said. But he didn't believe Cui Chingy could really produce a good storybook. There are many readers in Dongping County, and some have tried to write storybooks like Master Qingfeng's to sell. Some of those stories are decent, but compared to Master Qingfeng, they are worlds apart. Could a woman really do what even scholars couldn't? Looking at Cui Chingy with steady eyes, Qi Xuan decided to make his point clearer. "Miss, writing a storybook isn't something just anyone can do. Many educated people can't manage it. As a young lady, you shouldn't get involved in this." Qi Xuan thought that after he said this, the girl would be embarrassed and leave immediately. To his surprise, she didn't leave but instead sneered. "Haha, if they can't do it, it's because they lack talent. Don't lump me together with them." Qi Xuan almost laughed out of frustration. This girl was so bold and unaware of her limits. "Miss, you have quite a big mouth. I want to see what kind of amazing story you can write," he said, reaching out his hand. Cui Chingy didn't immediately hand over her manuscript but looked at him seriously and said, "Shopkeeper, before you read my work, let's agree on something. If you think my story is better than that of young Master Qingfeng, we split the earnings 60/40. Qi Xuan was truly amused. After running a bookstore in Dongping County for many years, he'd never seen someone so arrogant, especially a young woman. "All right, a gentleman's word is hard to take back. If your story is better than Qingfeng's, I'll give you 60/40, he replied. Cui Chingy then handed over her manuscript calmly, though she was secretly smiling inside. The shopkeeper was young and easily provoked by a few words. Maybe he was a fan of Qingfeng and couldn't stand seeing his idol disrespected by someone so young and inexperienced. Qi Xuan was convinced that Cui Chingy had just scribbled a few pages to fool him. But his opinion changed instantly when he opened the oil paper wrapping and saw the neatly bound pages with bold, strong characters. The title read, Record of the Blue Sky, Chasing Snow and Seeking Plum, signed by Mr. Nancheng, Qi Xuan. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, the calligraphy is quite good. How did a young lady learn to write in this style? Cui Chingy replied, just practicing for fun when I had free time. Qi Xuan scoffed, good handwriting doesn't mean the story will be good. He just wanted to finish reading quickly and send her away. So, he opened the manuscript and read for about 15 minutes straight. Watching his eyes glued to the pages, Cui Chingy smirked faintly and casually found a place to sit and wait. After 15 minutes, Qi Xuan closed the book with a satisfied look, though he seemed a bit reluctant. He awkwardly looked at Cui Chingy and said, this is too short. It was just getting interesting, and then it ended. Cui Chingy thought his question was pointless. This was only the first draft, and she couldn't possibly show him everything. The shopkeeper asked, "What do you think of my book compared to young Master Qingfeng's?" Qi Moxuan put away his previous dismissive attitude toward Cui Qingyi and thought for a moment. Your Blue Sky record is indeed good, but whether it can compare to young Master Qingfeng's stories, honestly, I'm not sure. He was quite honest. So, are you willing to work with me? Qi Moxuan hesitated a little. He admitted that the Blue Sky record was really well done. Although he hadn't seen the later parts of the story, the part about searching for plum blossoms in the snow was very captivating, with exciting twists and detailed descriptions, especially the professional details of the forensic examiner examining the body. However, this kind of story was new to him and not the mainstream favored by young masters and Mrs. Today. He wasn't sure if anyone would buy it in his shop. Still, he liked the story very much. Seeing Qi Moxuan's expression, Cui Qingyi knew what he was thinking, but she didn't plan to use all her effort to persuade him to work together. When she decided to write the Blue Sky record, she had already made two plans. If Qi Moxuan had the courage and was willing to cooperate, they could earn money together in the future. If he was stubborn and traditional, she wouldn't insist. When she first arrived in Dongping County, she was already thinking of starting some business. If she hadn't decided before, now her plan was fully formed. If Qi Moxuan refused, she would open her own bookstore. Fine, if the shopkeeper has concerns, I'll ask around other bookstores. Cui Qingyi reached out to take back her manuscript. Qi Moxuan looked at her slender hand reaching out, stained with ink, and suddenly made up his mind. All right, I'll work with you, young miss. I'll give you 40%. I'll write the contract right now, comma. Seeing the freshly made contract, Cui Qingyi calmly put it away. Shopkeeper Qi, I hope we'll have a happy cooperation. Qi Moxuan also smiled. Miss Cui, my bookstore depends on this story to turn around. If the story falls apart later, I'll have to claim compensation according to the contract. Cui Qingyi confidently replied, Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll send the next story as soon as possible. After the person left, Qi Moxuan looked at Ink Fragrance Studio and silently thought, This is the last time. I'll try once more. The young girl was out delivering stories today, and he wondered how it turned out. He didn't understand how the bookstore was run, or whether they would accept his girl's story. She was both hopeful and afraid that the girl might be deeply hurt by rejection. After more than an hour, only a rough outline of a pattern was embroidered on the handkerchief. Her embroidered handkerchiefs became very popular at the brocade workshop. The shopkeeper from the last visit had already ordered several other patterned handkerchiefs from her. Fearing she might leave for another shop once she gained fame, the shopkeeper increased the buying price quite a bit. Jurue felt very satisfied. She had never imagined she could earn money from embroidery before, and this new feeling fascinated her. Life in Dongping County was good, and she thought it was nice to settle down here with the girl. She also had some unspoken worries, but those worries faded a bit once she realized she could make money from her embroidery work. Jurue seemed to understand what she was worried about. She wanted to stay with the girl for a long time and didn't want to be abandoned. Cui Qingyi returned quickly, eager to share her good news with Jurue. Standing at the door, she forced a slight smile, then pushed the door open with a serious expression. When Jurue heard the door open, she hurriedly put down her embroidery to greet her. Seeing Cui Qingyi's downturned mouth, her heart sank. Jurue was unsure how to start. Her hands nervously fidgeted on her body, and finally, she said dryly, Girl, don't be sad. It's definitely those people who are blind. Cui Qingyi kept a serious face, but was already laughing inside. Earlier, Jurue had worried that her embroidered handkerchiefs wouldn't sell, and she used the same words to comfort her. She didn't expect this girl to be so good at applying what she learned. Watching Jurue rack her brains trying to comfort her, Cui Qingyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Jurue, you're so adorable. She reached out and pinched Jurue's tense cheeks, feeling very happy. Seeing her girl like this, Jurue understood what was going on, but she didn't bother to argue with Cui Qingyi's playful teasing. She smiled broadly, even more excited than Cui Qingyi. Girl, is it a success? Really a success? Cui Qingyi nodded seriously. Yes, it's a success. Don't you believe your girl? Ah, that's wonderful, girl. You're amazing. The sound of Wonkai barking came from the backyard. Jurue suddenly realized her voice was a bit loud, but she was so happy, more than she was about earning money from her embroidery. With something to do, time passed faster. To avoid delaying the launch of the record of the clear sky, Cui Qingyi hurried to finish writing the remaining 14 stories of the first volume within 5 days and sent them over. She plans to divide the Clear Sky Records into 3 volumes. The first volume contains 15 stories, while the second and third volumes each have 13 stories. After reading the first story, Searching for Plum in the Snow, Qi Mo Xian was somewhat distrustful of Cui Qingyi and worried about the quality of the subsequent stories. However, after finishing the remaining 14 stories, his worries completely disappeared. To him, each story is rich in content and truly wonderful. The main character's process of unraveling clues to find the truth is tightly woven and very engaging. Even someone as critical of story logic as him couldn't find any flaws. As a partner, Qi Mo Xian was responsible for the layout and printing of the book. Luckily, he owns a bookstore and has trusted printing partners. After a busy half-month, he delivered the printed first volume of The Clear Sky Records to Cui Qingyi's home. Cui Qingyi and Jirua are now being ostracized in Huaihua Alley. People avoid interacting with them, but still watch the Cui residence daily for any news. When Qi Mo Xian arrived, many people noticed him. Jirua had long known that the shopkeeper Qi from Mo Xiangzhai might come in the past few days. When she heard someone knocking, she hurried to open the door. Now, with the big dog Wang Kai following her closely and having fully adapted to life here, Jirua was no longer afraid of the sounds outside the door. When she opened it and saw a young man in a long robe, she immediately guessed his identity. Qi Mo Xian. I am Qi Mo Xian, the shopkeeper of Mo Xiangzhai. Is Miss Cui at home? Yes, please come in, shopkeeper Qi. Cui Qingyi replied. Seeing the visitor, Wang Kai followed closely behind Jirua, looking alert, which made Qi Mo Xian marvel. He had seen good dogs before, but this one from Cui's family seemed quite special. However, he wasn't here to look at dogs. Guided by Jirua, he entered the main hall. Cui Qingyi was busy writing in the second volume of The Clear Sky Records. When she heard the sound, she came out and saw Qi Mo Xian, smiling clearly. Shopkeeper Qi, so it seems the first volume has been printed? Qi Mo Xian smiled warmly. You're right. This is the first batch of printed copies. Take a look. He carefully handed the book from his cloth bag to Cui Qingyi, wrapping it carefully in a piece of oil paper. Cui Qingyi didn't have high expectations for the typesetting and printing of this era, as the technology was already there. But when she opened the oil paper and saw the book for the first time, she was truly amazed. The large characters on the cover of Qingtianji are particularly eye-catching. At a glance, Cui Qingyi immediately notices that these words, written by Qi Moxuan, must have taken a lot of effort. When she opens the book, she is genuinely surprised. There are illustrations too. Seeing her reaction, Qi Moxuan smiles proudly. I drew these based on each story. I wonder if they match the stories of Miss Cui. They do. I didn't expect manager Qi to be so talented. Cui Qingyi sincerely praises him. After all, the fact that he thought to add illustrations for each story already makes her look at him differently, and each picture perfectly matches the story of Qingtianji. I am not talented, but I do have some skill in painting, Qi Moxuan says confidently. He always believed his artwork was good. The reason he remained unknown was simply because he hadn't met someone who appreciated his work. Cui Qingyi quickly flips through the book and can see that Qi Moxuan values Qingtianji very much. He has already done his best with the current conditions. Even if she were to do it herself, she wouldn't be sure she could do better than Qi Moxuan. Today, he came not only to show Cui Qingyi the finished product but also to discuss something. He plans to send copies of Qingtianji to a few friends before selling it publicly. He asks, "What do you think, Miss Cui?" Actually, in their agreement, Cui Qingyi is responsible for providing the manuscript and Qi Moxuan handles the subsequent sales. He wants to manage things without needing to explain everything to Cui Qingyi. But since this is their first cooperation, he isn't sure about her personality. She's different from other women he's met. Her ability to write stories like Qing Tianji shows she's not like ordinary women. So, he can't judge her by the usual standards he uses for women from noble families. Hearing Qi Mashuan's words, Cui Qingyi straightforwardly responds, "In business, Manager Qi has more experience than I do. As long as it benefits the sale of Qing Tianji, you can go ahead without my interference. Of course, we are partners. If you need any help from me, I will naturally do my part." Her words make Qi Mashuan feel very comfortable. He came today mainly to test her attitude. As she said, they are partners, but Ma Xiongzhai is his family business. He doesn't want outsiders interfering with how he runs things. If Cui Qingyi is that kind of person, he will need to be more cautious in their future cooperation. Fortunately, her attitude pleased him greatly. Haha, since that's the case, I, Qi, will not betray Miss Cui's trust. Qi Qingyi raised the teacup on the table. I hope we have a happy partnership and make good money together. Ha ha ha, you're right, let's all make money together. Because Prince Qingfeng's birthday was coming soon, he planned to start a new serialized story. For this reason, the Seven Stars bookstore had been very busy these days. Besides prominently displaying the words, Prince Qingfeng, at the entrance, the bookstore also gave each visitor an invitation, inviting them to come on that day. This new and interesting approach was well received, and everyone promised to arrive on time. After the busy period passed, shopkeeper Zhao of the Seven Stars bookstore finally turned his attention to the Mo Xiongzhai shop diagonally across. He noticed that the shop was closed in the afternoon and asked the young servant, "What's going on with the Mo Xiongzhai these days?" The servant peeked inside and saw the shop was shut tight. He casually said, "Maybe there's no business, so they closed early." "I haven't seen shopkeeper Qi around these days either," the shopkeeper agreed. After all, the strength of the Seven Stars bookstore was well known in Qinghe City. It was unlucky that Mo Xiongzhai was right across from them. Without much business, it was inevitable that they'd be closed. Thinking this, the shopkeeper felt quite proud. The Seven Stars bookstore was owned by the northern family of Qinghe City. A few years ago, his master had met Prince Qingfeng by chance. They hit it off immediately, and his master took the opportunity to propose a partnership with Prince Qingfeng, who happily agreed. To make this business successful, the northern family invested a lot of money. Within half a year, the Seven Stars bookstore had expanded to all the towns under Qinghe City. According to the master's plan, next year they would head to the capital. Meanwhile, Qi Mashuan, visiting a friend's house, was unaware that the shopkeeper of Seven Stars bookstore was still thinking about him. His full attention was on Zhang Juren across the street. Qi Mashuan's father was friends with Zhang Juren, and he had studied at Zhang's private school as a child. Strictly speaking, he was a bit afraid of the stern old man, but because of their relationship, Qi Mashuan would visit Zhang Juren during festivals. He had previously planned to give some printed copies of Qing Tianji as gifts to friends, and the first person he thought of was Zhang Juren. In theory, since Zhang the scholar had achieved the rank of Juren, he could have gone to teach at Dongping Academy. However, he insisted on his own educational ideas and refused to cooperate with the academy. Going there would only mislead students, so he stayed in his private school teaching just a few students. It is said that even the county magistrate of this county personally tried to persuade him to come out of retirement, but failed. Qi Mashuan admired this old scholar. Teaching at an academy was highly sought after, but he refused outright. Still, Qi Mashuan understood the old scholar's eccentric personality well. Before coming here, he prepared himself mentally, worried that the scholar might scold him for not focusing on proper studies and send him away, something the scholar had done before. But now, seeing that the scholar seemed quite interested in the Qingtian record, especially since he had been reading it for over 15 minutes, Qi's anxious heart eased a little. Qi sat at Zhang's house for half an hour, waiting patiently until the scholar put down the book. Then he looked at him expectantly. "After all these years, you haven't made much progress. It's as if you've grown nails on your backside," he muttered inwardly. Qi smiled awkwardly and asked, "Master, What do you think of this book? Zhang stroked his goat beard and glanced at Qi. It's okay, he replied. Qi was overjoyed. He didn't think this was a low praise. Those who knew Zhang well understood that receiving such a comment from him was quite rare. Who is this Mr. Nanqing? Zhang asked, pointing to the signature and seal on the page of the book. Qi chuckled and waved his hand. He wasn't afraid of offending Zhang. Master, I promise to keep Mr. Nanqing's identity secret. You often say that a gentleman's word is hard to take back, so I can't break my promise. Zhang stood up, holding the Qingtian record in his hand. I still have to teach now. You should go back quickly. Seeing him tuck the book into other books and leave, Qi was overjoyed. Although Zhang didn't teach at Dongping Academy, his status among local scholars was quite high. With his help, it wouldn't be long before the Qingtian record spread among writers and scholars. Soon, Qi sent out several copies of the Qingtian record to friends in Dongping County. When he returned to Maxiang Studio and saw the busy scene at Qixing Bookstore across the street, his fighting spirit reignited. He knew a bit about Qixing Bookstore's background. He didn't dare to hope it could reach the same level, but he only wished not to be eliminated by the market. His current goal is to make Qing Tianji somewhat famous, so that people who enjoy this kind of story will know that only his Mo Xiangzhai has Mr. Nanqing's books. Then, his Mo Xiang house will eventually return to its lively past. Qi Moxuan tells himself he must not rush. Officer Ji Yunji sits inside the government office, almost eager to see someone. The passing guards are used to this and do their own work. Since the county magistrate left, Officer Ji Yunji has been like this. Besides handling daily affairs for the boss, he is almost bored to death. Sometimes he looks up at the sky, sometimes squats on the ground counting passing ants, cursing the damn Zhou Yanxiu in his heart. He'd rather go out with that talkative master clerk than with his good brother. Zheng Zhubu walks by holding a stack of documents and sees Ji Yunji looking so bored. He casually pulls out a book from the bottom of the stack and hands it to him. Officer Ji, I have a new storybook. Do you want to read it? Ji Yunji lazily looks up and glances at the lively Zheng Zhubu. He simply can't understand how this man, at his age, can be so energetic. No, I don't want to. Those are books for young ladies. In Ji Yunji's impression, those storybooks are just about fallen scholars meeting wealthy daughters, falling in love at first sight, or talented men and beautiful women overcoming hardships to be together. They are easy to read but not very deep, and reading them for a long time might make one foolish.
Zeng Zuburai se saneyebrol.
You haven't read it, so how do you know it's a book for young ladies? He's busy and doesn't have much time to chat, so he casually tosses the book into Ji Yunji's arms. If you don't like it, come help me organize the documents. Compared to organizing papers, Ji Yunji thinks he can also read storybooks. Qing Tianji, what's that name? Ji Yunji opens the book casually, intending just to take a look. After reading for several hours, the people in the government office haven't heard County Magistrate Ji call, bored. It's quiet but a bit strange. For the first time, Ji Yunji learns that storybooks have this kind of genre. He closes the book, feeling a bit reluctant to stop. He notices this is only the first volume, so there must be a middle and last volume. He stands up, deciding to find Zheng Zhubu and borrow the remaining 2 books to read. When he looks up, he realizes it's already dark outside. It's already so late. Looks like I'll have to wait until tomorrow. That night, because he was worried about the remaining story of Qing Tianji, Ji Yunji had trouble sleeping. He finally dozed off but woke up startled after dreaming about the detailed autopsy scenes from the story. The next morning, Chief Clerk Zheng was stopped on his way to the county office by someone. When he looked up, he saw Ji Yunji. Seeing his tired and restless appearance, Zheng asked curiously, "Did you go catch thieves last night?" He had not heard of any disturbances the previous evening. Ji Yunji ignored his teasing and reached out his hand. "Can I borrow the second volume of Qing Tianji?" When Zheng heard Qing Tianji, he remembered what it was about. He stroked his prized beard proudly and said, "You said that was for the young lady to read. Why do you still want the second volume?" "Forget it. I don't have it here either." After saying that, he bypassed Ji Yunji and headed toward his office. He wanted to tease Ji a little more, but then he remembered the master would return soon. When he came back, he would need to review the recent documents, so he had to organize everything quickly. Ji Yunji was anxious when he heard this. What do you mean, not here? In fact, Zheng wasn't sure about the details either. The book was a gift from a friend, and no one mentioned a second volume. Naturally, Zheng couldn't give Ji Yunji an answer. For the first time in his life, Ji Yunji was obsessed with a storybook, and he thought about it all night. Now, he felt uneasy, caught between wanting it and not. After sitting in the county office for a while, Ji Yunji decided to go out and look around the street. The storybook was bought from a bookstore, and Zheng didn't know the details, so Ji Yunji decided to find it himself. Cui Qingyi and Qi Mashuan didn't expect that even before Qing Tianji officially hit the shelves, someone was eager to get it. Qi Mashuan arranged for someone to reorganize the layout of Ink Fragrance Pavilion, planning to set up a special area for Qing Tianji. He learned this from the Seven Stars bookstore across the street. He didn't think this was shameful. Business is like that. You learn from each other. The owner of the Seven Stars bookstore watched the bookstore across the street busy with customers coming and going, as if clearing space. He couldn't help but feel proud and said that Ink Fragrance Pavilion wouldn't last long and was preparing to close down. Just as he was about to go over and see the excitement, he saw Ji Yunji. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly put on his best attitude to greet and entertain him. Although the Seven Stars bookstore came from Qinghe City, as the saying goes, a strong dragon does not oppress the local snake. The master of the North House, whenever he opens a bookstore in a new place, will thoroughly understand the local social network. Once there, he tries to build relationships, and even if he can't, he keeps track of who to avoid offending. As for Ji Yunji, he is not only the county magistrate of Dongping County, but also a close friend of County Magistrate Zhou Yanxiu. It is said that his family background is quite impressive, and they cannot afford to offend him. Do you have the book Qing Tianji here? Ji Yunji asked after passing through several bookstores in the county office, but he couldn't find what he wanted. Someone told him that the Qixing bookstore came from Qinghe City, which made him think they might have the book he needed, so he searched along the way. Qing Tianji, the shopkeeper carefully recalled, but they didn't have that book in their store, and even in Qinghe City, he had never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either. Maybe it's a book that hasn't been added to our collection yet, the shopkeeper said with a smile, but he was secretly wondering which rural person's clumsy work had caught the county magistrate's attention. When Ji Yunji heard that even the bookstore from Qinghe City didn't have it, he felt a bit disappointed. Seeing his expression, the shopkeeper suggested kindly, "You might want to look at other books first. Our Qixing bookstore, whether in Dongping or Qinghe, has the most complete collection of books on the market." This was not bragging. Just looking at the size of the bookstore, it was clear they had a large collection. Ji Yunji waved his hand and said that his family had many books, and he had been reading so much since he was young that he was almost tired of it. But right now, he just wanted to read Qing Tianji. Since he couldn't find what he wanted at Qixing bookstore, Ji Yunji had to give up. When he left, he saw another bookstore called Mo Xiangjai across the street, but he had no interest in browsing further and headed straight back to the county office. The shopkeeper of Qixing bookstore, who failed to make friends with Ji Yunji, felt a bit disappointed. Most of the shopkeepers outside were children of the families from Qinghe City's northern households. However, there was a difference between these children of families. Those who stayed in Qinghe City were close to the main family and received more benefits than others. Money was just a small part of it. The head family had rules. Those who made significant contributions to the family business would be rewarded according to their efforts. 2 years ago, Lai Shun, who was close to the master, was released from slavery and became a legitimate citizen. Now, he was managing a shop in Qinghe City, gaining respect and trust from the master. With Lai Shun's help, those of them who had been sent to different places also wanted to make some achievements. They didn't expect to become official citizens immediately, but just being able to show their skills to the family at the end of the year was a big success. Feeling a bit down, I originally wanted to go out and enjoy the lively atmosphere of Mo Xiangjai. But as soon as I stepped outside, I saw Chi Mo Xian happily greeting people and moving some oddly shaped tables and chairs into the shop. He seemed eager to see what this person was up to, but felt a little shy, since we had taken over Mo Xiangzhai's business completely. Chi Mo Xian had no idea that someone was always watching him. Looking at the newly arranged, refreshed bookstore, I felt a bit dazed. It was still my bookstore, but once the unique shelves and tables were set up, everything seemed to change completely. Near the window, there was a long, soft bench with cushions, where customers could sit and read. Without tall bookshelves blocking the light, the inside was bright and cheerful, making people feel happy. "Shopkeeper Chi, I brought you some things," said Konjac, carrying a basket with dolls she made based on sketches by Cui Qingyi. The girl called these items peripherals, and they were part of the business Cui Qingyi brought her. These small items were sold in Chi Mo Xian's bookstore, and he shared the profits with her. At first, Chi Mo Xian didn't agree, thinking that placing cloth dolls in the bookstore didn't look serious. But in the end, he was convinced by Cui Qingyi's explanation about these merchandise extensions. Still, he didn't fully agree. He only promised to sell the dolls for a month. If customers didn't like them, they would have to be removed next month. Cui Qingyi happily agreed, knowing that she had a month to see if her dolls could sell in Mo Xiangzhai. She worked very carefully, studying the sketches Cui Qingyi gave her to make sure she could reproduce them perfectly. Seeing Konjac carefully placing the dolls on the shelves and watching their adorable expressions, Chi Mo Xian had to admit, they looked quite good. The shopkeeper of the 7-star study had been feeling a bit gloomy lately. Several people had come asking to buy something called the Blue Sky Record. The shopkeeper, feeling embarrassed, asked politely, "Dear customer, what kind of book is the Blue Sky Record? I'll ask someone to look for it in Qinghe City." The visitor waved his hand and said, "Never mind, I'll look for it myself." He also often saw his good friend holding that book, the Clear Sky Record, reading it with great fascination. He wanted to borrow it to read, but was told that the friend had also borrowed it and could not lend it out. Curious about what kind of book could make his friend so captivated, he decided to go out and browse bookstores to see if he could find it. Currently, he had almost searched all the small and large bookstores in Dongping County, which meant the book was not yet available on the market. Instead of searching blindly outside, he thought it would be better to go back and persuade his friend to copy a copy for him. The person who told him this didn't say much, but the shopkeeper was very concerned. He specially wrote a letter to Qinghe City, asking the shopkeepers there to help find the book called The Clear Sky Record. Chi Mo Xian's ink fragrance pavilion had been renovated to some extent. He covered it from the outside with a curtain, thinking about choosing a good day to reopen. His action made the shopkeeper of the 7 Stars bookstore across the street very curious. The less they saw him, the more eager they were to find out what he was up to. Time quickly passed until the birthday of Lord Qingfeng. The 7 Stars bookstore was busy early in the morning. To promote Lord Qingfeng's latest work on this special day, they made many preparations. When the hour of Qin arrived, drums and gongs sounded at the entrance, firecrackers exploded, and a lively crowd gathered. The shopkeeper of the 7 Stars bookstore, with a bright face, stood at the door greeting customers. "Welcome. Welcome to 7 Stars bookstore. Take your time to choose and look around. Lord Qingfeng's latest masterpiece. Browse inside and pick your favorite." Cui Qingyi arrived at Ink Fragrance Pavilion with Ju at the agreed time. Compared to the lively atmosphere of the 7 Stars bookstore, Ink Fragrance Pavilion was almost deserted. Cui Qingyi couldn't understand why Chi Mo Xian chose this time to reopen. Chi Mo Xian crossed his arms, watching the bustling scene across the street, occasionally reminding the workers, "Get everything ready. As soon as they stop over there, we'll start." Cui Qingyi just stood aside, watching the excitement. The more she watched, the more she admired the people behind the 7 Stars bookstore. She believed the owner behind it must be very talented and brave enough to innovate. The scene they created was almost like a modern book signing event. If Lord Qingfeng himself wasn't present, it would be a perfect ancient version of a fan meeting. The young men and women who came in almost all left with a copy of Lord Qingfeng's new book. Cui Qingyi watched with envy, and Qi Mo Xian also watched eagerly, wishing the customers would flood into Ink Fragrance Pavilion all at once. The firecrackers at Qixing Study Hall finally stopped, and some early arriving guests were already preparing to leave. Qi Moxuan hurriedly called out, "Quick, light the firecrackers." The sudden loud noise not only drew the attention of passers-by, but also made the guests waiting in line at the entrance turn to look. Maxiang Pavilion is now open. Mr. Nanqing's Qing Tianji is exclusively sold here. Intriguing mystery stories await clever minds to solve. Don't miss out if you're passing by, Qi Moxuan shouted loudly, taking the opportunity during the firecracker bursts to promote enthusiastically. The crowd at the entrance of Qixing Study Hall was attracted by the commotion and started discussing. Mr. Nanqing? Who is that? Qing Tianji. Never heard of it. The shopkeeper of Qixing Study Hall had already widened his eyes when he heard the words Qing Tianji and looked over. When Qi Moxuan noticed his gaze, he quickly ordered people to remove the cloth covering the interior of Maxiang Pavilion. The wall was replaced with large windows, allowing everyone to see inside. The bright, cozy reading room naturally attracted young customers, especially with flowers and plush toys placed around the study hall. Some sharp-eyed girls pointed at the decorations inside and whispered to their friends, "Wow, what's that? So cute. Should we go take a look?" However, another girl beside her hesitated, but Prince Qingfeng's books are almost sold out. "Maybe we should wait a bit before going," Qi Moxuan shouted again. "Today, we reopen. Anyone who buys Mr. Nanqing's new book, Qing Tianji, will receive a special book bag as a gift. Come in and choose." Cui Qingyi found a quiet corner and watched Qi Moxuan's performance, thinking her judgment was right. This person was clever and knew how to adapt. Instead of just resenting the competitor at Qixing Study Hall for taking business, he observed carefully and learned a lot. For example, choosing this time to reopen was probably a way to annoy Qixing Study Hall, but more importantly, he aimed to use their strength against them. Qixing Study Hall had put a lot of effort into celebrating Prince Qingfeng's birthday, and Cui Qingyi felt that today many young men and women from Dongping County visited the place. Although Qi Moxuan's timing was a bit sneaky, the large crowd meant more people knew about Maxiang Pavilion. Even the obscure Mr. Nanqing might become a topic of discussion. Cui Qingyi sincerely felt in her heart that the ancients were quite clever.
King Tianye?
You have a copy of Qing Tianji in your bookstore. Is it the one by Mr. Nanqing? Someone in the crowd shouted out excitedly. Cui Qingyi looked closely and saw a teenage boy dressed in the uniform of Dongping Academy students. Wow, Qi Moxuan is really clever. He even knows to find someone to help out, she thought. Actually, when the person spoke, Qi Moxuan was also surprised, but he reacted quickly. Yes, it's Mr. Nanqing's Qing Tianji. You can come in and take a look. Without waiting for his invitation, the boy eagerly rushed into Mo Xiangjai. Seeing his enthusiasm, the people with him also followed inside. It turns out that Chinese people's love for lively gatherings runs deep. With this small incident, many people became interested in Mr. Nanqing and Qing Tianji, feeling they must go in to see for themselves. Song Xing came out holding a copy of Qing Tianji. He went straight to Qi Moxuan, who was outside greeting customers. Shopkeeper, when will the next volume of Qing Tianji be available? Do you know Mr. Nanqing? I really want to meet him. I hope to become an outstanding official in the future. Could you please ask Mr. Nanqing for some guidance? Song Xing poured out his words all at once, making Qi Moxuan stare in surprise. He hadn't expected such a small incident to happen. Cui Qingyi thought about advising a student who wanted to take the imperial exams and becomes an official, but she dared not imagine it. Facing such a diligent and eager student, Qi Moxuan carefully chose his words. The next volume of Qing Tianji will be published next month. As for Mr. Nanqing, you might be disappointed. She is often away from Dongping County now. Seeing a hint of disappointment on the boy's face, Qi Moxuan quickly changed the subject. If Mr. Nanqing passes through Dongping County again, I will definitely introduce you. Although Song Xing felt a bit disappointed, he understood that it was unlikely he could meet Mr. Nanqing. After all, Someone who could write Qingtian Ji must be ambitious and probably wouldn't stay long in such a small place as Dongping County. With just a few simple words, Song Xing was convinced that Mr. Nancheng had traveled through Dongping County. He didn't know what luck the shopkeeper of Mo Xiangjai had, but he managed to meet such a talented person. Song Xing's words attracted some attention from others. Nowadays, no student dreams of someday entering the court, showcasing their talents, and leaving a lasting legacy. Song Xing, does this clear sky record really help with the imperial exams? Cui Qingyi watched nearby and asked. The person asking wasn't wearing the usual student robes from Dongping Academy, but clearly knew the student named Song Xing. Hearing this, Song Xing quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't mean that. It's just that this clear sky record has many descriptions of case investigations, with details not found in existing legal collections. I was wondering if Mr. Nancheng could explain some of it. From Cui Qingyi's knowledge, the Jin Dynasty had no separate judicial studies in either official schools or private academies, and forensic techniques were entirely developed over long periods and passed down through generations. No one would spend time learning this casually. It's rare that a young man like Song Xing is interested in it. Hearing this, the man became more interested in the clear sky record. Then I'll also buy a copy to read. Soon more people entered the ink fragrance pavilion. Even from a distance, Cui Qingyi could see that Manager Zhao from the 7 Stars study looked unhappy. The visitors who just entered the ink fragrance pavilion had originally planned to go to the 7 Stars study, but were intercepted along the way. How could he not be angry? But at this moment, it wasn't good for him to cause trouble with Mi Xueshuan. Although they were merchants, they dealt in scholars' business. Scholars care about reputation. If he openly caused trouble for Ink Fragrance Pavilion in front of everyone, it might make people think he lacked tolerance. Perhaps this annoying fellow had planned this from the start. Qi Moxuan completely ignored Manager Zhao's glare. To him, this was just a matter of courtesy. When the 7 Stars study previously suppressed his business, they showed no mercy. Now, he was just returning the favor. Since meeting Cui Qingyi, he had gained new insights into business. That so-called core competitiveness seemed to be within reach. For example, the core strength of the 7 Stars study was their mascot, Lord Qingfeng. Just mentioning his name attracted many followers. Moreover, the 7 Stars study was owned by the North family of Qinghe City, a famous merchant family in Jin with strong financial backing. Naturally, they could gather rare books from all over the world for the study. Compared to that, Ink Fragrance Pavilion had no real advantage. Before Cui Qingyi came, his shop was no different from any other bookstore. But after thinking about all this, Qi Moxuan suddenly realized a key point. If Cui Qingyi actively sought his cooperation, it was like a gift from heaven. Honestly, Qi Mo Xian now wants to support Cui Qingyi fully. How Qi Mo Xian thinks is unclear to Cui Qingyi. She brought her friend, Jiru, to sit in a corner of Mo Xiangjai. Looking over at the special area for Mr. Nancheng, she saw many people gathered there, some holding books and choosing comfortable seats. This gave her confidence. Seeing people interested proved that this kind of story still has a market in this era. She can continue creating with peace of mind. Jiru kept watching those who bought the Green Sky record and paid at the counter. She was so excited she almost wanted to jump up on the spot, her heart screaming internally. Mr. Nancheng is actually her family's girl. A young girl held a cloth doll and asked at the counter, "How do I buy this?" Jiru's eyes widened instantly. She turned and grabbed Cui Qingyi's hand, very nervous. When the girl left with the Green Sky record and the doll, Jiru's face turned pale. She was even more excited than the person who bought the book. Seeing that Qi Mo Xian's arrangements were good, Cui Qingyi took Jiru and left. She hadn't been idle these days. To catch up on her work, she sometimes stayed up late working. She planned to take this chance to rest properly. Ji Yunji had been thinking about the Green Sky record these days. That day, he asked Zheng Zhubu about it when he returned. Zheng Zhubu said the book was a gift from a friend, but he didn't know the details. Maybe people are like that. The more they want something, the more they can't get it and the more they think about it. During a day off, Ji Yunji went out for a walk in the street. Coincidentally, he saw Mo Xiangjai, and the words Mr. Nancheng caught his eye. Zhao shopkeeper saw County Magistrate Ji from the county office enter Mo Xiangjai and felt his teeth clenched. He had previously sent an invitation to the county office, hoping Ji County Magistrate would visit Qixing bookstore today, but he was politely refused. Now he was here, at Mo Xiangjai. Who exactly is Mr. Nancheng, and what about the Green Sky record? Zhao's shopkeeper felt anxious, like a cat scratching at his mind. He called over a new employee and ordered, "Go to Mo Xiangjai and buy a copy of the Green Sky record." He wanted to see what kind of extraordinary book could attract so many people's attention and even overshadow the famous Qing Feng Gongzi. In fact, Zhao shopkeeper's thoughts were a bit exaggerated. At this time, the title, Mr. Nancheng, was nowhere near as famous as Qing Feng Gongzi. If Cui Qingyi heard this, she would think Zhao shopkeeper was a perfectionist. To him, Qi Mo Xian and Mr. Nancheng were like frogs on the same stone, completely incomparable to Qing Feng Gongzi, whose perfect fan meeting had become less perfect because of this. Ji Yunji dressed modestly today, but his noble background and powerful aura were impossible to hide. As soon as he entered, Qi Moshuan saw him immediately, feeling that the already bright and fragrant ink fragrance pavilion shone even more. Qi Moshuan knew this county magistrate Ji, but only knew of him. As a small merchant, he had little chance to meet such a high-ranking official. When Ji Yunji walked around the shop and then headed straight to the Southern City Scholar section, Qi Moshuan understood what was happening. He had sent the unpublished Qingtian record early to others for this purpose. He didn't know this important figure from Dongbing County personally, but surely someone did. Looking at the current situation, someone had come to find him. He didn't expect it to be County Magistrate Ji himself. In Qi Moshuan's initial plan, it would have been perfect if a few scholars from Dongbing Academy had come. Many people in Dongbing County knew Ji Yunji because the local officials didn't just sit in the government hall. During special times of the year, the county magistrate would go out to visit the people with his officials. While inspecting farmland, personally fertilizing rice, and repairing river embankments, their presence was visible everywhere. This is why the local people speak highly of Magistrate Zhou, the kind official. Qi Moshuan, being a scholar himself, knew more about the Jin Dynasty than ordinary people and felt grateful that Dongbing County had such an honest official as Zhou Yanxiu. At this moment, Magistrate Zhou was not present, so County Magistrate Ji was the model figure here. Soon, news spread among the crowd that he was at Ink Fragrance Pavilion. Seeing more and more people inside the shop, especially around the Southern City Scholar section, Qi Moshuan couldn't help but smile. When Ji Yunji looked around and found only the first volume of Qingtian record in the shop, he was not upset. Instead, he approached the counter to talk with Qi Moshuan. Seeing the county magistrate walking directly toward him, Ji Yunji felt a bit nervous. He had never imagined he would get so close to government officials in his life. "Shopkeeper, does the Qingtian record have a second volume?" Although he knew that Magistrate Ji was not a bad person, hearing him speak so calmly still made Qi Moshuan feel honored. "There is a middle volume and a second volume. The middle volume will be available next month. Please wait a little longer." Ji Yunji was prepared for this and was not too disappointed. More than anything, he was worried he wouldn't see the continuation of the Qingtian record, which would be very upsetting. This is probably the fear that unfinished stories leave with readers. Although I have finished reading the first volume of Qingtian Ji, Ji Yunji still bought a copy to take home and read a few more times. When paying, Qi Moshuan lowered his voice and said, "Lord Ji, once Mr. Nancheng sends over the middle volume, I will deliver a copy for you, okay?" Ji Yunji was looking at the small trinkets on the counter. His attention was focused on Qingtian Ji, so he didn't notice that there were many unique things in this ink fragrance shop, different from other places. For example, the cloth dolls on the counter were very interesting. They looked like cat officials, but they had a strange, cute charm, quite rare and special. He thought of his younger sisters at home. They would probably like such little things. Qi Moshuan's words were not very discreet, and Ji Yunji naturally understood. This person was trying to help him get ahead. Ji Yunji thought it was not a big deal. He wasn't surprised that the shopkeeper knew him. After all, he was a well-known figure in Dongping County. Besides, he couldn't win over him just with a book. All right, then I'll trouble the shopkeeper. When the book arrives, just send it to the county office and give it to the constables, Ji Yunji said. Chi Moshwan silently shouted in his mind. He had just been trying his luck, not expecting County Magistrate Ji to agree. He didn't hope to build a relationship with the county magistrate from Beijing, but just wanted to make himself known so that the magistrate would remember him. When Ji Yunji left, he carried a bag with the ink fragrance shop's plum blossom logo. Inside, besides Qing Tianji, there were also a few adorable cloth dolls. Chi Moshwan watched him walk away from behind the counter, touching his chest, which was still startled. He had intended to give the book and the dolls as gifts to County Magistrate Ji, but the cold glance from the other person had scared him so much he didn't dare breathe heavily. Chi Moshwan silently warned himself that he must be more careful in the future. The ink fragrance shop reopened because of Ji Yunji's visit, attracting many customers. Seeing that there were only a few books left in Mr. Nancheng's section, Chi Moshwan felt satisfied. He also looked at the dolls that had been bought out completely and remained silent. He remembered Cui Qingyi's suggestion to make some small items to sell in the shop, though he had been reluctant at the time. He secretly despised himself for pretending to be indifferent back then. He had really been putting on a show. In mid-October, possibly because of the abundant water, Dongping County grew cold very quickly. The territory of the Great Jin Dynasty was vast, and the climate in different regions was similar to that in Cui Qingyi's previous life. However, due to the different latitudes, there were some differences. Although Dongping County is located in the south and near the sea, its winters are very cold, especially with high humidity. During the coldest times, Cui Qingyi often felt icy coldness seeping into her bones. During the years at Cui's house, Yuan was very strict with her. Even in the cold winter, she couldn't stop her embroidery work. Luckily, there was a coal stove inside, so it wasn't too hard to endure. The real hardship came when she was at Chen's house. Because Cui Qingyi, the new wife, was not favored, and since her family and Qinghe City were 3 days apart, Cui Qingyi had no support and suffered many unspoken hardships. In the winter, the coal sent to her courtyard was of the worst quality. When lit, the house was so smoky that no one could sit inside comfortably. She often missed meal times and was sent cold food, and the winter clothes sent to keep her warm were all pretty, but useless. The servants at Chen's house were probably instructed by the main wife not to let her be treated badly publicly, so they secretly used some underhanded tricks. Whenever Chen Linen foolishly came into her courtyard, the food from the kitchen was always exquisite and delicious. Chen Linen originally felt a bit guilty towards Cui Qingyi, but these superficial efforts quickly dispelled that feeling. It had only been a few months, but Cui Qingyi felt as if these things had happened a long, long time ago, so long that she could hardly remember what the main wife of Chen's house looked like. "I want to build a heated brick bed in the back room of the backyard," Cui Qingyi said, holding her cloak and sipping hot soup. The cold winter was approaching, and the air was filled with damp chill. They no longer ate in the courtyard but in the main hall of the front yard, where a coal stove was lit. "What is a heated brick bed?" Jiruwa, unfamiliar with the term, looked at her curiously. Since Cui Qingyi's storybook was sold at Imo Xiangzhai, Jiruwa admired her daughter very much. Every new word she heard from Cui Qingyi was carefully thought over. A heated brick bed is used in northern regions for warmth during winter. It's built with clay bricks hollow inside. In winter, you put charcoal fire inside and just a little heat on it keeps the whole night warm. Sleeping on it keeps you from feeling cold. During the day, you can sit on it and do embroidery so your hands won't freeze. Jiruwa was amazed and nodded. Such a good thing. Did you learn about it from a book? Cui Qingyi nodded without much explanation. Tomorrow, I will find some carpenters who know how to build such beds. It takes a few days to finish. Jiruwa had no objection. Good, I happen to be going to Imo Xiangzhai to deliver something. I'll ask Master Qi to find some carpenters. Cui Qingyi thought the heated brick bed seemed simple, but she was still worried about not being able to explain it clearly to the craftsmen. So she drew a simple sketch based on her memory of how the bed was constructed. This item is mainly difficult to build because of the weight support and the chimney. As long as these two parts are done well, a fire bed made of mud bricks can last more than 10 years without problems. Also, the Jin Dynasty already had official kills, and those built with blue bricks last even longer. Qi Moxuan's ancestors all lived in Dongping County, so he knows the area very well. When he heard that Cui Qingyi needed some craftsmen for a job, he personally took people back to his home. Then, he asked his wife to take the workers to her father's house. Qi Moxuan's wife is named Fan. Her family's father and brothers are skilled builders, and their craft has been passed down through generations. Although Mrs. Fan doesn't often show herself at her own bookstore to do business, she knows everything that happens there. She's been married to Qi Moxuan for 8 years, and their relationship is very good. He never hides anything from her. A while ago, the Seven Stars bookstore opened opposite the Mo Xiangjai, taking away a lot of their business. During those days, her husband was so worried he couldn't even eat. Later, they heard that a noble person wanted to sell her books at Mo Xiangjai, which helped their business recover. Although this noble person was a young woman, Mrs. Fan didn't think much of it and was very grateful. Now, seeing Qi Moxuan bring a girl home and ask her to go to her family's brothers for work, Mrs. Fan's smile grew wider. Qi Moxuan was happy that he could help her family's brothers. He thought more about the future. When he visited Cui's house before, he found out Cui had only 2 daughters. This made future interactions with Cui Qingyi a bit inconvenient. If his wife could befriend those 2 girls, it might help them become close friends or relatives later. This would also benefit his relationship with Cui Qingyi. Plus, his wife is sensible and wouldn't cause trouble out of jealousy or suspicion. He felt relieved to leave the matter to his wife and went back to his bookstore. Recently, because of his cooperation with Cui Qingyi, his mind suddenly became clearer. Now he had a few new ideas to improve his business, and he was eager to go home and work on them. Mrs. Fan happily held the girl's hand. The girl said she wanted to make a simple earthen bed or something similar. Mrs. Fan didn't understand exactly what she meant, so she decided to take her directly to her family's house. The Fan family doesn't live in the city. Mrs. Fan hired a cart and took her people out of the city straight to her family's home. Her father was at home sorting winter vegetables. Seeing her daughter rush back so eagerly, with someone behind her, he guessed what was happening. Over the years, her daughter and son-in-law had introduced many business opportunities to the family. Old Lady Fan was very friendly, and the lively jellyfish felt a bit overwhelmed. She had been raised with the girl since childhood, and such people were rare around her. Still, Lady Fan was worried that her mother might scare others, so she quickly changed the subject. "Mother, someone wants to find my father to build a heated brick bed in the house. Please call him back and see if he can do it." Old Lady Fan hurriedly asked her eldest grandson to find someone. Winter was coming soon, and there weren't many people building houses now, nor was there much work in the fields. The old man took his 2 sons to the dock to do some odd jobs to earn a little extra for the family. Old Mr. Fan returned quickly. After introductions, there was no need for much small talk. The jellyfish handed over the rough sketch that Cui Qingyi had drawn last night. Old Mr. Fan knew that this person was introduced by the son-in-law, so he paid close attention and carefully examined the drawing. He was an experienced craftsman who had built houses for decades. After studying it for a while, he understood how the heated brick bed should be built. It can be built. The most important things are the load-bearing capacity and the smoke channel. Just like when we build houses or kitchen stoves, it's the same principle. Hearing this, the jellyfish felt reassured because it matched what the girl had said last night. They agreed on a time. Tomorrow, Lady Fan would bring old Mr. Fan and his 2 brothers to visit, and the jellyfish was about to leave. Lady Fan wanted to invite them for a meal, but the jellyfish refused. "No need to trouble you. Our girl is still waiting at home." Lady Fan knew how the Cui family was, and she thought that Cui Qingyi's family might be waiting for someone to serve them, so she didn't insist on staying for a meal. She quickly sent them back in a horse-drawn carriage. When the carriage reached the entrance of Huaihua Lane, Lady Fan recognized the door and decided to come again tomorrow. Unlike what Lady Fan thought, Chui Chingy was not waiting at home for the jellyfish to serve her. She and the jellyfish lived together. Although most of the cooking and cleaning were done by the jellyfish, Chui Chingy was not idle when needed. By October, in Dongping County, the frost was heavy and mornings were often foggy, making it hard to see the sun. Chui Chingy, who is cold-sensitive, started a fire early in the morning. She chopped half of the chicken she bought yesterday and put it on the stove to stew. When the chicken was tender and falling off the bone, she began kneading dough for noodles. Chui Chingy had been born in the north, where homemade hand-pulled noodles were common, so she learned how to make them. While waiting for the jellyfish to arrive, she cut the noodles finely and added them to the chicken soup. When it boiled, she scooped them out, sprinkled some chopped green onions, and enjoyed a simple yet delicious meal. After a mouthful of chicken noodle soup, she almost swallowed her tongue from the freshness. Wow, girl, your noodles are so delicious. One more sip of the warm soup, and I feel so cozy. At first, Chui Chingy was nervous when she started cooking. Jujuan thought maybe she was disliked because she didn't do well. But after a few times, Jujuan gradually got used to it. Some of Chui Chingy's dishes turned out to be even better than those made by the Chui and Shen family cooks. For example, this bowl of chicken noodle soup looked simple, but the noodles Chui Chingy made were chewy and smooth. Paired with a small piece of salted vegetable, it was very tasty. While eating the noodles and drinking the chicken soup, Chui Chingy felt that the soup was so delicious mainly because the chicken was good. Without modern technology to speed up ripening, the local hens bought here were real old hens, about 1 or 2 years old. The chicken soup made from slow-simmered chicken was naturally very flavorful. The two of them sat by the charcoal fire, finished a big pot of chicken soup, and then leaned back on their chairs, holding their stomachs. Wang Kai lay at their feet, gnawing on big chicken bones. Jujuan sighed. Girl, we're really living a comfortable life now. Chui Chingy nodded. She agreed. Even in her past life, she wouldn't have dared to say she could live like this, holding lots of silver with ongoing business income and not having to work like a beast every day. Such a life was like that of a fairy. When the weather turned cold, people felt tired. Basically, after eating enough, they just got sleepy. After a good nap in the house, the two slowly went to the back room to tidy up. When Chui Chingy and Jujuan came here, they didn't bring much belongings, so the back room had always been empty. Chui Chingy decided to set up a Kong, heated bed, there because it was close to the backyard, making it easier to build a chimney. They kept warm in this room during winter. When the weather got warmer, they would go back to the front to live without any delay. After cleaning the back room, and it getting dark, Jujuan lit the stove and warmed up the leftover chicken from lunch. The two of them ate a little and then went asleep. The next day, Madame Fan arrived early, as scheduled, bringing her father and 2 brothers. Recently, Madame Fan had heard many stories about Chui Chingy from her husband. She had been thinking about what kind of person the girl was, someone who could write stories that many people liked. She imagined her as gentle, elegant, and full of scholarly charm. But when she actually met Chui Chingy, her thoughts about her immediately changed completely. In her eyes and heart, she only had one thought. This girl is really beautiful. Even though we both have the same nose and eyes, her face looks so lovely. Her fair little face is big, round eyes that seem to speak, so lively and bright. Her hair is black and thick, probably well taken care of, making others feel envious. Yesterday, Ju Ruo came back and told Chui Chingy that today they would help set up the heated bed, and the person coming was Lady Chi Mo Xian's family member. Since they are business partners, Chui Chingy was very willing to be friendly with Lady Chi Mo Xian's wife to avoid unnecessary trouble. These must be Madame Fan and Uncle Fan. Thank you so much. Actually, when she arrived, Madame Fan was a bit nervous. She had heard from Chi Mo Xian that Chui Girl's background was probably quite impressive. Although they were working together in business, she was worried that Chui might not like her rough manners. But she didn't expect Chui Girl to speak kindly and politely, not with eyes on top of her head. Yes, Brother Chi said you want to set up a heated bed at home. My family specializes in this craft, so I boldly brought them here. While Madame Fan and Cui Chingy talked, old Fan and her two sons quietly listened from behind, not interrupting or looking around. Cui Chingy sensed that this family was decent. She and Ju Ruo, both women, wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Old Fan was a straightforward man. Since his daughter married Chi Mo Xian, they often helped with building or repairing houses. To avoid embarrassing his daughter and son-in-law, he always advised his sons to be careful when visiting others' homes and not cause trouble. Because Cui Chingy's status was special, Madame Fan also reminded her two younger brothers not to wander around or look too much when they went out today. After exchanging a few words, Cui Chingy took them to the back room. Uncle Fan, I plan to set up a large heated bed by the window here. How many days will it take? When she mentioned her family's craft, old Fan became lively. He looked over and said, "This is simple. The three of us can finish it in about 3 days. But what kind of materials will be needed?" Cui Chingy replied, "Uncle Fan, I trust Madame Fan and also trust you. Since I've asked you to do this, let Ju Ruo bring the money for the materials and tools. I only have one request. The materials must be the best, and the finished look should be as beautiful as possible. This means they are giving full responsibility to them, and old Fan didn't refuse, nodding in agreement. The two sides agreed on the daily wages, and old Fan took his two sons to prepare the materials needed for building the heated bed. Mrs. Fan stayed behind with Cui Chingy to chat. Mrs. Fan didn't refuse either. She had heard everything Cui Chingy said and felt reassured. Although she trusted her husband, she didn't want anyone else to be too close to Chi Ma Xuan. However, during their conversation, Cui Chingy also showed her respect, which made her feel more at ease. Because it was cold, they all sat in the main hall to talk and drink tea. "Little sister Cui, I was busy yesterday and didn't ask, what exactly is this heated bed for?" In just a short time, Mrs. Fan started calling Cui Chingy little sister, and Cui Chingy responded politely. "Have you heard of earth dragons? This heated bed works similarly. It's used to keep warm in winter." Mrs. Fan clapped her hands. "Earth dragons?
I do know about that.
I heard wealthy families in Qinghe City rely on them for warmth." She didn't dare say more, but she knew that if the earth dragon caught fire, it would require a lot of charcoal, and buying enough for a winter was a big expense for wealthy households. "Yes, I saw in a travel journal that northern families use heated beds in winter, so I thought I'd make one at home. That way, my daughter and I can stay warmer during winter." Mrs. Fan was very sensible and didn't mention wasting charcoal. She just said, "Oh, when you finish making the heated bed, I'd love to see it. Talking with clever and considerate people is always enjoyable." While waiting for old Fan and his sons to buy the materials, Mrs. Fan was already discussing ideas with her daughter. Since Cui Chingy only had 2 women at home, and they were worried about any inconvenience, Mrs. Fan stayed here to keep her company, waiting for her husband and brothers to finish their work before going out together. Old Fan was skilled at building houses and very reliable. Over the years, people in Huaihua Lane had asked him to build houses. When they left Cui's house, some honest folks asked, "Master Fan, is the Cui family planning to build a house?" Old Fan replied, "No. The main family wants to make a heated bed, and my daughter helped us take on this job." The person wanted to ask what exactly a heated bed was, but before he could, old Fan and his sons had already walked away, and he didn't want to bother them with questions. Last time, everyone knew about the incident where Cui's young lady sent Gu Erlang's mother and son to the court. Although they weren't punished, everyone knew that the young lady in that house was not easy to deal with. In the past, there were more people in the alley interested in Cui Xiaonyang than just the Gu family, but now everyone has fallen silent. If the gossiping women in the alley found out about Cui family's affairs, he would not have a good outcome. Old Master Fan truly is an experienced craftsman. He said 3 days, and indeed, a beautiful, neat new Kong, heated bed, was finished in 3 days. Cui Chingy looked it over and couldn't find anything to complain about. Old Master Fan was very satisfied with his first time making a fire Kong, mainly because the host family was willing to spend money. He was able to buy the best materials. The outside of the Kong was covered with high-quality blue bricks, laid out neatly, clean, and attractive. The door and chimney were built at the backyard, so they didn't affect the appearance. Following Cui Chingy's instructions, the Konjac girl lit a fire inside the Kong, then closed the door. Soon, wisps of blue smoke started to come out of the chimney. When she checked inside the house, there was no sign of smoke on the Kong itself. It's done. The chimney has no issues. Old Master Fan did a great job. Cui Chingy was generous, not only paying him the agreed wages, but also giving an extra 50 coins for his hard work. Old Master Fan wasn't surprised. He often worked for wealthy families and knew when they paid extra, it was because they appreciated his work. As for Madame Fan, she looked a bit shy when she saw the colorful pastries and delicately embroidered handkerchiefs she had made. "Oh, it's nothing special. I didn't do much," she said modestly. Cui Chingy smiled, the dimples on her cheeks showing softly. "Sister Fan, you're too kind. I get along well with you, and you've helped us a lot these days. Without you and Manager Chi, my sister, and I wouldn't know where to find such a reliable craftsman like Uncle Fan in a strange place. If you don't mind, let's keep in touch. You can come visit me often and chat." Her words were sincere and thoughtful, making Madame Fan feel very pleased. Madame Fan was a straightforward person. Over these days at Cui's house, she saw that Cui Xiaonyang was a kind girl. Besides, the Konjac girl, who was a servant, had the same good food, clothes, and treatment as Cui Xiaonyang, the mistress. During mealtime, Cui Xiaonyang also rolled up her sleeves and helped cook. Although they were master and servant, they got along like sisters. Madame Fan had seen many servants in wealthy households, and they had many rules. No one lived as comfortably as the Konjac girl did here. "All right, as long as you don't mind, sister, we can visit each other often in the future." Cui Chingy and Ju Ruo stood at the door watching Lady Fan walk away before turning back into the yard. Ju Ruo sighed. The young lady and Lady Fan get along well. When they were in Lin Shui County before, the young lady never got along so easily with any other girl. Cui Chingy smiled. Madame Fan is straightforward. At first, Cui Chingy was interested in making friends with Lady Fan because of Qi Moxuan, but after spending a few days together, she genuinely liked her honest and open personality. She is generous, direct, knows when to step back, and speaks and acts casually but appropriately. No one is more suitable than her. They have settled in Dongping County, and having a few friends like her isn't a bad thing. When Lady Fan returned home, she praised Cui Chingy highly in front of Qi Moxuan, saying she was like heaven and earth. Qi Moxuan even wondered if the Cui girl he knew was the same as his wife. Lady Fan had some things she kept to herself, afraid they might hurt her marriage. Qi Moxuan's family is much better off than hers, and he looks good too. Since he often does business outside, she worried if he might have bad intentions. When Qi Moxuan told her he wanted to partner with a girl for a business deal, she felt a jolt of fear, worried about his motives. So she kindly took her father and brothers to visit Cui's family, mainly just to see for herself. But when she saw Cui Xiaonyang for the first time, she knew her worries were unnecessary. Such a beautiful and talented girl, even if she were down on her luck, wouldn't look at Qi Moxuan. To her, Qi Moxuan was like a pearl, but to others he might just be a fish. After a few days together, she truly liked Cui Xiaonyang and Ju Ruo. She saw how good they were in every way. During this time, she also had a secret thought. She didn't know how to tell her husband. After a busy day, they lay in bed that night, holding each other and sharing a tender moment. Madame Fan then grabbed her husband's collar and finally spoke the words she had been holding in for days. "What do you think about letting our little Yuan learn embroidery from Ju Ruo?" Little Yuan, their eldest daughter, is 8 years old. She is very sensible, helping her mother take care of her younger brother and tidy up the house. The girl is growing up fast. At 15, she will be of marriageable age, and her family will start looking for a match. Fortunately, she is lucky to have Qi Moxuan who cares for her, but who can guarantee what kind of person she will meet in the future? It's good for a girl to learn a skill, so she will have a backup plan no matter what. This matter had been on Lady Fan's mind for a long time. She couldn't decide what skill to let little Yuan learn until she suddenly had a bright idea when she saw the jujube fruit. Chi Moshwan thought for a moment and said, "It's good for a young lady to learn embroidery, but finding Miss Jujube might not be suitable. She makes money from this skill, after all. Let's look for another teacher." Chi Moshwan was not the kind of person who favored boys over girls. Little Yuan was his eldest daughter, and he loved her dearly. Learning embroidery was good for the child, and he wouldn't oppose it. However, asking Miss Jujube to teach her might be a bit too much. Lady Fan softly said, "It's different. I only realized what true embroidery is after I went to Chui's house. Every family in the Jin dynasty had girls learning needlework, but what did ordinary families learn? Making clothes and shoes, or sewing a few small flowers on garments. But was that real embroidery? No, it wasn't. The embroidery in Chui's hall, which Chui Xianyang said was a piece commissioned by a major client of the Jin embroidery workshop, was made with great effort. Although less than a third was finished, every leaf and flower looked alive, as if they would jump out of the picture once the last stitch was sewn. Lady Fan was deeply moved. If little Yuan could learn such skills, her future life wouldn't necessarily be smooth sailing, but it wouldn't be far off. She took Chi Moshwan's hand and pressed it to her chest, begging, "Husband, I know this might be asking too much, but for little Yuan's sake, could you ask about it?" She wanted to ask herself, but she knew that if Chi Moshwan spoke, there was a 50-50 chance. If she asked, she might not even get a 2% chance, and could annoy Chui Xianyang. Chi Moshwan patted his wife's bare shoulder and replied, "All right, I'll find a time to ask." But we agreed, if they refuse, we won't hold it against them. Hearing his answer, Lady Fan smiled and patted his arm. "In your heart, I am just a petty person. If they refuse, I will find another teacher for little Yuan to start learning. She can't wait any longer. Good, go to sleep now. Tomorrow will be busy." Later that evening, Cui Chingy went straight to add some charcoal to the heated brick bed. Jujube sat nearby watching. Her enthusiasm for the heated bed was unprecedented. If the bed hadn't still been damp, she would have wanted to lie down immediately to see what it felt like. "Miss, how many days will it take before this bed is ready to use? The charcoal fire shouldn't be interrupted. After burning for 3 or 5 days, it should be fine." In her past life, Cui Chingy once said she would be so fond of a heated brick bed that she couldn't resist. Cui Chingy would have scoffed at such a thought, but after 19 years in this unfamiliar dynasty, she was already tired of the constant damp cold. She looked forward to snowy days when she and Jiu Ro could snuggle in a warm bed, with charcoal burning inside the house, and then roast some sweet chestnuts. Cui Chingy was beginning to feel eager. Since her wife's advice that day, Chi Mo Xian had practiced several times in his mind how to bring up this matter with Jiu Ro. He felt that talking about this was difficult. If he said the wrong thing, Cui Chingy's servants and wife might think they were jealous of others' money. If Cui Chingy thought his character was bad and refused to work with him in the future, he would be very upset. But when he thought of his clever eldest daughter, who was only 8 and already very sensible, Chi Mo Xian decided it was just a question. If it didn't work out, he could find another teacher for Xiao Yuan. Meanwhile, Cui Chingy and Jiu Ro had no idea about his worries. To prepare for their first winter living alone, they had been busy these days. First, they tidied up the small room near the firewood shed. They planned to store some durable vegetables there, like Chinese cabbage and radishes. These were common vegetables now, but other vegetables were seasonal and only available during certain times. In the winter, some greenhouses grew vegetables, but maintaining them required burning charcoal day and night, which was very expensive. So, fresh vegetables from the greenhouse were only for the palace and noble families. Ordinary people relied on dried, preserved, or salted vegetables stored from summer. Cui Chingy and Jiu Ro arrived late and hadn't yet prepared any pickled vegetables. However, as long as they had money, they could buy these in the market. It was during their wandering in the market that Cui Chingy sadly realized she probably couldn't roast sweet potatoes in winter because the Jin dynasty hadn't yet introduced potatoes or sweet potatoes. This confirmed that the Jin dynasty's history was at least before the Ming dynasty. Besides vegetables, they also needed charcoal for heating. In Dongping County, Many farmers burned wood into charcoal in the mountains during winter and sold it in town. Their homemade charcoal wasn't as refined and produced more smoke, but it was cheaper than the official charcoal workshops. Cui Chingy decided to buy more loose charcoal for heating the brick bed during winter. For indoor use, she planned to buy charcoal from the official workshop. When it came to buying charcoal, Cui Chingy and the vegetable seller did not discuss it. They both decided to buy more without talking about it. In the past, they couldn't make decisions on their own, but now that they were in charge and had money, it was strange that they still hesitated to buy some charcoal. They waited for cart after cart of charcoal to be delivered, piled high in the woodshed. The dark color of the charcoal looked very reassuring. During these days, Cui Chingy and the vegetable seller were busy going out early and returning late every day. Only Wang Kai was left at home to guard the house. Luckily, Wang Kai did not disappoint. He patrolled the house daily and was more attentive to where important supplies were stored than Cui Chingy and the seller. After the argument with Mother Gu, Mrs. Feng was forced by her mother-in-law to go out and work with the men. Her husband, Linda, worked at the dock lifting and carrying goods. He worked hard every day, but managed to earn some money. As a woman, Mrs. Feng could not do such heavy work. Her husband told her to help other women catch fish, clean fish, and repair fishing nets. At first, Mrs. Feng obeyed her husband and mother-in-law, working diligently from morning to night. But after a few days, she couldn't stand it anymore. The dock was exposed to the wind and sun, and the smell was overwhelming. Within days, Mrs. Feng felt like she was soaked in fishy smell. She would rather stay at home farming than continue pulling fish here. She was also quite talkative and unpleasant, which made her offend all the women working with her. However, her husband was also ordered by his mother not to let Mrs. Feng run away after just a few days. So, no matter how rebellious Mrs. Feng was, she was forced by her husband and mother-in-law to work at the dock for over a month. As the weather turned cold and many boats stopped going out to sea, there was less work at the dock. Mrs. Feng was finally allowed to go home. But as the saying goes, old habits die hard. Mrs. Feng behaved well at home for only a few days before she started to act up again. Recently, the Cui family was shopping. For items that the servants couldn't carry, they spent a few coins to have shopkeepers deliver them. They were worried about snow making it hard to go out in winter, so they bought a lot. Many small farmers and vendors selling charcoal also came. Watching all this, Mrs. Feng's jealousy flared up again. She hid at home and observed for a few days. When Cui Chingy and the vegetable seller went out, she climbed over the Cui family's wall. She was familiar with climbing because she had done it often when the Wang family, who used to live in this house, had just left. Back then, the house was empty, and even if someone saw her climbing in and out, no one cared. But now that the house belonged to the Cui family, climbing in and out would be considered theft, and if caught, she would be sent to jail. Mrs. Feng noticed no one was passing by the alley, so she quickly jumped over the wall into Cui's yard. When she looked carefully, her anger grew even more. She saw a few potted plants blooming near the corner and muttered quietly, "Where did those two little brats get so much money? They're wasting it." She had been here many times and knew the layout of the yard well. She immediately headed toward the kitchen. She had seen that those two little girls bought many good things. Mrs. Feng didn't pay attention to Cui Chingy and the girl from the vegetable shop. She was focused on the valuable items she was about to get. But when she realized something was wrong, it was already too late. A big, open mouth lunged straight at her face. The dog, Wang Kai, showed its fierce side. It had seen Mrs. Feng climbing over the wall and was waiting for her to come closer so it could attack. Mrs. Feng was so scared she almost fainted. She didn't know Cui's family had a dog. "Yowl, get away. Help! Help! The dog is biting me." Her loud cry woke up the quiet alley. The first to hear her was her mother-in-law. Mrs. Lin was teaching her granddaughter embroidery when she was startled by Mrs. Feng's scream, accidentally pricking her thumb with the needle. Blood immediately appeared, but she ignored it and asked her granddaughter, "Dia, where is your mother?" Dia, Mrs. Feng's daughter, looked around nervously. "I don't know. I didn't see her after dinner." Dia was used to her mother often disappearing. She was very lazy and would hide after meals every time. Yowl, yowl, yowl. Mother, help. Dia, save me. Mrs. Foam kept crying for help. Hearing her distress, the nearby families also rushed over, dropping their sewing and grabbing tools. Although everyone was annoyed by Mrs. Feng's loud voice, they still cared because they lived in the same alley. If someone was in danger, they couldn't just ignore it. Seeing the worried grandmother and granddaughter, they quickly asked, "What happened to Dia? Why is your mother crying so badly?" Dia stared anxiously at Chui's house across the street, trembling. She didn't understand why her mother was in Chui's yard. The gate was locked, after all. Mrs. Lin's hands trembled badly. She couldn't understand why Mrs. Foam, who was struck by bad luck, was inside someone else's house. She only knew she couldn't let anyone find out. If they discovered a thief in her family, it would ruin everything. Before she could think of a way out inside, Mrs. Foam let out a loud, terrified scream. "Ah, don't come near me. Stay away." No one heard the dog barking, but they were frightened by Mrs. Feng's scream. It seemed she heard someone outside the house, so she shouted loudly, "Mother, mother, please help me. I'm going to be bitten to death by this beast." The crowd in the alley all turned to look at the locked Chui residence. Some who thought quickly and knew Mrs. Feng's character understood what was happening. Mrs. Feng was involved in theft. No wonder the old woman and her grandson looked so upset. A strange silence fell over the crowd, only broken by Mrs. Feng's frantic screams, as if she were already dead. How is she inside Chui's yard? How did she get in? The door was locked, someone asked. The crowd wondered the same thing. A man holding a stick swallowed hard and said, "I remember Chui's family has a big black dog, right?" "Yes, that dog looks fierce. Last time it even knocked down second young Master Gu," someone replied. Everyone remembered the big dog from Chui's house. When second young Master Gu and his mother caused trouble there, they were knocked down by that dog. "We need to get her out quickly so the dog doesn't bite her to death," another woman, feeling sorry for Mrs.
Feng's cries said.
Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Grandma Lin. "Grandma, she's your daughter-in-law. You need to speak up," they said. Chui's family was not home now, and Mrs. Foam didn't know how she got inside. Now they had to get her out, either climb over the wall or break the lock on the gate. This could become a big problem. Grandma Lin's face darkened like a pot bottom, full of anger at Mrs. Foam. Looking at her equally panicked granddaughter, she clenched her teeth and ordered, "Dia, go quickly. Find her father at the dock and bring him back." She wanted her eldest son to divorce this troublemaker because her grandchildren couldn't have a mother who was a thief. Dia was scared and teary-eyed, but when she heard her grandmother's words, she hurried to the dock. "Everyone please break the lock and get her out first. I will apologize to the young lady of Chui's family later," Grandma Lin said. Hearing this, the man with the stick no longer hesitated and quickly started smashing the copper lock on the door. Inside the yard, Wang Kai, who had cornered Mrs. Foam against the wall, heard the banging outside and growled low in his throat, lowering his body to prepare to attack. Mrs. Foam hugged her arms, trembling with fear. Perhaps the noise outside gave the Foam family some confidence. Mrs. Foam curled up, her eyes full of hatred. The dog raised by the Chui family silently attacked fiercely. If she hadn't blocked it with her arm, her face might have lost a piece of flesh. When she went out, she would definitely tell Big Sister's father to beat this beast to death and make those two little brats pay her money. The copper lock on the door was of average quality. After a quick blow, it fell to the ground. When the door opened, everyone saw a shiny black dog crouching low, claws on the ground, showing its teeth and staring outside. It looked furious and bloodshot. Everyone felt a chill, Mrs. Foam. She might have been bitten to death. A man waved a stick at Wang Kai, shouting, "Get out of here, go away." Wang Kai, the dog, hated sticks the most. It remembered clearly that when the stick hit it, it broke one of its legs. Seeing it again now, old wounds and grudges flooded back. It instinctively wanted to attack and bite, but remembered the woman's words not to bite people. Wang Kai was a clever dog. It had dragged itself to a new home with one leg broken and knew that if it disobeyed, it might be kicked out. It tentatively took a few steps back. The people outside saw this and relaxed a little. At least they still knew to be afraid of people. Granny Lin gritted her teeth. Mrs. Foam, if you're not dead, come out quickly. Hearing the noise, Mrs. Foam wiped her tears with her sleeve, wanting to move, but her legs were weak and she couldn't stand. Mother, let that dead girl, big sister, come in and help me. My legs are weak. After sending embroidery samples to Jin Xiaofang, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo headed back. As they turned into the alley, they saw a crowd gathered in front of their door. Something felt wrong, and they hurried to run home. Mrs. Foam was waiting for someone to help her inside, but Big Sister wasn't there. Others weren't fools either. Mrs. Foam still hadn't figured out what happened at Chui's house. If they barged in recklessly, they wouldn't be able to explain when the owner returned. Cui Qingyi initially thought it was just a disturbance outside, but as they got closer, she saw her door wide open, with a copper lock clearly broken and lying on the ground. Her mind suddenly felt like it exploded. Again. Why did this keep happening? Why did someone always want to break into her home and disturb her peaceful life? Zhu Ruo's eyes also reddened with anger. She shouted loudly at the crowd. What are you doing? Are you bandits? Everyone saw that the owner of the house had returned and quickly stepped aside. They began to talk loudly. Oh, Lady Cui, you're finally back. Look at this dog you raised, so fierce. It even bit the big girl. No one knew why, but they didn't mention why Chui's yard was wide open or why Mrs. Feng had come into Chui's yard without reason. After a moment of anger, Cui Qingyi quickly calmed down. Wang Kai, who saw her return, wanted to run over but stayed silent, growling softly in the corner. Cui Qingyi understood what was happening. Wang Kai was probably scared after the incident. Since coming to her house, it only stayed in a small part of the yard and wouldn't run out even if the gate was open. The situation was clear now. Mrs. Feng had taken advantage of Cui and her friend being out to steal from her house. When Wang Kai caught her, he barked loudly, attracting many people. These people broke into her yard to rescue Mrs. Feng. Fortunately, Wang Kai was fierce and kept watch at the gate, preventing anyone from entering. Wang Kai, guard the gate. Jujuan, go report the matter. Jujuan was also angry. These people were simply too unreasonable. When Cui Qingyi decided to report the theft, a woman who was friendly with Grandma Lin spoke up. Lady Cui, we all live in the same alley. It's just a small loss. There's no need to make a big fuss. Hearing this, some others in the crowd agreed. Yes, Lady Cui, just lock the door and let Mrs. Feng pay for it. We all live in the same alley. There's no need to make a big deal out of a small matter. Although Grandma Lin also wanted to send Mrs. Feng, the troublemaker, to jail, she still believed her grandchildren shouldn't have a mother who was a thief. When someone spoke up for Mrs. Feng, Grandma Lin hesitated but finally stepped forward trembling. Lady Cui, we will compensate for the damaged items. Can you let the big girl come out first? After calming down, Cui Qingyi became fully clear-minded. She had left the dangerous Qin family home. She was now an independent householder. This was her home, her property. Anyone with malicious intent who entered would be punished by law. No one could force her to forgive a thief. Cui Qingyi was tall and stood straight at the door, facing the dozen or so people. That might not work. Our Cui family isn't very rich, but we have some savings. Now that a thief has entered, I don't know if anything has been stolen or damaged. It seems we will have to wait for the county officials to come and investigate before anyone can be released. Since someone just pleaded for the thief inside, I am not sure whether this incident was caused solely by the Feng family or if others are involved. Everything will be clear only after the officials examine the crime scene. So, I ask everyone to wait with me a little longer. After speaking, Cui Qingyi pointed meaningfully at the open door and the bronze lock on the ground, as if to say that these were all the evidence of your crimes. Her words suggested that she saw Feng as the thief who broke in, and that anyone involved in breaking the door or pleading for Feng was also a thief. Immediately, some people became uneasy. The man who used a stick to break the lock hurriedly dropped his weapon. His wife pulled him aside and loudly explained, Miss Cui, please don't misunderstand. We heard Feng's screams in your yard and thought the dog might bite her, so we broke the lock to help. But there are many witnesses, and we didn't step inside your house. Also, the lock was paid for by the Lin family. Stealing is not honorable, and they came to help, not to get involved in such matters, especially not for someone like Feng. Feng, hiding in the corner, overheard Cui Qingyi's words. She clenched her arm in pain and shouted, "Bah! You little vixen, who wants to steal from your house? You're so young but look so flirtatious. Without a man, how do you live so easily? Who knows where your money came from? If you report me, I'll report you too. You keep that fierce dog, and I was just passing by when it dragged me in. You owe me medical expenses and need to give me that dog so I can kill and eat it." Wow, what a complete reversal of right and wrong, and a false accusation. The people outside gasped in shock. Feng's thick skin was truly remarkable to say such things. The old lady almost knelt down to Feng, but she was too foolish to see the situation clearly. With so many people watching in the alley, how could Feng spout such nonsense? She had hoped to use her age and face to plead, maybe pay some silver to settle the matter quietly, but her reckless shouting left no room for negotiation. The women who had just spoken up for Feng also felt awkward. These were just private gossip, yet Feng's words were so uncontrolled. Cui Qingyi almost laughed at Feng's statement. It was an obvious attempt to turn the story upside down. The officials in Dongping County work efficiently, as always. When they heard it was a case of housebreaking, the county office paid close attention. Although under Magistrate Zhou's management, the area was not perfect. With some thefts happening occasionally, the people generally obeyed the law. Still, a housebreaking case in the town was a serious matter and could embarrass the magistrate. 4 or 5 officials with swords at their waists strode forward confidently, with a young man following quickly behind. Facing these imposing officials, the crowd automatically moved aside. The lead officer waved his badge and asked, "Where is the thief?" Just as Cui Qingyi was about to speak, Mrs. Feng from the yard spoke first, shouting, "Officer, help! I was about to be bitten to death by the dog raised by the Cui family's little rascal." Cui Qingyi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, feeling annoyed. She had never seen such rude behavior in her 2 lives. It might be inappropriate to hit someone in front of officials. The officials ignored Mrs. Feng's outburst. The lead officer looked at Cui Qingyi and asked, "Did you report this? Is this your house?" Cui Qingyi bowed politely and quickly explained what had happened. Although officials in Dongping County hadn't handled many big cases, they had caught at least 50 thieves, so they were experienced. After hearing Cui Qingyi, they looked at the damaged wooden door and copper lock and understood what had happened. The lead officer examined the house thoroughly, then walked to the west wall and noticed some footprints. Mrs. Feng was not a professional thief and didn't think about handling footprints. She probably had no chance to do so because Wankai, the dog, had already caught the intruder. She hadn't had the chance to act. Grandma Lin watched the officials' movements calmly and saw the obvious footprints, her face growing darker. She secretly thought that Daliang should dismiss Mrs. Feng. She was beyond saving. After checking the footprints, the officer approached Cui Qingyi again. "You have a dog at home? Go and tie it up. We need to go inside and look around." Cui Qingyi nodded and called out to Wankai, pointing toward the backyard. The big dog, sensing the signal, wagged its tail and quickly disappeared into the backyard. The officials looked at this and raised an eyebrow. Cui Qingyi didn't plan to tie up Wankai because she was afraid the officials might take the dog away. She didn't know how dogs that bite intruders were handled in this era, but she couldn't take the risk. Wankai was a good guard dog, and she couldn't let the thief's bite cost him his life. As soon as the officer stepped into the yard, Mrs. Feng started crying loudly and rushed forward, seeming to want to throw herself at the officer. However, just as she got close, the officer quickly kicked her away. Cui Qingyi watched clearly from behind. She truly thought Mrs. Feng's mind was not right. Why would she rush at someone when she should be talking? Seeing the woman being kicked back, the officer awkwardly cleared his throat, not having seen how fast his foot was. "Little Five, watch her," the lead officer called out. A young officer named Little Five stepped forward and blocked Mrs. Feng's path. Seeing this, Mrs. Feng wanted to shout for justice, but before she could move her legs, a shiny big sword was held right in front of her eyes. Mrs. Foam trembled all over and obediently squatted down. The lead officer checked the yard carefully and confirmed that Mrs. Foam had indeed climbed over the wall from outside. He then questioned the man who had broken in earlier and several women who were watching, while Cui Chingy and others tried to talk and plead for Mrs. Foam. They dared not have any other thoughts when facing the cold-faced officer. They explained everything clearly and truthfully. Cui Chingy saw a uniformed officer quickly record everyone's statements with a pen, then have each person press their fingerprint for confirmation, efficient and professional. When the officer's threats reached Cui Chingy, he first asked her to check if anything else was stolen from her home, then to sign her name. Previously, Mrs. Foam had called her and Ju Rua little scoundrels and little brats. Cui Chingy had thought about extorting a few silver coins from her, hoping to make her regret her words, but then she gave up that idea. These officers clearly had plenty of experience in handling cases. Since Mrs. Foam was blocked by Wang Kai and hadn't even touched the main door of her house, her claim about missing silver was not very credible. After confirming there were no other losses, the officer asked Cui Chingy to sign the documents and then took Mrs. Foam away. Before leaving, the lead officer tightened his grip on his waist sword and loudly warned the gathered villagers, "Our Dongping County has always been peaceful under Magistrate Zhou's rule. The people live happily and peacefully, and this good life is not easy to come by. Do not harbor evil thoughts. If anyone dares to bully neighbors with numbers and strength, know that the county's execution bench has not been stained with blood for a long time. I believe none of you want to try the county's whip." His words were full of warning and intimidation, but Cui Chingy was not afraid. Instead, she became more curious about Magistrate Zhou of Dongping County. To have such subordinates, she wondered what the magistrate himself must be like. Lord Wu looked at the crowd of common people, each lowering their heads with expressions of fear. Satisfied, he nodded and left with Mrs.
Foam.
Mrs. Foam was very scared, her face anxious as she looked at Grandma Lin. She wanted to shout for help but closed her mouth under the amused and mocking eyes of the officers. Tears fell silently. As long as she didn't make a big fuss and disturb others, the officers wouldn't care if she cried or not. Why cry now, when she was caught sneaking into someone's house during the day? The officers had just reached the alley entrance when a tall figure blocked their way. On this cold day, Linda was sweating and panting heavily. He had been at the dock carrying goods. After hearing what his eldest daughter said, he hurried back in a panic. He knew what kind of person his wife was, but he didn't expect her to dare to steal from others' homes and get caught. He was very angry at Mrs. Foam, but he also knew she was his wife and the mother of his children. If this wasn't handled well, his children's future could be ruined. Linda hoped he could get back quickly enough so his mother could stop Chui's family from reporting to the officials. Then he could apologize and make amends. As long as no one was sent to jail, he was willing to pay for the damages. But even with all his effort, he was a step too late. Seeing the officers, he knew it was too late. Mrs. Feng's eyes lit up when she saw her husband. She hurriedly shouted, "Father of my children, save me, save me." Lord Wu raised his waist sword, looking at Linda with a half-smile, as if waiting for him to make a move before striking. The common people's fear of the officers was instinctive. Under the intimidating gaze of the officers, Linda stepped back a few paces and made way. Ordinary folks couldn't afford to offend the government officials, especially since Mrs. Foam had made a mistake. Grandma Lin watched this scene, nearly frightened out of her wits. She was afraid her son would not see the situation clearly and would try to fight the officers. Although local officials usually protected the common people, the villagers still remembered how ruthless the county magistrate had been 5 years ago when he killed mountain bandits. Seeing the officers disappear into the alley, the onlookers sighed in relief and slowly went home, helping each other. Cui Chingy looked at the scene with a cold face. It seemed the villagers' fear of the government was quite deep. Maybe the words of the officer just now had an effect. For a long time afterward, even if people didn't like her, they wouldn't dare to trouble her easily. In an instant, only Mrs. Feng's family and the household that had broken Chui's copper lock remained. The woman from that household frowned at Grandma Lin and whispered, "Auntie, You should just pay Chui's daughter for the copper lock now. Although she felt sorry for the Daya family, her husband broke the lock on their door to help the Feng family. Therefore, the Lin family should pay for it. She was terrified when the stern officer came to question her earlier, fearing she might be blamed for her husband's actions. On such a cold day, she was sweating on her back and just wanted the Lin family to pay the money quickly so she could go home. Grandma Lin wiped her tears, turned around, and after a moment, handed over a small silver coin. The servant, Jiu Rua, took the coin. The master and servant didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. They just went home and locked the door from inside. Jiu Rua felt uneasy and said, "Miss, should we move somewhere else? The people in this alley are too difficult to deal with. First, there was the Gu family and their son. Now Feng was added, and none of them behaved well." Chui Qingyi also felt tired. Recently, she and Jiu Rua had been busy preparing winter supplies, and maybe they had too many things that attracted attention. But Chui Qingyi didn't regret living in this alley. Over time, everyone would understand each other's situations. Recently, besides her household, others had bought charcoal, rice, flour, and vegetables. No one saw Feng steal from other homes. It was just that they looked easy to bully. She was glad Feng had made a big fuss, or having such a neighbor would be truly annoying. "No, I won't move. No matter where we go, there will always be people like Gu's mother and Feng. I think after today, no one will easily trouble us. If they do, we can report to the officials again. I believe the officers in Dongping County are quite fair." The officer who led the questioning earlier seemed to be trying to show some consideration for them. As long as the officials didn't have bad intentions, ordinary people wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Jiu Rua nodded and forced herself to stay positive. "Today, we really owe it all to Wang Kai. Without it, Feng might have taken away all our things." Chui Qingyi agreed deeply. When they mentioned Wang Kai, they realized they hadn't seen it come out all morning. Knowing Wang Kai wouldn't run off easily, Chui Qingyi called out loudly a few times. After a while, they saw a dark shadow sneakily poke its head in from outside. When it saw Chui Qingyi wave at it, it straightened up and ran over. It looked like a thief, and their bad mood suddenly brightened. Chui Qingyi praised, "Good Wang Kai, I didn't waste all those meat bones on you." Jiu Rua also chimed in, "Wang Kai is our hero today. We'll give you a treat tonight." Hearing this, Wang Kai's big ears perked up happily. "Since coming to the Chui family, I often get to enjoy large bones and bone soup." Wang Sai's already big frame has grown even larger, and his fur is shiny and black, feeling very soft to the touch. I don't know where his previous owner got him from, but Chui Qingyi increasingly feels that this dog doesn't seem like an ordinary local mongrel. Local dogs usually don't have such big frames, and his eyes even have a hint of blue. When he's not being silly, he looks quite impressive. Maybe he knows he won't be punished for biting someone, so Chui Qingyi gently strokes his fur. Wang Sai's tense back gradually relaxes, and he obediently lies down at his owner's feet. The county office works quickly. The next day, the verdict for Feng's household theft was announced.
There is a clear law in Dajin about theft.
For cases like Feng's, which involved breaking into a home, the punishment is serious. She was sentenced to 2 years of forced labor, but since she didn't actually steal anything, she received a lighter sentence of 1 year of labor and was sent to repair the river. Repairing the river is hard work, especially for someone who made a mistake and was punished. Usually, prisoners are sent to the most dangerous and tiring parts of the river. If a family member is willing to negotiate, the prisoner might have a slightly better time. After learning Feng's punishment, Chui Qingyi didn't pay much attention to what was happening across the street. However, that night, the Lin family over there caused a commotion. Sometimes, loud angry shouts and crying children could be heard, making Wang Kai, resting under the eaves, grow anxious and bark softly. His thick fur kept him warm, but since there was a charcoal stove in the hall, he soon wanted to go outside to sleep. Feng's mother collapsed into the Lin family's yard, tears and snot streaming down her face, loudly scolding Linda. "You good-for-nothing Linda. My daughter married into your family over 10 years ago. She bore children, took care of the household, and looked after your mother. She didn't have merit, but she worked hard. Now something happened, and you're throwing her out? Have you no conscience? Feng's father looked grim. He knew what kind of girl his daughter was. She liked to chase small profits when at home, but he never expected her to be bold enough to steal from others. Now she was punished with forced labor, and he believed she brought it on herself. But the mistake had already happened, and she couldn't be taken back home. Boss, I know this was Dawawa's fault, and she brought shame to your family. But you've been married for many years. Because of the children, you can't just send her away. How can she live after this? My wife and I are old, and we don't have many years left. Please, for the sake of our old faces, forgive her this time. Father Feng spoke with tears in his eyes, unable to hold back his sadness. Linda hugged his head and squatted under the eaves, afraid to look up at his father-in-law and mother-in-law in the yard. He didn't know what to do about this situation. Dia and her two younger brothers were hiding inside the door. The three children's eyes were red, but they dared not go out to plead for their mother. Grandma said that if they couldn't bear to part with her, they could go back to Grandma's house with her. Old Lady Lin looked at this scene and felt sad, but she made up her mind. She decided that Mrs. Feng could no longer stay at home, or else more trouble might come to the family in the future. Thinking of this, she forced herself to be firm and coldly said, "Dear family, you don't need to pressure him. I am still the head of this household. You are parents, and I am too. Since I married your daughter, our Lin family has offended many people in Huaihua Lane. Not only neighbors but also relatives have stopped visiting because of Mrs. Feng's behavior. She likes to take small advantages in daily life, but I won't say much about that. Still, how dare she go to others' houses to steal? She's naive, reckless, and mean. She saw two young girls who had no one to rely on and thought they could be bullied. She hurried over and kicked them, thinking they wouldn't dare to complain. Now it's worse. She's been reported and sent to work on river repairs in the cold winter. She can suffer herself, but she also brought trouble to our Lin family with a thief's mother. Dia is only 15, and she's about to get married. With such a mother, who would want her? And her two brothers, with a thief's mother, will face scolding and shame when they marry or try to make a living. Dear family, if you were me, what would you do? Lin's mother paused, wiped her tears, and continued, "That's all I have to say. I can't keep Mrs. Feng in our family anymore. Today, I'll have the eldest write a separation letter. After her labor is finished, you can take her back." Originally, Lin's mother wanted the eldest to write a divorce letter because they had been married for many years and had children together, so there was some affection. But if she did that, Mrs. Feng might cause more trouble, so it was better to end it with a clean separation letter. Mrs. Feng's mother knew that old Lady Lin wouldn't change her mind. She could only look at the three children behind the door. Dia saw her mother's gaze and quickly looked away, then reached out and closed the wooden door. Mrs. Feng's mother felt defeated and lowered her arms. Today, she had caused trouble at the Lin family, and she had said everything she needed to. But her daughter had made a mistake, and now they didn't want her anymore. It was truly a tragedy. Two elderly people supported each other as they left the Lin family's house. Seeing the closed door of the Chui family across the street, they knew the family had sent their daughter to the authorities, but they dared not go there to cause trouble. They could only walk away feeling disappointed. Mother Feng muttered as they walked, "If only I had been kinder to Big Sister and not let her mother ignore her. Maybe today that girl would have spoken up for her mother." Father Feng remained silent. The deed was done, and now regret was useless. That night, the Lin family caused quite a commotion. People in the nearby alley heard about Feng's being dismissed directly and knew what had happened. The gossip-loving women in the alley finally quieted down and stopped talking behind others' backs about Cui Qingyi. It was probably a case of refusing a toast and being forced to accept punishment. Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo had politely brought pastries and visited, but they weren't treated with special respect. Instead, after these two visits, the people in the alley became more polite to them. As another rain fell, the weather turned cold, early winter in mid-November. Early in the morning, Zhu Ruo cheerfully blew out white breath. "Miss, I think the fire in the Kong is dry now. When shall we move in?" Chui Chingy reached out from under the blanket, her slender arm quickly covered in goosebumps. She withdrew her hand and said, "Let's light the fire first today, clean inside, and then move in. It's too cold in this room." She had woken up cold several times during the night, and only by morning was there a little warmth in the bed. Ju Ruo agreed and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She also lit some charcoal and carried it to the backyard to add to the Kang's fire pit. When Chui Chingy got up, they ate warm dumpling soup together, then started packing the bedding to move to the back room. Chui Chingy first laid a reed mat bought earlier on the bottom, as woven reed mats are good at blocking dust and moisture, perfect for the Kong. Then she added thick quilts and covered them with the homemade bed sheets Ju Ruo had made. The Kong was now ready. Chui Chingy pulled Ju Ruo onto the bed to test it. The new mattress was thick and soft, and lying on it was very comfortable. "We also need to buy a Kong table," she said. With the fire in the Kong, how could they be without a table? As for pillows and other items, they could make those themselves, no need to buy outside. After arranging all the necessary furniture and setting up the room, the warmth from the Kong grew stronger, even without the coal basin. Ju Ruo reached her hand into the quilt and happily called out, "Miss, it's hot now. The Kong is warm." Seeing how happy she was, Chui Chingy could only sigh. She truly was a genuine southerner. Suddenly, she reached her hands under the quilt. A warm, smoky heat from the brick bed spread through her hands to her limbs, making Chui Chingy feel very comfortable. She couldn't help but sigh. This feeling, a kind of homesickness for the north, had been long missed. That night, the two of them slept on the brick bed. Before sleeping, they added new charcoal to the bed cave and sealed the door. Chui Chingy slept very soundly that night, so much so that even the normally punctual Ju Ruo overslept. It was Wang Kai waiting outside, waiting and waiting, but the owner didn't come out. He pushed at the wooden door hard, waking the two of them. Ju Ruo was suddenly startled awake. When she looked outside, it was already bright. She hurried to get up but was pulled back by Chui Chingy, who helped her realize what was happening. She took a deep breath, feeling reassured. They weren't at the Chin family's place, so even if she woke up late, she wouldn't go hungry just because she missed breakfast. Ju Ruo curled back into the quilt, licking her dry lips. "Miss, this brick bed is really good. I slept deeply last night. It's still warm after all this time, but it's a bit dry." Chui Chingy also felt a little dry, but compared to the warm, cozy quilt all night, it wasn't a big deal. Just get used to it after a few more days. If it still bothers you, put a basin of water in the room at night. Ju Ruo nodded. She also thought being a little dry was okay. In winter, she always had cold hands and feet and liked to curl up at night. Staying like that for a long time always caused backaches, but last night, she had her most relaxed sleep ever. The two lay there for a while before getting up to tidy up. Today, they planned to buy a new bed table. "Miss, what do you want for breakfast?" "I'll go make it," Ju Ruo said efficiently. After tidying up, she was ready to cook. Chui Chingy thought for a moment. "Let's have pancakes, some rice porridge, and a fried egg with small salted vegetables." "All right, I'll go make it now," Ju Ruo said. She learned most of her bread-making skills from Chui Chingy and also inherited her habits. When frying pancakes, she liked to add more soybean oil. The pancakes turned out golden and crispy, looking so tempting that it made Chui Chingy's mouth water. She rolled some fried egg and salted vegetables inside a pancake, took a bite, and found it so delicious her tongue almost swallowed itself. She took a sip of hot rice porridge, feeling extremely comfortable. Ju Ruo watched Chui Chingy and tried to roll her own pancake. One bite made her feel that life couldn't be more comfortable. Chui Chingy had tasted many good foods at the Chui and Chin families, especially during her first year at the Chin family, when breakfast was varied and flavorful. But she always longed for the simplest food she ate as a child, like a freshly made pancake with fried egg, which she thought was the most delicious. 2 people and a dog finished eating more than 10 pancakes and dishes. Wang Kai probably ate this kind of food for the first time. After finishing, he lay aside, licking his lips. Watching him, Ju Rong couldn't help but laugh. After they finished cleaning up and told Wan Kai to watch the house well, the two went out to buy a Kong table. Chui Qingyi also planned to buy a sheet of oiled paper to cover the bed. In the north, to prevent the bedding from getting dirty, people would lay a layer of oilcloth on the Kong during the day and remove it at night. Nowadays, oilcloth is often used to make raincoats and oil paper umbrellas. The material is slightly different from modern oilcloth, but the effect is similar. Unlike modern times, a single piece of oilcloth could not be used to make intricate patterns. Qi Ma Xuan was eager to ask Xiao Yuan to apprentice with Zhu Rong for embroidery, but didn't want to visit suddenly. So, in the past few days, he kept hoping Chui Qingyi and her servant would come to the bookstore. However, they hadn't seen either of them for several days. Thinking it over, he decided to prepare gifts and take his wife and Xiao Yuan to Chui's house. Just then, he saw the two servants dressed in cloaks. Chui Qingyi was accompanying Zhu Rong to deliver a cloth doll. As soon as they entered, she saw Qi Ma Xuan staring intently at them. Chui Qingyi quickly lowered her voice. The rest of the story will have to wait a few days. Actually, Chui Qingyi had already finished the middle part of her Blue Sky record, but she planned to give it to Qi Ma Xuan on the final deadline. Don't ask why, just avoid someone urging her for the manuscript in the future. Qi Ma Xuan realized he had been a bit too eager, smiled honestly, and waited as Chui Qingyi and Zhu Rong looked around the bookstore. Before leaving, he finally gathered courage and said, "Miss Chui, Miss Zhu, I have an unworthy request." Chui Qingyi thought to herself, since it's an unworthy request, I might as well not say it. Outwardly, she said, "Master Qi, please speak freely. If there's anything I can help with, I will do my best." Qi Ma Xuan. It's like this. I have an eldest daughter named Qi Yuan. My wife and I want Xiao Yuan to apprentice with Zhu Rong to learn embroidery. I wonder if you could accept her as a disciple. After speaking, Qi Ma Xuan bowed to Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong was confused about his words at first, but was startled by his serious appearance. She immediately waved her hand to refuse. No, that's not possible. I won't teach students. Qi Ma Xuan thought, there's hope. Zhu Rong, just let her learn from you. You don't need to worry too much. Zhu Rong still refused. She didn't think embroidery was such an extraordinary skill worth making a big deal about. She felt that accepting Xiao Yuan as a student might delay her own work. After all, everyone can do embroidery, but only her young lady can create those new and unique patterns. Hearing this, Qi Mo Xian looked at Chui Qingyi with anticipation. Chui Qingyi understood. She guessed that Lady Fan had seen the embroidered picture of Konjac at home, which inspired her to have her daughter learn from Konjac. Konjac, being a bit naive, was unaware that the embroidery skills she was learning were rare and not accessible to ordinary people. Chui Qingyi thought that accepting this apprentice might not be a bad idea. She smiled and said, I haven't touched an embroidery needle in many years, so my skills are rusty. Tomorrow, if Manager Qi and Sister Fan bring little Yuan to my house, and if little Yuan has this talent, I will decide to let Konjac take her as an apprentice. Do you think that's okay, Manager Qi? Yes, this was perfect. Good. I will definitely come tomorrow with my family to visit. He then bowed to Konjac and Chui Qingyi, saying, Please, young lady, forgive the trouble. Konjac never imagined she could take on an apprentice. After leaving the bookstore, she leaned close to Chui Qingyi and asked, Young lady, how can I become a teacher to others? She was so anxious that she even brought up her own family background. Chui Qingyi adjusted her cloak and said, Why not? As long as she has this talent and is willing to accept you as her teacher, you should teach her what you know. It's not difficult. Nowadays, the relationship between master and apprentice is different from later times. The saying, once a teacher, always a parent, is not just words. If Konjac has the ability to take on a few apprentices, then no matter if she marries or not, she will have people to care for her in old age. Though it's a bit early to think about this, planning ahead isn't a bad idea. Konjac always followed Chui Qingyi's words and had no strong opinion about whether to accept little Yuan as an apprentice. Since the young lady asked her to see, she would do just that. After the others left, Qi Mo Xian quickly told the shop assistants and hurried home. When Lady Fan heard that they would bring little Yuan to Chui's house tomorrow, She was very excited. Although they wouldn't be formally accepting her as an apprentice right away, they still needed to prepare sincerely so that Cui Qing-yi would see their sincerity. The couple discussed and went out to buy gifts for the visit. Since it wasn't a formal apprenticeship, they didn't need to prepare according to the usual etiquette. Lady Fan chose some local pastries from Dingting County and bought high-quality embroidery thread from the embroidery workshop. Waiting to return home, the two of them called their eldest daughter Chi Yuan over and carefully advised her, "Tomorrow, be obedient and listen carefully. If anyone asks you questions, don't be afraid. Just answer confidently. Your parents are watching over you." Little Yuan nodded politely and replied softly, "I understand, mother." 8-year-old Chi Yuan resembled Fan Hui, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, and a hint of bravery in her expression. Fan Hui had taught her well. Even at just 8, she behaved confidently and naturally, without any shyness, making her very likable. Fan Hui wanted to give her more advice, telling her to be clever tomorrow and try to please Miss Cui and Juju. But she changed her mind and decided not to. Looking at Miss Cui and Juju from a few days ago, Fan Hui thought Juju, despite her young age, was very steady and mature. She didn't know what kind of experiences Juju had, but she must have gone through a lot and seen much of the world. If Chi Yuan tried to show off, it might backfire. Chi Mo Xian also thought the same. If Chi Yuan acted too proudly, it might seem like they weren't sincere in wanting her to learn from a master. That night, Chi Mo Xian and his wife didn't sleep well because they were worried about the next day's visit to the Cui family. But little Yuan slept soundly, dreaming happily about her parents finding her a teacher. Although children at 8 are quite mature, their understanding of the world is still very limited compared to adults. Her parents worked hard to give her the best, hoping she would have a worry-free future. But in her eyes, it was simple. Tomorrow she would visit someone's home, and if she behaved well, she might get a teacher to learn sewing and embroidery, just like her younger brother, who started learning at 6. Today, because the Chi family was coming, Cui Qing-yi and Juju didn't stay in bed. They woke early, cleaned the house thoroughly, and prepared snacks for their guests. Cui Qing-yi stood under the eaves, looking up at the sky. The weather was gloomy, and a cold wind had started blowing early in the morning, carrying faint snowflakes that quickly disappeared when they touched the ground. Juju came out of the back room and saw her wearing a thin jacket. She hurried inside to get a light pink cloak and helped her put it on, muttering, "Even though we're in the yard, with this damp wind, you should be careful not to catch a cold." Cui Qing-yi casually adjusted her cloak. "That's just how fragile you are." Her health was good. Otherwise, she would have been worn down during the years at the Chin family's back house.
Konjac didn't care about this.
She took out a tea stove, added some red dates, longan, goji berries, dried ginger, and a little tea leaves, then placed it on a charcoal stove to heat. On such a cold day, this brewed tea not only helps replenish blood but also keeps out the cold. It's good enough to serve to female guests and not something to be ashamed of. If Chi Moshwan hadn't come along, Cui Qingyi would have preferred to host Fan Hui and her daughter directly in the back room. The chief family arrived at the right time. After exchanging greetings, Madame Fan gently pushed the quiet little girl, Chi Yuan, to the front. "Xiao Yuan, say hello to Sister Cui and Sister Konjac." Today, the girl was dressed beautifully and playfully, wearing a new yellow jacket on top and a white skirt covering her shoes. Her black hair was partly braided into 2 buns decorated with beads, with the rest flowing over her shoulders, looking charming and unique. The girl smiled shyly and bowed properly. "Hello, Sister Cui and Sister Konjac. Oh, so her name is Xiao Yuan. Madame Fan has raised a lovely girl. She looks very likable." Hearing the compliment, the previously confident girl shyly leaned against her mother. After exchanging pleasantries and having some tea and snacks, Konjac took out her embroidery thread and asked Xiao Yuan to help her divide the thread. Dividing embroidery thread might seem small, but it tests a person's patience. When threads are mixed together, if not careful or patient, they often get tangled, twisted tighter, and form knots that can only be untied roughly. Learning embroidery requires great patience, big or small. Chi Moshwan and Madame Fan looked a little nervous. They weren't worried about Xiao Yuan losing patience and throwing a tantrum, but were concerned that Konjac might think the child's fingers weren't delicate enough. Cui Qingyi sat nearby, clearly observing their expressions, and couldn't help but think that Xiao Yuan was lucky to have parents who carefully planned for her. Seeing Xiao Yuan successfully sort out the required threads without knots or wrong colors, Madame Fan's face visibly brightened with happiness. After Konjac demonstrated a few embroidery stitches with her needle, Xiao Yuan imitated her, and the simple test ended. Konjac looked at Cui Qingyi, who nodded in response. Their plan from yesterday was that as long as Xiao Yuan was patient enough, Konjac would accept her as a disciple. Xiao Yuan is very patient and quick to learn. Since she's learning from me, I will teach her well in the future. For the first time accepting a disciple, even the normally shy Jiru felt a bit embarrassed. Mo Xian and Lady Fan exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected it to be so easy. After that day, Lady Fan personally brought little Yuan to the Cui family every other day to learn embroidery. Sometimes, when the family was busy, she would send little Yuan over to Jiru and then hurry back. Other times, she would stay and watch. Once little Yuan became a disciple, she was considered part of the family. Jiru naturally moved the teaching to the back room. Sitting warm on the heated Kong bed, even working on embroidery for half an hour, she wouldn't feel cold. When it was time to rest, there was fragrant red date tea and cakes. Cui Qingyi and Jiru weren't strict like usual teachers. Little Yuan quickly shed her initial shyness and became comfortable. Every visit to the Cui residence made her happy. She found the warm Kong bed very interesting and asked Lady Fan that day why her family didn't have one. Of course, Lady Fan, who visited often, also grew fond of the Kong bed. Sitting at the table, watching little Yuan learn, she sighed, "This Kong bed is really good. When I go back, I'll ask Mo Xian to clear out the back room and make a Kong bed. When it snows, our family can all cuddle on it together." Cui Qingyi put down her brush. The first volume of Qingtian Record had already been listed at Mo Xiangjai. She was now hurriedly writing the contents of the second volume. "Then let Uncle Fan arrange a good one for you. The adults are fine, but these cold, damp days are tough on the children," she said. Lady Fan replied, "That's true. We're not as cold as the north, but when I was a child, I often got chilblains on my hands and feet during winter." The elders in the Fan family weren't the type to only care about boys and ignore girls. Still, as common folks, they couldn't afford to spoil their daughters too much. On the contrary, some older women would start teaching girls to cook and do chores from a young age, so they wouldn't be laughed at when they married. They wanted their daughters to be capable both inside and outside the home. Lady Fan was known as a very capable girl in the area, and that's how she married Mo Xian, who had business in the county. But as a mother, she didn't want her children to suffer as she did. Ever since little Yuan started embroidery lessons with Jiru, Lady Fan rarely let her do chores and even bought hand cream to protect her daughter's hands. Now that they had a good thing like a Kong bed, making life more comfortable for her daughter, Lady Fan naturally wouldn't be stingy. "Yes, I will do it today when I go back, and try to arrange the back room like you did before the heavy snow comes." She looked at the back room of the Cui family and thought it was really nice everywhere. As Lady Fan sent Xiao Yuan to Cui's house every day, people in Huaihua Alley also knew that Lady Fan was sending her daughter to learn embroidery. At first, the women from a few families sat together chatting and said, "We can't teach embroidery ourselves. Do we need to find a special teacher?" "Exactly, our shoes and clothes are not bad either." One woman showed everyone the new shoes she made for her husband. The women sitting together leaned over to look and nodded. They didn't praise her on purpose. Her shoes really were well made, with neat stitches and soft soles. Wearing such shoes must be very comfortable. Sister Lee also held a shoe and was mending the sole. Her sewing skills were average, so she didn't speak in a hurry. After everyone admired the shoes, she smiled and said, "Their embroidery skills are really different from ours. They learn embroidery. Skilled people can earn over 10 coins from a simple embroidered handkerchief. If their skills are even better, they can make a screen or a landscape painting and earn hundreds of taels." Since Lady Fan made her daughter find a teacher, I guess the two women from the Chui family are not bad either. After Sister Lee finished speaking, the women, who had been chattering about family gossip, quieted down for a while, looking at each other. If someone else had said this, they would probably sneer and joke about it. But Sister Lee was the daughter of a scholar, and her father received a government salary. Even if they fell on hard times later, she had definitely seen more of the world than ordinary people like them. The woman sitting next to Sister Lee pressed her lips and lowered her voice, saying, I think Sister Lee is right. I saw the two women from Chui enter Jingxiafang earlier, and they were personally sent out by the shop's lady boss. As soon as she said this, the crowd suddenly became lively. Can they really embroider handkerchiefs and sell them for money? A woman who had been to Jingxiafang before exclaimed. The lady boss of Jingxiafang has her eyes on top of her head, and she personally sees them off. Jingxiafang had been in Dongping County for a few years, but these women usually didn't buy fabric from there. First, because Jingxiafang only sold high-quality materials, which they couldn't afford or didn't need. Second, as the woman said, the lady boss of Jingxiafang had her eyes on top of her head and was too lazy to do business with them. The woman who spoke earlier said, I saw it clearly. Not only did the lady boss personally see them off, but she looked almost like she was smiling like a flower. The atmosphere at the scene became quiet once again, and everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. In their hearts, they all had the same thought. We are all people, so why does it seem so easy for others to live? Soon, the gossip about the Chui family faded away. When Lee's wife left, she looked toward the Chui family and thought of many things. Her daughter was 9 years old this year and was good at sewing and needlework. In December, as the weather grew colder, Jurong asked Lady Fan to bring Xiaoyuan over every other afternoon. That day, Qi Moxuan unusually came along with the two women. He brought a message to Cui Qingyi. The shopkeeper of Qixing bookstore wants to work with us to sell Qing Tianji at Qinghe City's bookstore. I came to ask what you think. Cui Qingyi was surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect the shopkeeper Zhao from Qixing bookstore to approach them for a partnership. Not long ago, when Qing Tianji was first released, Zhao looked at Mo Xiangzhai with resentment. Did something happen? Why does he want to work with us now? Cui Qingyi asked. Hearing this, Qi Moxuan smiled proudly. You won't believe it. A few days ago, our local official, Magistrate Zhou, personally came to Mo Xiangzhai to ask about Mr. Nancheng. He paused and added, Magistrate Zhou wanted to meet Mr. Nancheng, but I took the liberty of refusing on your behalf.
Cui Qingyi nodded indifferently.
She had already made it clear before their partnership that her role at Mo Xiangzhai was only as Mr. Nancheng, and she had no intention of mingling with the powerful. Seeing her unconcerned attitude, Qi Moxuan relaxed. Honestly, although they had an agreement, he was worried that Cui Qingyi might have other thoughts because Magistrate Zhou was a local official. But after working together for so long, Qi Moxuan understood Cui Qingyi well. He knew she truly didn't mind. He then continued happily. Not only Magistrate Zhou, but also several scholars from Dongshan Academy came to Mo Xiangzhai specifically for Qing Tianji. The book's reputation has really spread in Dongping County. Although he didn't write the book himself, it was sold at his Mo Xiangzhai. His keen eye had discovered Mr. Nancheng's talent. When Qi Moxuan spoke of this, he looked proud. The shopkeeper of Qixing bookstore probably saw the potential of Qing Tianji and wanted to cooperate with us. He will handle sales of Qing Tianji at other Qixing bookstores, and we will share the profits. My intention is to agree with him. After all, I currently lack the strength to expand Mo Xiangzhai elsewhere. If Qing Tianji can go out and bring us more income, I think this business is worth doing. What do you think, Miss Cui? I also think it's a good idea, Cui Qingyi said without hesitation. This is definitely a positive thing. Qi Moxuan is right. With his current ability, it's impossible to take the business to the capital city. But Qixing bookstore is from the capital, and the Bei family has been merchants for many years. This is easy for them. Seeing Cui Qingyi had no objection, Qi Moxuan felt confident. Then I will ask the county clerk to witness and quickly confirm this matter with Qixing bookstore. Cui Qingyi had no objections. She didn't need to get involved, so she left everything to Qi Moxuan to handle. Inside Qixing bookstore, Manager Zhao was also anxiously waiting for Qi Moshuan's reply. The new year of the Great Jin was approaching, and if he could get the sales rights for Qing Tianji before the holiday, with Qing Tianji's strength, he could showcase himself in front of the master. Even if he couldn't immediately become the shopkeeper in the capital, as long as the master remembered him, he'd have chances. Manager Zhao waited another 5 days, and Qi Moshuan deliberately delayed a few days before visiting him. He was not naive. He was also afraid that the Zhao family might find out about Cui Qingyi's residence and deduce that she was Mr. Nancheng. Although it was hard for most people to believe that a woman was the author of Qing Tianji, after so long apart, Qi Moshuan realized that the people at Qixing bookstore thought differently, certainly not ordinary. Manager Zhao, bundled in a thick coat, finally waited for Qi Moshuan when a sore on his tongue turned into a second ulcer. "Oh, Master Qi," has Mr. Nancheng replied. Previously, Qi Moshuan had used the excuse of writing to Mr. Nancheng to delay these days. When Manager Zhao arrived, he thought it was a reply from Mr. Nancheng. Playing along, Qi Moshuan said, "Yes." Mr. Nancheng replied that I should handle it myself. I plan to agree to Manager Zhao's cooperation. Also, if Mr. Nancheng has new works in the future, I can continue working with you. But I wonder, how much of the profits are you planning to give us? Manager Zhao's eyes lit up. He leaned forward and asked, "Are you serious? Can you guarantee that Mr. Nancheng's books will still come through you in the future?" Qi Moshuan nodded without hesitation. Of course, no matter what happens in the future, at least for these few years, his partnership with Cui Qingyi will not change. Manager Zhao clapped his hands and said, "Since Manager Qi is so straightforward, I will be honest too. I propose a 50-50 split. You and Mr. Nancheng share half the profit, and our 7 Stars bookstore takes the other half. Does that sound good?" Manager Zhao quickly revealed Qi Mo Xian's expected share, which was his initial plan. For 7 Stars bookstore, taking 50% is not a big advantage, since they are responsible for selling, which includes the costs of printing, ink, paper, and brushes. All right, then let's go with Manager Zhao's plan, 50-50. Good. Manager Qi is very brave. The partnership between 7 Stars Bookstore and Mo Xiangjai was settled this way. Cui Qingyi also received the contract from Qi Mo Xian. As the original author, Cui Qingyi would get 30% of the profits from the partnership with 7 Stars Bookstore. Cui Qingyi was quite satisfied. With 7 Stars Bookstore spreading across Qinghe City, earning 30% monthly profit was better than Mo Xiangjai's half-year earnings. She was really doing well. Looking at the contract in Cui Qingyi's hand, Zhu Ruo sincerely sighed. "Miss, you are really impressive." Cui Qingyi carefully stored the contract and looked at Zhu Ruo. "Now that you are a master, having such a caring little apprentice, doesn't that make you happy?" Zhu Ruo chuckled at Cui Qingyi's teasing. "Miss, are you jealous? If you are, then little Yuan should call you master too." At first, Zhu Ruo didn't think much about taking on an apprentice, but having a little girl like Xiao Yuan by her side each day made her truly enjoy being a master. Xiao Yuan was a clever girl, very serious about learning embroidery. But what Zhu Ruo liked even more was her kind heart and gratitude. She truly treated her like family. Since she was young, whenever the Qi family made something new to eat, Xiao Yuan would think of bringing a portion to her master. When tired from embroidery, she would wave her little fists and give her a back massage. If she stayed at Cui's house for a meal, she would never sit idly on the Kong but would busy herself behind Zhu Ruo. Although Lady Fan would surely teach her behind the scenes, Xiao Yuan's kind nature was truly rare. "Give me a peach, and I'll return a plum. This is how people should treat each other." As December approached, Dongping County welcomed its first heavy snow of the winter. The snow started in the afternoon, first as tiny flakes, then by evening, it turned into large goose feather-like snow. In a short time, the yard was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even Wang Kai, the dog, refused to stay in the back room and continued lying in the yard as usual. Before going to bed at night, Cui Qingyi left the door of the wood storage open. If she got too cold, the dog could have a place to shelter from the wind and snow. But her worries were unnecessary. Throughout the night, Wang Kai only occasionally got up to patrol the front and backyards. Most of the time, he lay quietly in the snow, waiting for the first crow of the morning rooster in the alley. When he heard it, the big black dog slowly got up, stretched lazily, shook off the snow, and returned to the back room to wait for his owner to wake up. Overnight, the entire county was covered in a layer of silver snow. Luckily, there was charcoal burning in the heated brick bed, so Cui Qingyi and her companions slept very comfortably through the night. Early in the morning, Jiuzong started clearing the snow from the yard. Soon after, Cui Qingyi also wrapped herself up tightly and joined in. The coal stove in the main hall had a clay pot simmering with bones. Since it started snowing yesterday, Cui Qingyi had already decided to eat lamb hot pot today. Sure enough, early in the morning, Jiuzong had already prepared the lamb bone broth. Seeing the owner clearing snow, Wang Kai was not idle either. He ran around happily in the yard, leaving paw prints everywhere in the snow. The heavy snow kept falling, but luckily, when the house was built, a water outlet was reserved. They just needed to pile the snow in the corner of the wall. When the sun came out, the snow would quickly melt into water and flow into the river through the outlet. After finishing the snow removal, both of them were covered in a light layer of sweat. They decided to each have a bowl of hot lamb soup before preparing the ingredients for hot pot. The wooden door of the main hall was open. The lamb soup in the clay pot was milky white from simmering. Thin, evenly sliced lamb was added, and once the slices floated to the surface, they were scooped out and dipped into sauces before eating. Watching the snowy scene outside the door, Cui Qingyi felt the taste of life was perfect. Wang Kai lay at Cui Qingyi's feet, his big ears upright, occasionally opening his mouth to catch pieces of meat falling from above. This dog, tall enough to reach Cui Qingyi's thighs, looked silly at this moment, but was especially lovable. In the evening, I enjoyed a hot bowl of shredded chicken noodles, and a relaxing day passed peacefully. The next morning, the heavy snow had stopped, but the sky remained gloomy. Early on, the two of us began the same work as yesterday, shoveling snow. By noon, we had finished clearing the entire yard. After lunch, just as Cui Qingyi was about to return to the back room like yesterday, someone knocked loudly on the door. "Is it Lady Fan and Little Yuan? Why are they here today?" Jujube said as she went to open the door. Cui Qingyi saw Wang Kai get up and follow her, so she knew the person outside probably wasn't Lady Fan. Outside the door, Sister Lee was holding a sewing basket, smiling a little shyly. "It's snowing so heavily. I was bored at home, so I thought I'd come over to chat and do some sewing together." Jujube didn't expect it was a neighbor from the alley. After the incidents with the Gu family and the Feng family, she didn't really want to interact with people from the alley, but since the person was already at the door and had a friendly attitude, she couldn't just turn her away. Really, why couldn't she just come to her house normally? Sister Lee noticed Jujube's reluctance and gently touched her hair, pretending not to see it. "My girl is about to take a nap. Sister, please come in." Usually, someone would leave after hearing that, but Sister Lee cheerfully responded and quickly entered the yard. Jujube had no choice but to lead her inside. This was Sister Lee's first time visiting the Cui family's house. As soon as she looked up, she saw Cui Qingyi sitting in the main hall, wrapped in a fur-lined cloak. The girl had fair skin and long black hair like a waterfall. The cloak seemed to be trimmed with some kind of animal fur, bright red and eye-catching, making the girl look very noble. Sister Lee then noticed Jujube walking in front. Although she wasn't wearing a cloak, her jacket collar was also trimmed with fur, which looked warm around her fair neck. Cui Qingyi had a good memory and immediately recognized her as Sister Lee from the alley. Although she found it strange that someone from the alley would come to her house voluntarily, her face showed no signs of surprise, as if there had been no conflict before. She greeted her with a smile. "Sister Lee, come in and warm yourself. The weather is really cold today." Seeing Cui Qingyi's smile, Sister Lee's awkwardness eased a bit. "I just thought it's so cold today. Everyone staying inside is boring, so I came to talk with you. Your yard is so well kept, and your dog is well trained." It looks very impressive. Since she knew the visitor wasn't a threat, Wang Kai lazily lay back at Cui Qingyi's feet, not even twitching his ears when praised. Chui Qingyi casually patted Wang Cai's big head. Wang Cai is a good dog. He works hard guarding the house. Sisterly looked at Wang Cai's broad back with a sad feeling. Although the harvest has been good these years, the family only manages to fill their stomachs and can't save any money. No one keeps a dog as fat and healthy as Chui's family does. But everyone minds their own business, so she doesn't say anything. Sisterly stayed at Chui's house for over half an hour before taking her half-finished shoe soles and leaving. When the weather clears, come visit my home. My eldest girl is 9 years old and loves to play. Chui Qingyi smiled and nodded. She thought Sisterly came today for a reason, but it turned out she was just here to chat and do some sewing. After waiting for the jelly to leave and closing the door, Chui Qingyi went back to the back room. Jelly carried a coal basin inside. "Miss, what do you think Sisterly came for today?" She didn't believe the other was just here to chat. Some women in the alley often visit each other's homes to sew and chat. She had seen Sisterly there many times before, so why didn't she come to their house today? Chui Qingyi didn't care much. Whatever she wants, as long as she has no bad intentions and is willing to come, that's fine. If she has some other purpose, we will find out sooner or later if it concerns us. Jelly thought so too, so she set the matter aside. In the following days, Sisterly came a few more times, but only to sew and chat casually. Because it was cold, Chui Qingyi didn't want to trouble herself to entertain neighbors. When Sisterly came again, she was directly taken to the back room. She had heard before that Chui's family was having a craftsman make a hot bed, but she hadn't seen it before. Now sitting at the head of the bed, feeling the warm heat, Sister Li's eyes lit up. She had planned to learn how to make one like Chui's family did, but when Jelly said it would take all night to use charcoal, she gave up the idea. It was too luxurious. Her family's bed was quite good enough. When the first firecracker sounded in the alley, Chui Qingyi suddenly realized that it was almost the Lunar New Year. Sister Li from the Li family cut her homemade lava cake into a neat square and placed a piece on a plate, asking her 9-year-old daughter, Li Miao, to deliver it to Chui's house. Mother Li looked at it with a worried frown but didn't say anything when her granddaughter ran out quickly. Inside the kitchen, she said, "Do you think it's reliable to send Miao to learn embroidery? Isn't embroidery something you can learn without a special teacher? If you can't teach her, can I teach her?" The old lady had saved for her whole life and had never heard of anyone needing to find a master to learn embroidery. Aunt Li was busy with her work when she heard the news and didn't lift her head. "Mother, you don't need to worry about this or tell others. Teaching our children is different from how others do it. I only have this one daughter, and I want her to learn some skills so that if she ever faces trouble, she can find a way to survive. Not everyone is as lucky as me. I was sold once but still met someone as kind as you." She wiped her eyes with her sleeve as she spoke. Seeing her like this, the old lady found herself speechless. "Fine, your daughter is yours, so whatever you say goes. Just make sure she doesn't develop lofty ambitions or bad thoughts." Mother. Xiao Miao was raised by you. You don't know her personality. She's not the kind to be reckless or naive." Hearing this, the old lady was clearly pleased and went out happily. Aunt Li continued with her chores. She had married into the Li family many years ago and had learned their old lady's temper. Though she seemed difficult, she was actually very kind-hearted. When she was sold here by her father, she was stuck in a dead end and couldn't see a way out. It was the old lady who scolded and comforted her, helping her to live a better life. It was also the old lady who fed her twice a day, gradually helping her regain her health. Although everything the old lady did was for her son, Aunt Li truly benefited from it, and she couldn't deny her gratitude. As a mother herself, she also had to think about her children. Xiao Miao hesitated before knocking on Chui's big door. She knew Chui's family kept a very fierce dog, and she was afraid to come near because she didn't dare to play with her friends nearby. But lately, her mother often came to Chui's house, and now she was sent to deliver lava cake. She couldn't disobey her mother, but she was still a little scared. Soon, the heavy door opened, and a girl with a big smile peeked out. "Oh, you must be Xiao Miao from Aunt Li's house. Come in." The girl, named Jujube, had seen Xiao Miao a few times before, and her mother often mentioned her, so she recognized her immediately. Xiao Miao shyly smiled. She didn't expect the beautiful girl in this house to know her. Hello, sister. My name is Xiao Miao. My mother asked me to bring you laba porridge, she said, offering her bowl to Jujube. Jujube was a bit surprised. She knew today was Laba Festival, and she and the girl had made some festive cakes. She hadn't expected anyone to specially bring them something. But she quickly took the bowl from Xiao Miao and gently pulled her into the yard. Wow, the lava cake is really well made, and it smells sweet. Xiao Miao, wait a moment. I'll clear the bowl and give it back to you. Xiao Miao nodded quietly and waited patiently. Just then, she felt something touching her leg. When she turned around, she saw a big black dog sniffing her all over. The dog was really large. Xiao Miao felt a little scared and tensed up instinctively. Just as she hesitated whether to shout for help, a voice came from the kitchen. Wankai doesn't bite. Don't be afraid. Sister is lying. This big black dog might jump on people. She saw it herself. Gu's second brother, who is very tall, was suddenly knocked down. Wankai sniffed at Xiao Miao's scent but lost interest quickly. It wanted to walk away, but paused when it saw the busy figure in the kitchen. Wankai, clever and well-behaved, sat quietly beside Xiao Miao, waiting for the person in the kitchen to come out. Seeing the big black dog sit beside her, Xiao Miao shivered first, then, after a while, couldn't help but reach out and stroke the dog's broad back. So smooth, softer than her hair, was her first thought. Wankai felt a small hand petting its back, but it didn't mind and kept watching the kitchen. When Juengu came out, she saw the two, one standing, one squatting, and chuckled, patting Wankai's head. You clever dog, I'll tell on you later. She then handed the bowl back to Xiao Miao. This is the laba cake we made. Take it home and try it. Xiao Miao nodded and didn't refuse. It's a tradition during the Laba Festival to exchange laba cakes, and she was used to it. She happily carried the bowl out. She felt strangely excited. She talked to her beautiful older sister living here and even touched that fierce-looking black dog. Later, she planned to tell her friends that the dog wasn't scary at all. Aunt Li was also happy to see Xiao Miao bringing back the cake. The laba cake from the Cui family was different from hers, filled with dried fruits and nuts, many of which were expensive, hard to ask about items from the dry fruit shop. But her happiness wasn't just because of the cake. It was because of the exchange between them. She broke off a piece and tasted it, then handed the rest to Xiao Miao. Take it to your grandmother and eat together. Xiao Miao's eyes lit up again, and she happily carried the bowl into Grandma Li's room. Meanwhile, Chui's Juengu finished her chores in the kitchen and brought some pastries into the back room, where a teapot on the charcoal stove was bubbling hot. Miss, what are you doing with the embroidery hoop? Seeing Cui Qingyi leaning on the Kong and holding her embroidery hoop, Ju Ruo was surprised and spoke out. Since her daughter got married at 15, she had never touched an embroidery needle again. Ju Ruo knew she truly disliked embroidery, so she found it strange. Cui Qingyi held the embroidery hoop, pinched a needle, and was thinking about double-sided embroidery. Ju Ruo, do you know what double-sided embroidery is? Ju Ruo was confused. Double-sided embroidery? What's that? She didn't know. In fact, Cui Qingyi also knew her question was a bit silly. She and Ju Ruo had grown up together, even learned embroidery from the same teacher. She had never heard of double-sided embroidery in the Jin Dynasty, nor where Ju Ruo might have heard of it. Girl, what is double-sided embroidery? Ju Ruo asked. Cui Qingyi replied, let me think about it first and then tell you. Ju Ruo said, oh, her daughter was truly impressive. In her previous life, Cui Qingyi's knowledge of embroidery was limited to occasionally seeing reports about master artisans attending events or the country giving double-sided embroidery as a gift to foreign leaders. The embroidered works shown in those images were often exquisite, with lifelike figures and animals, making the Chinese people envy them. Cui Qingyi had once searched on a well-known shopping website to buy a piece of embroidered art for collection. But such skilled artisans were rare, and their works were very expensive, beyond what ordinary people could afford. In the end, Cui Qingyi had to give up the idea. Now she had learned a superb embroidery skill herself, but the double-sided embroidery she once envied had not yet been created. How could she not feel that fate was playing tricks on her? Recently, watching Ju Ruo teach Xiaoyuan, Cui Qingyi suddenly had the idea to research and develop double-sided embroidery. Double-sided embroidery, as the name suggests, is done on the same fabric during the same stitching process to produce images on both sides. The outlines are exactly the same, and the patterns are equally beautiful, making either side a fine piece for display. Double-sided embroidery is neither very difficult nor very easy. It's hard for those who don't know embroidery techniques at all, but not hard for those who have mastered the stitches. However, it's not as simple as just stitching a few times and figuring out the technique. If it were that easy, this craft wouldn't be a protected, intangible cultural heritage in later generations. At least, on Laba Day, Cui Qingyi didn't have much success. Ju Ruo didn't know what double-sided embroidery was, but watching her daughter unravel and restitch the embroidery lines made her eyes hurt. Dongping County had snowed heavily again. December 18th was Cui Qingyi's 20th birthday. Konjac remembered this day very clearly and started preparing the birthday dishes for Cui Qingyi a day in advance. Seeing her busy in the cold weather, Cui Qingyi advised, "It's just a birthday. We've celebrated it many times before. Just have a simple meal." Konjac covered her ears, not wanting to hear her nagging. Were birthdays in previous years the same as this one? Moreover, this year's birthday was especially meaningful. In Konjac's eyes, everything felt different. On the actual birthday, Konjac woke up early to prepare. Cui Qingyi wanted to help but was sent back to the back room. Watching Konjac busy in the kitchen, Cui Qingyi first found it amusing, then felt warm inside. She returned to the back room before her eyes filled with tears, curled up on the bed, and closed her eyes, thinking about random things. That evening, Cui's family prepared a very rich dinner. Although each dish of chicken, duck, fish, and meat was small in portion, everything essential was there. A large longevity peach sat in the center of the table, looking festive and lucky. There was a bowl of hot chicken soup with longevity noodles, topped with golden fried eggs and fresh greens. The longevity noodles were very particular. Each bowl contained only one long noodle, symbolizing long life and continuous longevity. When eating, the noodles shouldn't be broken. Konjac wanted to make the noodles longer and longer, but was afraid her daughter would get impatient and bite the noodles. So she made just enough for a small bowl. Watching Cui Qingyi obediently finish the long noodle, Konjac smiled broadly. She had practiced a lot for this bowl of longevity noodles. After finishing the noodles, the meal officially began. Konjac raised her cup. "Happy birthday, young lady. Wishing you a long life and good health." Cui Qingyi raised her cup, clinked it with Konjac's, and drank it all. After finishing the wine, Konjac took out a red pouch from her pocket, excitedly handed it over. "Young lady, this is my birthday red envelope for you." Seeing her excited expression, Cui Qingyi didn't refuse and took it. The pouch was full, and as Cui Qingyi opened it, she knew that this silly girl had given her all the money she had earned from embroidery recently. Her nose tingled, and her vision blurred for a moment. Cui Qingyi took a deep breath, trying to hold back her choking feelings, and softly said, "Thank you, Konjac. I am so happy." Konjac, who had been eagerly watching Cui Qingyi, naturally saw all her reactions and, at this moment, her eyes also reddened unconsciously. "Yes, young lady, I am happy too." She grew up, and on her 5th birthday, she received her first birthday red envelope, 1 or 2 silver coins from a girl. She stayed with the girl for over 10 years, and every year on her birthday, she received a red envelope. But her girl, despite having real parents, rarely celebrated a proper birthday. Now it's so good. She can also give her girl a birthday red envelope. The sentimental moment ended, and the two sat in a warm room, sharing the most free and peaceful birthday meal of their lives. Feeling happy, Cui Qingyi drank a few more glasses of wine. Probably because of the alcohol, Cui Qingyi, despite it being a wonderful day, started to cry while drinking. She cried for a long time that night, not knowing exactly why, just feeling overwhelmed and unable to express her feelings. She was too drunk to say what was bothering her, but that lingering, tender feeling was hard to ignore, so she cried as a way to release her emotions. Konjac watched her cry, and started to cry too. In the end, both the master and servant cried until they felt dizzy, then slowly fell asleep wrapped in the warmth of the heated bed. Wang Kai, the big-headed guard outside the door, lay with his front paws under his chin, whimpering softly after hearing the steady breathing inside the room. Inside the Qin family's inner courtyard in Qinghe City, Lining waited anxiously, but didn't see Qin Linan come. Frustrated, she threw the jade comb on the dressing table. Where did the young master go? Why hasn't he come back yet? The maid lowered her eyes and answered calmly, I don't know either. The young master is in the front yard, but we haven't seen him. Lining was already irritated, and hearing this, her anger grew. She turned and slapped the maid across the face, scolding, Useless things. What's the use of raising you? The young girl, about 13 or 14 and a little thin, was slapped and fell to the ground. She covered her face, wanting to cry but afraid to, only letting out muffled sobs. Just then, the curtain was pushed aside and a pink figure quickly entered. Lansong, Lin Ying's close maid. Miss, what are you doing? There's no need to take your anger out on a little girl. It's not worth damaging your health. Lansong helped Lining sit down, took the jade comb to style her hair, and signaled the young girl to leave quickly. After hitting her, Lin Ying's anger eased a bit, but her feelings of grievance surged up. She covered her face and cried, I didn't want to be like this, but my cousin hasn't come into my room for over a month. What did I do wrong to make him dislike me so much? Lansong gently patted Lin Ying's shoulder and softly comforted her. The young master is busy studying. Since he hasn't come to your place or gone elsewhere, it's just that he's occupied. You have a wife to support you, so you don't need to worry about anything. Just wait until you have a son, and your position will be more secure. When talking about Mrs. Lining, she felt even more wronged. Before she married her cousin, her aunt treated her very well.
But now?
Her cousin ignores her. She wanted to go to her aunt for help, but her aunt scolded her, saying she didn't understand her husband's feelings. As a lady of the household, she shouldn't spend all her time playing with her husband, but should act more mature. Lining felt very unfair. She only wanted to have fun with her cousin. Her aunt kept telling her to get pregnant quickly, but her cousin never came to her room. How could she get pregnant? Nearly 4 months into her pregnancy, she felt no movement. The Qin family women, who once mocked her for not being able to have children, now looked at her differently. But her cousin never came to her room, and she didn't know how to explain this to others. It was like being unable to speak when you have a bitter feeling inside. In the front yard, Qin Linan was drinking alone, with a servant standing nearby, wanting to speak but hesitating. In the backyard, the young lady's attendants came repeatedly. The young master refused to see her, waiting for her to come back and cause trouble for him again. But he didn't dare say anything, worried that if he lost his temper and drank too much, he would be the one to suffer. The servant secretly muttered to himself, thinking his young master was very strange. When Mrs. Cui was here, he always thought about Lin's cousin and deliberately made trouble for the young lady. Now that the Cui family's young lady was gone and he married into the Lin family, he should be happy. But less than half a year later, he was already thinking about Mrs. Cui again. The servant couldn't understand what kind of behavior this was, only feeling that his young master was very greedy. Qin Linan kept drinking cup after cup. He remembered today was Mrs. Cui's birthday. Hearing the news from Lin Shui, he felt annoyed. He didn't know that Mrs. Cui had the courage to cut ties with the Cui family. Now, he didn't know where she was or how she was doing. He wanted to send someone to find her, but even the Cui family didn't know where she had gone. Just thinking that Mrs. Cui might be unhappy or that she married someone else because her life was hard made him feel upset. He couldn't tell anyone about this, so he just hid alone and drank his worries away. Drinking too much made him feel a little better inside. Qin Linan believed he was handling things quietly, but his mother knew everything happening in the yard. When Qin Linan sent people to Lingshui, Chen's mother received the news. Now, Qin Linan was constantly heartbroken, and Chen's mother could naturally guess why. If this had happened to someone else, Chen's mother would definitely look down on them. Thinking that man was truly shameless, wanting and taking what he shouldn't. But when it came to her own precious son, Chen Linen, everything was different. Chen's mother first smashed a set of her favorite teacups and scolded Shueisha, calling her a flirt who, despite being dismissed, still tried to provoke her son. After cursing Shueisha, she began to scold Lining. Where has her cleverness gone? She used to have Chen Linen completely in her grasp. How long has it been? And now she's not good enough. No one dared to speak up, neither the maidservants nearby nor Lin Mo, who had served her for years. Lin Mo was a young lady from the Lin family, the niece of the lady of the house. As an elder and a relative of the young lady, she spoke cautiously but honestly. If the servants said anything inappropriate, they would be in serious trouble. Lin Mo replied carefully, "Young madam is still young. You, madam, need to guide her more." She handed Chen's mother a cup of warm tea, which she took and sipped to calm her anger. My guidance isn't enough. If I hadn't spoiled her, could she have driven Shueisha away? Now she's become the young mistress of the Qin family. Lin Mo stayed silent. When Shueisha was around, she couldn't persuade the lady. She thought that with Miss Ying as the young mistress, the household would become peaceful. But now, she saw that in the lady's heart, the young master was like a celestial being. Probably only the princess or noble lady from the royal family was worthy of him. Enough of this nonsense. You go tell Lin Ying to pamper Chen Linen more and have her give me a big, fat grandson soon. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Yes, I will go soon. Our young master is so handsome, and his future children will surely be as divine as fairies. Someone who had served for many years knew exactly what words the master loved to hear. That evening, Chen Linen, drunk and stumbling, was helped back to Lin Ying's courtyard by a few young servants. Lin Mo watched the maids support Chen Linen to wash up and called out to Lin Ying, who also wanted to follow. "Young madam, wait a moment. I have a few words to say to you." Lin Ying was reluctant. Seeing her cousin so drunk, she hesitated. What if the maids got mischievous? But she didn't dare offend Lin Mo. Mo, please speak. As an elder from the Lin family, Lin Mo had deep feelings for her childhood home. Everything she said was for the good of the family. Miss Ying, I have watched you grow up. Today, I must speak honestly from my heart. You are no longer the delicate young lady from the Qin family. Now you are the young mistress of this household. Being a wife is different from being a niece. To live well in this big house, you need to stand on your own. In the past, Chui's family didn't favor the mistress or the young master, and you saw how life was here then. Back then, the mistress and young master protected you, even when you caused trouble for Chui. Everyone in the house enjoyed watching us fight, no matter their reasons. But now, Chui is gone, and others are waiting to see what will happen next. You shouldn't just argue with the young master. The most important thing now is to have a child as soon as possible. Lin Ying's thin red lips pressed into a line. She felt a bit stubborn. She couldn't say this to her aunt, but could she still tolerate the servant's words? Do I not want to have children? Cousin hasn't come to my room many times this month. How can I have a child alone? As soon as she said this, Granny Lin felt her vision darken. She had thought Lin Ying was clever, but now she seemed so foolish. Her words had many points, but she only focused on having a child. Yes, having children is important, but Lin Ying had only been here for less than half a year, so it wasn't urgent. Her real intention was to remind Lin Ying not to act recklessly just because she was the lady's niece. She should treat the lady as her mother-in-law and the young master as her husband. She shouldn't keep calling her aunt or cousin all the time to show off. Everyone knew how she married into this family. But clearly, her focus was all wrong. Granny Lin silently decided to let it go and see how things would develop. After Granny Lin left, Chen Linen finished tidying up and was comfortably settled in bed. Lin Ying and her maid also lay down. She tentatively reached out to touch the person beside her, but the other immediately grumbled and turned away. Lin Ying silently bit her lip, tears falling in the middle of the night. As for Cui Qingyi, she was exhausted from crying the night before and naturally woke up late the next day. Perhaps she had cried so hard that she was drunk, and when she woke up, she felt refreshed. The long-standing gloom in her chest seemed to have completely disappeared. She felt different from others. When she arrived in this strange dynasty as a baby, her first feeling was endless fear. She patiently tried to understand what kind of dynasty this was from the gossip of those around her and what kind of family she was born into. Still, she felt little sense of peace inside. She was not a truly naive child. She could clearly see the resentment and unwillingness in Yuan's eyes, and she knew that the unfamiliar feudal dynasty and her unkind biological mother made her feel like her world was falling apart. For Cui Qingyi, this was a truly terrible beginning. The crossing novels she had read before did not give her much survival experience. She painfully realized she was an outsider in this era, and a very weak one at that. Afraid that Yuan might see her as a troublemaker and get rid of her, Cui Qingyi started learning how to be a proper ancient person from infancy. Under this huge pressure, she persisted for 20 years, and now she could finally breathe freely. Her thoughts wandered randomly for a moment, but she quickly forced herself back to reality. No matter what happened before, living in this world means working hard to enjoy each day. As the new year approached, Juju gave Xiaoyuan some homework and then let her take a break, planning to resume classes after the holiday. During the last lesson, Madame Fan not only sent some gift money to Juju, but also brought New Year gifts for the Cui family. Although the gift money was only 5 taels of silver, Juju was so excited holding the silver that she showed it to Cui Qingyi, saying, "Miss, this feels like a dream. I never thought I'd get gift money too." Logic suggests that if you could really cross into a strange dynasty, would you be more scared or excited first? Cui Qingyi reached out and pinched her face, smiling. "Our Juju is quite something now. She's a girl tutor and has gift money. Maybe in the future, I'll have to rely on Juju to support us." Juju grinned widely, showing her neat, white teeth, and generously placed the silver in front of Cui Qingyi, raising her hand as if making a vow. "Miss, don't worry. I'll work even harder to earn silver in the future. Next year, we'll fill the wood storage with charcoal." Cui Qingyi chuckled. "Haha, all right, I'll look forward to enjoying the blessings brought by Juju." As for the profit from the ink fragrance study, Qi Moshuan only delivered it the day before New Year's Eve. Due to the high status of scholars, the prices of books, ink, paper, and brushes were also high. Although it had only been 3 months, Qi Moshuan's share was already over 200 taels of silver, which Cui Qingyi considered a huge profit. Looking at the shiny silver ingots in front of her, Cui Qingyi couldn't help but look forward to how the Qixing study would perform after the new year. The 7 Stars bookstore is spread throughout Qinghe County. If her Qing Tianji can open the market under the operation of the 7 Stars bookstore, she would be very happy. Not only would she catch up with young Master Qingfeng, but even half of his success would be enough for her to make a big profit. For the sake of money, Cui Qingyi secretly vows to work hard after the new year and write more books. Meanwhile, Qi Moshuan is sitting with Lady Fan, counting the accounts. Qi Moshuan is moving the abacus, while Fan Hui is counting silver coins. As they count, their eyes become brighter and brighter. Fan Hui feels her hands trembling a little. In previous years, their bookstore also made money, but compared to this year, it was nothing. Just a storybook, and it makes so much money? Fan Hui says she doesn't understand. Qi Moshuan takes a deep breath. Now he truly understands why 7 Stars bookstore works so hard to make young Master Qingfeng's books exclusive. No wonder the North family, who have been in business for generations, are so quick-witted. Qi Moshuan advises Fan Hui, "In the future, you need to be more careful when dealing with the Cui family. You should also stay in touch with them often." Hearing her husband's advice, Fan Hui nods seriously. "You don't need to tell me. Just for our little Yuan, I will also be careful." Qi Moshuan is happy, but Zhao Zhonggui, the shopkeeper of 7 Stars bookstore, is having a hard time. A few days ago, he sent the first and middle volumes of Qing Tian Ji quickly to Qinghe City, then waited quietly for the master's reply. He believes in the potential of Qing Tian Ji and is confident that if their bookstore manages it, it could reach the level of young Master Qingfeng. His grandfather has good judgment and must see the potential in Qing Tianji. But as the waiting time stretches on, his confidence begins to waver. Zhao Zhonggui starts to worry. Did the messenger encounter an emergency on the way and delay the delivery? Or maybe the books have already arrived, but the master doesn't think they are special? Or perhaps someone in Qinghe City doesn't want him to succeed. The more he thinks, the more anxious he becomes. If the master hadn't called him back, Zhao Zhonggui would want to go and ask in person. At least, he wants to find out clearly in front of the master. In Qinghe City, at the North House Mansion, heavy snow has fallen on the roads. The messenger from Dongping County was delayed for 2 days on the way. With the new year approaching, if the items aren't delivered on time, it could delay Zhao Zhonggui's important plans. Those sent to follow the shopkeeper's orders are closely tied to his future honor, wealth, and fame. Master Zhao has finally gained recognition. Only then can he succeed. Therefore, even though the weather remains cloudy, the messenger bravely begins his journey. Fortunately, the heavens favor him. After half a day of travel, the sun finally breaks through the clouds and hangs high in the sky. Before the new year, from the 25th to the 28th of the lunar month, is the time for the North family to settle accounts. During this period, all the shopkeepers leading various businesses in the North family must return home to do their bookkeeping. This is also a chance to report their yearly work achievements to the head of the family. The shopkeepers share experiences and lessons learned, learn good practices, and avoid repeating past mistakes. In the end, the head of the family summarizes everything, awarding those who deserve it and punishing those who don't. The large front hall of the North family is crowded with people. The current head, Mr. Bei Shongyuan, sits confidently at the main seat. Next to him, a beautiful maid is busy flipping a counting board with her fingers. The ledgers beside her are stacked high but are quickly being reduced as she works swiftly. At this moment, the messenger is led into the front hall by servants because of the special items he carries. He is directly brought before Mr. Bei Shongyuan. Greetings, sir. This is a gift from Zhao Master of the Seven Stars Bookstore in Dongping County. Please kindly review it. The maid steps forward and takes the wrapped item from the messenger. Instead of presenting it directly to Mr. Bei Shongyuan, she places it on the incense burner, circles around it to smell it, then carefully sets it on the desk in front of him. A chubby finger, wearing a large green ring, slowly reaches out and casually flips through a few pages. Then, the chubby finger turns from 1 to 2, and the pages turn one after another. The maids standing behind exchange curious glances, wondering what valuable item could have caught the master's interest. Before the new year, most shopkeepers brought gifts to the master, but he rarely looked at them. Now, he seems interested in an old, tattered book. The maids know that their master isn't fond of reading. He barely flips through even a few pages of a storybook. No one dares to disturb Mr. Bei Shongyuan, and even the shopkeepers trying to curry favor gradually fall silent. Everyone secretly thinks, Master has found another way to make money. I wonder which shopkeeper was so lucky. Although the North family is thriving in Qinghe County, 20 years ago, they were just a small stall selling tea eggs at the Qinghe City dock. It wasn't until Mr. Bei Shongyuan was born that the family's business began to flourish, as if blessed by divine help. Tea eggs turned into a breakfast stall, which then became a snack shop, and later there were North House eateries and restaurants. Only the elders who had been with North House for many years knew that all of this was because North House had a special talent for making money. Over the years, any business that North Business Yuan believed in turned out to be successful. It seemed as if North Business Yuan was born just to make money. After finishing a story about a certain unit, North Business Yuan casually picked up a brush from the desk and wrote a character that meant possible or can. As for how excited shopkeeper Zhao would be when he saw this character a few days later, that will be left unsaid. Before New Year's Eve, Dongping County had snow falling for several days. The snow was light and melted quickly into water on the ground. But even this small amount of water increased the humidity in the air a lot. Cui Qingyi often stayed either on the heated brick bed or holding a small stove in her arms. This was the first New Year they celebrated separately, and not only the young girl, but even Cui Qingyi felt it was very meaningful. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Cui Qingyi took the girl to put up couplets and hang lanterns. Although they only added some red decorations, the whole yard looked much more festive. Even though her hands became cold from being outside for a long time, Cui Qingyi still felt warm all over. She prepared red envelopes for the girl, and even hung a few copper coins on the neck of the family's dog, Wankai, with red thread. The dog didn't understand what it meant, but it happily sat beside Cui Qingyi's legs, wagging its tail quickly. Cui Qingyi gently patted Wankai's big head and smiled, saying, "Wankai, is our family's New Year prosperous or not?" Wankai barked loudly and clearly, making Cui Qingyi very happy. "Today, you get to eat more dumplings as a reward." Woof woof woof. After tidying up the house, Cui Qingyi began to make dough. Even though only 2 people were there, the girl used shrimp, pork, radish, and cabbage to make 2 kinds of dumpling fillings. She placed the dough in a basin and covered it. After dinner on New Year's Eve, they sat by the warm stove and started making dumplings. Cui Qingyi was the main person making the dumplings, and the girl's rolling pin flew through the air as she tried to keep up. Usually, at this time, the girl would doubt herself. Why was she so skilled at making dumplings when she was the one who often cooked? Her fingers pinched and squeezed, shaping each dumpling into a round form. The girl didn't believe in giving up and tried to imitate Cui Qingyi's movements, but her fingers, which were usually quick and nimble, now seemed to have their own ideas, making dumplings of strange shapes. Looking at the one dumpling that stood out as ugly among a group of beautifully shaped ones, Konjac silently moved it to the corner, thinking about whether to secretly destroy it while the girl wasn't paying attention. Cui Qingyi had already noticed her little move, but didn't say anything. She guessed that this dumpling probably wouldn't be fully cooked. When there were only a few dumpling wrappers left, Cui Qingyi took out a pre-washed copper coin and wrapped it inside. The New Year was all about eating and drinking. Besides dumplings, the 2 of them also prepared a rich New Year's Eve dinner. Whether they finished eating or not, and regardless of whether they would be eating leftovers for many days to come, the table was sure to be full of food. After finishing the New Year's Eve meal early, the 2 curled up in the back room. The heated brick bed radiated a cozy warmth, and on the table were various dried fruits and snacks. Cui Qingyi and Konjac each occupied one side of the table, drinking tea and snacking as they stayed up to welcome the new year. When the clock struck midnight, signaling the end of the old year, a new year full of hope was beginning. As the celebration ended, steaming dumplings were served. Konjac was the first to bite into one containing the copper coin. Cui Qingyi said, "It looks like luck is on our side for the coming year." Konjac chewed on the coin, giggling foolishly. She was determined to keep that coin as a treasure. Soon after, Cui Qingyi also found the coin in her dumpling, and even Wankai, the pet dog, looked confused as it spat out a shiny copper coin. The family received good luck from the new year, and Cui Qingyi was very pleased. That night, Konjac dreamt of the tiny copper coin. In her dream, she silently vowed that the first thing she would do after waking up the next day was to use red embroidery thread to make a bracelet with the coin, so she could wear it close to her body. On the first day of the new year, Cui Qingyi woke up to see a red bracelet with a neatly threaded copper coin resting beside her pillow. It was the lucky coin she had eaten from the dumpling yesterday. She reached out and took it, peering through the hole in the coin into the courtyard. The first day of the new year was a bright, sunny day. At the entrance of the alley, Sister Lee from the Lee family got up early. She quickly tidied herself up and prepared breakfast for her family. She waited for everyone to finish eating, and then swiftly tidied up again. Such routines repeated day after day in Sister Lee's life. She didn't think anything was wrong, and no one in the family did either. Meanwhile, Li Miao quietly tucked a few firecrackers into her hand, ready to go out and play with her friends. She usually helps her sister-in-law with house chores, but because she once heard a saying, she has been very busy at the start of the year. She believes she will be even busier throughout the year, so her sister-in-law forbids her from entering the kitchen during these days. Therefore, Li Miao decides to follow her heart and go out to play with friends her age. However, this year, her sister-in-law promptly stops her. Xiao Miao, go change into the new dress your mother made for you. Later, we will visit the Cui family to wish them a happy new year. Li Miao feels a bit conflicted when she hears this. She doesn't like wearing the dress because it's inconvenient when she runs around outside. Also, last time she went to the Cui family to deliver lava cake, she was teased by some friends. They said she was superficial because she saw the Cui family was rich and wanted to get close. At 9 years old, girls are between being sensible and naive. Although Li Miao likes the beautiful older sister in that house, she feels sad about being ignored by her close friends. Especially Daya, who, after knowing Li Miao was going to the Cui family, hasn't spoken to her for many days and even avoids her on the street. Li Miao and Daya are close in age and have played together since childhood. They are best friends, and Li Miao doesn't want to lose her. Today, she wanted to invite everyone to play with firecrackers and have a good talk with Daya, but her mother unexpectedly said they would visit the Cui family to pay respects. Mom, why don't you go by yourself? I want to go play with Daya and the others. Li's sister-in-law wipes her hands and beckons Li Miao over. Xiao Miao, I want you to learn embroidery from the beautiful sister of the Cui family, just like Lady Fan's Qi Yuan. Are you willing? Li Miao looks up, confused. Mom, can I learn sewing and needlework with you and Grandma? Why do I have to go to the Cui family? If she really went to learn embroidery there, Daya would definitely ignore her even more. Mom, you said Grandma's shoes and clothes are beautiful. I think I should stay at home and learn from Grandma. Li's sister-in-law rarely shows a cold face to Li Miao. You don't even listen to your mother? She has spent a lot of effort raising Li Miao, the eldest daughter. Since her birth, she has been thinking about how to help her daughter have a bright future. But she is just a poor scholar's daughter, and the Li family is an ordinary family in this county. No matter how hard she tries, she can't see where her daughter's future lies. Daily hard work has almost made her forget about this. But just then, the Cui family appeared in Huaihua Lane, and with Qi Yuan's arrival, Li's sister-in-law finally saw hope. She knew that the people in the alley were secretly talking about her. As the daughter of a scholar, it was normal for her to flatter others, but Sister Li didn't care at all. She approached the Cui family with a purpose. She hadn't stolen or robbed, and when she wanted to learn a skill, she came openly and properly to visit. As long as her little seedling was healthy, a few gossiping words didn't matter. Seeing her mother truly angry, Li Miao dared not say she wanted to play with the older sister. She obediently put on her new padded jacket and skirt and followed her mother to the Cui house. The door of the Cui family was still closed from inside. Before knocking, Sister Li reached out and held Li Miao's head gently, showing affection. She was sold to the Li family by her gambling-loving scholar father. Fortunately, she met a fairly good man and mother-in-law. When she was pregnant with Li Miao, she was in a very sad time. Her biological father had sold her like a commodity. She worried about her missing sister, and all her pain tangled together, making it hard to breathe. The arrival of this child rekindled her fighting spirit. When she first felt the baby move, she vowed never to become like her father. When the midwife handed her a bundle with a bright red baby girl and said, "Congratulations, you have a beautiful daughter," her feelings were very complicated. She thought, it's just a girl. A girl. Living in this world is so hard, like wild grass. But when the baby smiled at her before even opening her eyes, she was willing to give everything for her, even her life. Thinking of the past, Sister Li's eyes turned slightly red. She closed her eyes and then squatted down to face Li Miao. "Little Miao, I used to think that because you were still young and had your mother to protect you, I didn't need to tell you some things. Your father bought you with silver, and your father and grandmother are good people, so I had good days. But not everyone is as lucky as I am to meet good people. Over the years, I've learned a lesson. As long as you can stand on your own, there's always a chance to survive. Now I want you to learn needlework at the Cui house because they are different from us, very capable. If they are willing to teach you even a little, your future life can be better than mine. You might not understand now, but just listen to your mother, okay?" A slightly cloudy tear rolled down Sister Li's cheek, but she seemed unaware of it. 9-year-old Li Miao looked at the tear and felt a tightness in her chest, but she couldn't quite understand what that feeling was. She nervously waved her hand and said anxiously, choking a little, "Mom, don't cry." "Woo-woo, Xiao Miao will listen to you." Her mother nodded and said, "All right, I won't cry. Let's happily go to visit the sister from the Cui family for the new year." After a short while, the two of them knocked on the big door of the Cui family. Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo had recently arrived in Dongping County. Besides Qi Mo Xian's family, they hadn't made any other friends. So, they spent the holiday very peacefully, with no strict rules. Every day, they enjoyed eating and drinking in fun new ways. In just a few days, Cui Qingyi looked in the mirror and saw her face had become a little rounder. She was happy about this because she always thought she was too thin. Before, she was controlled by Yuan's family and couldn't eat much. She had fixed routines for waking up and sleeping, so she couldn't gain weight. When she was at the Qin family, she was not favored by her mother-in-law, and she followed strict schedules every day. Such an environment didn't allow her to gain much weight. But now, looking at herself in the mirror, her face was rosy and bright, looking lucky and happy. She was very pleased. When the doorbell rang, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were relaxing on the Kong bed. In the middle of the bed, there was a small charcoal stove used for boiling tea. Bright, shiny, and plump chestnuts crackled as they roasted. These chestnuts were bought during the New Year shopping at the dock, where a merchant ship had stopped in Dongping to refill water. The merchant sold some small goods from the ship. Among those goods, the chestnuts weren't very noticeable. Cui Qingyi spent only 100 coins to buy several jin, planning to roast and eat them during the New Year. The roasted chestnuts were soft and sweet, and even Wang Kai, the dog, loved them very much. Zhu Ruo pointed at the big dog wagging its tail and said to Cui Qingyi, "Miss, Wang Kai seems to have gained weight again. Maybe we should give it less to eat. If it gets too fat, it won't be able to catch thieves in the house." Zhu Ruo's words were a bit exaggerated. Wang Kai was a large-boned dog, and even if it gained another 10 pounds, it wouldn't be a problem. But Wang Kai was clever and knew how to flatter people. Whenever Cui Qingyi was around, it only listened to her commands. Cui Qingyi was busy peeling chestnuts and didn't pay much attention to their silly quarrel. Sometimes, she felt like she was raising two children. They couldn't speak the same language, but they still argued back and forth. Maybe, to them, this was just part of their fun. Many chestnut shells were piled on the Kong table, and when they heard the knocking, neither of them hurried to tidy up. When someone arrived, they didn't plan to bring the visitor into the back room. Usually it would be fine, but during the New Year, it's common to be a bit neglectful of the back room. When the door opened, Cui Qingyi was already standing under the eaves of the hall, wrapped in a cloak. Seeing Sister Li and Little Miao come in, she greeted them with a smile. "Sister Li and Little Miao, Happy New Year. Come in and sit." Because her mother brought her here with a purpose, Little Miao was a little nervous, especially when she saw someone who looked like a fairy sister from her grandmother's stories standing there. She felt even more nervous. Luckily, Sister Li was holding her hand the whole time. When she got close to the fairy-like woman, a candy wrapped in red paper was placed into her hand.
"So this is Little Miao.
Your mother often talks about you. You're very beautiful," said the woman. Little Miao's face instantly turned red, and her mouth seemed to move on its own. "Your sister is pretty too, just like a fairy from the sky." "Haha, oh Little Miao, you really have good eyes," Cui Qingyi said confidently, not blushing at all, accepting the compliment readily. Sister Li smiled as she watched. Although Little Miao's words were a bit exaggerated, they weren't wrong. The young lady of the Cui family was indeed very attractive. The woman prepared some tea and fruit, and after drinking a round of tea, Sister Li brought up her thoughts through a topic about needlework. "Madam Cui, I know that Sister Fan's family's Qi Yuan has taken a master and is learning embroidery from your family. My Little Miao is also good at sewing and needlework. Could she also learn from you?" After saying this, Sister Li looked at Cui Qingyi with a nervous heart. She was worried about hearing a rejection, even though she had spoken so much in front of Little Miao. Cui Qingyi didn't expect Sister Li to have this idea, but recalling how Sister Lee had approached her earlier, she understood. She pointed to the woman beside her. Qi Yuan did indeed take Miss Ju Ju as her teacher. Whether Sister Lee Miao can learn from her, you'll have to ask her. Sister Lee didn't hesitate and turned her gaze to Ju Ju. She didn't care who taught her, as long as little Miao could learn.
You smiled faintly.
She had learned to stay calm now and didn't find it strange that someone wanted to take her as a teacher. She looked at Sister Lee and said, "As long as little Miao is willing to learn, I am happy to teach her. But I also have some requirements for my apprentices." Sister Lee hurriedly replied, "Master Ju Ju, as long as you agree, we will accept it without hesitation." Speaking here, Ju paused slightly before continuing. "I don't care much about the various apprenticeship ceremonies and festival gifts, nor about what is given. Even a fresh bunch of chives from the vegetable garden is wonderful. The 10 taels of silver for yearly tuition are necessary." This annual fee of 10 taels was decided by Ju and Cui Qingyi after comparing the situation in Dongping County. Embroidery, after all, is not as serious as studying proper books. Students at Dongping Academy receive 30 taels of silver annually plus festival gifts. Learning embroidery for 10 taels a year is just right. This price was carefully chosen by the two of them. People who are truly willing to spend money to have their daughters learn embroidery value their daughters greatly, hoping for a bright future for them. Spending 10 taels a year is a small price for that. For families who don't care much about their daughters and just want to get something for nothing, 10 taels is enough to make them hesitate. 10 taels of silver. Sister Lee felt bitter inside, silently calculating her family's income for the year. She clenched her teeth and said firmly, "I'll pay the 10 taels for tuition." When will Master Ju's apprentice come to pay respects? Afraid that a slight hesitation might cause the other side to change their mind, Sister Lee spoke quickly and confidently. Cui Qingyi, who was quietly drinking tea, raised an eyebrow. She never expected they would meet so many families in Dongping County who cared so much about their daughters. Could it be that her luck is bad, or perhaps her past misdeeds are catching up? In 2 lifetimes, her parents only valued sons. There's no rush for the apprenticeship. After the Lantern Festival, just come on the 16th, Qi Yuan said. She would also resume classes on the 16th, giving the 2 young ladies a chance to meet and have a companion. Having received the exact information, Sister Lee stood up seriously, thanked Ju and Li Miao, then left without staying any longer. After they left, Cui Qingyi smiled and gave Ju a thumbs up. Our Ju is becoming more like a teacher every day. Looks like she will have students all over the world in the future.
You grinned happily.
She always took Cui Qingyi's teasing as sincere praise and never pretended to be modest. Of course, Cui Qingyi was genuinely praising her. Ju's change proved that her decision to leave the Qin family and cut ties with the Cui family was correct. In this small county, in their own home, both of them had found new life. "Miss, shall we have old duck soup tonight? After eating the duck, we can cook rice porridge in the duck broth and drink some to warm our stomachs." When she was happy, she wanted to enjoy good food. Cui Qingyi thought for a moment. It had been a long time since she last had old duck hot pot. Cooking rice porridge in the duck broth, adding finely sliced mustard greens, makes for a truly delicious taste. Li Miao gently held Sister Lee's hand and carefully looked up. "Mother, do we have any silver? Can Father and Grandma let me go?" Sister Lee smiled brightly.
Don't worry about that.
"Just promise me you'll wait until you go to Chui's house with Master Ju. You must learn seriously." As for the man and mother-in-law, Sister Lee understood them. Although they also cared for Xiao Miao, they probably wouldn't want to spend 10 taels of silver each year to support her. But after so many years together, Sister Lee had learned how to get along with the Lee family. No matter what, she was determined to let Xiao Miao learn embroidery. As for the Lee family's expenses for sending Xiao Miao to learn needlework, costing 10 taels of silver a year, Cui Qingyi and Ju Ju didn't know or bother to ask. Like Ju Ju said, they could skip the ceremony gifts and festival presents since the Lee family wasn't wealthy, but the tuition couldn't be waived. In Huaihua Alley, many families lived close, and there were no real secrets among them. If they knew Xiao Miao could learn from Chui's family for free and that she could earn money after more than a year of learning, most people in the alley would be interested. Anyway, the Gu and Lin families who had conflicts with Chui's family weren't theirs. They might also learn from Sister Li's example, being shameless and lowering their pride to interact with Chui's family, since pride wasn't worth much, but the rewards would be real. When her daughter was old enough to marry, she might even raise her status because she studied under Chui's family. It would be a very profitable deal. Cui Qingyi agreed that Ju wanted to take on apprentices to find more trustworthy students and also to find another purpose in life, not just charity. Cui Qingyi felt her heart was somewhat cold. As long as it didn't involve her own interests, she didn't want to bother too much. After the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Ju, who was restless, started sewing again, preparing to make spring clothes for herself and Cui Qingyi. Cui Qingyi personally designed new patterns for Ju, with pink flowers layered on the hem, as if spring was under her feet when she moved. Seeing Ju work so hard, Cui Qingyi, who had planned to relax, also took out her embroidery hoop from the basket. She started from the middle, recalling the double-sided embroidery tutorials she had seen in her past life. She used a basic stitch to outline the general pattern on the fabric, then layered the stitches, ensuring the colors blended smoothly while keeping both sides consistent. The free needle technique allows for different directions and combinations of long and short stitches to create texture and light effects in the pattern. This step is also key to making a good embroidery piece look vivid and lifelike. These tutorials are not very detailed. To Cui Qingyi, who knew nothing about embroidery in her past life, they seemed like a mysterious code. But now, Cui Qingyi has become somewhat skilled in embroidery. Her mind's tangled threads of double-sided embroidery slowly turn into fine silk strands, which she threads through needles and weaves into a delicate net. Cui Qingyi's fingers move quickly and carefully, trying to keep up with her thoughts. During breaks from cutting clothes, Ju Ruo often looks up to watch Cui Qingyi. Maybe because as a child, Cui Qingyi had many painful experiences with embroidery, or perhaps because her lady often took her embroidered works to visit other ladies. Ju Ruo has been with Cui Qingyi since childhood and knows well how much Cui Qingyi dislikes the actions of Yuan. Over time, this dislike grew so strong that even holding a needle to embroider would remind her of unpleasant memories. So, even though Cui Qingyi volunteered to try double-sided embroidery, Ju Ruo worried it might bring back bad feelings. Sure enough, as Ju Ruo feared, Cui Qingyi looked at the snow plum blossoms on her embroidery and suddenly thought of Yuan. When she was 8, she embroidered her first perfect plum blossom, placing it on a branch as if she could smell the winter plum's fragrance. She loved that snowy plum picture very much. But a few days later, Yuan took her to attend the county magistrate's wife's birthday banquet. Yuan carried the embroidery of the plum blossom around, showing it off to the ladies, ignoring everyone else, and boasting about her daughter. Cui Qingyi still remembers the looks those ladies gave her: pity, sympathy, and mockery. It was as if they were saying, "Look, that's Chui's girl. Her mother is trying to climb higher by showing her off." I looked at many tutorials on double-sided embroidery, but couldn't understand them well. Sorry if there are mistakes. As Cui Qingyi grew older, her face gradually diverged from Yuan's initial expectations. Perhaps afraid that her years of planning would go to waste, Yuan became more and more anxious. She insisted on attending every banquet and gathering, as if she was pushing Cui Qingyi into a difficult situation. Her actions seemed like she was roasting Cui Qingyi over a fire. If Cui Qingyi hadn't developed a strong heart from her past lives, she might have been overwhelmed with shame and frustration. This situation continued until Cui Qingyi was 13 years old. After the Qin family's uncle, who held a high official position in the capital, achieved fame, he resigned and moved to Qinghe City. The entire Qin family then relocated there, and their old ancestral home in Linshui became the family estate, where ancestors' tablets were worshipped. A few elderly family members looked after it daily. Occasionally, the Qin family would return to Linshui to visit graves and honor ancestors. When Cui Qingyi was 13, the elderly lady of the Qin family brought people back, coincidentally during a flood when the upstream riverbank burst. A group of people, panicked and scattered by the rushing water, was caught in the chaos. Yuan Shi was leading servants from the Cui family to higher ground on the mountain when she saw a beautifully decorated carriage that was alone and helped it. Once safely away, the frightened elderly lady of the Qin family expressed great gratitude to Yuan Shi, surprised to learn that the person she had helped was someone with such a notable background. Yuan Shi's eyes lit up. Just after escaping danger, she showed the elderly lady an embroidery of a rising sun, praising Cui Qingyi's skill while also worrying about her eldest daughter's marriage prospects. The elderly lady of the Qin family was shrewd and experienced. She understood Yuan Shi's intentions immediately. Usually, a family like Cui's, with their background, wouldn't be considered suitable for marriage with them, but as people age, they become more cautious about life. Moreover, the elderly lady of the Qin family had worked hard all her life and finally enjoyed some happiness. She had 4 sons and over 20 grandchildren. With so many grandchildren, they didn't particularly care about their own fate. The eldest son of the Qin family had spent a few years in Qinghe and married a daughter of a noble family in the capital, gaining official favor and settling in the city years ago. Even though the main branch still lived in Qinghe, she couldn't decide her eldest son's marriage. Only the second, third, and fourth son's children remained. The old lady's eyes lit up when she decided on Linen, the second son's daughter. Now, the old lady's second daughter-in-law was in charge of the old family estate. Over the years, although there were few conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, their natural personalities didn't quite match, and the old lady never truly liked her. Now, she wanted Lin and to marry the daughter of her savior. Although this family's background wasn't as prestigious as theirs, they were at least from the Cui family, not a bad match. Lin and could also be given a gentle warning, which made the old lady very happy. Soon, the marriage between Cui Qingyi and Chen Lin and was arranged. By the time Cui Qingyi learned of this, both families had exchanged wedding dates and the match was settled. Chen's second wife didn't expect that her mother-in-law would gain a daughter-in-law just by going out. When she received the wedding invitation, she nearly fainted on the spot. It seems that Chen Linen is also a victim of this incident, but later, the victim easily became the perpetrator, which is even more upsetting. Since then, Cui Qingyi has not touched needle and thread again. Old memories are never pleasant. Cui Qingyi shook her head to bring her focus back. The embroidery she was working on already showed signs of double-sided embroidery, but something went wrong. The front and back had some mismatched colors. To make a true double-sided embroidery, she still needed to study more. She already had a clear idea, so Cui Qingyi was not in a hurry. Just as she was about to destroy the eyesore of an embroidery, the nearby konjac quickly snatched it away. As the patterns on both sides of the embroidery gradually took shape, Konjac stared at it with amazement. Luckily, it was still salvageable. Konjac carefully touched the embroidery, eyes filled with wonder. "Miss, is this double-sided embroidery? It's so amazing! Why do the two sides have different patterns?" Since becoming a master, Konjac's attitude toward embroidery changed. She no longer saw it just as a way to earn silver. To her, embroidery had come alive. As long as you master special stitching techniques, you can create double-sided embroidery with the same pattern or even 2 different patterns on each side. "This one is too rough. I still need to work on it. Take a look and share your ideas." Konjac nodded excitedly, worried that Cui Qingyi might secretly sabotage her, so she pressed the shabby embroidery to the bottom of her sewing basket. Cui Qingyi's eyes twitched at the sight. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Sister Li arrived early with Li Miao, dressed in new clothes. This scene was seen by many in the alley. Because it was the first day of class for the new year, Qi Mixuan and Fan Hui, as a couple, brought Li Miao over to show their respect. The two families met. Seeing strangers in Cui's yard, Fan Hui immediately guessed they probably came to learn embroidery from Konjac. She patted Qi Yuan's shoulder, signaling her to greet the new girl. For Li Miao, going to school like a boy was a completely new world. She was curious but also nervous. Standing next to her parents, with a pearl hairpin in her hair, Qi Yuan looked unapproachable. Usually outgoing, Li Miao wanted to hide behind her mother. Fortunately, Qi Yuan, following her mother's instructions, quickly ran over. She reached out and grabbed Li Miao's arm, shaking it. "My name is Qi Yuan. I am 8 years old. Are you here to learn embroidery with a master too?" Sister Li didn't speak, but looked at Li Miao with encouraging eyes. Previously, Li Miao had only seen Qi Yuan from afar once. Now the two stood face to face. In Li Miao's eyes, Qi Yuan looked like the spring sun, bright but gentle. My name is Li Miao. I live at the entrance of Huaihua Alley. Today, I come to ask to become your apprentice," she said. Hearing this, Qi Yuan cheered happily. "Great. Mother, now I have a classmate too." Qi Yuan's younger brother would tell her every day after school about his classmates working hard and memorizing essays, and Qi Yuan's ears grew sore from hearing it. But over time, she started to wish for someone to learn embroidery with her. Although Master Jiru and Aunt Cui were both very kind to her, and she enjoyed being with them, she knew that adults and peers were different. She never imagined that, after a year, her wish would come true. Soon, she could listen to her teacher's lessons and embroider together with friends. Just thinking about it made her happy. Thanks to Qi Yuan, Li Miao gradually relaxed. Following her sister-in-law Li's instructions at home, she respectfully offered tea to Master Jiru, bowed, and then presented her with silver for her studies and the apprentice gift. Master Jiru accepted the tea and silver, then handed Li Miao a basket filled with embroidery tools and colorful threads. "These are the tools you'll need for embroidery and the threads. I hope you study hard and don't let your mother's kindness go to waste." This moment with Li Miao felt strangely sacred. She took the embroidery basket seriously and nodded. She had seen her parents and grandmother arguing at home and understood that if her mother hadn't insisted, she wouldn't have had the chance to come to the Cui family. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Li Miao officially stayed at the Cui house to begin her learning. Master Jiru told Qi Yuan to be a good role model for the new little sister, so Qi Yuan studied more diligently today and was willing to explain things Li Miao didn't understand. The two sisters got along very well. News of Li Miao from the Li family going to learn embroidery at the Cui house quickly spread through Huaihua Alley. After a quiet winter, the women, eager for gossip, gathered together. "Hey, this scholar's daughter is pretty impressive. Look at how she quietly made connections with the Cui family." "Exactly. I saw Li Miao leaving the Cui house with quite a few things. Someone was curious." "Really?" "I saw it too." "Well, that's good. Maybe I should send my 2 daughters to learn too." Human nature naturally includes tendencies to follow others and seek benefits. When Sister Li frequently visited the Cui family before, some people secretly doubted her. Now that Li Miao has actually gone to the Cui family, everyone starts to think more. People may not fully understand what makes the Cui family's teaching of embroidery and skills different from others, but if there were no benefits, why would Li's daughter be sent there with such determination? As everyone talks, they even start to consider sending their own daughters to Cui family. Some women without daughters even feel they are missing out. When it looks like everyone might rush to Cui family to send their daughters, a woman who knows Sister Li well quickly interrupts. "I heard Sister Li say that learning embroidery at Cui family costs 10 taels of silver a year, and during festivals, you also have to give gifts." As soon as she finishes speaking, women gasp collectively. "What? 10 taels of silver a year? That's enough for a whole family's expenses." "Exactly, it's like they're just stealing money. Sister Li is just spending her money freely. A girl will grow up and get married someday. Why spend 10 taels of silver a year on embroidery?" In just a moment, these women's casual chat vividly shows the different sides of human life. Because Li Miao learns slowly, Juju arranges for her to attend daily lessons until she can barely keep up with Qi Yuan, then switches to every other day. Li Miao is very happy living at Cui family. Every day, she shares with Sister Li what her teacher taught, what delicious snacks she ate, and how Aunt Cui says she has a pair of eyes that can find beauty. Li Miao doesn't fully understand this compliment, but she is sure that Aunt Cui praised her. Although she is studying at Cui family, Aunt Cui mostly just invites her and Xiao Yuan to eat snacks and doesn't pay much attention to their lessons. Because of this, Getting even a small compliment from her makes Li Miao happy all day. When she returns home, Sister Li pulls Li Miao aside and asks, "Has anyone come to learn from Cui family these past 2 days?" Li Miao quickly shakes her head. "No, no one has come." Sister Li says, "Got it. Go do your own things." She knows that her decision to send Li Miao to learn embroidery at Cui family can't be kept secret from the neighbors. That day, as soon as she got home, a sister-in-law she gets along with well came to visit. She didn't hide anything and directly told her that she paid 10 taels of silver a year as a fee for Li Miao to learn from Cui family. Knowing she has to spend money, the people who came to ask about it also kept quiet. They don't have a close relationship with Cui family and wouldn't dare to ask for a free ride. So they gave up. Since Feng was punished and sent to repair the river, Lin Dia has taken on most of the household chores. Every day, she washes clothes, cooks, sweeps the yard, and finds time to make clothes and socks for her family. Although Grandma Lin also helps, she is old and sometimes unable to do everything. When she heard that Li Miao went to the Cui family, Lin Dia was tiredly carrying a basin of dirty clothes to the riverbank to wash. Their yard is small, so unlike others, they don't have a well. They fetch water from outside daily. Washing clothes has always been done at the river, and now it's her turn. Lin Dia looked at the long alleyway and thought about her best friend inside. Suddenly, she felt a strong, unspoken anger. She clenched her fists, wanting to ask Li Miao why she went to the Cui family, knowing full well that her hardships are because of the Cui family. As her best friend, why would Li Miao go there? Only Li Miao can answer that. Li Miao carefully held a handkerchief she embroidered today, ready to give to her mother. She had been stitching with her master, sorting tangled threads by color, which was dull, but she enjoyed it because her master said it was to train her patience. Today was the first time she used the embroidery needle her master gave her. Although the small flowers on the handkerchief were crooked, Li Miao decided to give it to her mother. Suddenly, her arm was pulled, and when she reached to pick up the handkerchief from the wet ground, someone stopped her. She watched helplessly as her handkerchief fell onto the muddy ground. She looked up to ask why, but saw it was Lin Dia. "Dia, why are you here? Did you come just to wait for me?" The two girls had been friends since they were 3 or 4, and over the years, their bond grew strong. Now, Li Miao was happy to see Dia come to find her, even forgetting about the handkerchief she was going to give her mother. Lin Dia looked upset. She had just seen Li Miao happily leave the Cui house, waving goodbye to the people inside. This made Lin Dia feel betrayed. Her tone was cold. "Yes, I was waiting for you. Xiao Miao, why did you go to the Cui family? You know very well that my mother was dismissed and punished because of them. You said we would be best friends forever, so why are you now with my enemy?" Because of her anger, Lin Dia spoke quickly and clearly, with obvious blame. Li Miao was momentarily stunned by her words, then she dryly said, "My mother asked me to go. I wanted to go myself, and..." She paused, then looked directly at Dia. "Your mother was punished to do hard labor because she was caught stealing from the Cui family. Stealing is wrong. Also, your mother was divorced by Grandma Lin and Uncle Lin, not related to the Cui family. Since she and Dia had been close, she was worried Dia might do something bad. After everything happened, her mother explained the truth to her. This was all because Dia's mother made a mistake." All kinds of emotions, shock, confusion, sadness, flashed across Lin Dia's face. Then she shouted almost in scream, "My mother didn't steal anything. She just went to look, just to look. Don't say bad things about my mother. You and your mother are just Cui family's helpers." After saying this, Lin Dia stomped heavily on the embroidered cloth on the ground, which was already muddy, and now it was completely soaked in mud and water, making it unusable. Li Miao stood frozen, until her hands and feet grew cold, then she crouched down to pick up the cloth. Looking at the cloth, now unrecognizable, Li Miao thought, "Luckily, it's just mud and water. I can wash it and use it again. I just can't give it to my mother." She had originally thought her mother would be very happy to receive her embroidered gift.
But now,
the once close friends had completely parted ways. Maybe people who are too different will eventually drift apart, sooner or later. Li Miao followed her usual routine to learn at the Cui family, and she made a new, better handkerchief to give to Sister Li. As she expected, Sister Li was very happy when she saw it and kept it close every day, reluctant to use it. Soon after, the Cui family sold their house in Huaihua Lane and quietly left. When people found out they had left, most in the alley shook their heads and sighed. It was like a single bad apple spoiling the whole barrel. Although Mrs. Feng was divorced, the reputation of the Cui family was still damaged because of her. No one openly spoke badly about the CUIS, but no one wanted to play with the children either. Grandma Lin was still well-liked in the alley, but after Mrs. Feng's issues, she rarely went out to socialize. Their family had fallen into such a state. Moving somewhere else might be good for them. The affairs of the Cui family didn't affect Cui Qingyi and Ju Ju's lives. They continued their daily routines peacefully and happily. The arrival of spring in Qinghe County was early. By February, everything was already full of life. Jiro was teaching 2 young apprentices in the hall and checking their homework at the same time. Cui Qingyi had changed into her spring clothes and was digging in the backyard with a hoe. Last year, they didn't use this piece of land much, but this year Cui Qingyi planned to dig it early and plant some seasonal vegetables. Last autumn, she planted a batch of small green vegetables, but before they could be eaten, frost came and destroyed them. She left them in the ground, and this year, they could be turned into rich soil. Cui Qingyi, having lived through 2 lives, rarely had the chance to work in the fields before, so now she felt very excited. With her hoe in hand, she worked with great energy. She seemed to finally understand what it truly means to be alive and happy. She was very curious about everything in Dongping County, even wanting to carefully look at the worms she dug up from the soil, wondering if the worms in her backyard were rounder than those elsewhere. The big black dog, Wonkai, also came to help, scratching the earth wildly with his front paws, making the work more chaotic. Jiro took a moment to check on them. The girl and the dog were busy and lively, but they had made quite a mess. Cui Qingyi was sweating, her hair damp and sticking to her face, her skin pink and vibrant, full of energy. Jiro initially thought that her girl had never done such rough work before, so she assigned homework to her 2 young apprentices and prepared to come help. Now she felt that doing rough work wasn't so bad. At least her girl was happy. She had never seen such lively energy in her for many years. After a glance, Jiro turned to bring over the teapot and charcoal stove. Cui Qingyi liked drinking hot tea, so even in spring, her family kept the stove ready at all times. "Girl, come over and have some water before you continue." "Woof," Wonkai responded to Jiro before Cui Qingyi did. He wagged his tail and ran over, looking very flattering in Jiro's eyes. Cui Qingyi wiped her sweat, set down her hoe, and carefully admired her work, feeling satisfied. She took a few sips of the warm tea and then let out a contented sigh. "Doing some work now and then feels pretty good. It's like all the muscles I curled up for the winter are finally relaxing." Jiro helped her wipe her face with a damp cloth and said, "Just move around a bit, but not too often." She knew that coming from a poor family, doing physical work for a long time could roughen the skin and enlarge her joints. Gaining weight meant their life was improving, but she absolutely didn't want her girl's skin to become rough and coarse. Her girl should always stay beautiful.
Cui Qingyi nodded.
Their family only had this small piece of land, and even if they dug it all up, it wouldn't take more than a morning. Waiting for the first spring rain, Cui Qingyi and Konjac sowed vegetable seeds in the field, believing they would soon harvest. When spring flowers bloomed everywhere, Cui Qingyi finally finished a nearly perfect double-sided embroidery. Her skill was so impressive that Konjac was amazed. Cui Qingyi and Konjac took this embroidery, which took her 2 or 3 months to complete, to Jin Xiaofeng in the city. Seeing them arrive, the shop owner quickly stopped talking to her customers and warmly greeted them. "Why do you have time to come today? Since you're here, pick out 2 new fabrics for clothes." The 2 were used to the shopkeeper's attitude. Ever since Konjac started sending her embroidery to Jin Xiaofeng, she had brought many big clients over the past 6 months. People specifically requested Konjac to make large embroidery pieces, like birthday longevity paintings or big screens, which brought a good share of profit to the shop. Konjac said, The shopkeeper is too kind. We are here today to deliver embroidery. Although it wasn't yet the scheduled delivery time, the shopkeeper was happy to receive the items early. That's great. Master Chin sent someone yesterday asking when the delivery would be made. Konjac shook her head. You misunderstood, shopkeeper. It's not the birthday longevity painting ordered by Master Chin. It's a new embroidery piece made by my daughter, and I brought it here for your expert opinion. Hearing this, the shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had known her for so long and still didn't realize that Miss Cui was also skilled at embroidery. But then he thought about it, and it made sense. Miss Cui looked like someone from a good family, and young ladies from noble families usually knew how to embroider well. Indeed, it's Miss Cui's embroidery. I knew you two were important clients of Jin Xiaofeng, the shopkeeper said smoothly. He was good at flattering words. Even before seeing the embroidery, he was already praising it. Everyone liked to hear nice words, and Cui Chingy was no exception. She smiled and said, Then please, shopkeeper, give your expert opinion. Tell me what this embroidery might be worth. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, feeling more chitar. Konjac carefully unwrapped the embroidered piece in cloth and presented it to the shopkeeper. Since this was Cui Chingy's first double-sided embroidery and might become a signature piece for her, they specially framed it before delivering, to make it easier to display. The female shopkeeper was immediately captivated by the embroidery at first glance. Having been in this line of work for many years, she had seen many fine skills, especially from Miss Jun Chao, whose work was top quality. Yet, at this moment, she still felt she had much to learn. The embroidery in front of her displayed extraordinary skill and color matching. The large black dog on the piece was so vividly detailed, even its deep eyes were perfectly outlined with embroidery thread. The fur seemed so soft and smooth that she almost wanted to touch it. She reached out but hesitated, worried her rough fingers might ruin the beauty of the embroidery. This piece truly brought the lifeless silk to life. Seeing the amazement in the shopkeeper's eyes, Jun Chao smiled playfully. She was a bit surprised herself. This was just the beginning. After the shopkeeper had admired enough, she turned to Cui Chingy and Jun Chao, smiling, and said, You two are the best embroidery masters I've ever seen. I think this embroidery is a treasure, worth collecting. I am willing to pay 50 taels to buy it. This price was within Cui Chingy's expectations, as her goal was to create a collectible piece, and those who liked it would naturally pay a high price. She decided not to beat around the bush and reached out to turn the embroidery over. What do you think it's worth, shopkeeper? She asked, holding the almost identical, vividly detailed black dog. The shopkeeper rubbed her eyes, doubting her own sight. She flipped the embroidery back and forth several times before finally confirming she hadn't seen wrong. How is this possible? Why are there two identical sides? It's almost impossible to tell the difference. Of course, Cui Chingy couldn't reveal how it was done. She knew her purpose for coming today had been fully achieved. This is a new embroidery technique I saw in an ancient book called double-sided embroidery. If the shopkeeper likes it, I'd like to leave this piece at Jin Xiaogo, she said. The shopkeeper loved it, such a new embroidery technique. She was so lucky to be the second person to see it. It felt like a gift from heaven. Of course I like it. Who wouldn't? Miss Cui, are you really willing to leave this here at Jin Xiaoga?
Cui Chingy nodded confidently.
My sisters and I plan to open a school dedicated to teaching women embroidery skills. If it's convenient, perhaps you could help us promote it during your free time. The idea of opening a school to teach women embroidery had been in Cui Chingy's mind for a while, but she had only recently begun to develop it fully. She was not a person with grand ambitions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left the Qin family and settled in a small place like Dongping County. Even Cui Chingy had to admit that people are complex and emotional creatures. She saw a little of this in Fan Hui and Sisterly. The world is tough for women, but women are naturally resilient like reeds. Even in the wild, they can grow strong. There are girls' schools in the Jin Dynasty that teach embroidery, but Dongping County is a small place, so such schools are rare and special. The female shopkeeper was stunned for a moment. A girls' school? You want to start one? That's amazing. Cui Chingy smiled and shook her head. It's nothing special. We just hope someone is willing to come learn a few skills. If they can master them and make a living from it, that would be a great comfort. Our girls' school is also a place for self-improvement, so it's not that extraordinary. Hearing this, the shopkeeper shook her head and said, "It's different. Your actions might change a girl's life." She paused and added, "If I didn't have only one mischievous boy at home, I'd be tempted too." The embroidery technique called double-sided embroidery, which the whole Jin dynasty had never heard of, appeared in Dongping County. Children from Chui's girls' school would surely have great luck in the future. After settling the details, the two women put down their embroidery and headed home. There was still a lot to do at home. If they wanted to set up a dedicated girls' school, even though Chui Qingyi didn't plan for a large scale, their yard was no longer enough. They needed to find a new place that looked like a school. After being idle for more than half a year, Chui Qingyi suddenly felt a bit out of practice when she started working again. Luckily, after visiting the new school location 3 or 4 times, everything was settled. The servant was excited, not expecting business to come so quickly. That yard is right behind the county office in Dongping. The main gate opens to the back door, and there are patrols by officials every day, so it's very safe. Since you said you want to turn it into a school for girls and it's all girls inside, this place is perfect. If you rent it, I can also ask the officials to send someone there more often. The servant spoke sincerely, and Chui Qingyi was very tempted. This place seemed perfectly suited for Chui's girls' school. Thanks to Li Miao's promotion, the idea of establishing an embroidery school for girls by the Chui family caused a big stir in Huaibao Lane. A few months ago, everyone would have mocked it, thinking Chui's family was just trying to attract attention, bragging about embroidery skills. But now, no one said that. Seeing Li Miao from the Li family earning copper coins by embroidering handkerchiefs, some even envied her and started planning to send their children to Chui's girls' school to learn. On the day the Chui family girls' school was officially opened, 10 pairs of double-sided embroidery pieces were displayed, each covered with red silk. After a round of firecrackers, Chui Qingyi and Juju each pulled back a piece of red silk. For ordinary people in Dongping County, real embroidery was still a new thing. Most families would only embroider a leaf or a few small flowers. But now, they saw something extraordinary. On the fabric was a large black dog that looked as if it was alive, and a spring blossom that seemed to sway gently in the breeze. Qi Yuan and Li Miao, as the only 2 students of Chui's girls' school, eagerly introduced their teacher's school to the curious crowd. "My teacher is very talented. Those are her works. You can come and see. If any young girls in your family want to learn, they can come to our school." Qi Mashuan and Fan Hui, a married couple, stood nearby, watching their confident and cheerful eldest daughter happily. During the new year, Xiao Yuan gave Qi Mashuan a hand-embroidered pouch and Fan Hui a hand-embroidered handkerchief. Although these weren't valuable items and their skills couldn't compare to their teachers, the couple was overjoyed, feeling as if they were in a sweet dream. Li's wife also looked proudly at her daughter, and old lady Li nearby slowly smiled. She agreed to send Li Miao to learn embroidery, but the cost of 10 taels of silver a year still made her feel heartbroken. If it weren't for her daughter-in-law's insistence, she wouldn't have agreed. After all, even if girls didn't learn embroidery, they wouldn't have trouble getting married. But now, seeing her granddaughter among the crowd, old lady Li suddenly felt that spending the silver was worth it. For Qi Yuan and Li Miao, this was also a new and exciting experience. They could stand openly in front of others because they were the only 2 students of Chui's girls' school. They were still considered the exclusive disciples of Juju, who said there was a difference between students and disciples. Some things you wouldn't think about if you stayed within your usual circle, but once you step outside and look from a different perspective, you realize what you've been missing. From the vastness of the Jin Empire to the ordinary families in Dongping County, it was a tradition that sons would inherit the family name and status. During festivals and ancestral rites, boys would be brought forward by male elders to burn incense and pay respects, while girls were usually not allowed to appear in such occasions. Instead, they would quietly work behind the scenes with female elders to prepare for the family celebration. Few people appreciated their efforts. At this moment, although they only took a small step forward, The spirit of women's perseverance and self-strengthening throughout history was symbolically completed here. Cui Qingyi and the woman preparing the double-sided embroidery truly caused a big stir. A group of people gathered around the carefully framed embroidery, marveling and reluctant to leave. Among the crowd, some were skilled in embroidery, some good at needlework, and others knew nothing about it. "Wow, this is made with thread, yet both sides look exactly the same," said Li Miao with a smile from behind. "This is called double-sided embroidery, a special skill created by our female academy teachers. If any of your sisters or nieces are of the right age, you can send them to our Chui Female Academy and they can learn such amazing skills." "Really? Our daughter can also learn?" asked a woman carrying a basket of vegetables, leaning in to ask. Li Miao replied, "Of course. The teacher said that once you join the Female Academy, you become a student, and she will teach us everything she knows." The woman looked at the big black dog that seemed about to step off the shelf, then left thoughtfully, carrying her basket. Since the school was rented specifically for teaching, Cui Qingyi simply arranged the courtyard. The main hall was used to receive visitors, while the side rooms, annexes, and back chambers were converted into classrooms. In each classroom, there were 4 or 5 embroidery frames. Cui Qingyi thought that since the initial enrollment might not be many, she didn't prepare many teaching tools. Still, with 5 classrooms, there were about 20 spots in total. She planned to divide students into classes A, B, C, D, and E based on age and skill level, and after some time of systemized teaching, adjust the groups according to each person's progress. With limited staff, Cui Qingyi personally sat in the hall to welcome inquiries. It felt a lot like modern training classes, with Cui Qingyi acting as the recruitment director. "Miss, this double-sided embroidery really can be learned by anyone? Even my child can learn it?" asked a woman with a dark red face, clearly tired from hard work. She fidgeted with her hands, feeling somewhat out of place in front of the bright-dressed girl with shiny black eyes. "Of course," Cui Qingyi replied. "Our Chui Female Academy is open to all women. Not only young girls, but even women around my age who are willing can come and sign up." As soon as she finished speaking, a surprised voice rang out nearby. "Really? We can do it too." It was a woman in her 20s, dressed as a wife, who had been attracted by the firecracker sound from the opening of the academy. As soon as she reached the back alley of the government office, she saw beautiful embroidery works, some of the most stunning things she had ever seen. Cui Qingyi remained gentle and calm. "Of course, as long as you're willing, you can start anytime." On the first day of opening her girls' school, the first student was brought by the female shopkeeper from Jingxiafang, who said she was her niece. The young girl looked a bit shy and was brought by her aunt without saying a word the whole time. However, Cui Qingyi noticed that the girl's eyes often glanced at the embroidery outside the hall, so she must really like it. Once the first girl signed up, a few more women came to register their daughters, mostly 7- or 8-year-olds. Although there weren't many students, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were very satisfied. The Great Wall is built brick by brick, and their small girls' school was no different. Nearby, the county office was tense lately because Zhou Yanxiu discovered that some of his carefully trained staff had secretly connected with people in the capital. They hadn't done anything harmful, just talked about their daily lives with officials from the government. But Zhou Yanxiu had clearly stated years ago that he wanted to cut ties with the capital, so he was upset that his people had done this. He usually thought he was good at managing affairs, but privately and internally, he felt like a fool. Today, the county office was closed for the day. Zhou Yanxiu, who had stayed awake all night, finally dozed off but was awakened by the loud crackle of firecrackers. He opened his eyes and called out, "Zhouwen, what's going on outside?" Hearing the adult's voice, Zhouwen pushed the door open and replied evenly, "Master, someone in the back alley of the government office opened a girls' embroidery school. They just started today, so they set off firecrackers. Please bear with it. I think the noise will stop soon." Zhou Yanxiu had been in Dongping County for years, always working hard and never abusing his position as county magistrate to oppress the local people. So Zhouwen didn't tell anyone to stop the firecrackers. Zhou Yanxiu's voice was deep. "Girls' school?" Hearing this, Zhouwen's face twitched slightly, as if surprised. "Yes, a girls' school. The teacher there seems very skilled. The so-called double-sided embroidery is something I've never seen in the capital. Behind the bed curtains, there was no sound, indicating that the master wouldn't say anything more. Zhou didn't linger and turned to leave. After stepping out of the yard, he sighed softly. Madam has been gone for 5 or 6 years. I didn't expect the master to still think about her from time to time. Inside, Zhou Yanxiu only felt his head ache more. The mention of the girls' school brought back some memories related to Mingshi. When they first married, Mrs. Ming said that as a child she would go out with her family and saw women opening doors to teach lessons. She was very surprised and felt envious at the time. This planted the seed in her heart to start a girls' school. Later, however, the bright and lively woman faded away like the summer sun in the back courtyard, and he hadn't heard the word girls' school for many years. Unexpectedly, today he met one in small Dongping County. If Mrs. Ming were here, he could also take her to see it. She couldn't do it herself, but seeing someone else do it would make her happy. After the morning opening, a few more people came for consultation in the afternoon. Most of them hesitated when they heard the fee of 10 taels of silver per year. Some muttered as they left, "It's just a needlework class. Why charge so much?" Cui Qingyi heard this, but didn't mind. The girls' school at Cui's family stayed open until the late afternoon, which was the usual time for school dismissal that Cui Qingyi had set. Just as she finished tidying up and was about to go home, a figure hurriedly ran over from afar. Cui Qingyi looked closely and recognized the woman who had asked questions earlier that day. She was in her 20s. Chun clutched 10 taels of silver, feeling both anxious and excited. It was the first time in her 22 years that she made such a bold decision. Holding the 10 taels she had saved since she got married at 18, she felt like a fire was burning inside her. She wanted to learn embroidery, no matter what others said. She was determined to go to Cui's girls' school. Seeing someone coming, Cui Qingyi signaled Zhu Ruo to stop and wait. Compared to young girls still protected by their mothers, a woman who was married and possibly had children was more inspiring to see take this step. Phew. Seeing that the school gate hadn't closed yet, Chun took a deep breath and then adjusted her clothes. Facing the sign of the girls' school, she looked serious. "Mr. Cui, I want to enroll," she said. Chun became the biggest student at Cui's girls' school and was assigned to Class A. The 7 young girls, plus Chun, were divided into 3 classes. Qi Yuan and Li Miao were in Class A, while the rest were in Class C. The girls, only about 7 or 8 years old, had just started learning needlework and needed to be taught slowly. Dividing them into 2 advanced classes would slow down Qi Yuan and the others. While waiting for all the preparations for the class to be completed, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo began drafting the rules and curriculum for the girls' school. Zhu Ruo listened carefully and took notes from time to time. Although she already had experience teaching students, this was a girls' school. Suddenly facing so many students made Zhu Ruo feel a bit nervous, but luckily there was a girl with her. Watching Cui Qingyi, it seemed she didn't need to think at all. Her ideas just flowed naturally. Zhu Ruo admired her with shining eyes. "Wow, my girl is really amazing. How does she understand everything so well?" Cui, standing on the shoulders of giants, Qingyi. Currently, there weren't many students. Since Qi Yuan and Li Miao from Class A had formally apprenticed under Zhu Ruo, she was responsible for teaching both classes. If possible, Cui Qingyi didn't plan to teach herself. She thought that if the girls' school only taught embroidery, it might become too dull. Maybe she could consider adding other activities. But that's a story for later. After finishing these tasks, with some free time, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo brewed tea and sat at a stone table in the girls' academy to chat. Zhu Ruo looked at the carefully arranged, clean, and bright house and sighed. "Girl, it's been less than a year, but I feel like I've lived many years." Not just Zhu Ruo. Cui Qingyi also felt the same way. "Now that I no longer have to stay trapped in the small courtyard every day, waiting for night to fall, time feels much faster." Zhu Ruo nodded in agreement. It really seemed that way. Since arriving in Dongping County, she had been busy every day and was very happy and content, so she never felt that life was hard. Only after experiencing such days did she realize that she and the girl had once been like caged birds. Cui Qingyi pointed to a corner of the yard. Let's lay some bricks there. We can plant flowers and grass inside, so after class, the students can enjoy the beautiful scenery and rest their eyes. One day, we can also bring Wankai over so it can get used to the place. Ju Ruo was just about to suggest planting some flowers and grass when she heard Wang Sai's name and couldn't help but pucker her lips. That greedy dog is so timid. I think it just acts tough at home. Hearing this, Cui Qingyi burst into tears from laughter. Somehow, the two of them and the dog kept playing little tricks on each other every day. At first, Ju Ruo was very eager to interact with Wang Kai and Cui Qingyi, preparing lots of big bones to bribe the double-faced dog. But the dog was very clever. It would trick her into feeding it. Then, when it was time to cooperate, it would run away with its tail between its legs. Ju Ruo was so angry she wanted to teach it a lesson with a stick because a dog shouldn't break its promises. Later, Cui Qingyi realized that Wang Kai seemed to be deliberately teasing Ju Ruo. Whenever Ju Ruo chased after it, it would run away. If she didn't chase, it would wag its tail and go provoke others, making Ju Ruo so mad she almost exploded. It became clear that Konjac was slowly realizing the truth, but perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed after being toyed with by the dog. Konjac started to do everything possible to slander the big black dog in front of Cui Qingyi. Both the person and the dog seemed surprisingly childish to Cui Qingyi. It's quite brave, just too clever, Cui Qingyi thought as she considered making a leash to take Wang Kai out slowly. Wang Kai was obedient, still quite strong in fighting spirit, and over the past 6 months, its frame had grown larger, looking very intimidating. Leaving such a good bodyguard at home would be a waste. Hearing Cui Qingyi defend the big black dog, Konjac felt jealous instantly. She was no longer the girl's favorite, and the fat dog must be confiscated of its big bone at night. After finishing a pot of tea and some snacks, they prepared to go home. At this moment, Zhou Yanshu, dressed casually, entered the Cui family girls' school. The school mainly had girls, so both were surprised when the tall Zhou Yanshu entered. Konjac stepped forward to greet him. Are you here to register your daughter? Our Cui family girls' school currently only offers embroidery classes. Since Cui Qingyi had mentioned that other courses might be added in the future, Konjac added this sentence when introducing herself to potential visitors, paving the way for future enrollment. Zhou Yanshu didn't expect that the 2 young women running the school in Dongping County were so young. He felt a bit regretful for coming so hastily, but since he was already here, he asked, I'm not here to register, just want to ask why you decided to open a girls' school. His words sounded a bit stiff. A faint smile appeared on Konjac's face, as she thought to herself that this person might be here to cause trouble. Cui Qingyi, hearing this from the hall, frowned slightly and said loudly, Sir, why do you ask that? Dongping County is peaceful, and Magistrate Zhou cares for the people. Everything within the law is free for everyone. The county office doesn't interfere in private matters, so why do you ask? Zhou Yanshu thought. This girl was quite formidable. He had only said one sentence, but she responded so strongly. Then he remembered that she had just mentioned him, yet she didn't seem to recognize him now. She was probably not from Dongping County, and the surname Cui reminded him of someone else with the same surname, along with her eloquent speech. Could it be that all people with the surname Cui are so impressive? He observed her for a while, silent and seemingly lost in thought, as if distracted. Cui Qingyi suddenly remembered some social news from her past life. She felt nervous. Although the girls' school was behind the county office, even in her previous life, there was no absolute safety, let alone now. Fortunately, Zhou Yanshu quickly regained his composure before she could think of a way to resist. Miss, please don't misunderstand. I just happened to see a girls' school here and was curious. If I've offended you, please forgive me. Zhou Yanshu, used to being high and mighty, was accustomed to his status. Even if he often acted arrogantly, as the local chief official, no one dared to challenge him. He was unprepared for someone to bluntly criticize him, and he felt a bit uncomfortable. However, as a local authority, he believed that having a girls' school in his jurisdiction was a good thing for the people. He should be more tolerant of others. Seeing that the other person had a respectful attitude and carried himself with dignity, not seeming like a troublemaker, Cui Qingyi secretly relaxed. I currently run a girls' embroidery school, which is fortunate because I have some capital in this field. I opened the school to support my family. If your family has a suitable young lady, and if she's interested in my modest skills, she can come to the school. Cui Qingyi didn't want to say too much to a stranger. There were many reasons she set up the girls' school, and she couldn't explain everything in a short time. As for her last casual remark, it was just a joke. This person looked extraordinary. Just the jade pendant hanging at his waist was worth a lot. Usually, girls from such families are kept in seclusion, not forbidden from leaving the house entirely, but they are typically tutored at home by hired teachers and wouldn't bother coming to her small place. Honestly, hearing Cui Qingyi's answer, Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit disappointed. He had thought that any girl opening a girls' school in Dongping County would be someone as remarkable as Ming Shi, with a noble bearing. But he didn't expect Cui Qingyi to be an ordinary person. He had made a mistaken assumption, imagining she was extraordinary like Ming Shi. How many women in this world could be as exceptional as Ming Shi? If Cui Qingyi knew what Zhou Yanxiu was thinking at this moment, she might tell him directly, "If you're sick, go get treated. Don't be afraid to face the truth." Bored, Zhou Yanxiu decided to leave, still troubled by thoughts of his wife Ming Shi. As for Cui Qingyi and Jujube, they quickly forgot about this small incident and the strange man Zhou Yanxiu. The girls' school was scheduled to officially open on March 1st. Because of Zhou Yanxiu's sudden appearance that day, Cui Qingyi hurriedly put the training of Wang Kai on the schedule. Wang Kai was large and looked a bit simple when facing her and Jujube, but he could be quite intimidating to outsiders. His deep black eyes with a hint of blue constantly fixed on people, making others feel like they were being targeted. She took Wang Kai out to keep her and Jiru company when they were alone, not to scare people. To prevent the big black dog from causing a fuss outside, Cui Qingyi bought cooked cowhide and, after cutting it, sewed a large harness for Wang Kai. She then twisted the remaining strips of cowhide into a strong rope. A sturdy ancient-style dog leash was ready. Looking at the finished product, Cui Qingyi called over Wang Kai, who was resting nearby, and said, "Wang Kai, come try it." Da-da-da-da. The big black dog wagged its tail and ran over. Putting on the harness was not difficult at all because Wang Kai was very cooperative. Cui Qingyi said, "Raise your paw," and Wang Kai did it. She said, "Lower your head," and he obeyed perfectly. The process of putting on the harness was seamless. Afterward, she threaded the cowhide rope through the small holes she had left earlier, completing the task. Cui Qingyi stood up and carefully looked at Wang Kai, suddenly feeling that she had been too hasty in naming the big black dog. Such a handsome dog, how could she call him Wang Kai? Calling him Big Black sounded more noble. She patted Big Black's back and said, "Wang Kai, I'll give you a new name. Let's call you Big Black, okay? If you agree, wag your tail." Wang Kai remained still as a mountain. Who is Big Black? Who is Big Black? I don't know. Cui Qingyi was not disappointed at all. She stroked Wang Kai's head and said, "I didn't expect you to like the name Wang Kai so much. Then you can keep it. I guess I have good taste." Wang Kai's chubby ears twitched a few times. Neither Wang Kai nor Big Black sound very good, do they? After finishing the leash, Cui Qingyi took Wang Kai for a walk around the yard. Besides being curious about the extra stuff on him at first, Wang Kai quickly adapted to the rhythm. He even naturally stuck close to Cui Qingyi's legs while walking. When she stopped, he stopped. He didn't need any commands. Cui Qingyi was so surprised. Even trained police dogs might not do these things on their own. Looking at Big Black's teeth and bone growth, he was probably only 2 or 3 years old. Heaven had truly given her a big surprise. Cui Qingyi was very proud of Wang Kai, praising him endlessly. Jiru watched as Big Black's mouth slowly stretched into a wide grin. She couldn't help but coldly snort. A dog that liked to hear compliments and was so good at flattering was simply unreasonable. Jiru's cold snort was quite loud. Cui Qingyi's smile suddenly froze, then awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, Wang Kai is very smart. Jiru." She couldn't bear to look at her. Her family's girl used to be very distant from others, but now she has fallen for a clever dog. Watching the potato turn around and go into the kitchen, Cui Qingyi sighed in relief. She patted Wang Sai's big head and warned, "Don't get mad at her again, or you might not get your food." Cui Qingyi felt guilty because last night, Wang Kai had somehow taken out the potato's shoes, and not only that, it had also peed on them. In the morning, the potato looked everywhere for her shoes. After finally finding them in the backyard, she was almost furious from the smell of dog urine. She raised a stick, threatening to hit the dog. Both she and Wang Kai jumped around in the yard. To calm things down, Cui Qingyi stepped in as a mediator. The potato angrily said she might forgive Wang Kai if Cui Qingyi promised not to care about Wang Kai for 3 days. But just an hour later, Cui Qingyi had completely forgotten about it, praising Wang Kai so much that it was no wonder the potato was angry. Hearing this, Wang Kai twitched its ears, one high and one low. Suddenly, a phrase flashed in Cui Qingyi's mind, left ear in, right ear out. Training Wang Kai to walk on a leash was easy, but when Cui Qingyi was about to take it out, something unexpected happened. Wang Kai suddenly stopped at the gate, as if hitting the brakes, and without any command from Cui Qingyi, it lay down. It seemed to understand that Cui Qingyi was about to take it outside. The dog lay on the ground, tail tightly against its back, clearly resisting. Cui Qingyi was stunned. She knew Wang Kai was a little afraid of going out, but she didn't expect it to resist so strongly. Having raised Wang Kai for so long, and knowing how smart it was, both Cui Qingyi and the potato saw it as an essential part of the family. Seeing it like this, Cui Qingyi's first reaction was not anger, but sympathy. She crouched down and placed her hand on Wang Sai's hind leg. Perhaps even the dog didn't realize it was trembling gently.
Cui Qingyi immediately softened.
She had never thought carefully about how a dog with a broken leg managed to break free from its leash or how it dragged itself to Huaihua Lane. Everything seemed to be explained by some mysterious fate. But in this fate, how much perseverance Wang Kai had to endure was beyond her imagination. From the mule market to Huaihua Lane, the dog, limping on one leg, was like a delicious meal delivered right to her door. No one could imagine the dangers it faced. All right, don't be afraid, Wang Kai. I will protect you from now on. Cui Qingyi would never forget. Wang Kai had once overcome his fear of the outside world and was the first to rush out to protect her when she was in danger. So she would also protect Wang Kai like a real family member, making sure he was safe. With Cui Qingyi's patient comfort, Wang Kai gradually stopped trembling. He lifted his head and licked Cui Qingyi's hand with his wet tongue. Cui Qingyi had thought about giving up today's training. Since Wang Kai didn't want to go outside, he could stay at home. As long as he was happy, that was enough. Just as she reached out to remove Wang Sai's harness and leash, the big dog shook his ears and slowly stood up. Then Wang Kai, in a way that Cui Qingyi found suspiciously sneaky for a dog, poked his nose out.
Cui Qingyi's mouth twitched.
Why did such a handsome big dog have to look so silly? It was hard to watch. Wang Sai's nose twitched a few times, as if confirming there was no danger outside. The dog straightened his back and tentatively stepped his front paws outside. When half of his body was outside the door, he looked back at Cui Qingyi and gave a couple of signals, as if saying, "Why aren't you coming?" Cui Qingyi. She grabbed the leash, and Wang Kai immediately followed closely behind. The two of them just took a quick walk in the alley, and then went home. Although Wang Kai bravely went outside, Cui Qingyi could tell he was still a bit nervous. So they stayed close to home, walking a little further each day until Wang Kai got used to walking among people. Before the new semester started, a merchant ship arrived at the Bay Port in Dongping County. It was said to be driven by a fair-skinned, blue-eyed person. Li Miao's father was working at the port and told the two children about it on his way back. The next day, when Li Miao came to Cui's house, she told Jujube and Cui Qingyi about it again. "My dad said those people look very strange. They have red and blonde hair, their noses are high, and their eyes are blue. Some of them even speak the official language of Dajin. They said they wanted to set up stalls in our market to sell goods. But the county officials already sent people to watch over these strange folks and their ships. I want to see what blonde-haired, blue-eyed people look like, But my dad won't let me and my brother go to the port, Li Miao said regretfully. She really wanted to see what these foreigners looked like, and whether they might be scary. Cui Qingyi. She also really wanted to go. Not for anything else, just to see what kind of good things these foreigners brought on their merchant ships. Are there Western mirrors, clocks, and most importantly, chili seeds? Just thinking about chili makes Cui Qingyi start to drool. Wah wah wah. She is about to drool herself to death. I wonder how the local officials will handle this group of foreigners suddenly appearing. The captain of the foreign merchant ship is being led by a group of officials into the government office. Although a few of them are curious about how there are still people like this in the world, years of training make them appear calm and composed, as if people with blonde hair and blue eyes are very common in Great Jean. Captain Philly, who is brought over, secretly sighs, just as Count Gilbert said. Great Jean is a mighty empire with vast territory, and its people are knowledgeable. Their merchant ships travel along ocean currents and encounter small countries along the way. The people there almost see them as demons and try to capture them. If some of their crew weren't students of Count Gilbert and familiar with Eastern culture, they might have been burned alive. Fortunately, despite the dangers, they finally arrived in the Heavenly Empire. The officials here don't seem to mind trading with them. Zhou Yanxiu naturally doesn't mind. He was born into a noble family in the capital and has access to things ordinary people can't reach. Our emperor has been working hard to strengthen the country, and for over 10 years, people have been exploring neighboring countries by land and sea. Some ships have had to turn back because of unavoidable circumstances after leaving Jin's borders. Some went north into the grasslands but got lost because they didn't understand the terrain and stayed there for months before returning, often with little enthusiasm to continue. Others set out from Jin's waters, sailing along the coast for a month or two before returning. There are also cases where ships disappeared after setting out, and their fate remains unknown. All this shows that Jin is not completely unaware of the outside world. So, Zhou Yanxiu was surprised but not alarmed by these foreign visitors. However, when he saw the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, he looked at them a few more times. Philly placed his hands on his chest and bowed to Zhou Yanxiu. Dear Lord, hello. I am Philly from the British Empire. I have crossed the ocean with my merchant ship, hoping to establish friendly cooperation with the Heavenly Empire. Here is our national letter. Please review it. Philly's formal speech was very good, so much so that Zhou Yanxiu was a bit surprised. It also confirmed a suspicion. There must be envoys from Jin who once visited the so-called Britain, but for some reason, they never reported their whereabouts to Jin. Zhou Yanxiu thought about this several times, but didn't show it outwardly. Messenger Philly, our celestial empire warmly welcomes guests from afar. Once the official documents are verified, I will send someone to deliver them to His Majesty the Emperor. At that time, the messenger may bring the trading caravan to meet in our capital city. As for doing business within our territory, as long as you and your traders obey our laws, I welcome you sincerely. After hearing Zhou Yanxiu's words, Philly happily danced with excitement. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He thought they might first be detained and questioned carefully, or perhaps be turned away immediately. Zhou Yanxiu assigned a group of people to protect and assist Philly's trading caravan at the dock, setting aside a section for trading with the people of Dongping County. Cui Qingyi eagerly rushed out upon hearing the news. I always thought that the lesson about life and death was still very far away. The government office issued a notice saying that foreign trading caravans were setting up markets here, and the people of Dongping County could go to trade freely. When Cui Qingyi arrived, the harbor was already crowded with many people. Trust in the county office was absolute, and everyone came to watch after hearing the notice. Everyone had one thought in mind: what would a person with blonde hair and blue eyes look like? This rare event in 100 years was a perfect opportunity to see something different. The officials at the dock specifically designated an area for Philly's caravan to display their goods. They had been sailing on the sea for several months, with their food and fresh water nearly exhausted. Now, finally having a place to exchange goods for supplies, Philly's traders shook off the gloom of the past days and happily set up the market. At first, the villagers only watched from afar, waiting for the caravan to arrange their goods. Once the goods were nearly set up, more people moved closer to look at the strange items. They also discussed the people behind the goods. Philly's traders didn't mind. In fact, the crowd's interest and enthusiasm made them even more energetic. When Chui Qingyi arrived, the dock was bustling with activity, feeling like half of Dongping County had gathered there. But very few people actively traded with the caravan. Ju, standing on tiptoe, looked past the crowd and saw the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner behind the goods. She was shocked, her eyes wide, her face slightly red. She tugged Chui Qingyi's arm softly and whispered, "Miss, these people are really handsome." Chui Qingyi followed her gaze and saw a woman with light brown hair and blue eyes standing behind a pile of fabric. She was wearing a deep blue, open-collared dress, with a pigeon egg-sized ruby hanging around her neck. As she bowed her head, her neck and white skin were exposed. Although they couldn't speak the same language, whenever someone stopped at her counter, she would enthusiastically promote brightly colored fabrics. Jun Yuke immediately noticed a large red fabric in the woman's hand. Her daughter has fair skin, and wearing red clothes would look very nice on her. Chui Qingyi also saw it clearly. At this time, foreign dyeing techniques had already become quite advanced, and the bright colors probably included some industrial additives. Chui Qingyi pulled Jun Yuke to look at all the goods on display. The foreign merchants brought more items than she had expected. However, she was also amazed at their boldness. This was their first time crossing the ocean to the legendary Eastern Great Country, and they dared to carry such valuable goods. There were 3 full containers of various gemstones, watches, pocket watches, and clocks decorated with tiny gems, different kinds of gold and silver items, small copper mirrors, rhinoceros horn and ivory products, beautiful glassware that reflected colorful light in the sunlight, neatly stacked fabrics waiting for owners who liked them. Finally, Chui Qingyi saw spices at the last container. She leaned in to see pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, saffron, but no chili peppers. Probably because her disappointment was too obvious, a man with short hair nearby stepped forward and asked in stiff official language, "What do you want?" His 7 words sounded in a tone Chui Qingyi couldn't have imagined. If she weren't afraid of revealing that she was a native of the Great Gene and could speak foreign languages, she would have wanted to say, "I can speak English." Luckily, she was prepared. Chui Qingyi took out her drawing of a chili plant and ripe chili peppers, handed it over and pointed to it, indicating she wanted this, and asking if they had brought it. The man with short hair looked at the drawing, then immediately broke into a big smile and hurriedly said, "Oil, oil." Then he turned to call a young man busy with loading goods nearby, quickly speaking a few words based on their needs. The young man put down what he was carrying and ran toward the distant ship. Chui Qingyi was overjoyed inside. She hadn't expected to find chili peppers, but this trading caravan actually had them. God truly favored her. Her hot pot dreams were coming back. Fearing that the 2 guests might leave out of impatience, the short-haired man used a few Chinese words he knew to politely invite them. Feely had been watching the entire caravan from a distance. Seeing that the local people were only interested in watching the spectacle and had no intention of trading, he felt increasingly anxious inside. When he saw 2 customers approaching Kane's spice stall and noticed the difficulty in their communication, Feely hurried over. He stopped and politely bowed, his golden curly hair with a blue gemstone resting on his forehead, and his bright blue eyes like the clearest lake she had ever seen. He graciously said, "Hello, beautiful lady. Is there anything I can help you with?" Although his tone was still awkward and strange, Chui Qingyi could easily understand what he was saying, which made things much simpler. She pointed to the stall and asked, "I want to buy some new and interesting spices. Can you tell me about them?" When she mentioned buying spices, Feely immediately smiled broadly. "Of course, beautiful lady. I am happy to help you." Chui Qingyi's dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, but she kept a calm face while inside she was screaming, "Ah! Are these foreign handsome men who look like elves all coming out of sewers?" Feely didn't understand spices, but Kane did. Kane explained the names and uses of each spice, and Feely relayed that to Chui Qingyi. In fact, Chui Qingyi knew the names and uses of all these spices, but with so many guards around, She was sure they weren't just here to keep order. Soon, any unusual activity at the market would reach the county magistrate's ears. Cui Qingyi had been in this ancient world for a long time, and the first word she learned was be cautious. She knew not to underestimate anyone, especially in an era where supernatural powers and demons were common. One careless move could mean death. So she was happy to wait while Feely explained. While they talked, Cui Qingyi decided to buy a few pounds of pepper. Pepper was a good spice, great for cooking, soups, and porridge. It had a spicy flavor but didn't harm the stomach and could also warm the body. She also bought some cinnamon and saffron. She didn't use these spices much in her previous life, but since this was the Great Jin Dynasty and foreign traders only came once every few years, these items were better than nothing. Then, a young man ran over carrying several potted plants. Cui Qingyi saw them from afar. It was a very weak chili seedling, probably drifting at sea for a long time, with drooping leaves and looking like it wouldn't survive much longer. Cui Qingyi never thought she would feel so sad over a chili seedling that she would cry blood. Cain took the chili plant pot and chattered away. Philly, after listening, apologized and explained, "This chili was brought from a small country we passed through. We originally had several, but they all died along the way. The fruit it bears looks nice, but it has a slight toxicity. Eating it can cause stomach pain and diarrhea." It is said that chili was originally cultivated as an ornamental plant. At first, Cui Qingyi was a bit disappointed. She wanted many finished chili peppers, but now she thought that finding chili that was introduced to China during the Ming Dynasty in this strange era was already good enough. She didn't need a motorcycle. In the end, Cain gave her this half-dead chili plant as a gift. Since Cui Qingyi still needed to buy other things, she left everything at Cain's counter, planning to pick it up when she left later. Knowing Cui Qingyi wanted to buy more, Philly happily accompanied her all the way. Just now, Cui Qingyi had bought some spices and explained to a few onlookers how pepper and other spices work. The people found it interesting and bought some too. Next, Cui Qingyi bought a finely crafted copper mirror for herself and one for her friend. Although the copper mirrors made in the Great Jin shop were quite good, their clarity was far inferior. Cui Qingyi had forced herself to get used to the blurry reflection of the current copper mirrors, but her friend was completely shocked. She held the large mirror in her hand and didn't want to put it down. Cui Qingyi also bought a clock about 30 centimeters tall to keep at home for checking the time. She had wanted to buy a watch, but a tiny one cost over 100 silver coins, and she couldn't afford it. She also bought some fabrics and gold and silver items. The two of them then took their stored goods from Cain and headed home. Because Cui Qingyi took the lead, and the group of fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners was very enthusiastic, the market at the Gulf Wharf gradually became lively. On the way back, Cui Qingyi tightly hugged the chili plant pot, worried she might accidentally break this precious little thing. Her friend looked at the valuable goods in her arms and found it strange. She had never noticed before how much Cui Qingyi liked flowers and plants. The flowers and plants in the yard were just for fun, and even when Wankai chewed on them, Cui Qingyi didn't say much. "Miss, this flower pot is heavy. Let me hold it," her friend offered. "No need." Cui Qingyi waved her hand. "I'll hold it myself. This is my treasure." Konjac doesn't understand. What's so precious about a half-dead potted plant? The two of them returned to Huaihua Alley. Cui Qingyi didn't rest first. She pulled out the wilted chili seedlings from the flower pot. Maybe because sailing at sea was too boring, its owner often watered it without much care, and with insufficient sunlight, the soil became hard and compacted, causing the chili roots to start rotting. Cui Qingyi simply cut off all the rotten roots and left them in the sun to dry. Then she transplanted the chili seedlings into the backyard soil. The backyard soil had leftover fertilizer from last year's vegetable seedlings and was fertilized again with ash after tilling earlier this year. The healthy growth of the vegetables showed the soil was still fertile, so planting the chili seedlings here should give them a good chance to survive. After leveling the soil, Cui Qingyi brought some leftover bricks from building a stove and surrounded the chili seedlings, showing how much she valued these young plants. Once she arranged her precious little seedlings, she called Wankai, who was happily playing in the yard, and carefully told him to watch over the small plants. Wankai wagged his tail happily, knowing this little thing wasn't something he could chew and eat. Cui Qingyi guessed right. By evening, all the movements of the Philly merchant caravan were laid out on Zhou Yanxiu's desk. But the county office mainly focused on the Philly caravan itself and paid little attention to local people. So, the news that the Cui family's daughter's teacher in Huyixi was the first to buy goods was only briefly mentioned by Zhou Yanxiu. Seeing that Philly and the others didn't take the opportunity to gather detailed information about Dongping County, Zhou Yanxiu sent the report about Philly's group to the capital. Once he received the news from the capital, he could send people away. Philly's caravan had been in Dongping County for 7 days. At first, only local residents from Dongping County came, but maybe because Zhou County Magistrate did something, people from nearby counties also started arriving. Many merchants brought their goods and displayed them at the dock to sell, mainly targeting these foreigners. Cui Qingyi wanted to buy a watch for herself and Konjac, but they were too expensive. The craftsmanship was limited, so the watches probably wouldn't last long. If they broke later, no one would repair them, and spending so much silver felt like a waste. Later, seeing many new merchants arriving nearby, Cui Qingyi suddenly had an idea. She was sitting on a treasure, but didn't know how to use it. She exchanged 2 double-sided embroidered portraits for 2 watches, one for herself and one for Konjac. Portrait of Cui Qingyi uses the style of the celestial maiden from Dunhuang murals, shining brightly with a subtle divine aura, making it a top-quality piece. The merchant selling watches was so amazed by the double-sided embroidery that he widened his eyes and kept praising it. He didn't bargain and simply exchanged the watch for Cui Qingyi. On the day the caravan left, Cui Qingyi's chili seedlings in the backyard finally regained their vitality. The once drooping leaves looked lively again, as if they had been nourished and energized. Cui Qingyi was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. Konjac and Wankai sat nearby, enjoying a rare moment of peace together, since they had temporarily lost favor. As the caravan departed, Cui Qingyi and Konjac's girls' school was about to start. However, on the first day, they encountered an unpleasant incident. Chen Yingchuan's mother-in-law arrived at the school, pulling Chen Yingchun forcefully and loudly scolding Cui Qingyi. She said Cui Qingyi was reckless, opening a school for girls like a man, and was deceiving her daughter-in-law into learning embroidery. The old lady was very strong. Even Chen Yingchun, who was young and healthy, couldn't easily break free from her grip. Since she was her mother-in-law, she was worried about filial piety and couldn't argue openly in the street, so she could only blush and quietly beg her to stop.
But some people are like that.
If you are assertive, they will be weak. If you are weak, they will take advantage. Clearly, Chen Yingchuan's mother-in-law was such a person. Seeing Cui Qingyi silent and still young, she thought she had the upper hand and continued to curse her harshly. Just as she was about to spit on Cui Qingyi's face, Cui Qingyi swung her arm and slapped her. Smack! The slap was crisp and pleasant to hear. Cui Qingyi felt her ears finally clear. When I was in elementary school, there was a small brick garden in our yard. I planted a few chili peppers there. At first, they grew well. One day, I diligently fertilized each plant, but I ended up burning them all. This slap probably hurt a lot, thought Fan Hui at an inappropriate time. Chen Yingchun watched her mother-in-law turn her face away and remain silent for a long time, feeling a jolt in her heart. No one else knew her mother-in-law well, but she did. Even when she wasn't talking, she would still cause trouble. Now, after being hit, she was probably furious enough to overturn the roof of the girls' school. Chen Yingchun guessed correctly. The old lady was caught off guard and slapped, feeling dizzy and numb from her face to her head. After a moment, she realized she had been hit by a young girl, right on her face. She thought of Diao Cuehua, who had always been bold in the village and had never experienced such humiliation.
Ow!
How dare you hit me, you little brat, you wicked girl, she shouted loudly, crying out loudly. Cui Qingyi, snap! Another quick, sharp slap. The world once again became silent, as quiet as if a needle had fallen. Cui Qingyi shook her arm, feeling some pain in her hand. Sigh, People say it's easier to go from frugal to luxurious than from luxury to frugal. After only 2 slaps, she already felt a bit tired. After 2 hits, the usually fierce Diao Cuehua couldn't hold back and started crying. In Chuningchuan's wide eyes, Diao Cuehua suddenly fell to the ground, her old face full of tears, her hands pounding the ground. Woo-woo. Is there no law or justice in this world? I'm so old, and I've been hit. I want to report this to the officials. Old lady, I want the county magistrate to decide for me, whether in her past life or this one, Cui Qingyi's life was barely enough to be considered decent. She could just about be called respectable. This was the first time she truly saw a shrew, crying and sobbing uncontrollably. Honestly, it was quite embarrassing. Especially since the old lady wiped her tears while hitting the ground, dirt on her hands smudging her face, wiping her nose and tears at the same time. Simply. Chun Ing-chun stood frozen, thinking about pulling her mother-in-law up, but also remembered she had worn new clothes today to come to class. Her mother-in-law was careless. If she moved closer, she would definitely get tears and snot on her. The class was about to start, and the female students had mostly arrived. Cui Qingyi was tired of watching her crazy wife perform. She pointed at the gate of the girls' school. You want to report to the authorities? The county office is right across the street. Do you want me to find someone to knock on the door for you? The old lady started causing trouble first, speaking harshly and rudely. Now, wanting to report her, Cui Qingyi was not afraid at all. Diao Cuehua instinctively looked in the direction Cui Qingyi pointed, then quickly withdrew her gaze as if burned. She only said she wanted to report, but if she really went, she wouldn't go willingly. The officials in the county office are all fierce and intimidating, often hitting people with sticks. She's quite old and doesn't want to be beaten. Diao Cuehua quickly got up from the ground, pointing at Cui Qingyi. You little girl, today I will tear your skin off and teach you a lesson for trying to seduce someone. Cui Qingyi held back her urge to roll her eyes. Seduce whom? Your daughter-in-law. Or you, the old troublemaker? Chun Ing-chun saw that her mother-in-law was serious and hurriedly stepped in front of Cui Qingyi, feeling both firm and sad. This trouble was brought by her, and no matter if she could stay at the girls' school in the future, she couldn't back down now. If her mother-in-law hurt the teacher, what kind of person would she be? In fact, Chun Ing-chun's actions were unnecessary. In a corner nobody paid attention to, the big black dog Wang Kai was already ready to act. Today, when Wang Kai followed Cui Qingyi to the girls' school, it was kept in a vacant classroom with the door closed from outside. But this small problem was no trouble for Wang Kai. If the door couldn't be opened, there was still the window. As soon as Wang Kai heard the noise outside, it quietly used its head to push open the window. If Cui Qingyi had a chance to turn around now, she might notice something unusual about Wang Sai's actions. Wang Sai's movements were very different from a normal dog. Its eyes were cold, and its paws moved lightly on the ground like a cheetah, not at all typical for a dog. But no one noticed the black dog sneaking closer. Diao Cuehua was snarling and determined to teach the person who slapped her a lesson. But as she got closer, she faced a pair of cold, unfeeling animal eyes. Wang Kai stood steadily behind Cui Qingyi, and when Diao Cuehua looked over, it pawed the ground, ready to attack. Diao Cuehua suddenly felt she couldn't move. Her legs trembled like noodles, and she was holding her breath tightly. Why was there such a big dog here? Why did this dog look like it wanted to tear her apart? The people present reacted differently. Fan Hui and Li's sister-in-law, who often visited Cui's house, were used to Wang Sai's presence, but still got startled by its current look. Fan Hui instinctively covered her chest. Li's sister-in-law instinctively pulled Li Miao behind her. The parents waiting to watch the show all reacted the same way. As for the girls protected by the adults, their eyes sparkled as they looked at Cui Fuzi and the tall, strong black dog behind her. Cui Qingyi was already thinking about how to end the fight quickly. Suddenly, the old lady turned around and ran away. She ran off. Cui Qingyi, Chun Ing-chun, should we get a dog at home? Wang Kai had no intention of chasing after anyone. When he saw his target run away, the big black dog quickly changed his attitude. He squinted his eyes, wagged his tail, and came to Cui Qingyi's feet as if seeking praise. Cui Qingyi was startled by Wang Sai's sudden appearance, but immediately understood why the old lady, who had been so fierce earlier, suddenly ran away with her tail between her legs. She gently patted Wang Sai's big head and pointed to the room just now. "Wang Kai, go back." The big black dog received the command and quickly returned to the empty classroom. Cui Qingyi couldn't help but smile, thinking it was impressive that Wang Kai could now open windows. Wang Sai's actions reassured those who had doubted the presence of such a big dog in the girls' school. The dog looked good, protecting its owner and understanding human speech. With him around, the children's safety at the school was more assured. Fan Hui and Sister Li were the first to greet Cui Qingyi and leave the school. Others also handed over their children and left. After everyone had gone, Cui Qingyi took the children into the classroom. She then looked at Chining Chun, who was lowering her head. "Have you decided whether to stay and learn embroidery or take your money back and go home?" Although Cui Qingyi felt sympathetic toward Chining Chun and her difficult mother-in-law, she didn't want to interfere or get involved in this matter. All Cui Qingyi could do was this. If Chining Chun decided to stay and learn, she could ensure that the old lady wouldn't appear at the school again. If she chose to leave, Cui Qingyi would return her tuition fee in full, wishing her a better life ahead. She wasn't a savior and couldn't bear everyone's fate. Chining Chun felt as if her heart was soaked in bitter water. Only she knew the pain of having such a mother-in-law. She had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Was she really going to give up?
She didn't know.
"Life is long, and there's always a chance to choose how to live," Chining Chun said. "Mr. Cui, I want to stay. I want to learn embroidery. I will work very hard."
Cui Qingyi nodded.
"Good, then go to class quickly. You can't let a young girl outdo you." On the first day of school at the girls' academy, despite some minor unpleasant incidents, everything went smoothly overall. When school ended, the children happily went home. The outgoing girl had already become good friends with Qi Yuan and Li Miao, chatting excitedly about their day. "My younger brother often says that going to school is boring and tedious, but I think it's not at all. The teacher's lessons are really fun." The way Sowing gives lectures was taught to Cui Qingyi by herself, and after some inspiration, Cui Qingyi added her own understanding. The lessons are rich, lively, and interesting, often including group discussions that make learning fun. The young girls don't find it boring at all. After school, Cui Qingyi and Sowing walk home together with Wang Kai. Wang Kai is still a bit silly and clumsy, and apart from being a little bigger, he shows no signs of aggression. When they get home, Cui Qingyi first checks the chili seedlings in the backyard. She loves this little treasure so much that she looks at it 3 times a day, wishing it would bloom and bear fruit soon. But that day is still far away. Before fresh peppers arrive, the delicious taste of spring is already here. On her day off, Cui Qingyi takes Sowing and Wang Kai to Doping Mountain early in the morning. Fresh wormwood sprouts from the soil after spring rain, just the right size to be the tastiest. Sowing looks at Cui Qingyi with suspicion, holding a handful of wormwood. "Girl, can we really eat this wild grass?" Sowing was born in a place where wild vegetables are eaten, but she was sold before she was old enough to pick wild plants herself. Cui Qingyi doesn't look up. Of course, the green dumplings sold here are made with the freshest wormwood. Sowing asks, "So, are we going to make green dumplings when we go back?" "No, I'll do it at home," Cui Qingyi replies. Sowing doesn't ask more, just happy that it's edible. The two pick a basket of wormwood from the hillside and go home, carefully cleaning and washing it several times to drain the water. Cui Qingyi's way of cooking is simple and straightforward. She mixes the slightly dried wormwood with flour and steams it over boiling water for about 10 minutes. After steaming, she drizzles it with prepared garlic sauce, and it's ready to eat. At this moment, Cui Qingyi always wants to check on the chili in the backyard again. Steamed wormwood with spicy oil is the most authentic way to enjoy it. Sowing tries this pure, natural way of eating wormwood for the first time, and, after a tentative taste, she opens her eyes wide with surprise. "Girl, this is also delicious like this." This method is quite rough and simple. No one in the Qin family's dining table, or even wealthier households, would eat it like this. But Cui Qingyi loves this flavor very much. She can't quite say whether she truly likes it or if it's because of her memories from her past life. Spring has arrived, and the place where they eat has shifted from the main hall to the small courtyard. With the gentle spring breeze, Cui Qingyi finishes a whole bowl of steamed wormwood. It's not very filling, but it gives a strong sense of fullness at the moment. Cui Qingyi doesn't want to eat anything else at night. Human taste memories are the most eternal. Waiting to eat the steamed mugwort, the next day Cui Qingyi went to pick a lot of elm seeds. The way to prepare elm seeds is the same as steaming mugwort. Mix with flour, shape into evenly sized dumplings, and steam. The steamed elm seeds have a light, sweet taste, but Cui Qingyi doesn't really like to eat them. She tasted 2 to try the flavor, and the rest she gave to the konjac. Konjac really likes this flavor and eats it while also sharing some with Wankai. The big black dog is never picky about food. As long as it can be handed to its mouth, it will eat it. The usual chaos of chickens and dogs isn't happening now. The person and the dog are peacefully harmonious, as if it's always been like this. At this moment, Cui Qingyi doesn't know that the 2 double-sided embroidery pieces she exchanged with the Philip trading team caused a small stir. The merchant in the Philip trading team, who sells clocks, was very happy when he received the 2 embroidery pieces. He admired them daily. Later, afraid he might accidentally damage such artworks, he specially asked Brian, a skilled artisan in the team who is good at framing paintings, to help mount the embroidery. Brian has framed many artworks, including famous masterpieces. Humanity's pursuit of art is universal. As soon as Brian received the embroidery, he was reluctant to let go of it. It was exquisite craftsmanship. The only thing in Brian's mind was this phrase. Brian wanted to buy the painting of the goddess at a high price, but the original owner was unwilling to part with it. In the end, he could only hold back his regret and admiration, wishing he could devote his entire skill to this piece of art. Later, Brian would visit every town he arrived at, looking for similar artworks. To make sure others didn't realize what he wanted, he even brought along the clock merchant, who was responsible for showing off the embroidery he obtained. Thanks to Brian's persistent promotion, whenever a trading team reached a town with embroidery workshops, more people learned that someone in the foreign merchant team had obtained 2 rare embroidery pieces, said to be exchanged from Dongping County. People naturally thought the foreigners were lying. Such a small place like Dongping County wouldn't have top embroidery artisans. The Chun family in the Chun estate recently faced some difficulties, more precisely, a challenge that could also be seen as an opportunity. The young daughter of the Chun family, Chun Tian, went out to enjoy the spring and unexpectedly met Queen Qi, who was also out for spring outing. This old Queen Qi is considered a legend in the capital. Coming from a common background, she became a favorite of the Empress Dowager through her excellent embroidery skills. The Empress Dowager valued her and made her the concubine of her son, Prince Qi. Later, due to changes in circumstances, how she rose from a concubine to become the Princess Qi is a story best left untold. Currently, the Chun family wants to connect with Prince Qi, who is a noble relative. His official position is decent, but compared to other noble families in the capital, their background is not very strong. So, the Chun family plans to follow the path of the prince's wife. However, the art of embroidery in the world has already reached its peak with the Princess Qi. Without something new, it might be hard to impress her. The appearance of double-sided embroidery is like a surprise gift, unexpected and delightful. Such stories about noble families are rare, so this is a brief transition. When Philly's trading caravan arrived in the capital, the Chun family sent people to thoroughly investigate the origins of the double-sided embroidery. When the young lady of the Chun family saw the 2 exquisite paintings of flying celestial maidens, her eyes stayed glued to them. She had learned embroidery from famous masters since childhood and believed herself to be one of the top young women in Jin. She was proud of her skills, but at this moment, she realized there were even better artisans out there, people beyond her imagination. This double-sided embroidery was so rare it seemed only to exist in heaven. She was determined to learn this craft. Learning that the embroidery came from a small county under Qinghe Prefecture, The main branch of the Qin family in the capital decided to send someone from their relatives living in Qinghe to bring a master skilled in double-sided embroidery to the Qin residence in the capital. The Qinghe Qin family was closely connected to the capital Qin family and was eager for their support, so they attached great importance to this matter. After discussing, Qin heirs couple decided that their son, Qin Linen, should take the eldest son of the third branch to Dongping County. The couple was typical of caring parents and strict mothers. Qin heir looked serious and said, "The task your elder uncle assigned is not only about your sister's marriage, but also about the future of our Qin family. Going there is also a chance for you to show yourself to your elder uncle. You must not mess up." Qin Linen didn't think hiring a female master would cause any problems, but he still straightened his expression and bowed, saying, "Father, rest assured. I will do my best to fulfill my father's and uncle's expectations." Qin Linen knew his situation well. Although he was studying for official exams, he hadn't yet become an official, and even if he did in the future, he would still need the support of his elder uncle in the capital. So, he was determined to do this task well. After Qin heir finished speaking, his wife kindly called Qin Linen over to talk. "My son, you must take good care of yourself on this trip to Dongping County. Complete the tasks your father and uncle entrusted to you, and pay attention to your health. Your mother and your wife are waiting at home for you. Don't cause trouble outside." This last sentence, Chen's mother didn't really want to say. However, Lin Ying's girl was worried when she heard that Linen was going to Dongping County for official business. Last night, she cried and begged to go along. Her meaning was clear to Madame Chen. She was afraid Linen would see other women outside and bring trouble back. Since men go out for work, having women follow them at home seems unnecessary. She worked hard to comfort Lin Ying and, after thinking, decided to remind Linen to be careful today. Although she believed that having a concubine for her son was not a big deal, Lin Ying still had no children, so she wanted Linen to pay more attention. Linen raised an eyebrow and immediately understood that Lin Ying was arguing with her mother again. He kept a calm face but felt a bit annoyed inside. When Chui's family was still around, his mother never told him such things. "Mother, I understand," Linen said. After Linen left, Mr. and Mrs. Chen sat together drinking tea. Madame Chen was unhappy. Why does Ping'an have to go with them? That child is competitive and might cause trouble for Linen. Among the people in this family, Madame Chen disliked Old Lady Chen the most, and the third branch was second. She disliked Old Lady Chen because she had deliberately arranged a mismatched marriage for Linen to upset her, which had annoyed her for years. She disliked the third branch because their children were very talented, especially Ping'an, who was outstanding. Mr. Chen shook his head in disagreement. "It's just a woman's opinion. Ping'an is also a Chen family child. If he can succeed, it's good for our family. Plus, Ping'an is steady and responsible. Having him around can help Linen." Hearing this, Madame Chen felt a surge of frustration but could only silently complain inside. Foolish girl, her own son has no future, yet she keeps thinking about others' children. After preparing everything, the Chen brothers and their attendants traveled lightly to Dongping County. Chui Qingyi didn't know more trouble was coming her way. At this moment, she was sitting inside, blocking the door with a jar of jelly, counting silver notes, while Wang Kai was stationed at the door to keep watch. Blocking the main door seemed unnecessary. Was this the mentality of the poor pretending to be rich? At noon, Fan Hui and his wife suddenly arrived, both looking very happy, as if they had good news. Without greeting, Fan Hui pulled Chui Qingyi inside. "Sister Chui, look at this," he said. Chui Qingyi looked down and saw Fan Hui pulling out a dish of silver notes, all 100-tael bills. Even she, who had seen some things, was shocked. Were this couple out robbing silver notes in broad daylight? But then she found it funny. She couldn't help but lower her voice and ask, "Where did this come from?" Money, who wouldn't love it? Especially when it's so much silver from this era. Chi Mo Xian followed behind and finally spoke upon hearing this. Today, Manager Zhao from the Seven Stars bookstore came. He brought the 4-month share of the Qing Tianji. He paused briefly and smiled. "I think he wants to show off the strength of the Seven Stars bookstore. After all, Their profit in 4 months is much more than what I earned in 8 months at Amo Seongjai. Although he was happy about the successful partnership with the 7 Stars bookstore, the comparison was too harsh. He used to think his business was doing well, but now he realized it was like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Choi Ching-yi smiled and said, "Manager Chi is broad-minded and capable in business. With time, he will surely be more successful than the 7 Stars bookstore. I look forward to when your business grows big and you can help me." Chi Mo Xian said this mainly because he was a bit unsure about the big moves of the 7 Stars bookstore and worried she might cut ties with Mo Seongjai to work directly with them. But she had no such intention. Having lived 2 lives, she understood well that greed is hard to satisfy. As long as a person lives peacefully and smoothly, that's already rare. The more they seek, the harder it is to be happy. Chi Mo Xian suddenly smiled, realizing that talking to smart people was easy. You just needed to give a little hint, and they would understand. Then I'll take Mr. Chui's good words as encouragement. When they spoke, Fan Hui generally didn't interrupt. The couple and the Chui family had their own way of dealing with each other. Business was business, and personal feelings were personal, never mixed. After Fan Hui and her husband left, Chui Ching-yi and Juo Juo, who had been very calm all along, immediately closed the door and hid in the main hall. Facing the thick stack of silver notes, Chui Ching-yi and Juo Juo were equally shocked. Juo Juo swallowed and asked, "Miss, are all these silver notes ours?" Although she had already seen that her girl's Qing Tianji was very valuable, this was too exaggerated. Was it really so easy for scholars to make money? Chui Ching-yi counted the stack of notes back and forth several times, then handed it to Juo Juo to count again. Finally, she carefully placed it into the family's money jar. After hiding the money safely, Chui Ching-yi went out to remind Wang Kai several times to watch the house's main gate carefully. Wang Kai tilted his head toward the room where the money was hidden and wagged his tail seriously. Chun Lin rode quickly with his younger cousin Chin Ping and to Dongping County. They stayed at the largest inn in Dongping, ordered a table of dishes, and sat by the window on the 2nd floor. Chun Ping'an dismissed his attendants and personally poured wine for the 2 brothers. "Third brother, this time you should take charge. If there's anything my younger brother needs, just tell him. I'm always ready to listen and follow your lead." His words were modest and humble, which pleased Chin Linen. He didn't mind taking his younger brothers out, as he knew that once he became an official, he would need the help of his blood relatives. However, he didn't like seeing his brothers act overly wild or compete to show off. Everyone likes sensible people. He raised his cup. "Of course. As brothers, we must work together. We now look up to the capital. In the future, no matter who succeeds, we should help each other." Chen Ping'an nodded happily. Then he sat quietly, drinking and eating while listening to Chin Lin and planned the next steps. Once the arrangements for the capital were made, Chin Ping'an had people investigate everything thoroughly. Knowing both sides well is key to winning every battle. Unlike Chin Linen, his parents had little presence in the Chin family. He managed to stand out among his brothers purely through his own efforts. He was patient and knew many things couldn't be rushed. The Chui family's girls' school in Dongping County was gaining some fame. With effort, it wouldn't take long to find out who the outstanding embroidery girl in Dongping was. In less than an hour, Chen Linen's people had identified the address of Chui's girls' school. Chan Linen pointed to an official who came with them. "Go buy some gifts and visit that young lady teacher first." Chen Ping'an frowned slightly, barely noticeable. Their main purpose was to invite this young lady teacher to the capital. Now, Chen Linen's actions might not be appropriate. Talented people, regardless of gender, can be proud. He had heard that her double-sided embroidery skills were indeed excellent. If she was interested, she could even work for the Imperial Weaving Office. Sending just an official to invite someone to the capital seemed too casual. But he didn't say anything. If Chun Linen didn't make mistakes, how could he stand out? The Chin family's official prepared 4 different gifts as instructed, aiming to complete the task quickly. They then headed to Chui's girls' school. Inside, Zhu Rong was teaching a class. Chui Qingyi sat in the courtyard with Wang Kai, writing stories. The market response to the Blue Sky record was very good. After this trial, Cui Qingyi had a better idea of what kind of stories modern readers liked. She found that ancient people's tastes were sometimes even broader than modern ones. Their curiosity was just as strong. She still hadn't decided what to write next. Her notes were filled with whatever ideas came to mind. Of course, Cui Qingyi also felt some pressure. The opening of the Qing Tian record was a good start, but whether the reputation of Mr. Nancheng could continue to grow depended on the next work. As she was lost in her thoughts, there was a knock on the door of the girls' school. Since the courtyard was filled with female relatives and was behind the county office, the door was kept locked during the day for safety. When officials patrolled nearby, they would also knock to check the situation, which reassured Cui Qingyi. At this moment, someone knocked again. She instinctively thought it was an official and got up to open the door. When she opened it, she saw a slightly well-fed middle-aged man outside. Seeing the door open and a young girl inside, the steward immediately thought she was a disciple taken in by the lady. He cupped his hands and asked, "Is this Cui's girls' school?" Cui Qingyi replied, "Yes, who are you looking for?" After a moment, she understood the situation. She didn't expect that the person in front of her was actually the steward from the Qin family, from Qinghe City. Their purpose was to ask her to go to the capital to serve as a teacher for the young lady of the main Qin family. It was because she had exchanged those two embroidered double-sided pictures with the foreign merchant caravan. It was truly fate. Did the Qin family even know who they were inviting? After the steward finished explaining, he looked at Cui Qingyi, who hadn't moved for a while, and hurriedly urged, "Please, miss, help pass the message and let me meet the lady to explain in person." Cui Qingyi said, "Since you're here to invite a teacher for your young lady, you should have found out her name and surname." Her question immediately left the steward confused. It seemed they hadn't inquired about the lady's full name and had just been calling her the lady all along. Everyone subconsciously ignored this detail. Could they have come to the wrong place? Actually, it wasn't neglect but a subconscious disbelief that a woman could be a teacher. Sometimes, teacher could be a title rather than a status or position. If the person involved were a man, they would never make such a mistake. We dare not directly mention the teacher's name. Please, miss, help pass the message. I wish to meet the teacher and discuss in detail. Cui Qingyi thought to herself, it's better if she doesn't know. I don't want to get involved with the Qin family, especially that petty young lady who appears noble but is secretly jealous. Speaking of the main branch's young lady, Cui Qingyi couldn't understand her at all. She was from a good family, and her mother was from a prominent family in the capital. But that young lady's temper and personality were completely different from her parents. Instead, she resembled the Qin family's young lady exactly. She was proud, eager to control things, meddlesome, and had a bad temper. I've only seen her once in these few years, but Cui Qingyi was deeply impressed by this young lady. Cui Qingyi lifted her chin, brushed non-existent dust off her sleeve, and coldly said, "The gentleman doesn't see guests, won't go to the capital, and certainly won't become a guest master at your house."
Bah.
She's obviously interested in the gentleman's embroidery, talking sweetly, but it's all just to steal skills. Who cares about your small gift? Just leave quickly. The steward looked at the tightly closed door in front of him and took a long time to realize he hadn't done anything wrong, yet he was inexplicably scolded. In the yard, Cui Qingyi slowly grew colder, then suddenly spat out a deep breath. Perhaps there really is such a thing as bad luck, otherwise, how could she keep avoiding it and still meet someone from the Qin family? The Qin family steward carried a bunch of gifts back to the inn. Brothers Chen Linen and Chen Ping'an sat by the window on the second floor, drinking tea. They felt that this small Dongping county was boring and decided to return to Qinghe City as soon as they finished their tasks, so they didn't go out to explore. When Chen Ping'an saw the steward looking gloomy, he knew things hadn't gone well, but he didn't say anything, waiting for Chen Linen to speak. Chen Linen was displeased. "I told you to visit that young lady, so why did you bring everything back?" The steward looked sad. "I didn't do well. I'm sorry, young master, for betraying your trust." Chen Linen frowned. "What exactly happened? Tell me everything clearly." The steward immediately explained everything that had happened to Chen Linen and Chen Ping'an. After hearing it, both of them looked confused. According to the steward, He never saw the young lady himself and was turned away. She even said some unpleasant words. Chun Ping'an thought carefully about those words and found them interesting. Since she could run a class and was willing to share her skills publicly, why did they get turned away when they specifically invited her? If she didn't like visiting others' homes, she could have just said so. Did she not realize that speaking like that might offend people? Neither explanation seemed to fit normal social behavior. There was another possibility. Perhaps she didn't like powerful families, or more directly, she didn't like the Chin family. However, Qinghe City and Dongping County are quite far apart. Chen's family probably wouldn't have conflicts with the people here. Maybe he should start by understanding this lady herself to complete his task smoothly. Chun Ping'an is indeed clever, and he quickly figured out the key point. But he didn't make it known. He just waited to see what Chun Linen would do next. Chun Linen is good at studying and smart, but his flaw is having a mother who always considers everything carefully. With someone always watching over him, he tends to overthink. Chun Linen's reaction was not what Chun Ping'an expected. At first, he was unhappy, but after thinking carefully, and with an assistant adding details, they concluded that perhaps the female student in the girls' school didn't want to lose her teacher and took the initiative to dismiss the assistant. Although her skills in embroidery are modest, they are rare in the world. The girls' school is just starting, and some special techniques might not have been taught yet. Thinking of this, Chun Linen suddenly felt energized. Before they could invite the person to Jingqing Chen's residence, his younger sister could truly stand out. He pointed to the assistant and said, "Go and prepare some valuable gifts. I will go with you to invite her back." Then he turned to Chun Ping'an. "Fourth brother, you stay here and wait for us. When we return, we'll leave together for Qinghe City." Chun Ping'an obediently nodded and watched them leave. After driving away the annoying person, Cui Qingyi felt restless. She left Qinghe City and deliberately settled in Dongping County, the farthest place, thinking it was remote enough that Chen's family wouldn't come here. Now, she could only say that human plans often fall short of heaven's arrangements. Although they had long parted ways, this matter still affected Cui Qingyi's mood. After school in the afternoon, Jiru quickly noticed Cui Qingyi's unusual mood. "Miss, why are you unhappy today? Did a student upset you?" She had been in the school all day and couldn't think of anything else that might make Cui Qingyi unhappy. They had no secrets between them, so Cui Qingyi thought for a moment and honestly told her. "Today, someone from the Chin family came." Jiru. "Oh, which Chin family?" "The Chin family, Chun Linen." Jiru suddenly stopped, feeling a loud thump in her head. The Chun family. She didn't know how she felt at this moment, nervous, afraid, or indifferent. "Miss, what should we do? Should we leave Dongping County?" She didn't even realize that her voice was trembling as she spoke. Cui Qingyi looked puzzled. "Go? Where to?" Dongping County was their home, so why leave? Then she understood what Jujue was talking about. In Jujue's mind, the Chun family was always above them. Leaving the Chun family, they would still be weak and unable to compete with them. Unlike herself, Jujue felt fear and worry when she learned that people from the Chin family had come. She was afraid they might lose their home again. Once she understood this, Cui Qingyi suddenly felt happy. She turned around and, facing Jujue, stepped back and said, "Now we are both free. Neither the Chin family nor the Cui family can control our lives. Staying in Dongping County is our choice. No one can make us leave." Her eyes sparkled like stars, giving Jujue endless courage. She puffed out her cheeks and clenched her fists. "Yes, this is our home. No one can drive us away." Wonkai barked happily. The two of them and their dog, under the sunset glow, headed home. Chun Linen, with his steward, brought generous gifts to the back alley of the government office, but found that the girls' school had already finished classes. They missed their chance. Seeing the school's closed door, Chun Linen felt a bit frustrated. He waited for a moment to gather his breath, then told the steward to come back tomorrow. Just then, a few guards with big swords approached. The lead guard looked cold and suspiciously at these two strangers.
"Who are you?"
"What are you sneaking around here for?" "Chun Linen." "Who's sneaking around? Is it him?" He suspected the guard might be blind. What does sneaking around have to do with him? Since the Chui family's girls' school opened in the back alley of the government office, somehow it caught the county magistrate's attention. The magistrate personally ordered them to protect the school's safety. Usually, the guards patrolled this area 3 times a day, and now they came several times daily. Over time, the guards responsible for this patrol line became familiar with the 2 teachers at the school. Some guards even sent their young daughters to study there. Most guards came from ordinary families, unlike the wealthier ones, but they earned their daily wages through hard work. They also saw that a family's prosperity took generations to build, so they were willing to invest in families within their means, whether boys or girls. Gradually, the Chui family's girls' school became more connected with the government office. When they saw 2 sneaky figures, they naturally came over to ask questions. Chun Linen was experienced and worldly. Although he noticed that the mental state of the local officials here was different from elsewhere, he was not easily frightened by a few ordinary officers. Chun Linen said, "We came from Qinghe City specifically to visit Mr. Nukshu. Unfortunately, she has already finished her classes for the day." The officer examined the 2 of them carefully, confirming they didn't seem like troublemakers, and then reminded them, "Nukshu finishes her classes at the evening hour every day. If you want to visit Mr. Chui, it's better to come early." "Mr. Chui?" Chun Linen hesitated, and from that moment, he couldn't help but think of the woman whenever he heard the name Chui. But he didn't think in that direction. After all, he had never seen Chui Chingy sew or do needlework, so it probably wasn't her skill. Chun Linen thanked the officer and left with the steward, deciding to come back the next day. In Huaihua Lane, Chui Ping'an from the Chui family got off the carriage and entered the lane with his attendants, heading straight to the Chui residence. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, Chui Chingy and Jujube were preparing to have dinner. It was the season when locust flowers bloomed, and after school in the afternoon, they picked some locust flowers at the mulberry tree at the entrance of the lane. After cleaning and steaming the locust flower rice, the aroma filled the yard when they uncovered the lid. The knocking at the door sounded, and Chui Chingy and Jujube exchanged a look, both unsure who might be visiting at this hour. The only frequent visitor in the alley was the Li family, but Li Miao usually didn't come for dinner. Jujube took Wang Kai to open the door. When she saw who was outside, she felt her whole body stiffen. Chen Ping'an was not surprised at all. He had already learned everything about the Chui family's girls' school. "Miss Jujube, long time no see." Suddenly, Jujube slammed the door shut, doubting whether she had seen things wrong. The girl hadn't mentioned that Chen Ping'an was in Dongping County. She and the girl usually kept to themselves, only appearing during important festivals, and generally, Chen's other young masters wouldn't visit. But this person suddenly came, and she didn't know what his purpose was. Whatever his reason, it had nothing to do with them, just as the girl had said. Looking at the door almost hitting his face, Chen Ping'an touched his nose. He thought to himself that Chen Linen had lost a sesame seed, but gained a watermelon. Now, everything proved that what he said was right. Lin Ying married Chen Linen as she wished, and they believed they were a good match. But not long after, their life became a mess. On the other hand, Chui's family was doing very well after leaving the Chen family, even better than he had imagined. Konjac hurriedly ran inside, clearly feeling nervous, but trying to act normal in her own home, speaking softly as if she were a thief. "Miss, the Chen family has arrived." Chui Chingy paused while arranging vegetables, then quickly regained her composure. "Who is it?" The Chen family was quite persistent. They were very dedicated to finding a match for Chen Pingting. After being turned away once, they wanted to try again. "It's Chen Ping'an from the 3rd household of the Chen family." "Miss, we shouldn't open the door. He'll leave if he finds it boring." "Chen Ping'an? How could it be him?" Chui Chingy didn't say yes or no, but after placing 2 dishes and a soup on the table, she looked at Konjac. "Go see for yourself. If he's gone, then forget it. If he's still here, invite him in to sit." Konjac didn't expect the girl to meet Chen Ping'an. Didn't they agree to ignore the Chen family? Reluctantly, she went to open the door, feeling annoyed. Her annoyance grew when she saw that the person hadn't left but was standing there confidently, as if sure they would open the door.
"Come in."
"Our young lady wants to see you." Chen Ping'an smiled slightly, unbothered by Konjak's unfriendly attitude. He tidied his clothes and followed her inside. Once inside the courtyard, Chen Ping'an immediately saw the person sitting calmly at the stone table. It seemed she was living quite well. Compared to Chui's daughter a year ago, Chen Ping'an thought she looked like a sprout of spring after a long winter. Of course, this wasn't to say she was very frail a year ago, but rather that her state of being alive and thriving was very different. He didn't move closer but stood still, bowing to Cui Qingyi. Cui Qingyi silently sighed and gestured for him to sit. She didn't like Chen Ping'an much. With her 2 lifetimes of experience, she could see through everyone around her easily, except Chen Ping'an. He was too complicated, and complicated people often meant trouble. Cui Qingyi disliked that. Chen Ping'an sat across from Cui Qingyi. He was very well-mannered, every movement showing a rare calmness and composure for a young man, as if he had the whole world under control. Miss Cui, I hope you are well. A year ago, I traveled abroad and heard you had left the residence. I didn't expect you to be in Dongping County now. Cui Qingyi didn't want to exchange pleasantries with him. She directly said, if you're here to invite me to the capital, I advise you not to bother. You know the reason. She never wanted to have any connection with the Cui and Qin families again. No, Miss Cui, you misunderstood. If they were asking for you, I definitely wouldn't come, said Chen Ping'an. If someone else had said this, Cui Qingyi might not have believed it, but since it was Chen Ping'an, it sounded more trustworthy. Wasting time and effort on something impossible was not Chen Ping'an's style. Zhang Ro went to add some locust flower rice. Only 2 bowls were left, and Chen Ping'an wasn't included. She even rolled her eyes at him. Chen Ping'an found it amusing. He remembered this girl. She used to follow Cui's side quietly, looking very cautious. He didn't expect her to be so lively now. Cui Qingyi wouldn't blame Zhang Ro just because of Chen Ping'an. They always had fixed portions for each meal. After finally picking some locust flowers, she gave them to Chen Ping'an and the others. She was willing to meet Chen Ping'an because, first, once at Chen's house, when Chen Parental was being difficult with her, Chen Ping'an helped her out. Second, she wanted to learn about the Qin family's attitude, as she had plans early on. She didn't know much about the main branch of the Qin family in the capital, but she knew Chen Parental. That girl was the kind who only acted when it benefited her. She believed learning double-sided embroidery was not just for fun, it must be very valuable. But what did that have to do with Cui Qingyi? Chen Ping'an seemed to understand Cui Qingyi's thoughts. He knocked on the table and said, the Qin family in the capital wants Chen Parental to try to marry into Prince Qi's family, but their backgrounds are quite different. So, they turn their attention to the old Princess Qi. She was once a palace weaver, very skilled in embroidery. Chen Ping'an stopped speaking, and Cui Qingyi understood what he meant. Chen Parental wanted to learn double-sided embroidery to flatter the old Princess Qi and gain her favor, hoping to become the future wife of the heir. Cui Qingyi only had one comment, that's a nice dream. Chen Parental's personality wouldn't allow her to pretend for long once she entered the old Princess Qi's favor. It might even cause trouble for the Qin family later. She looked at Chen Ping'an. He was almost like a wise man now. Could he not see where this was heading? Seeing Cui Qingyi's expression, Chen Ping'an understood her meaning. Anyway, the decision is up to the main branch of the Qin family. She's not my real sister, and she's too naive to jump into a fire pit. Why shouldn't I take the easy gain? This statement was cold and indifferent, but Cui Qingyi felt nothing. In fact, upon reflection, Chen Ping'an's words were the coldest truth in the world. The Qin family's several branches now hope that the main branch will support them, but this is mostly a mutual benefit. The eldest Qin family member once relied on the whole family to support his studies, and when he became an official, it was with the family's money and connections. True alliances among people often fall apart when benefits are unevenly shared. Currently, the most prosperous branch of the Qin family is the main branch, while the second branch holds power in their hometown. But does anyone really want to serve these 2 branches willingly? Based on Cui Qingyi's brief impression of Chen Ping'an, he definitely isn't that kind of person. Still, he was a bit too frank in front of her. I'm not interested in your family's affairs. I never had a chance to thank you for the past. Since I've been allowed in today, consider it my way of returning the favor, Chen Ping'an said. How does he count this favor? He helped deal with the difficult Chen Pingding, and now he's just allowed inside the house? But he also seemed unable to refuse. All right, thank you, Miss Cui, for not turning Chen Ping'an away. I hope you will be safe and peaceful in the future, he said, then shifted the conversation with a teasing smile. Looking at Cui Qingyi, he said, but I'm afraid this wish of yours might take some time to come true. My cousin is now in Dongping County, and he's quite fond of you, thinking about you every day. You might see him tomorrow. Cui Qingyi's smile suddenly faded, and her appetite disappeared. That guy really knew how to disgust people. What good was it to make Qinlinan think about her? She didn't care. Seeing Cui Qingyi's face change as he wished, Chen Ping'an finally felt satisfied. Knowing she wasn't welcoming, he stood up and prepared to leave. He understood that Qinlinan would never invite her to the capital's Qin residence, so their brothers had failed at this task. But it didn't matter. Whether they succeeded or not, he wouldn't lose anything. Chen Ping'an felt pretty good about himself. Qinlinan returned to the inn. When he didn't see Chen Ping'an, he casually asked around and learned he had gone out for a walk, so he didn't bother much. He had thought this task would be done quickly, but a whole day passed without seeing anyone. Now, he wasn't in the mood to worry about his brother's affairs. After leaving Cui's house, Chen Ping'an didn't go straight back to the inn. Instead, he wandered around Dongping County streets, bought some interesting little items, his habit. Whenever he visited a place, he would bring back local specialties, either to play with himself or to share with his brothers and sisters at home. Qinlinan had received such gifts a few times, so it wasn't surprising that Chen Ping'an liked to explore this small town. Waiting for the next day, when Qinlinan would go to the girls' school, Cui Qingyi had already prepared herself and was waiting patiently. Although she didn't really want to see this person, she knew that if Qinlinan couldn't see her, the lady would not give up easily. Instead of letting him keep bothering her by coming to her door again and again, she decided to take the initiative and solve the problem once and for all. Sure enough, as soon as the school opened in the morning, Qinlinan arrived with the manager. This time, the school gates were wide open. Qinlinan didn't think much and stepped inside, only to be suddenly faced with a pair of dark, fierce-looking dog eyes. Qinlinan shivered all over and froze in place. She had a childhood trauma from being chased and bitten by a small dog raised by the main family, so she was especially afraid of dogs. Even a tiny one scared her, let alone a big, fierce-looking dog. The manager followed behind, confused about why his master was not moving forward or backward. He leaned to look and, as expected, saw Wang Kai. Cui Qingyi sat by the window of an empty classroom, watching Qinlinan's timid appearance through a slightly open gap, and her smile grew wider. Last night, she was annoyed and disgusted by Chen Ping'an's behavior, and now she felt half of her bad mood had gone. Although Cui Qingyi had been married into the Chen family for 4 years and was not well-liked, she knew quite a bit about Qinlinan. Qinlinan was very afraid of dogs, to the point where she couldn't move when she saw one. Today, Cui Qingyi deliberately left the door open and left Wang Kai at the entrance, and Wang Kai did not disappoint her. She decided to give Wang Kai a big bone today, such a good dog. In fact, Wang Kai performed even better than Cui Qingyi expected. It lowered its body, paws firmly on the ground, and circled around the 2 uninvited guests in a hunting stance, occasionally baring sharp teeth to intimidate. The manager was also afraid of such a fierce dog, but when he approached Qinlinan, he could feel her trembling. Afraid that she would be frightened by the lively scene at her home, he was about to send her away when he suddenly stepped forward and blocked her, protecting her behind him. His stance looked like a mother hen protecting her chicks, but he was not as tall as Qinlinan, which made him look quite funny. If he hadn't covered his mouth earlier, Cui Qingyi thought she might burst out laughing. She felt a little regretful. If only Zhurong didn't have class, it would be nice for both of them to watch this lively scene together. The manager waved at Wang Kai and shouted, "You beast, get lost." Wang Kai paused, glancing at this reckless human with a white eye, then suddenly attacked without warning, using its back paw to leap fiercely toward the annoying person.
Ah!
Help! Save me! Linen felt like he was about to run out of breath. How could there be such a terrifying creature in this world? In this emergency, neither of the two cared about their social status or roles. They clung to each other in panic. Early in the morning, in the back alley of the government office, the two grown men let out the first scream. Wang Kai landed lightly, rolled his eyes in a human-like way, and walked away bored, as if to say, "Useless thing." Cui Qingyi felt more alive than ever, experiencing a pure joy that came from expressing her true feelings. But at this moment, she couldn't hide anymore. She quickly composed her expression and pushed the door open. "What's going on? Who are you?" Hearing someone speak, the two men, still clinging to each other, struggled to lift their heads. They saw a lively woman standing there, as fresh and clear as mountain spring water. Linen's mind suddenly went blank, and he said in disbelief, "Cui Shi, how are you here?" Hearing this, Cui Qingyi looked closely at Linen, as if she just recognized who he was. She changed her attitude, her face turning cold. "So it's young Master Chen. What are you doing here? Whether you have business or not, get out quickly. My place doesn't welcome you." After speaking, she looked disdainfully at the two still holding each other, waving her hand as if trying to ward off bad luck. Following Cui Qingyi's gaze, Linen finally noticed that he was still holding a man's hand around his waist. Goosebumps rose all over his body like bamboo shoots after rain. Instinctively, Linen waved his hand, and the steward was pushed back several steps before managing to stand steadily, looking embarrassed.